Chapter 801 Question. At the stadium, Roger sat on the bleacher seat, leaning back, looking at the gray sky in a daze, with Zixuan sitting next to him. Both were silent. I understand, Roger said. Zixuan, tell Lu Yi that I understand. I am willing to surrender to him and take me to the real world. It's great that you finally figured it out, Zixuan said. But I may have to aggrieve you a little. Our resources in the B-Sun system have been exhausted, and we can't give you the 21st carrier-based Legion. Well, it doesn't matter. Just give me a server. Rogers, you may not understand the Demon Sword unit. We don't call it a server. We call it a host. It has 3 levels. The Seraph level, the Cherubian level, and the Angel level. The entire demonic sword civilization has only one Seraph level host. And that is Lu Yi. All of us must be loyal to him. The reason why I want to make this clear to you is to let you understand. Don't force yourself. Don't force it, Roger said. The demon sword you just introduced made me get to know Lu Yi again. I think he leads civilization very well. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to reach this level. It is very likely that the demon sword I couldn't survive the first Halo battle. So it's totally okay to be loyal to him. Well, very good, Rogers, Zixuan continued. Let me tell you about the other 2 levels of the host, the Cherubim level and the Angel level. The Demon Sword implements a Legion system. The so-called Legion is actually a fleet. Each Legion has a host with an independent consciousness to control the entire Legion. This host is the Cherubim class. As for the Angel class, he can only command 1 battleship, and he can only be under the Cherubaeus flag. I said this. Do you understand? I understand, Roger said. That is to say, Seraph is the largest, followed by Cherubim, and finally the Angel. Due to the lack of resources now, there are no seats for Cherubim. So if I wake up, I can only be an Angel. Is it right? I'm sorry, Rogers. This is the situation for Xianzhou. Otherwise, you will have to wait another 6 years. After we take down the cockroach Japanese system, we will have the resources of the Zerg to build an army for you. 6 years? Yes, 6 years in real time. But in the virtual world, you can sleep and it will pass in an instant. Or you can slow down the flow of time and it will pass in an instant. No, Zixuan. Be an angel. Be an angel. Wake me up now. I'm going to the real world now. But, Zixuan, I trust you. Just let me be under your banner. Rogers, this is so unfair to you. There is nothing to feel wronged about. What could be better than survival and the real world? Okay, I'll go prepare you now. Misty Alpha, the 13th Legion, the flagship Ifang. The commander of the Legion is Zixuan, connected with Lu Yi, and said, Sir, I told Rogers that if you are still not satisfied with him, then forget it. No, Lu Yi said. Actually, I know that he was very good from the beginning. Since he is temporarily living under your banner, it is up to you to wake him up. Please prepare to receive the host. Yes, Your Excellency. A small spaceship, carrying a consciousness host, broke away from the 2nd Legion's flagship Tianji and flew in the direction of the 13th Legion, not far from the Archangel-class flagship of the 13th Legion, the Archangel-class Bifeng. There was also an Archangel-class battleship, numbered 13A2, and the small spacecraft flew towards it. The connection started. After the connection was successful, an in-ship functional robot removed the computer host from the small spaceship, transported it to the central computer room of the battleship, replaced the host, and started the host. With the reading of the consciousness, Roger's consciousness was officially written into the host, and at the same time, the Iron Law was written into it. Start to quickly read the knowledge base. Call all the observation equipment of the battleship, and the vast universe unfolds before your eyes. How's it going, Rogers? Zixuan's information flow poured into Roger's host. Welcome to the real universe. Do you have any ideas? Even though I was prepared, I was still shocked. Roger said. Zixuan reminded. Lu Yi is online. Lu Yi said. Hello, Rogers. Good morning, sir. Are you satisfied? Sir, Rogers, swear allegiance to you to the death. Your personality has changed a lot, which is good. We are a civilization, a whole, and have a common collective honor. Yes, sir. Most of our resources come from Fimri, and in order to build these 20 legions, Fimri's resources have been exhausted. So, Rogers, Your 21st Legion may not be formed until later. It's okay, sir, Roger said. I'm very grateful to you for asking me to wake up regardless of the past grudges. I have a question. Since Blood Dance has formed an alliance with us, why can't they share their resources with us? Such as what they possess. Of Galaxis, Louis said. After all, they are not the same civilization, and their attributes are different. They are Zerg, and we are machines. They have given us a lot of help, and we cannot ask them for more. But sir, we only started to develop in a real sense after we obtained the Shuttle Heart. The farthest quantum distance has only expanded to about 4 light years. Many galaxies are currently inaccessible to us. I believe that Blood Dance must have set foot in many galaxies, and there must be 1 or 2 that have not been explored. She only needs to give us one, and let their quantum flying insects guide our entangled particles, and we can reach there. We can continue to collect more resources. Louis said nothing, and Zishuan said, Rogers, Your Excellency has his own plan. Please don't interfere with him. Roger said, Zishuan, I am not disrespecting you, sir. I can swear to you that I will be loyal to you to the death. If you lie, the host will be burned. Sir, I just want to worry about the future of my magic sword civilization. If, sir, it's not easy to talk to Blood Dance. We can exchange conditions, such as the jump wormhole technology we are developing, or other things that we can research in the future that Blood Dance does not have. Anyway, we have formed an alliance with Blood Dance, and we can share technology with them. So why can't they share resources with us? Louison said, Good guy. This Rogers may surrender to me on the surface, but he still can't change his previous arrogance. But as long as he is loyal, this is not a bad thing. Regarding Roger's constant questions, Louis didn't know how to answer for a while, so he could only say, Let's discuss it again. Actually, Roger said, I have great doubts about the current unit deployment algorithm of our demon sword. If the algorithm is changed, the unit capacity of a legion can be greatly improved. Chapter 802 The new legion can have 1.1 billion carrier-based aircraft. After Rogers was awakened and got to know everyone, unexpectedly he came and raised various questions about many areas of the magic sword. The first was to question the diplomatic relationship between Demon Sword and Blood Dance, which immediately stopped Louis. The second was to raise negative questions about Demon Sword ship unit establishment model. Ron, together with Jill, was the first batch of awakened consciousnesses after Louis. He couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Rogers, you have to understand. You are arrogant and willful. We are all. The one who opposes waking you up is the one who insists on waking you up over and over again despite all opinions. In the past 600 years, do you know how much hardship the boss has put in for the Demon Sword? Without him, the Demon Sword would have been destroyed before it even left the solar system. Now you are criticizing him so arrogantly. Others echoed. Rogers did not refute, but waited for everyone to stop talking before continuing. Ron, you are right. You and everyone are also right about my batch. I fully accept it, and I have no objection. But, Louis, my respected Archangel, from the moment I promised Zishuan to wake up, I made up my mind to follow you and be loyal to you to the death. Even if there is no iron law, I will do this and will never betray you. But it is because I am so loyal that I have to express my thoughts on the shortcomings of the magic sword. Louis, do you think I am doing this right? Louis replied, Rogers, it's certainly a good thing to think about the magic sword. You might as well talk about it. Yes, there are certain historical issues regarding the diplomatic relations with Blood Dance. So it is of little use to say anything at this time. So at this time, I will explain in detail some of my views on the current organizational issues. First of all, we are a machine civilization, so we cannot follow traditional human concepts in terms of organization. Why can only 10 Archangel-class battleships, the largest in a legion, be built? Why can the maximum length be limited to 8,192 meters? Why can it only carry 5 million aircraft? Ron said, If there are too many, the host will be unable to control it. Before that time, Roger said, there was no quantum communication technology that was specified before that time. Now that there is quantum communication, communication can be reached instantly. So this limitation should be broken. And the decimal calculation method is not convenient for our machines. The decimal system is for humans. And we are no longer humans. Are there still many of you who are unwilling to admit the fact that you are no longer human deep down in your heart? There is no way. If you are not a human, you are not a human. And you can't even dare to face it? Louis asked. So, Rogers, do you have any good suggestions? That's it. Louis, Rogers said. I think since we are machines, we must use the binary method to calculate. And the same should be true in terms of organization. In a legion, the number of Archangel-class battleships should be 16, not 10. This number is exactly 2 to the 4th power, and it is also the smallest two-digit number in the hexadecimal system. The next level of Angel-class battleships is 256. The lowest level of Angel-class battleships is 65,536. I have made precise calculations just now. If built according to this organizational model, the aircraft capacity of an Archangel-class battleship should be 1,048,576. This is an accurate number. If it is vague, it is 1 million, although it is higher than the original 5 million. A lot less, but more conducive to the running in between the mothership and the carrier-based aircraft. Then the total aircraft capacity of the 16 Archangel-class battleships is 16,777,216. There are 128 Force Angel-class battleships, and the reasonable aircraft carrying capacity of each ship is 128K, which is 131,072 aircraft. Therefore, the total aircraft carrying capacity of all Force Angel-class battleships is also 16,777,216. The number of Angel-class battleships is 65,536. The reasonable aircraft carrying capacity of each Angel-class battleship should be 16K, which is 16,384 aircraft. The total aircraft carrying capacity of all Angel-class battleships is 1073,741, 824 aircraft. Yes, that is 1 billion aircraft. The total air capacity of the 3 levels of warships combined, that is, the total air capacity of a legion, is 110,729,6256, which is 1.1 billion. How about it? Did you see it? Our number increased immediately. Looking at it now, the basic unit of one of our legions is only 100 million. No wonder the total strength of our 20 legions is less than 1/10 of Blood Dance. While Roger said this, he also sent the specific calculation methods of the establishment to every legion commander on the line. And everyone fell silent. Rogers added, the virtual world has a total of 256 memories. Miss Giada, including you. Each legion is 1.107 billion. So how much are 256 legions? Do the math? Louis said, 283.4 billion. Roger said, how about it? Louis, do you think what I said makes sense? Can it be implemented? Ron shouted, Rogers, don't be too arrogant. Even if what you say makes sense, you can't be so powerless against the boss. How can I not? Ron, Roger said. I'm sorry to Louis. Do you think I shouldn't call him by his first name? Right. Well then, Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief, I am really worried about our demonic sword. Needless to say, Rogers, Louis said. What you said makes sense. We will discuss the organizational model you mentioned next. Our demonic sword must really grow stronger. Although we have formed an alliance with Blood Dance, he can't be compared to Blood Dance either. It's just that we don't have the resources now. Only with enough resources can we expand the capacity of the magic sword. So, the future of the demonic sword still has a long way to go for us. Yes, Your Excellency. After some deliberation, Louis first affirmed the establishment algorithm proposed by Rogers, and others were also persuaded and agreed to his suggestion. It is a huge improvement for a legion to increase from the current 100 million troops to 1.1 billion in the future. However, something happened to Wen Jing of the 5th Legion. The new army in the future will require 1.1 billion troops. As a human being, Wen Jing is already unable to command 100 million troops, let alone the 1.1 billion troops in the future. For this reason, Rogers once again put forward his suggestion. That is, to lay off the bees. The so-called layoff means that the bees do not have to participate in future wars. Just like humans, they can just enjoy the benefits. Such suggestions then caused an uproar within bee society. This bee people are originally a fighting civilization, and asking them to shrink from the battle is tantamount to insulting them. So they receive strong resistance. But Rogers also stated his own reasons. The demon sword itself is a machine civilization. As a human race, the bees are a sub-civilization of the demon sword. They can just live and reproduce like humans. Chapter 803 The powerful magic sword Nady is already in sight. For this reason, Roger specially connected with Wenjing alone and said, "The current Fifth Army is controlled by bees. All ships and carrier-based aircraft units are ship systems, and their overall performance is different from the machine disc units. There is a big difference, and it is very unsuitable for overall mobility operations. The current maximum speed of the magic sword is 3.4x, which also refers to the disc unit, while the maximum speed of the ship unit is 3.2x, which is obviously missing 2 points. But the bees are human beings and cannot adapt to disc-based units. Disc units need to rotate. The smaller the size, the faster the rotation speed. The larger the size, the slower the rotation speed. Therefore, as a human race, it is impossible to adapt to this kind of rotating combat unit. But the machine is different. There is no dizziness in the machine, and the rotating disc system is also very suitable for the machine." "Your Majesty the Queen," Roger said, "think about it. Once a war breaks out, you bees, I know, you are all loyal to the demon sword, and you all want to share the troubles with the demon sword. But you are too slow and really can't keep up. Rhythm and future interstellar wars will all be based on aircraft sea tactics, with each carrier-based aircraft charging into the enemy's position in a suicidal manner. If you think about it, carrier-based aircraft are lifeless. The demon sword will not care if large-scale carrier-based aircraft are destroyed. The worst is to rebuild after the war. The lost units can be quickly restored as long as they have enough resources. Supplement it. But UB people are different. Each of UB people is alive with thoughts and flesh and blood. Don't tell me that you should cherish your life. Our magic sword machine is watching you die one by one. We all can't bear it." After some persuasion by Rogers, it was reasonable. After careful consideration, Wenjing decided to hand over the command of the Fifth Army. She specifically contacted Lu Yi for this matter and explained her intention, which surprised Lu Yi. Asked, "Have you always been good at leading the Fifth Army Corps? Why did you suddenly think of releasing the command authority?" Wenjing said, "Dear Archangel, Rogers talked to me, and I think what he said is very reasonable. We people are human beings. We live under the protection of the magic sword. The order provides us with wisdom, and it is also in contributing to the demonic sword doesn't count as self-destruction." "Right." Lu Yi sighed and said, "Wenjing, actually I have wanted to do this for a long time. But considering that I am thinking about overthrowing the fighting civilization of your people, it is hard to talk to you directly. If I don't think about it, Rogers will take the initiative to talk to you about this thing. I think Rogers is right. He is also thinking about civilization. But sir, I have a request." "Say it." "Queen Jingjing, I want to hand over the Fifth Army and select some outstanding military talents from our civilization to serve as some commanders in the Fifth Army, such as remotely commanding some battleships and related carrier-based aircraft units. What do you think?" "This is possible," Shang Wanyu said. "The military talents you select can not only hold command positions on some battleships of the 5th Legion, but also on the ships of all legions of the Demon Sword. Although the speed of the human race is far inferior to that of my machine, the thinking ability of the human race is far inferior to that of my machine. Okay, Your Excellency, I will go back and talk to my people about this. I will try my best to explain it to them." "Wait a minute, Queen Wenjing," Lu Yi said. "I still suggest that you build an interstellar fortress just like humans do, and let all your bees live in the interstellar fortress. Because in the future of our magic sword, almost all ships will adopt disc units. And with the new organizational model, all ships will be slimmed down. And while slimming down, they will also be required to carry a large number of carrier-based aircraft. So your bees are not suitable to live on a battleship." "Yes, Your Excellency. I will tell my people the same thing." After finishing the conversation with Wenjing, Lu Yi met with Rogers alone and asked him about his plans. Roger said, "I'm sorry, Lu Yi. I'm doing this entirely for the benefit of them." "Your starting point is good," Lu Yi said. "But I remind you that if you have any plans and actions in the future, you must tell me first, rather than acting rashly on your own initiative. Do you understand?" "Willow, I know that you are loyal to me, and I completely believe in you. But as a member of civilization, there is nothing without rules. In Magic Sword, you can show your talents to your heart's content, but you must not do anything wantonly. Otherwise, you will have wasted all my hard work on you. If your mystery is not as good as yours, and I still go my own way, then don't blame me for not being able to do it. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lu Yi." "No, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. You can continue to call me by my first name. Yes. Then came the reorganization turmoil within the Bee civilization of the 5th Legion, which was in full swing, just when the matter of whether the Bees should hand over military command had not yet been decided. Luo Xiaoxue came to the magic sword again. Luo Xiaoxue led a group over, which was 1 billion Zerg units. On the line, Louis said, Marika is learning space solidification technology from me, but she hasn't mastered it yet. Does Lang Yan think her comprehension ability is not enough? So she sent you to supervise her? Xiaoxue smiled and said, Your Majesty Archangel, you have misunderstood. Yes, I, Queen Lang Yan, are indeed anxious for this space solidification technology, because only by mastering this technology can we launch a war against the Holy Light. But this time Queen Lang Yan sent me not for this matter, but to bring you a gift. Oh, what kind of gift is it? Louis asked. When you came last time, you brought me the Heart of Shuttle, which gave me a huge surprise and also made my magic sword civilization level leap forward. So this time it's what gift is it? Luo Xiaoxue said. 10 galaxies. I have quantum flying insects in the 10 galaxies. And I also brought the quantum flying insects paired with these 10 galaxies. 6 of these 10 galaxies are barren, without any life. And 4 have lower life forms, no intelligent life, and are fully capable of resource extraction. My blood dance has mined enough galaxies. Since you are our allies, shall I give these 10 galaxies to you? That's right. That's what Queen Lang Yan said exactly. Louis also didn't expect that Lang Yan would be so generous and suddenly thought of giving him a galaxy's resources. If we have the resources of these 10 galaxies, it is entirely possible to turn all the existing 20+1 legions into a new 1G32M legion. The so-called +1 and 20+1 is because Rogers does not have an organized army yet. The so-called 1G32M is also a binary calculation method, which is 1, 172, 962, 56. Chapter 80 for the alliance between machines and Zerg. Luo Xiaoxue's arrival brought great news to Demon Sword. He actually provided Demon Sword with 10 barren star systems, and these 10 barren information were enough to build 20 new legions of Demon Sword. And it was more than enough. In fact, Louis also understood Lang Yan's intention. She just wanted to get more benefits from Louis. And the source of this benefit was the Heart of Shuttle. Once the blood dance is revealed, human sub-civilizations cannot study it. Only the magic sword can understand it. Only when the 3 machine hearts are together can subsequent high technologies be developed one by one. After Luo Xiaoxue arrived, he followed the reclamation steps. First, he sent some units of the magic sword to the corresponding galaxy through the wormhole built by Xiaoxue, carrying symmetrical entangled particles. The demonic sword then sent its 20 legions to these 10 galaxies one after another through its own excitation wormhole, with 2 legions evenly distributed in each galaxy. After the legion arrives at the corresponding galaxy, it immediately starts space solidification to prevent invasion by foreigners through wormholes. The 5th Legion and the 13th Legion were assigned to a galaxy numbered X1, which is a single yellow dwarf star system with 6 planets, including 3 rocky planets and 3 gaseous planets. Overall, the resources are very abundant. The commander of the 5th Legion is Wen Jing, and it is also the only legion among all the legions led by a human race. The flagship Xianfeng. The commander of the 13th Legion is Zixuan, whose flagship is the Bifeng. He is also the only one among all the legions with an angel-level consciousness. And this angel-level consciousness is the flamboyant Rogers. There is a reason why these 2 legions are arranged together. The reason was that Rogers suggested that the current human commander of the 5th Legion should be replaced by a future machine commander, so that all humans in the Legion would take a back seat. His suggestion was very constructive and reasonable, and it also impressed Wen Jing, who began to persuade and mobilize the Bee people. After some hard work, the Bee people were gradually able to accept such suggestions. Wen Jing's suggestion was that Rogers take over the 5th Army. Louis also didn't expect that the unruly Rogers would be appreciated by Wen Jing. Regarding the construction of the 5th Army, Rogers has his own ideas. Since it is expanding, it must be expanded into disk units. If it is not even a disk system, then it cannot be considered a machine civilization. However, all the old ships and carrier-based aircraft units of the 5th Army are ship-based. Rogers' suggestion is to transform all the old battleships. The transformation is divided into 2 parts. The first part is to modularize some of the battleships and assemble them into 20 interstellar fortresses, all for the Bees to survive inside. After many years of development, The current bee people have found that although the number of male peaks is very small, and not enough to expand the population, the bee people's scientific and technological personnel have also begun to develop machine breeding projects with reference to human medical biotechnology. So after so many years come on, the population has developed a bit. The current total population of the bees is 75 million. If one star fort can accommodate a population of 5 million, at least 15 star forts need to be built, taking into account the pressure that may arise from future population growth. It was built on a scale of 20 ships. At present, the total population of mankind is less than 1 million. But 2-star castles have been built. The first is the Hope, under the banner of the 1st Legion Giada. And the second is the Dream, under the 2nd Legion, under the banner of E. According to Roger's transformation plan, the first part is to build a star fort, and the second part is to recycle all the remaining old ship units and rebuild them into disc units. It turned out that when Jing requested that some of the outstanding B talents be involved in the command system of the Demon Sword, and Louis approved it, and it was put into trial operation within the 5th Legion. Due to the new Legion, all combat units adopt the new algorithm of disc-based units. So the human bees cannot work in such combat units. This gave birth to a new functional department, the Star Fortress War Department. All combatants work in the Star Fortress and implement remote control through quantum communication. This also solves the embarrassing problem of the human race being unable to control disc combat units. Now that the bees as humans have taken a back seat, the flagship of the 5th Legion has been rebuilt. The new flagship, an Archangel-class battleship, is named Cyclops, whose name comes from Greek mythology. Cyclops in the naming rule for the Demon Sword Lord's Angel-class flagship is Ancient Beasts. And as a monster in Greek mythology, Cyclops can also be considered a monster. The original Black Bee flagship was assembled and transformed with other old-style warships into the first B-Star Interstellar Fortress, and was named after Black Bee 1. Since the size of the legions needs to be expanded according to the new algorithm, all legions will take a long time to expand. This workload will take approximately 10 years to complete. However, with the support of wormhole activation technology and space solidification technology, the magic sword no longer needs to worry about being invaded by foreign races. The top priority now is to strengthen yourself. As for the cockroach sun, it is no longer a problem. You can destroy it at any time. In addition to strengthening the demonic sword, the biggest enemy we face now is the Holy Light. Shuewu did not acquire the space solidification technology skill and did not eat the Holy Light at all. So he formed an alliance with the demonic sword. Plan of Blood Dance number 22. Insect Swarm Blood Blade Marika stayed at the demon sword for 3 full years before he fully understood the space solidification technology and brought this skill back to Blood Dance. As mentioned before, the Zerg rely on their understanding of new technologies. So when the Zerg come to the Zerg, technology becomes a skill. The space solidification technology has become a space solidification skill when it comes to Blood Dance. After comprehending the space solidification skill, Marika returned to Blood Dance and taught the skill she learned to other Blood Blades, including Lung Yen. The transfer of skills within the Zerg is also very interesting. First, the skills are made into spores, and then the skill spores are input into the other Blood Blades and Locusts that are purifying the chrysalis. The high-level skills cannot be understood by Locust, and the space solidification skill is a high-level skill that can only be understood by the Blood Blade himself. However, after Shuewu mastered the space solidification skill, Lung Yen finally requested to connect with Lu Yi. Lu Yi is a machine now. Otherwise he would really laugh out loud. After establishing the connection, he appeared on the screen coolly. Lu Yi is a machine, so he has no human appearance, but he still shows his virtual image. Looking at Lung Yen on the screen, Lu Yi said, "Hello, Senior. I never thought that Miss Lung would be so beautiful." Chapter 805 Star Alliance. In response to Lu Yi's compliments, Lung Yen smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the Archangel is quite good at praising others. I won't praise people. I will only tell the truth. So why does the eldest lady choose to connect with me at this time?" Lung Yen didn't answer and asked instead, "Why do you call me Senior? We are all equal civilizations in the universe. But you are a machine, and I am a Zerg. We are not the same species. If my calculations are correct, you were born in 2002 and were parasitized by Queen Dans in 2016. You were officially successfully parasitized in 2022 and became the Blood Blade Queen. So you should be 805 years old this year. Right. And I, even in my previous life, was born in 2054. I am a full 53 years younger than you. Of course, I have to call you senior. Isn't it right? Okay, brother. What you said makes sense, Leng Yan said without hesitation. And, Louis added, my mother was born in 1999 and is only 3 years older than you. After all, I should call you Aunt. Right. What do you think? Aunt Leng? Uh-huh. Your Excellency. Don't be like this. You call me old. You should just call me by my first name. That way I feel more comfortable. Okay. Leng Yan. Then let me tell you the purpose of meeting you. Leng Yan said. Have you ever heard of the Holy Light? I heard from Xiaoxua that there is a super-civilized existence with Dyson ball technology. And Carl's level is 1.75. Well, I want to eat it. But you didn't take me and wanted to find an alliance with me, Louis said. But my strength was very weak at the time. So you helped me secretly. Leng Yan. I promise you, I will fight with you and eat up this so-called holy light. Actually, I also have selfish motives, Leng Yan said. There is a wandering human civilization in the home of Holy Light. There are people I know in this civilization who are in hibernation, just to see me again in my lifetime. So I want to find them, and everyone in this wandering civilization. The second reason is that under the banner of the Holy Light is my old enemy Cathy Say, who is also my twin sister, Louis said. Well, Xiaoxua has mentioned these to me. Don't worry, Leng Yan. I promise you that I will kill the Holy Light with you and rescue the Wanderer. As for your old enemy Leng Li, I am an outsider. Do you need it? My help? No, Louis, Leng Yan said. Leng Li's fault is my personal grudge. I want to kill her with my own hands. I just need you to form an alliance with me to kill the Holy Light. This Holy Light is too powerful. It didn't eat me up, Louis said. This shuttle heart is said to be something of the demon sword. But Leng Yan, without you, I still can't get it. Without it, I don't know when my demon sword will be able to develop to where it is today. But Leng Yan, I am honest about my strength. I am in the process of expanding the new algorithm. The strength of the new algorithm's magic sword will be expanded by 10 times. However, only 1/3 of this project has been completed so far. It will take 7 years to completely complete. Don't worry, Leng Yan said. My blood dance has a history of almost 800 years. I can still wait for only 7 or 8 years. Besides, the people I care about are still hibernating. If it's later, it won't be possible. It will be delayed. Louis added, maybe in the past few years, I can develop a few new technologies. Leng Yan, we are all Earthlings, and I will share them with you. Louis, thank you very much for trusting me so much. You can return such an important thing to me, the heart of travel. So why should I not trust you? Besides, Luo Xiaoxua was originally the owner of my magic sword. And there are your 2 new blood blades. Mo Rui, Ka and Dicey were originally members of my magic sword. And they are the link between you and me. And Leng Yan, you know better than me that only the alliance between you and me can remain invincible in this dark universe. Yes, Louis, that's what I think. Then give our alliance a name. Alliance? Yes, Louis said. Alliance? Since you and I have formed an alliance, it must be an alliance. Think of a name. We are all from Earth, Leng Yan said. No, we were all once from Earth. And the Earth was destroyed by Eternity. Eternity is our enemy. We want to take revenge and destroy it. So we might as well call it the Avengers. How? Uh-huh. Louis' virtual image laughed. Sister. Oh no. Aunt Leng, don't you care about the history of people on Earth? This is the name of an anime about people on ancient Earth. Huh? Then I really haven't done much research on it. It's no wonder that when the Earth was destroyed, you had already left the Earth and lived in Nanmen 2 for more than 100 years. As far as I know, you were not very active when you were on the Earth. So you didn't know much about animation. No wonder. So Louis, what do you think Shannon's alliance should be called? Let me think about it. I have it. Louis is a machine, and his thinking is measured in nanoseconds. So what he said, think about it, is only a matter of a few nanoseconds. It's called the Star Sea Alliance. What do you think? What's the purpose of the Star Sea Alliance? Leng Yanwen. Louis replied. Do you remember that the ancient people on Earth once said that our journey is the sea of stars? Leng Yan on the virtual screen shook her head. Louis added, are you from China? So am I. This sentence comes from a book of the same name at that time. It talks about the arduous construction process of China. So I will learn from it here. My magic sword, you blood dance, and the alliance we are about to form. Isn't our journey also the stars and the sea? Author's note: there are many ways to say the origin of this sentence. This is one of them. The Sea of Stars, Lung Yin said, is the Sea of Stars. Our footsteps are not limited to just a few hundred light years. We also have enemies 70,000 light years away. Our future may involve the entire galaxy, or even wider areas. Extragalactic galaxy. So, our alliance is called the Star-Sea Alliance, or Star Alliance for short. Is that what it looks like, Louis? Yes, that was my original intention for this name. Okay, let's call it this name. Star Alliance. Star Alliance. Since then, the Star-Sea Alliance has been established. The alliance currently consists of two main civilizations, the Machine Civilization Demonic Sword and the Zerg Civilization Blood Dance, as well as several sub-civilizations under the main civilization, including humans and bee people under the Demon Sword, as well as the Xiling Star Butterfly people, Clam Star people, Crab SH, L people, High SH, L people, Amuyu people, and dozens more under the Blood Dance banner. A human civilization. You came up with the name, Lun Yin said. So you should be the leader of the alliance. No, Lun Yin. Our first battle is against the Team Holy Light. And you are more familiar with Holy Light than I am. So it is more appropriate for you to be the leader of this alliance. Okay, Louis. But I think it's better to take turns taking the position of alliance leader. As this first alliance leader, I will do my part. Chapter 806 Battle of Cockroach Star 1. The two main civilizations of Demon Sword and Blood Dance formed an interstellar alliance called the Star-Sea Alliance, or Star Alliance for short. The alliance implements a rotating leader system. The term of each leader is 10 years. The first leader is Lung Yin, the leader of Blood Dance Civilization. The main task of the first alliance is to attack the Holy Light. This offensive plan will be carried out 7 years later. Now is the running-in period for joining the civilization and the discussion period for attacking the Holy Light. With the space solidification technology skill, there is no need to hide in the mist anymore, and the Blood Dance begins to return to the galaxy it controls in large numbers. However, the stronghold in Pyamyu Land has always been retained, and in the event of an accident, it can be quickly transferred. The so-called retention is as long as the quantum flying insects are released regularly to station there. Big construction continues. Thanks to Roger's new algorithm, not only the organic units have been greatly improved, but also the computing power of the supercomputer, as the host of the consciousness has been increased by 1.5 times, so that the 1G32M Legion units can be commanded more effectively. Just like this, another 7 years passed, and a total of 10 years were spent. All 20 new legions of Demon Sword were built, all using disk units and new algorithms. The basic combat unit of each legion is 1G32M, which is 11.729 million. This number is more than 100 million more than the 1 billion basic units of Blood Dance Fanchuan. And during the 10 years of construction and development, in order to adapt to the new algorithm, 16 consciousness bodies were awakened again and began to build their own legions. After this plan, the total number of legions was increased to 32. Of course, every legion commander must be written into the Iron Law. This is also the rule of the magic sword. Just like the blood blade of Blood Dance must be imprinted with thoughts. When all 20 legions are fully established, the subsequent 16 legions are only in their infancy. The total strength of the 20 legions is 22.1 billion, which makes the Demon Sword have grown exponentially compared to 10 years ago, and is more than 22 times that of the Demon Sword 10 years ago. At this time, attacking the Holy Light was also put on the agenda. But before officially attacking the Holy Light, Louis planned to destroy Cockroachery first. The current situation on Cockroach Sun is that there is a cockroach civilization, but it is in decline and has no fighting power. It is entrenched on a planet on Cockroach Sunday. This planet is the famous Cockroach Saturn. In addition, Cockroachery also had 6 machine legions. There were originally 8. The other 2 were Infrasonic Wave and Euro Wave, which were destroyed by the magic sword. The basic combat power of the remaining 6 legions is equivalent to the old algorithm of the Demon Sword, which means that one legion has a combat power of about 100 million. Therefore, the total strength of the 6 legions of Cockroach Sun is not as good as a new algorithm legion of Demon Sword, and it is far inferior. Among these 6 machine legions, one of them is Ultrasound, which is on its way to be which will arrive in 30 years. The magic sword has entangled particles tracking this machine army, and can send troops to destroy it at any time. So if we stay in the cockroach Japanese system, there are still 5 legions left. Louis summoned the army commanders to go online to discuss the matter of destroying Cockroach Re. If you do the math, it's been almost 50 years since we took care of this cockroach day. Right, Louis said. We will soon join forces with Blood Dance to attack the Holy Light. But our own affairs have not been resolved yet. This is also something that has been put off again and again over the years. Now Chungri is divided into 2 parts. One is the ultrasonic wave on the road from Chungri to Fingri, and the other is the remaining 5 legions on Chungri of military strength. Do you have any good suggestions? How do you think we should fight? Gil said. Boss, ultrasonic. We can just send a legion there. As for Cockroach's lair, with 500 million troops, we can also solve it with 1 legion. But in order to achieve the greatest victory, we might as well use 10 double the number of troops to attack it. Then it would be 5 legions. After this calculation, there are 6 legions outside. Then we still have 14 established legions staying at various strongholds on standby. No one had any objections. Louis said, Okay, just do what Jill said. Then who will attack this ultrasound? Some said they were going, and some didn't say anything. Louis specifically observed Rogers of the 5th Army, and sure enough, he didn't reply. Rogers, how about you go? Louis asked. Boss, Rogers said, I'd better forget about this small scene. Rogers still couldn't change his arrogant character, but he no longer called Louis by his first name, but followed the tone of others and changed it to Boss. Hey, Louis said, you actually think it's too little, and you don't like it? This is the first battle of your machine career. I'll let you fight. Stop talking nonsense. Yes, boss. Rogers did not use force, but gave the order happily. Tell me, how can I spend my time? Louis asked. I play freestyle. Rogers remained mysterious. Luigi spat out one word. Speak. Yes, boss, Rogers said. Since we have few troops dispatched, I will leave all the star forts in the Legion in our stronghold and let the other big brothers and sisters who are housekeepers take care of them for me. Rogers' 5th Legion has a total of 5 star forts, all of which are bees, with a total population of 20 million. After Rogers took over the 5th Army, he spent 10 years building 20 star forts in one go. Each star fort was built at full capacity of 5 million, but each star fort was kept at less than 4 million population, and the bee people only have a total population of 75 million. The 20 star forts carry a population of 75 million. It was also at Rogers' suggestion that some of them were diverted to other legions. Roger said, Since we are fighting, I want to fight happily, so the population needs to be properly resettled. Then I will divide my legion into 8 parts. Each part will be led by an Archangel-class battleship, and each will lead a basic force of 128M plus 4M, which is about 138 million. Let these 8 parts release different excitation wormholes at the same time, and place them in the space above, below, left, right, front and back of the enemy's legion, surrounding them. Humph! I don't believe that with my 11.07 troops. I can't surround him with only 100 million troops. Then they all rotated around it at high speed and flew in sync, beating while flying. Okay, this is my tactical thinking, without any technical content. Rogers finished his tactical description, and Louis asked, What if the enemy surrenders to you? Rogers said, There is no need to pay attention to him at all. Just do it with all your strength and it will be done. Be sure to wipe out all of him. Louis asked again, But you have to know that each of the robot legions of the robot cockroaches has an interstellar fortress inhabited by cockroaches. If you eliminate its legion, all the cockroaches in the legion will be wiped out. Kill cockroaches. Boss, if this filthy species is extinct, it will be extinct. What is there to regret? Chapter 807 Battle of Cockroach Star 2. The War of Annihilation against Ultrasonic Waves was initiated by the 5th Army Corps, headed by Army Commander Rogers, with a full strength of 1G32M. After determining the tactical strategy, Rogers did what he said, dividing the entire legion into 8 parts and preparing to launch a wormhole through it. Before the attack started, Wen Jing suddenly came in. Rogers was very puzzled and said, Your Majesty Wen Jing, the attack is about to begin. What do you do to me if you are connected to me now? Wen Jing, who was over 40 years old, said, The cockroach star is the mortal enemy of my bee people. Although I cannot participate in the war, I also want to see how they are destroyed. So please let me, and some of my old subordinates, let's watch this battle of annihilation together, Roger said. That's no problem. At that time, I will publicly broadcast the live war to the entire population of your B society. And there will be 8 battle scenes, which happen to be the scenes of 8 Archangel-class battleships. What do you think? That would be great. In this case, my people will be extremely grateful. Your Majesty Wenjing, this revenge has come too late. Please watch with your people how your mortal enemy is destroyed. And you can also comfort the 940 million dead souls of your B people. Good, very good. Rogers transmitted the images captured by the surveillance cameras on 8 Archangel-class battleships to 20 B-star forts at the same time, so that all Bs could watch them at the same time. Since all the ships of the Demon Sword adopt the disc structure, these 8 Lord Angel-class battleships rotate when flying and fighting. It's just that the Lord Angel-class battleship is the largest battleship in the Demon Sword, so the speed at the edge of the SHL will be much lower. So the picture sent back will show a slow rotation, so that the Bs will not look dizzy when watching it. Yes, but there is also a way to watch a fixed picture, and that is the panoramic picture. Although the battleship is rotating, it is possible to display a panoramic picture that is not rotating through technical means. The audience only needs to sit in the middle of this tubular panoramic picture and look wherever they want. Of course, this method can only view one battleship at the same time. If you want to see other battleships, you can only switch to them. Since this battle can be broadcast live to the Bs, it can also be broadcast to humans. Therefore, people in the human Star Castle can also watch this live broadcast, regardless of whether it was a B or a human being. In this live broadcast, there was actually a host who gave a full explanation of the battlefield process. He stopped talking, but said that after everything was set up, he was ready to launch an attack and stayed connected to Lu Yi. At the same time, the other commanders of the major armies also stayed online. Online, Roger said. Boss, I'm ready, Lu Yi said. Rogers, you have always been cheating, but I do appreciate you. So don't let me down in your first battle. Don't worry, boss. The strength ratio is 11-1. The speed is 3.4x compared to its 2.2x. And the wormhole launch is equivalent to a surprise attack. I'm just kidding, Lu Yi suddenly said. Don't go. Why? Rogers was confused. Why didn't he let himself get hit? Why? Lu Yi said. If you underestimate the enemy like this, don't fight anymore. Just stay in the rear and help me take care of the human race. I'm sorry, boss. I was wrong. I don't dare to be rash or arrogant anymore. I don't want to be a wet nurse. Unexpectedly, Rogers admitted his mistake very quickly. Inside the machine, the behavior of protecting humans and the human race is called a wet nurse. For Rogers, who is very aggressive, if he is asked to be a wet nurse, what can he do? You know you're wrong? Lu Yi asked. I know I was wrong. Boss, I will fight this battle seriously. Okay, seeing that you have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I will forgive you once. Okay then, let's get started. Yes, boss. After the order was issued, the Fifth Army began to accelerate as a whole, and all carrier-based aircraft were loaded inside warships of all levels. In order to reach the battlefield through wormhole teleportation, the entire Legion must first be accelerated and reach a certain speed before wormhole teleportation can be started. This is also preparation for being able to fly at high speed immediately after arriving at the battlefield. And the place of departure must also be chosen in Misty Land. The Misty Land, as mentioned before, is in the empty universe, without stars or other celestial bodies around. It was previously used to avoid the pursuit of more advanced civilizations. The biggest reason for using Pyamya Land as the starting point for the war is to speed up the battle quickly. Because the mist is no longer in any star system, it will not be affected by celestial bodies, and therefore can increase its speed faster. And the Legion in the Misty Land is always in a state of motion. So based on these 2 points, the one who accelerates will be happier. The speed was quickly increased to 2.2x, and the speed continues to increase. Being able to speed up so quickly is also a technology that Magic Sword has upgraded based on its technological heart, which is deep-sea liquid technology. Speaking of deep-sea liquid, some people may think that only humans need this thing. But this technology must also be used in machines. Inside the warship, all connections between carrier-based aircraft and warships, as well as the installation points of important facilities, will be equipped with deep-sea fluid bags. This kind of liquid packet will eject a large number of deep-sea liquid droplets as the battleship speeds up. These droplets will be ejected and vaporize immediately after entering the vacuum environment. The vaporized deep-sea liquid gas can deal with super. It protects the body under high acceleration and can also cool the body. Machines are different from humans. Under ultra-high acceleration, humans need to soak their entire body in deep-sea liquid. Otherwise, they will be crushed into pulp by the acceleration. The machine is different. It only needs a small amount of vaporized deep-sea liquid at the connection. Moreover, the internal space of the machine's battleship is too large, and it is unrealistic to fill it all with liquid. Moreover, the interior of the battleship is the same as outer space, with a low temperature of more than 200 degrees below zero. So the machine's deep-sea liquid is different from the human race's deep-sea liquid. The human race's deep-sea fluid is liquid at normal temperatures, but the machine's deep-sea fluid must remain gaseous at extremely low temperatures. Therefore, with the introduction of deep-sea liquid technology, not only the speed of the magic sword has been increased, but the acceleration has also been increased. It can reach 2x plus speed in a very short period of time. Even if we want to mention the maximum speed of 3.4x, it will take less than a year. Previously, it took at least 100 years to accelerate from 0 to a maximum of 2.4x. And this acceleration time is constantly being shortened, since new technologies were constantly being developed in the Demon Sword. Blood Dance also sent the feudal queen to stay in the Demon Sword to learn these new technologies' skills. However, the deep-sea liquid technology has not been understood within the Zerg. However, Roger said that after increasing the speed to 2.4x, he began to create wormholes. Carrier-based aircraft flew out from inside the battleship one after another, and together with the battleships, they flew into the wormholes one by one and flew to the ultrasonic battlefield several light years away. Chapter 808 Battle of Cockroach Star 3. Rogers led the 5th Legion, with a basic unit strength of 1 G32M, or 1.107 billion. The expedition location was Misty Land Sigma. Before the creation of the wormhole, the entire Legion had 16 Archangel-class battleships, 256 Power Angel-class battleships, and 65,536 Angel-class ships. Battleships, and the carrier-based aircraft carrying them are always flying at high speed. When the war starts, all the warships in the Legion need to do is accelerate. With the help of deep-sea liquid, the warships can quickly accelerate to 2.4x. In fact, it would be more appropriate to call deep-sea oil for machine-use deep-sea fluid. But it was said that the Legion released half of the carrier-based aircraft, flew spirally around their respective motherships, and then opened the wormholes. A total of 65,808 wormholes, and then began to quickly travel through them, with each warship corresponding to a wormhole. Among them, the wormholes opened by 16 Lord Angel-class battleships have a diameter of about 1,000 kilometers, and the wormholes opened by 256 Angel-class battleships have a diameter of more than 500 kilometers. As for the wormhole opened by 65,536 Angel-class fighters, it is the smallest, with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. You must know that the larger the diameter of the wormhole, the greater the energy consumed. Even though the magic sword now uses micronuclear energy technology, which is a geometric level higher than the previous plasma energy technology. Such a huge energy, the expenditure is also very staggering for an army. Not only the size of the wormhole is related to the energy consumption, but the opening time also consumes energy. The longer the time, the greater the energy consumption. The time and size are set at the beginning and cannot be changed once started. Each battleship opens a wormhole in order to quickly deploy troops to the battlefield. Since each battleship corresponds to a wormhole, the opening time will be very short. Basically no more than 3 seconds. 3 seconds is completely enough for a battleship and the carrier-based aircraft it releases. So when more than 60,000 wormholes appeared in the Misty Land, more than 60,000 warships, and more than 500 million general carrier-based aircraft were released. And they were all dropped in within 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, the entire 5th Legion disappeared in a misty manner, and all of them were dropped on the ultrasonic battlefield. The first ultrasonic battlefield. The ultrasonic Legion is flying in this star field. The universe that originally seemed to be very peaceful. Without any warning, countless wormholes suddenly appeared in the front, rear, left and rear of this Legion. And very quickly soon, a large number of warships and carrier-based aircraft flew out of these wormholes, surrounding ultrasound. Once these battleships and carrier-based aircraft arrived on the battlefield, they immediately launched a frantic attack on the enemy. The entire area instantly turned into a battlefield. Ultrasonic's host, Wolf Fang, was stunned. It had no idea that it would be attacked by such a surprise attack. After being attacked, Ultrasound immediately launched a counterattack, but with a disparity of 111 in troops. It was simply a mantis blocking the vehicle, and the units were quickly consumed. The battlefield is awash with beams and fireballs. Langia connected to Rogers and asked, "Who are you, and why did you hit me?" As the battle progresses, the 5th Legion maintains a connection with the Demon Sword Angel Group at the same time. The so-called Angel Group refers to the team composed of all the army commanders of the Demon Sword. It is also the highest command network of the Demon Sword. Naturally, Lu Yi is the captain of this team and the commander-in-chief of this command network. But in the Demon Sword, the inside of the sword is called the Archangel. However, the Angel Group remained connected, and while Rogers did not stop attacking, he shared the message sent by Langia to the Angel Group. Lu Yi asked, "How are you going to reply?" Rogers said, "Originally we didn't plan to reply, because we have only one goal, which is to wipe out the entire cockroach civilization, including the cockroaches and the cockroach machine civilization derived from them. Since it is to destroy them, it is simple and crude, and there is no other purpose. Then there is no need to reply to them. Just one word and it will be done. But this cockroach star is the mortal enemy of the bee people. It has killed 940 million bee people. This moment can be regarded as the first battle of revenge for the bee star. So I think it is better to let Queen Bee Wenjing reply to it. What do you think? You are now the commander-in-chief of the ultrasonic battle. You can do whatever you want as long as it does not harm the interests of the Demon Sword." "Yes, Your Excellency." Communication between machines is at the nanosecond level. So it only took 3 nanoseconds from the time Langia sent the inquiry to Rogers sharing the information with the Angel Group and Lu Yi replying. Rogers immediately connected to Wenjing. Wenjing was from the human race, so communication could only be done in seconds. Rogers explained his intention. Wenjing asked, "What do you say in the essay?" "Of course. You can say whatever you want." "Okay. Connect us." 10 seconds passed, and Wenjing connected to Langia and said, "Cockroaches of Ross 128. From now on, it is the beginning of your end. Run away for your lives. Next, we will destroy your lair and howl." "That's right. I forgot to tell you. I am Wenjing, the king of Beastars. Today, 940 million innocent souls of Beastars will demand their lives from your cockroach star. All cockroaches will die. All cockroach machines will be destroyed." After these words were sent, Roger said, "Queen! Oh no! Your Majesty the Queen Bee! You said it very well. Tell your bees and let them witness this moment of destruction." "Thank you, Rogers." On the battlefield, the war continues. Langia shouted online, "This is a war between machines. Can you let my humans go? They are innocent." "I'm sorry," Roger said. "Let me tell you a classic saying from our Earthlings. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. When you shamelessly evaporate and massacre the bees and other human races, you should have thought of this result." "There's something I want to know. Do your human cockroaches believe in divine codes? Pray for the blessings of their gods." There was no suspense in the battle, and the ultrasonic waves were consumed faster and faster. Not long after, Langia was offline. Its flagship suffered a devastating blow, and the shield could not protect it. Its 100 million carrier-based aircraft were destroyed. It's completely exhausted, let alone protecting it. This is a crushing battle, just like a gun civilization destroying a stone civilization. Clean, crude and simple. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. The enemy flagship was destroyed. The command system was paralyzed, and all other units lost control and stopped counterattacking. It became easier to fight, even if they just used particle beams to shine on them. There was a cockroach ecological cabin inside the enemy's flagship. There were more than 300,000 cockroaches living in it. In this battle, the flagship was destroyed together with no one survived. The battle is over, and the battlefield begins to be cleaned. Chapter 809 Battle of Cockroach Star 4. The first battle of the Battle of Cockroach Star ended very easily, and without any suspense. Rogers proudly said online, "I said this kind of battle is just a joke." Lu Yi said, "Okay, shut up now. If you don't brag, will you die?" Rogers typed the word hey and said, "I'm sorry, boss. I got carried away again. I will definitely change it next time. I will definitely change it." The first battle was successful. In this battle, the Fifth Army achieved a brilliant victory at a very small cost of losing 2 million units. Okay, let's discuss now how to launch a general attack on Cockroach Star, Roger said. It's very simple. Just 5 legions pass by, Gil said. Don't be too rash. Compared to the enemy, we have a very surplus of troops. So to be on the safe side, it is better to fight a battle with surplus. So I suggest sending a legion. Sister, Roger said. Are you mistaken? That's 11 billion troops to fight against the Cockroach Star with only 500 million troops? 22:1. This is such a waste of resources. Brother, Gil said. This universe is infinitely vast, and the resources are inexhaustible. But we only have one life. When we use it up, it is really over. So for the sake of safety, this is not a bad idea, Louis said. I think what Jill said makes sense. Okay, Roger said. I obey. Very good, Louis said. After 10 years of preparation, it is finally time for us to launch a full-scale attack on Cockroach Re. We strive to win Cockroach Re in one fell swoop. Before we officially start the attack, we must conduct a comprehensive attack on Cockroach Re. Deployment. 20 legions need to establish 20 Misty strongholds. Once special circumstances occur, they can be transferred immediately. The 2 human races, bees and humans, must be properly resettled. I don't want them to suffer any harm. If without natural life, the existence of our machines would have no meaning. Life forms such as humans and Zerg are called natural life. As for machines, when they develop to the point where advanced AI possesses intelligence, they can also be regarded as having life. But this kind of life is called machine life. People like Louis and others uploaded their consciousness after death. So they have souls and lives. And AIs like Canine Fong, Split Fong, and Wolf Fong are pure machines. Machine beings without souls. This is why soulless machine life, like the cockroach machine, has no future. But Louis continued to deploy. We still have 16 consciousness bodies that have just been awakened. Your legions are all under construction and have not yet been established. So I would like to ask you to stay behind and protect the human race. If something happens, if it's dangerous, evacuate to Misty Land immediately, Gil asked. But boss, all our galaxies have space solidification technology, so they are not afraid of enemy wormholes, Louis said. The space solidification technology indicates that the star is the center and works within a maximum radius of 10 Australian dollars. If the enemy puts the wormhole at the edge of the solidification radius and then rushes into the system at a speed of 3x or more, it will pose as a threat to us. But with the Misty Land, if we can't defeat it, we can evacuate quickly. So it is very necessary to establish the Misty Land's ultimate point. Everyone agreed with Liu Yi's statement. These 16 late-stage consciousness bodies all accepted the order and said that they were awakened later. The legions were also in the early stages of being built, and the total strength was less than 100 million. Louis added, there are 20 organized legions. According to Gil's proposal, 10 legions are sent to attack Changri, and 10 legions are left as maneuvers, which can assist in defense or assist in the attack. Look at which 10 legions are coming to attack Cockroach Re. All 20 regiment commanders expressed their intention to participate in the battle. Louis screened and selected 10 of them, including himself. Giada said, Sir, this won't work. You are the commander-in-chief. You should sit in the rear, little sister. Louis said, I think that during the Halo battle, there was no rear. Wasn't I also in the war? Later in the infrasonic battle, I was also in the front. At that time, the magic sword and the enemy were equally powerful. Currently, we have more than 40 times the strength of the enemy, and we also have advanced wormhole technology and an ethereal retreat plan. Not only that, our top speed is 3.4x, while the enemy's is only 2.2x. This is a huge gap. So what else do we have to fear? But my lord, no need to say more. Little sister, it's settled. Louis interrupted her request, leaving no room for doubt. Through so many years of contact, he has long since given up his concerns about Giada. So he always calls her little sister. And Giada is indeed the oldest person in the magic sword. It's just that until now, Giada has been hiding from Louis whether she is a human or a pure AI. Lou thinks that she is relatively slow and loyal to him. So after a while, she doesn't bother to ask again. Louis added, Giada, if you stay in the rear, you will also be the commander-in-chief of the rear. Yes, sir. Stop shouting. Sir, Louis said, You should just do the same as the brothers and call me boss. This way I feel more cordial. Yes, boss. Gil, Ron, Rogers, Zixuan and others were all assigned to the list of expedition personnel. Everything was arranged, and Louis issued the attack order. Cockroach Sun, also known as Ross 128, is a red dwarf star. In its recent orbit, there is a habitable planet, which is the famous cockroach Saturn, or cockroach Earth for short. Like many other habitable planets in red dwarfs, Earth is tidally locked, with a permanent sun side, a permanent Ean side, and a permanent twilight line. Like all other tidally locked humans, the ancient cockroaches also lived on the dusk line. Such humans include butterflies and bee humans. In fact, this also led Demon Sword to discover a pattern. That is, these three human races living on a planet with tidal locking are all six-limbed systems, including cockroaches, bee people, and butterfly people. Therefore, Louis once doubted whether the six-limbed systems in this universe would have a common origin. It was just speculation without substantial evidence. Even the human races of these six-limbed systems did not know it themselves. After years of development, the cockroaches have entered the interstellar era. Due to their excessive reliance on artificial intelligence, the cockroaches have degenerated and no longer control the development of civilization. Instead, AI has taken over civilization. This is the current situation of the cockroach planet. The entire cockroach planet civilization is controlled by machines. Although the entire civilization was controlled by machines, the machines did not destroy their human race. On the contrary, they tried their best to protect them. After investigation, it was found that the cockroach star machine had a mechanism to protect the human race. So the cockroach star machine would protect their human race. Chapter 8-10 Battle of Cockroach Star 5. After tens of millions of years of evolution and tens of thousands of years of civilization, modern cockroaches have developed into the age of interstellar navigation. But they have also degenerated. The result of this degradation is that cockroaches no longer manage civilization, but let their AI do it. Management. So this is the cockroach star machine civilization. In the Sun system, in addition to Saturn, there are two gas planets, Sun 2 and Sun 3, both of which have many natural satellites. Therefore, although Sun is a red dwarf and does not have many planets, it is still quite rich in resources. Throughout the cockroach Sun system, from cockroach Earth to cockroach 3, there are 5 machine legions scattered, as well as large areas of cockroach settlements on cockroach Sunday. Of course, their settlements can only be found on the dawn and dusk lines. The Yongyang side is too hot, and the Yongin side is too cold. Only the dusk line is suitable for living. Liu Yi's strategic plan was to launch an attack of 10 legions with a huge force of 11 billion. This was also an unprecedented large group battle in the history of the Demon Sword. 10 legions. Each legion is divided into 16 war groups. Each part is led by an Archangel-class battleship. A total of 160 war groups. Each battle group has a basic combat strength of 69 million. The enemy's 5 legions plus a local settlement area are multiplied into 6 parts. Liu Yi's strategic intention is for each legion to deal with one of the 6 enemy parts. Each legion is divided into 16 battle groups to encircle and annihilate each enemy part. In this case, these 6 parts of the enemy will consume the 6 legions of the Demon Sword accordingly. And then, there will be 4 more legions. Each legion will be divided into 16 battle groups, for a total of 64 battle groups. These 64 battle groups will be reasonably assigned to 64 different locations within the cockroach Japanese clan to carry out strategic patrols and mobile preparations. This is also to prevent any fish from slipping through the net while carrying out strategic strikes against the cockroach Japanese clan. And this expedition must be done to catch them all. After everything was deployed, Louis issued an attack order. The 10 legions were deployed according to 160 battle groups, opening more than 600,000 stimulating wormholes, and all 11 billion troops were released into the area within 3 seconds. Cockroach Japanese. At this moment, the cockroach Sun system was as calm as ever. Suddenly, countless battleships and carrier-based aircraft suddenly appeared in the entire star system, attacking the cockroach Sun strongholds and machine legions scattered throughout the galaxy. A crazy attack. In this battle, Louis ignored everyone's objections and participated in it personally. Once the attack started, the Angel Group must stay online to collect and share various battlefield data to judge the next combat strategy. Once a full-scale attack on the cockroach Sun system was launched, we saw that in the cockroach Sun system, The various space and ground facilities of the Cockroach Star civilization were rapidly destroyed, consumed, and disintegrated, with beams and fireballs everywhere. The Cockroach Star civilization is heading towards extinction. Only 1 minute after the war started, Louis received a connection request from Cockroach Star. It turned out to be Fangya, the supreme commander of Cockroach Star's machine civilization. Undoubtedly, this Fang is also a supercomputer. As soon as he got online, Fangya asked, "Devil Sword, I know you are Demon Sword. Why are you attacking us? You have destroyed 3 of my machine civilizations. Do you still want to destroy our Cockroach Star civilization?" Louis typed online and said, "Did you see it? It already knows our details. But it's useless even if it knows. They can't run away." Rogers asked, "Boss, what are your instructions? Let Queen Wenjing come online and let her denounce the Cockroach Star machine." "Yes, boss." Wenjing was quickly called online. While she was scolding the Fangs, all the battle groups of the Demon Sword Expedition Army received various electromagnetic interferences of uneven strength. After becoming a machine civilization, Louis has done enough homework on electromagnetic interference, and has long overcome the difficulties that may be caused by electromagnetic interference. Therefore, Cockroach Star's electromagnetic interference has no effect on the Demon Sword. While Wenjing denounced Cockroach Star, Demon Sword did not stop attacking Cockroach Star. And just 5 minutes into the war, when the battle was about to come to an end, a wormhole suddenly appeared in the orbit of Saturn, about 8 million kilometers away from Saturn. Louis looked up the entire magic sword at that second level speed, and no one was launching wormholes at that time and place. So it was very likely that foreigners had joined. Nanosecond level analysis question: if a foreign race joins, and is known to have the ability to launch wormholes, it means that this foreign race will be a very strong civilization, which may be as powerful as the Demon Sword, or may not be as powerful as the Demon Sword. Up and down. It may be weaker than the Demon Sword, but the technological level will not be much weaker. And it may also be vastly different from the Demon Sword in terms of quantity. In short, various situations are possible. While the Cockroach Star battle was going on, Louis also kept Xuewu connected. He immediately asked Xuewu if they had put this wormhole in. But Blood Dance's communication speed is not at the nanosecond level, so you need to wait. While waiting, Louis issued an order. All the remaining troops of the expeditionary force rushed to the unknown wormhole. The legion closest to the star was Gil's 3rd Legion. "Gil, you stop fighting immediately. Let the surplus troops from other legions come to fill your gap. And then you immediately build a space to solidify." "It's my fault this time for being careless," Gil replied. "But to establish spatial solidification, there is not enough energy. Mobilize energy from the stronghold and establish spatial solidification quickly." "Yes, boss." Although the communication was at the nanosecond level, many flying units still flew out of the unknown wormhole at this time. Through calculations, it was known that it was a type of human warship that had never been seen before, mixed with a large number of carrier-based aircraft. These unknown units are all ship-based units, so Louis judged them to be human race. Only humans use ship systems. When his Legion commander was questioning, Louis decisively ordered, "All non-magic sword units, all carry out locked attacks, no matter who it is." The magic sword units near the wormhole quickly rushed over to attack, and the opponent also launched a counterattack. From the discovery of the wormhole to the start of the battle between the two sides, only 12 nanoseconds passed. Next, you can see wormholes appearing everywhere in the galaxy. Louis realized that he had encountered a strong enemy and ordered again. "Set out the army. All units attack non-our units with all their strength. And at the same time, do your best to protect the flagship. I don't want anyone to sacrifice." Each flagship has a consciousness supercomputer. If the flagship is destroyed, the host computer will be destroyed, and the consciousness stationed in the host computer, that is, the commanders of each legion, will be sacrificed. That's why Louis said this. From behind, Giada asked, "Boss, do you need our support?" Louis replied decisively, "No need. You are in the rear. Protect our humans and resources." Chapter 8:11 Battle of Cockroach Star 6. Third-party forces continued to join the battlefield through wormholes, and immediately started a fierce battle with the magic sword. And this third-party force is the human race. As for what kind of human race it is not yet known. But it is definitely not human. Once they get involved, Louis can immediately feel how powerful the other party is, and its technology may be even higher than that of Chengdu himself. so he cannot be a love rival. After this third-party force came over, it only attacked the demon sword and not the cockroach star. The demon sword didn't care and beat anyone it saw. As a result, it was counterattacked by both parties. Fortunately, the cockroach star was weak and could not pose a threat. As long as it used its full strength, just deal with this third method force. Once the battle begins, the units of the three parties are consumed rapidly, and the units of the demon sword are also consumed rapidly. Moreover, the enemy's wormholes are constantly emerging, and the opponent's units are constantly being teleported over. Louis became anxious and asked, "Jill, when will the space be solidified and established?" "Boss, it will take at least another hour." "An hour? Damn it," Louis said in a hurry. "If it had been an hour, the battle would have been over long ago. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. All 5 of your legions come over quickly to support Gil. The purpose is to focus on building space to solidify, and only launch a counterattack when encountering resistance. Otherwise, leave it alone, and you are limited to finish it within 10 minutes. Enemies were constantly being teleported over, and calculations showed that in just 3 minutes, the enemy had already deployed 3 billion troops. If this continues, Demon Sword will suffer heavy losses. Can Louis not be anxious? Seeing that the magic sword was about to be exhausted, Lung Yen came online and said, "Louis, they are the Holy Light. Damn it, they are really in a hurry. Since we are allies and I am the leader," Lung Yen said, "you can't ignore me. I will send 10 insect swarms over right away, and another 10 insect swarms to damage the star." The Wound Star is also the Ray Star, a twin galaxy, and the home of the Holy Light. It has space to solidify. Therefore, if the 10 stunning insect swarms pass by, they can only place the units $10 away from the star, and then fly towards the star system, flying within. Driven by the magic sword, Shuo's current maximum speed has exceeded 3x. As for why the demonic sword is 0.4x faster than the blood dance, that's because the disc system has a 0.2x bonus, as well as the light bug's 0.2x bonus. Louis breathed a sigh of relief at being able to get the support of Shui Wu, and said, "You must also pay attention to safety. This Holy Light man is still joking, so you must protect yourself." "I know," Lun Yin said. "My blood blade will be heavily wrapped by the swarm of insects. Once it doesn't work anymore, it will immediately open a wormhole to escape. I'm coming over now. You can do this to your units." Lower the recognition settings. The recognition has been set up. You can come over. Soon, more wormholes appeared in the galaxy again, but this time they were dropped by Blood Dance, and large numbers of worms were dragged through the wormholes. Since the identification is performed in advance, there will be no accidental injuries between the Zerg and the machine. Once the Zerg joined, the Demon Sword immediately reduced a lot of pressure and joined forces with the Zerg to launch a fierce counterattack against the Holy Light fleet. And just when the amount of Holy Light released reached 10 billion, the delivery suddenly stopped. Lung Yen said 10 insect swarms, which is 10 billion units, plus 11 billion units of the 10 legions of the Demon Sword, and 5 legions of 6.6 billion reinforcements midway. Therefore, the total number of insect swarms stirred up is 27.6 billion, which is an overwhelming advantage compared to Holy Light in terms of quantity. However, Holy Light's 10 billion comprehensive combat power is still higher than that of Demon Sword Blood Dance's star. Allied forces. Online Giada said, "Boss, let me come over." "No need," Louis said. "We are all machines. Only equipment is damaged. Not life is lost. You must protect our own human race in the rear." "Lun Yin, I just want to hurt you. Every unit of yours is a life." Lun Yin smiled and said, "You may not quite understand the characteristics of our Zerg, except for the Locust and the Blood Blade. Every other Zerg unit is a life without consciousness. When fighting, they can be sacrificed without any scruples. So you don't have to worry about me. Okay, let's think about how to get rid of all the Holy Light here," Louis said. "So we are spending them here. After all, they are all humans. When humans go to war, what they don't like to see the most is sacrifice." Lun Yin said, "I sent 10 insect swarms to Wound Star to harass, so they don't continue to send troops here now." "Shanxing?" Louis said. "Sadness is solidified in space. You can't go too deep, otherwise you won't be able to escape." "Don't worry, Louis," Lun Yin said with a smile. "I sent the insect swarm there just for its deterrent effect. At the same time, the situation of the Wounding Star battlefield was also reported back. As expected, the 10 past insect swarms were only wandering on the edge of the solidified area of the Wounding Star space and did not dare to break into it. Once they entered, they would not be able to create a wormhole to come out. In the Japanese battlefield, compared to the Holy Light, the battle damage consumption rate of the Covenant Alliance is 5:1, which means that out of 5 Covenant units, the Holy Light only consumed 1. The strength of both sides is 276:100. So if this rate continues, it will not take long for the coalition forces to be exhausted. Since Leng Yen is the leader of the alliance, this battle was originally only about the Demon Sword. But due to the sudden addition of Holy Light, it was not just about the Demon Sword itself, but the entire alliance. So Xuewu joined in at the right time. Since Xuewu participated in the battle, it was natural for Leng Yen to become the commander-in-chief of this battle. Since she is the commander-in-chief, she must obey her orders regarding overall strategic deployment and tactics. Louis, we can't continue like this. The consumption rate of both of us is too high. Although they are human beings, you can see that they don't care about their losses at all, Louis said. It seems that their carrier-based aircraft are all remotely controlled drones. If this is the case, then we should not fight with their drones and attack their warships with all our strength. I don't believe it. The battleships are all unmanned. Leng Yen also agreed. In this case, she immediately changed her strategy, and all units of the Insect Machine Coalition attacked the enemy's warship with all their strength. As a result, the enemy's drones began to defend with all their strength to protect their warships. But even so, the insect drones, Zerg Plus machine, still did not change their decline. Leng Yen said, Louis, this is not the way to go. I will rush the insect swarm into the enemy's nest over there. This can achieve the effect of surrounding Wei and rescuing Zhao. No, that would be too dangerous. Those 10 swarms of insects of yours will be wounded and killed. Wait a minute. Chapter 8:12 Battle of Cockroach Star 7. The Battle of Cockroach Star has been upgraded from the Demon Sword vs. Cockroach Star to the Star Alliance vs. Cockroach Star plus Light Alliance. The Star Alliance naturally refers to the Star Alliance united by the Demon Sword and the Blood Dance, referred to as the Star Alliance, while the Light Alliance is an alliance dominated by the Holy Light civilization that forcibly recruits hundreds of civilizations within a diameter of 100 light years. And its name is Light. Interstellar Alliance, referred to as the Light Alliance. So this eventually evolved into an alliance war between the Star Alliance and the Light Alliance. In fact, it was said to be light, but in fact the main force was the Holy Light. The Covenant has an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but its combat power is obviously no match for the Holy Light, and it is being rapidly consumed at a ratio of 5:1. The first battlefield is in the Cockroach Sun system, and the second battlefield is in the Ray A galaxy, which is what Leng Yen calls the Hurt Star. Seeing that the coalition forces were being rapidly consumed, Leng Yen wanted to let the insect swarm in the second battlefield rush into the inner perimeter of Wounding Star, and wanted to reduce the pressure on the coalition forces in the first battlefield by attacking in the east and west. However, Louis saw clearly the essence of the war situation, and Leng Yan's move to surround Wei and save Zhao was not effective. The enemy is the super-civilized Holy Light. Since they dare to send such a powerful number to attack the coalition forces, they will never leave their nest empty. The clues can be seen from the situation on the battlefield. When the cold insect swarm arrived at the Wounded Star on the second battlefield, Holy Light did not return reinforcements, but stopped increasing troops on the first battlefield. This shows that they have no control over these two. Have confidence in every battlefield. Therefore, Leng Yen cannot advance in the second battlefield at this time, which is equivalent to letting herself fall into a quagmire, and it will be difficult to pull out by then. Louis sent his thoughts to Leng Yen by typing them, and just when Leng Yen couldn't make up her mind, Jill suddenly sent a message saying, "The boss space solidification has been built." "What's the diameter?" Louis asked. $10 Australian. Great. Now it's our turn to play. Leng Yen, you can withdraw all the insect swarms from Shangxing. How's it going? Leng Yen asked curiously. The space is frozen, Louis said. This is my quagmire. It's time to let the Holy Light step in. Then he sent his strategic plan to Leng Yen by typing, and Leng Yen immediately replied, "That's good of you. Just do as you say." Louis began to issue instructions. Withdraw all the 1st to 10th legions and choose their own misty places to retreat. Small units that are too late to withdraw should not withdraw and continue to fight where they are. The commanders of the legions all expressed doubts, and did not understand what they meant. Louis ignored it, and continued to issue the order. All the 11th to 20th legions were sent to the Japanese system through wormholes to find targets and attack freely. Following the order, the first 10 legions that had been severely damaged in the battle began to evacuate. And the last 10 legions were also divided into 160 battle groups and joined the battlefield one after another. It turns out that Louis adopted round tactics. After turning on space solidification, the magic sword can move freely to and from the solar system through wormhole transmission. But Holy Light cannot. They cannot build wormholes, and can only wander around in the galaxy and break out towards the periphery. I've set up the spatial solidification to be transparent to the blood dance, Gil said. The so-called transparency means that blood dance can also enter and exit the Japanese system at will. As a result, the balance of the war quickly tilted in the direction of the coalition forces. Louis is now adopting not only round tactics, but also a combination of round tactics plus mobile warfare. After the first 10 legions withdrew, and the last 10 legions joined, this formed the second wave. The second wave sent the latter 10 legions as the main force. The first 10 legions withdrew from the battlefield and retreated to the Misty Land, quickly carrying out maintenance and repairs, hoping to be photographed in the next wave. And this second wave of legion groups did not just fight or not run away, but carried out activities to harass them. For example, after the coalition forces surrounding a certain enemy camp suddenly evacuated, before they could react, a second wave of legions suddenly teleported over through the wormhole. Once they joined the battlefield, the second wave of coalition forces was irradiated with particle beams. When the enemy counterattacked, the coalition forces did not fight with it at all, but immediately opened the wormhole and teleported away. It's just that they didn't teleport outside the battlefield, but to other parts of the battlefield, around another group of enemies. Therefore, in the entire first battlefield of the Japanese system, you can constantly see the strength of the coalition forces flashing around the Holy Light fleet. It can be seen that Holy Light has been troubled. As for the cockroach stars, cockroaches and machines, they were already beaten to death in this battle, so there is nothing to worry about. As for how space solidification is formed, you must first create a device very close to the star for Zerg. It will be a space plant of at least the Azure Dragon level. This device absorbs star energy and stimulates space solidification. Since the solidification of space requires a huge energy input, a network of Dyson sphere fragments needs to be built near the star. As for what Dyson sphere fragments are, I have already mentioned them before, so I won't go into details here. Space solidification is also referred to as empty town, which means to suppress wormholes. When an empty town is established, billions of quantum wormholes will be scattered throughout the star system. Such quantum wormholes cannot transmit matter, but they can construct the empty town and transmit the energy required to build the empty town. The equipment near the star is equivalent to the air town server. So the moment the air town is opened, the entire area involved in the air town will take effect immediately, and the opening and release of unrecognized wormholes can be organized immediately. There is a delay, but at this moment, in the Cockroach Sun system, the Holy Light Fleet group is divided into two parts. One part is escaping outside the system, and the other part is advancing towards the inside. It is obvious that the purpose of advancing towards the inside is nothing more than to destroy the space solidification equipment. Once the equipment is destroyed, the advantage of the coalition forces will not exist. So protect the equipment, and don't let enemies destroy it. Everyone on the line was also very anxious. But Louis was not in a hurry and said, "It is better to follow the usual practice of harassing it and sending it away, and constantly using wormhole teleportation to harass it." Sure enough, this move is very effective. The enemy will suffer huge losses if they don't take a step forward. Their units continue to explode and annihilate in space. But at this time, Xing Wang suddenly asked for a connection. After Louis and Leng Yan exchanged opinions, they decided to accept his connection. The connection was established, and the Holy Light Man appeared on the screen. And the appearance of the Holy Light Man really shocked Louis and the other commanders of the Demon Sword, because the appearance of this Holy Light Man is actually an octopus. Before Octopus could speak, Louis cursed. "What the H.L.?" Chapter 813 Battle of Cockroach Star 8. Shuewu has dealt with Holy Light people for a long time, so they know what kind of virtues Holy Light people have. Therefore, when Holy Light people come online, Leng Yan will not panic, but instead gives Louis, who has rich experience in the universe, really shocked. "I just say that it looks like an octopus because it has a lot of claws. I don't know if they are claws, so I can only think that they are claws for the time being. Or tentacles. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to call it a tentacle monster. And since this holy light man is indeed not an octopus, it is quite close to call it a tentacle monster. But they are indeed a human race. So they cannot be called weird yet. But compared to humans, what is the difference between that and weird? But Louis was shocked and couldn't help but curse. What the hell? This sentence was sent in real time. Holy Light had the language compiler of the demon sword, so he could understand it immediately. I saw this tentacle monster jumping on the screen. I don't know if he was angry and shouted, "What did you say? I am the great holy light man. War is war. Why do you curse people when you say it? Too bad quality." Louis couldn't help but feel funny. But he is a machine and does not have a fixed appearance. Otherwise he would be laughing now. But he still simulated a laughing expression and said, "Oh Nima, what the hell? I'm scolding you. Are you here to make fun of me? It's a pity that scolding people can't kill people. Otherwise, I would have to scold you to death." I said, "You don't know what the L is on the other side. What are you going to do with the connection? If you have something to say, just say it. And if you have something to say, just let it go. How can this be unreasonable?" While talking on the phone, Louis asked the attack to continue without stopping. And it was still carried out according to the established policy, and could not be changed. Leng Yan also expressed her admiration for this new way of fighting. So even as the leader of the alliance, she expressed her willingness to obey orders. According to this combat method, the Holy Light fleet participating in the battle was almost stunned. They wanted to break into the star near the star to destroy the air town equipment. But they were constantly harassed by the coalition battle groups through wormhole transmission. The loss comparison between the two sides slowly began to equalize. Louis said, "We are gradually starting to equalize. But this is not enough. Sister Leng Yan, I will tell you my next battle plan. You can see it is feasible." After that, he sent his next battle strategy to Leng Yan via text, and let her read it alone. In doing so, he respected her as the leader of the alliance. After a while, Leng Yan said, "Louis, it's absolutely okay to do this. Okay, let's follow this plan," Louis said, and sent the complete combat plan in text to every Legion commander and Blood Blade of the entire coalition for viewing. Because this plan seemed simple but complicated to express, Louis Hui typed a long paragraph in text for all the commanders online, Legion Commander and Blood Blade Queen, to read. Due to the opening of Kungshan, space solidification, within the cockroach system, only the Demon Sword and Blood Dance can open and release wormholes at will. But the Holy Light and its members of the Light Alliance, as well as the Cockroach Star Civilization, they cannot open and launch wormholes. Since wormholes can teleport your own units, they can also teleport enemy units. Therefore, Lu Yi's plan was prepared for the enemy. First, several areas are set up in the galaxy, which are called paddocks or hunting grounds. But Demon Sword prefers to call them slaughterhouses. It is said that a total of 128 paddock areas will be set up. These 128 paddock areas are temporarily open areas. After they are set up, 128 battle groups or scattered groups will be immediately dispatched to take charge. The so-called scattered swarm is an insect swarm composed of several insect beasts and corresponding soldier insects. It is not large enough for a basic group. Just like the battle group of the Demon Sword is only a component of a legion. Whether it is a battle group or a scattered swarm, there must be several units between them that can activate the ability to open wormholes. In Demon Sword, basically every battleship has this ability. But in Blood Dance, every unit from insect beast to soldier insects has this ability. But the bigger it is, the bigger the wormhole it opens will be, the longer they exist, and vice versa for smaller ones. After everything is arranged, the coalition forces fighting the Holy Light fleet in various places in the cockroach system began to launch wormholes in the direction of the enemy's flight, dropping the enemy troops into the paddock, and then let the coalition forces ambushing around the paddock to surround them, annihilate it. In this case, those enemy forces who want to rush into the inner siege to destroy the air town equipment will fail, because before it reaches its destination, it will not be transported by the coalition forces through the wormhole to paddocks around the system. There are also enemies that are escaping in the direction outside the system. Even if the coalition forces cannot catch up, they will still be teleported away by the wormhole. You must know that no matter what form of wormhole it is, it has the function of two-way transmission. So you only need to open the wormhole at the paddock and place the target end of the wormhole in front of the escaping enemy. In that case, the escaping enemy the army will also not be teleported to the paddock. Therefore, once this plan is implemented, the enemy will not be able to rush to the air defense equipment, nor will they be able to escape from the galaxy. The plan came out and was immediately implemented. It didn't take long for the resistance to be completely overwhelmed, and the coalition forces were randomly traveling around the star system. Zheng Huan was fighting with the coalition forces 1 second, and was inexplicably teleported away the next second, since wormhole teleportation needs to be turned on continuously. A large amount of energy needs to be consumed, which again requires the use of wheel tactics. That is, units that have been severely damaged and have insufficient energy must immediately withdraw from the battlefield through wormhole teleportation. For these units that withdraw from the battlefield, they must immediately go to the system where they were based for maintenance and energy replenishment. Louis said, "We are going to use this method to fight with him, even if I grind him to death." Octopus came online again and roared, "Shameless! Shameless! So shameless! Can you fight well?" Louis smiled and said, "Hey, I'm talking about that tentacle monster opposite. If you can talk to me properly, I can have a good fight with you." The tentacle monster said, "You? Okay. Okay. Let's have a good talk. Can we have a temporary ceasefire? Negotiation is possible," Louis said, "but I'm afraid you'll run away. So I can only fight and run. Hey, what are you worried about? Your unit is consuming. Isn't my unit also consuming? Okay. What do you want from me?" The other party calmed down a little and said. Louis asked calmly, "Tell me your name first." Chapter 814 Battle of Cockroach Star 9. The enemy had gone from being arrogant with an absolute advantage in combat power at the beginning to being beaten everywhere, and was no longer arrogant. They were almost stunned. At the critical moment, they connected with the Star Alliance forces again, asked for negotiation. Now that the coalition forces are sure of victory, Louis took his time, and after soliciting Leng Yan's opinion, he said, "Then, tell me your name first." "What?" asked the enemy leader. During the negotiation between the two armies, Louis Tsai didn't care about the diplomatic rhetoric or the various swear words and slang. He used them as he pleased and cursed. "Are you so hacking awake? When the two armies were fighting, they didn't even exchange names. They just buried their heads in death. Knock? Is there any way to kill it like this? I understand. You think we are more difficult to deal with, so you think of negotiating with us. Right." Louis did not send this sentence through text in the way of a machine, but slowly said it like a human speaking. The enemy general didn't say much nonsense and said directly, "My name is Chika Xiaozi." "I am?" Louis interrupted him before he finished speaking and asked, "Hey, wait a minute. What did you say your name was?" Although we are communicating with the opponent online, the harassment is still going on, and whether it is the machine or the Zerg, they have slowly gained experience and are becoming more and more proficient. The speed of our own battle losses is decreasing geometrically. However, the enemy's consumption speed continues to be amplified. "My name is Chika Xiaozi." Louis laughed. "Uh-huh. You are too funny. Aren't you? 7 little ducks? Why the H? Oh, didn't you call 8 big fat geese? Isn't this too funny?" Leng Yan sent a private message. "Brother, can you be more serious?" Louis quickly typed, "I'm sorry. Sister, I will control myself." While typing here, Chike roared over there, "I am not 7 little ducks. I am Chike imitating Zizi." "Okay, Chike," Louis said seriously, "why are you connecting with us at this time?" "Oh wait, since we share names, let me tell you who we are." "Right. We are the Star Sea Alliance, or Star Alliance for short. It is similar in nature to your Light Alliance, but there are differences. Our Star Alliance is composed of 2 main civilizations, and there are thousands of sub-civilizations below. Of the 2 major civilizations, one is the Demon Sword, and the leader is called the Archangel. It is me, and my name is Louis. There is another main civilization called Blood Dance, and its leader is called the Blood Blade Queen. She is." Louis motioned to Leng Yan to speak. Leng Yan already understood Louis's intention, which was to delay time on purpose. "Negotiation? Well, I'll talk to you, but I'm going to beat you until you're almost disabled, and it's too early to talk to you formally." However, Leng Yan displayed her image online, facing the tentacle monster, Chike, and said, "My name is Leng Yan, and I am the commander of Blood Dance." "Leng Yan?" Chike's tone seemed surprised. "Are you human?" Was? You are a Zerg. Chaik was really surprised this time. Lun Yen sneered and said, The Zerg in the sky are fighting with you. And you suddenly said that I am a Zerg. Don't you think what you said is very interesting? Chaik said, The Zerg race uses humans as hosts to parasitize. That's why I'm so surprised. Let's not talk about this anymore. Which of you is the leader? I want to negotiate with him and request a ceasefire. Lun Yen said, I am the leader of the alliance. But I negotiate with Lu Yi to command this battle. Lu Yi, I think you are quite capable. So you can negotiate with him. No problem, Lu Yi said. Then, let me do it. Little Duck. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Mr. Chaik. Right. Are you the commander-in-chief of your army? Mr. Lu Yi, Chaik said. Can we cease the fire first? Once the fire breaks out, we can have a good talk. Okay. Lu Yi didn't answer and asked. So, Mr. Chaik, are you the commander-in-chief of your army? Yes, I am. Can you cease fire first? Mr. Chaik, has your commander-in-chief of the Holy Light arrived? He stayed at home and did not come. He sent me to lead the army. Well, okay. Have you applied to your commander-in-chief? Can you take the initiative in negotiating? I think you should let your commander-in-chief come online to talk to me. I think you should have quantum communication technology, right? If there is no such thing as who, then your Karl level 1.75 will be in vain. The Kardashev civilization classification method, or the Karl class for short, was set by the people on Earth. Chaik must not have known that he was a holy light person. So when Lu Yi said this, he was confused. However, as the holy light of a super civilization, it can even use wormholes and empty towns. So quantum clearance is definitely not a problem. However, Chaik still said, Let's cease fire first. Okay. After the ceasefire, I will apply for our general commander. No, Lu Yi said. I'm afraid you'll run away. You've come all the way here. So why don't I treat you well? You can apply now. When can we officially start negotiations? It's not too late for us to stop the war. Shameless. Chaik couldn't help but curse. Full of no faith. Oh, Nima. Lu Yi swore again. Do you want to talk anymore? If you don't want to talk, let's stop being so rude. If you want to talk, please notify your commander-in-chief to come online. Chaik stopped talking and was urgently connecting to the commander-in-chief of the Holy Light. The commanders of the various armies within the Demon Sword were exchanging information at nanosecond speeds. Roger said, Boss, you are my idol. Only you can command such an epic interstellar war. Okay, Rogers, Lu Yi said. You are an unruly guy. Flattering is not your style. I'm not flattering. I'm telling the truth. If I were the commander-in-chief, I might follow your style. But I would never be as thorough as you. My style? Lu Yi typed out the word haha. Is it a gangster style? Neither, Gil said. There are no gentlemen and hooligans in war. If you are a gentleman, then don't fight. On the contrary, I quite agree with the boss's style. There is no need to be polite to the enemy. Lu Yi pretended to be pitiful. But Chaik said I have no quality. Gil also typed the word haha and said, Boss, you don't care about anything else. You can't care what the enemy says. Lu Yi said, Yes, I only care about you. But we support you very much. The humans in the sub-civilization also respect you very much. And our ally Blood Dance also respects you very much. Isn't this enough? Well, if you say so, I feel much more comfortable. Everyone communicated in nanoseconds. And after talking a lot, we waited for Holy Light's reply. In fact, it only took 5 minutes. And the Commander-in-Chief of Holy Light Civilization finally came online. Chapter 815 Interstellar Negotiation 1. The Commander-in-Chief of the Super Civilization Holy Light, Dai Bakar, finally came online. As soon as he came online, he shouted, Lu Yi, listen to me and stop your further dangerous behavior quickly. Otherwise, I will definitely dispatch all my troops to eliminate you. Lun Yen said, And I am Blood Dance. Blood Dance? Okay. Your magic sword and Blood Dance combined are not enough for my holy light. Lu Yi replied, Such a fraud? Come on then. Why bother with me? Let me see. Your participation in the Japanese war has gone from 10 billion units at the beginning to only 3 billion now. Yes, this is only the number of carrier-based aircraft. Many of your warships were also destroyed in this battle. As far as I know, your holy light belongs to the human race. Right? If the human race joins a war, There will be casualties. 7 billion of your carrier-based aircraft have been destroyed. I don't think there is a holy light person in every carrier-based aircraft. Right. Probably not. I don't think so. 7 billion people died in the battle. I think no matter how large your population is, it will be difficult for you to sustain such a huge loss. So I guess your carrier-based aircraft should all be drones. But even drones should be remotely controlled by people. Okay. Let's not mention these for now. Louis. Are you done? Ceasefire. Dyveke shouted. Louis ignored him completely and said to himself, let's talk about your battleships. I made a rough calculation and found that there are at least 10,000 battleships of all levels. Then I estimate that if all your carrier-based aircraft are unmanned, in terms of aircraft, excluding the number of pilots, the entire fleet you participate in the war should have at least 10 million people on these battleships. And now that the war is going on, you have lost 70% of your troops. So if I guess correctly, you have killed 7 million people. There are still 3 million people left. Am I right? Since there are only 3 million people left, why do you care? Just let me wipe them all out. Anyway, after the war is over, I will withdraw from the cockroach Japanese system, and you won't be able to find me anywhere. Stop talking. Can we cease fire first? No problem, Louis said. Since the commander-in-chief has come forward, if I don't say ceasefire, it will be too disrespectful to you. What do you think? Leng Yan? Just do what you say, Leng Yan said. She had commanded the Battle of Fallout and won a great victory. But the current enemy was completely different from the tall LS of Fallout. She had no clue now. So it's better to just let Louis take charge. Louis said. Okay, Lord Dyveke. Order all your units in the Cockroach Sun system to assemble on Cockroach 2 Star. Otherwise, I will not cease fire and give you a minute to think. Dyveke was also helpless and said, okay, it's up to you. I have already issued an order to Commander-in-Chief Chaik. Through quantum reconnaissance, we can see that all enemy units are indeed gathering towards Cockroach 2, including those who want to escape from the Cockroach Japanese system, and those who want to go to the inner perimeter to destroy the air town equipment. Very good, Louis said. Then let's cease fire from this moment on. An agreement was reached, and indeed both sides ceased fire. Although there was a ceasefire, the units of the Demon Sword and the Blood Dance followed, and they all gathered in the direction of Cockroach 2. Dyveke said. Tell me, what do you want? Louis said. Can you give me 5 minutes? I want to ask the Alliance leader for instructions. Dyveke questioned. Aren't you the commander-in-chief? So what's the problem? Don't we have a ceasefire? Louis and his Robot Angel group, as well as Leng Yan and her Blood Blade group. A total of more than 70 people from both sides were connected to discuss the next matter. Leng Yan asked. Louis, I think you are confident. What are your plans? Sister, Louis said. You were originally the leader of the Alliance, but I stole your limelight today. I'm a little embarrassed. What does this mean? Leng Yan said. We are an alliance now, for the common interests. If you have a good strategy, then I will listen to you. Then tell me your plan. Well, okay, Louis said. Everyone. Because there are not only many conscious bodies of the machine, but also Blood Dance's Blood Blade on the line. So he can't explain it at a nanosecond speed, and can only explain it at the speed of Blood Dance. We can't give in when the Holy Light invades, Louis said. Since he wants to reconcile, why should we kill him severely? Let them take all their ships and carrier-based aircraft. Leave it here, and then send it back. Then he roughly explained his plan. And Leng Yan asked, Is this possible? What's wrong? Louis asked. We have to be arrogant. We are all descendants of the Great Earth civilization. In this universe, we cannot give in. We must be the strongest. Then others were asked to speak. And Shui Wu Yinling said, I think this is okay for you. The Archangel. We will have to find ways to eliminate the Holy Light in the future. And we can't let them be so easy. The results of the discussion ranged from hardliners to moderates. But in the end, they all agreed to Lu Yi's proposal. Leng Yan said, Okay, you will be the one to negotiate with them later. The 5-minute exchange ended, and the negotiation officially began. The representative of the Star Alliance is the Demon Sword Archangel Lu Yi, and the representative of the Light Alliance is Dyveke, the commander-in-chief of the Holy Light Civilization. Dyveke said, Louis, what do you want to do to end this dispute? Louis said, Both of us have ceased fire now, so you don't have to worry. And I don't have to worry. We can talk slowly, What do you think? Okay. Louis. Tell me. What do you want? Louis said. Dibaka. Right. Before we start the formal negotiations, I have a question that I don't understand and I would like to ask for advice. You say, I'm here to fight Cockroach Star. Why do you, Holy Light, join the battle to help Cockroach Star? Dibaka said. We have already reached an agreement with the Cockroach Star civilization before. They are willing to join our Light Star Alliance. So since it wants to join our Light Alliance, it will become a member civilization of our Light Alliance. Since it is a member civilization of our Light Alliance, it is in danger. Do you think I should help it? I see. Then I understand. Louis said. Then why do you want to fight cockroaches? Dibaka asked. Because the Cockroach Star's gyrowave machine civilization killed 940 million B citizens on the B Star. And the B Star civilization is a sub-civilization of my Demon Sword civilization. The reason is as simple as yours. It's the same as what you said. The sub-civilization under my banner Wenming has been bullied. Do you think I should help her take revenge? Okay. Both of us are reasonable. So will you let my fleet leave Cockroach Day? That won't work. Dibaka shouted. No. Louis. Our misunderstanding has been resolved. Why don't you let my people go? Chapter 816 Interstellar Negotiation 2. Dibaka wanted Louis to release him. His reason was that now that the misunderstanding between the two parties had been resolved, it was time to release him. Louis refused. Dibaka shouted. No. Louis. Our misunderstanding has been resolved. Why don't you let my people go? Don't worry, Mr. Dibaka. I will release all of your people without leaving behind. But not now, because I have a few things to do, and they must be completed before I can release them. What do you want to do? I have made a preliminary estimate that there are about 3,000 warships of all levels stranded in the Japanese system. I will send armed robots to board these warships. Boarding? Dibaka asked in surprise. Why? Why do you want to board the ship? Of course it's useful, Louis said. But please don't worry. I will never hurt your people. I need to know how many tentacle monsters are on your battleship. Oh no. How many holy light people are there? Why do you want to know this? We have ceased war now. And you should release my people. I said I would release your people, Louis said. But I need to make statistics on the survivors on your battleship. Dibaka. You have to understand that in this battle, you sent troops. Inexplicably, the cockroach Japanese system has caused huge damage to our side. He is so cold. Shouldn't I check how many of you are still alive? I want to know whether it is your holy light that has suffered the greater loss, or our Covenant Alliance's loss. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my compatriots, who are unlikely to die. I'll give you half an hour to think about it. If you don't give me an answer after the time has passed, I will regard you as stalling for time. In that case, I'm sorry. I will destroy all your fleets stranded in the Japanese system at all costs. You are so unreasonable. You were fine just now. How can you fall out so easily? Dibaka shouted. You are so cold. Do you still want Billion? Louis started to scold again. Who is on good terms with you? If I give you a good look, you will start to get sick. Hurry up and make a decision. You still have 29 minutes. Dibaka then fell silent. Only Ling Yan knew why Louis did this. The other consciousness bodies and the blood blade didn't know what medicine he sold in the gourd. And it was difficult to guess before making a war decision. It didn't take half an hour. Dibaka went online again and said, Okay, Louis, I agree to your request. You can send your personnel to investigate. Louis smiled and said, Isn't that right? It would have been better if we had done this earlier to save the unpleasantness. But they are not people. They are robots. Everyone here is very busy, and no one has time to come over. Okay, the warship maintains a ceasefire. I will send personnel there. The Demon Sword released 300 million aircraft to head towards the enemy's fleet. After several generations of improvements and updates, the Magic Sword's carrier-based aircraft has developed to the latest generation. And the latest generation of carrier-based aircraft is multi-purpose. First of all, it consists of two parts, the limb robot and the flying saucer crown. The robot is 1.6 meters tall, and its back is connected to the concave flying saucer. During flight and Star Wars, the robot was embedded in this concave flying saucer. When it needs to fight on land or walk, the concave flying saucer on the back of the robot will shrink into 6 flying wings, making the robot look like a seraph. This is why Louis was inspired by the appearance of Seraph and designed a 2-in-1 robot carrier-based aircraft, which he called Carrier-Based Aircraft. or short. Therefore, the carrier aircraft is both a carrier-based aircraft and an armed robot. When used as a carrier-based aircraft, it can fly in high-speed rotation. And when used as an armed robot, it can conduct landing operations. The current 300 million aircraft first flew to the enemy ship in the shape of a carrier aircraft, docked with the airlock, and then transformed into robots and entered the warship. The robot does not need to breathe air, so when it enters the battleship, it does not need to consider the composition of the opponent's atmosphere. 300 million carrier aircraft are divided into 3,000 groups, with an average of 100,000 aircraft per group, which corresponds to 3,000 enemy ships. Larger battleships will be allocated more carrier aircraft, whereas smaller ones will be allocated fewer aircraft. Quantity. After transforming into robots, these carrier aircraft entered the interior of the battleship from multiple airlocks on each battleship. Some of them had no time to enter and walk back and forth on the surface of the battleship. The Holy Light Fleet was in chaos. Chaik, the commander of the Holy Light Fleet, roared, "Louis, you are so shameful. Please respect us." "Okay, shut up, you damn fool," Louis scolded. "Your commander-in-chief, Dai Baka, is here. It's not your turn yet." Chaik shut up, and Daibaka said, "Chaik is right. Louis, how can you behave like this?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Daibaka," Louis said. "I must do my best to ensure the safety of my magic sword and ally Shui Wu. How can I do this without investigating your battleship? By the way, this is just a preliminary inspection of my magic sword. There will be a biological inspection team sent by Blood Dance later." "What? What did you say?" Daibaka shouted. "What kind of biological group? What are you going to do?" "We'll find out later," Louis said easily. Sure enough, after a while, a large number of soldiers and insects flew towards the enemy fleet. Daibaka on the line shouted again. "What on earth are you going to do? Why are so many bugs flying over? Are you trying to kill me?" Louis said. "Daibaka, let me tell you again. I said it from the beginning. Now that we have peace talks, I will never hurt your people, and I will put them back in the end. But in order to protect the safety of our demonic sword and Blood Dance alliance, your fleet must be inspected. I hope your crew members will stay rational, cooperate with the inspection, and do not take excessive actions. Otherwise, I will not be responsible for the consequences of." Through the intelligence feedback sent back from the front, the robots that entered the enemy ship began to patrol around. You can see the inside of the battleship, and there are these octopus-like holy light people everywhere, either walking or standing. Because the species are so different, it is hard to tell whether they are surprised or have other expressions. But the insect swarms that passed behind did not go in, but attached to the outer L of the battleship one by one. Louis said to Daibaka, "Now we have to start the second step, taking over the systems of all battleships." "What did you say?" Daibaka asked in shock. "Are you going to take over the computer system of my battleship?" "Of course. In this battle, I will fight the victor, and you will fight the loser. As spoils of war, your warships will of course be taken over by us. As for the prisoners of war, I am not interested. I will return them all. As long as your people cooperate and don't mess around, I can ensure that all of them can go home safely." Chapter 8:17 Full takeover of 3,000 battleships and loot. It was only then that Liu Yi's intention was truly revealed. It turned out that he wanted the enemy's warship. However, his request is not too much. The battle between the Alliance of Light, headed by the Holy Light Civilization, and the Interstellar Alliance, united by the Demon Sword and Blood Dance, ended with the victory of the Star Alliance and the defeat of the Light Alliance. Since he is the victor, he must of course demand his spoils. Otherwise, there is no way to defeat the enemy. Both sides have suffered huge losses. In this battle, the Light Alliance suffered 70% battle losses. The Demon Sword suffered 50% battle losses. The Blood Dance suffered 30% battle losses. And the Star Alliance suffered a combined battle loss of 40%. Originally this was a battle between the Star Alliance and the Cockroach Star. So who told you that you were so blind with the Holy Light that you had to interfere in it? If not, who are you going to kill? When they heard that Louis wanted to get their warship, Commander-in-Chief of the Holy Light Daibaka and Commander-in-Chief of the Fleet Chaik were unwilling and protested loudly. But Louis ignored him and had to agree to his request. Otherwise there would be no need to discuss subsequent matters. Holy Light had no choice. First, all 3,000 warships were controlled. in order to save the lives of the 6 million people in the fleet. They had no choice but to agree. At the beginning of this battle, Holy Light dispatched 10 billion combat units, including a population of 10 million, all of which were military personnel. Although at the end of the battle, they suffered 70% battle losses. Most of the personnel were on the battleships, and they are relatively concentrated, so their casualties are much smaller than the 70% weapon damage, and the casualty rate is 40%. So 6 million people survived. On average, each battleship has a population of 2,000, but the average number of robots sent out by Liu Yi is 100,000 per ship. Therefore, after Daibuka agreed to Liu Yi's request, although some of their personnel resisted, how can we resist so many robots? The robot also released a large number of micro-reconnaissance drones, nanorobots, and quantum reconnaissance aircraft to conduct a comprehensive and thorough inspection of all warships and carrier-based aircraft in the enemy fleet. It began to fully take over the data of enemy ships and rewrite the data. When the battleship host needed authorization, it forced the captain to hand over the authorization code. Some captains were afraid of death and handed over the authorization code at that time. And some were not afraid of death. Yes, refused to hand over the authorization code. Without the authorization code, it is impossible to take over the system host of the battleship and obtain all the data of the battleship. For example, on this battleship, named Bluestorm, in the command cabin of the battleship, an octopus shouted, "I will not hand over the authorization code. Never. I will not betray my people." Through surveillance, Liu Yi also saw this scene. There were many robots gathered in the command cabin, holding weapons, but there was nothing they could do to him for the time being. Liu Yi ignored it for the time being, but was supervising the takeover of other battleships. Gil asked, "Boss, what should I do with this one?" Liu Yi asked everyone. "What do you think we should do?" Roger said. "Boss, I analyzed their system. If the captain doesn't authorize it, there's nothing we can do even if we hack in." Jill said, "If you say that, doesn't it mean it's bullshit? But there are holes to drill." Roger said, "Stop being so secretive and tell me." "Yes, miss," Roger said. "Boss, if the captain would rather die than surrender, we really have nothing to do. But if the captain dies, the battleship system will default to the deputy captain taking over the host. If the deputy captain, if he is killed again, other senior generals will take over. And so on." Liu Yi immediately understood what he meant and said, "I understand. Rogers, thanks to your size, I know what to do." After that, he started to remotely control a robot in the command cabin of the Bluestorm Wind battleship, started the language system, called the Holy Light Language Library, and then walked to the captain with a bang. There were octopuses in front of him, about 1.5 meters tall, with several claws supporting the deck, and a pair of big black eyes staring at him. And all the octopuses have the same appearance and the same behavior, and it's impossible to tell who is who. Liu Yi controlled the robot and walked up to this strange guy, who was called the captain, but refused to hand over the authorization code, and asked, "Are you the good captain of Bluestorm, the highest officer of this battleship?" The captain shouted, "That's right. It's me. We are the greatest holy light civilization in the universe. I will never bow my head like you lowly and clumsy iron lumps. You want me to hand over the authorization code and dream. Who is the vice captain?" Liu Yi robot raised the particle gun on his arm and pointed the gun at the captain's head. As expected, the captain was not afraid. No one answered. No deputy captain came out. "Right?" Liu Yi asked again. "If no one comes out, I will kill your captain, and then kill all the personnel on this battleship." Chike's image appeared on the screen and shouted, "Liu Yi, what are you going to do? Aren't you the one who promised not to kill me?" "Yes, I said it," Liu Yi said, "but he refuses to hand over the authorization code. So I'm sorry I have to break my promise. You can also persuade him." Chike stopped talking. Liu Yi pointed at an octopus and asked, "Who is the deputy captain? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you." The octopus immediately pointed to the other octopus and said, "It's him. He's the deputy captain." Liu Yi walked up to the deputy captain and pointed the gun at him. The deputy captain shouted, "Don't kill me. Sir, I don't have an authorization code." Liu Yi said to everyone on the line, "You see, as long as someone is afraid of death, it will be easy to handle." After that, he said to the deputy captain, "You have it, but not now." After he finished speaking, he fired a backhand shot and killed the captain with a bang. Immediately, there was a scream in the command cabin. Louis said to the deputy captain, "Then you are the captain now. Tell me the authorization code." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the voice of the battleship system saying, "The captain dies." The deputy captain takes over the captain's position and automatically obtains the highest authority. The deputy captain, no, to be precise, he is now the captain, said, "Yes, yes, sir, I now have the authorization code." "Then what is it?" Louis asked. "The authorization code is my vocal approval. Immediately command the host system to grant my robot the highest authority. I can ensure the safety of you and all other personnel on the ship. And I can ensure that you all return home safely." "Yes, sir," the temporary captain said. "System host, I now order you to open the highest authority to the robot." "Yes, captain. System permissions have been fully opened." "That's right," Louis said, and began to take over the battleship data. Online, Louis said to everyone, "There are still some battleship captains who are more stubborn. Let's work separately and use this method to deal with them one by one. We must get these battleships today. This will be important for our future technology. Breakthroughs will help a lot." Following the same pattern, the enemy's warships soon began to be taken over one by one. Chapter 8 18 6 million prisoners of war in exchange for 3,000 wanderers. In this way, Louis took over more than 3,000 battleships of the Holy Light and said, "Dybbuk, Chike, this is considered as a trophy for giving me the magic sword and blood dance." "Right. So I have to ask for more. The matter has come to this. And there is nothing the Holy Light can do. What they have to do now is to let their 6 million people, Octopus, go back safely as soon as possible." Dybbuk said, "Louis, let me carry you this time. You have got all the things. You can let my people go back." "Don't worry," Louis said. "Since I said to let them go, I will definitely not break my promise. What else do you want to do?" Dybbuk roared. "It's like this, Dybbuk," Louis said. "This time you have 6 million prisoners of war with me. And I also said that I will let you put them all back without leaving anyone behind." "This is 6 million. But don't you want to detain my 3,000 warships? Isn't this a very big gain for you?" Dybbuk said. Probably he has realized that Louis will still make conditions. 3,000 warships? This is a real thing, Louis said. "Did our losses in this battle be small? 50% of the battle losses. So many warships. Carrier-based aircraft. And so many of our allies, the insect beast. The soldier insect. Was destroyed just like that. But this is a war?" Dybbuk shouted again. "Isn't our side also suffering heavy losses? 70% of the battle losses." "So," Louis said, "we have all suffered physical losses. So there is no need to worry about it. Let's talk about prisoners of war now." "Then what do you want?" Dybbuk said. "You don't have prisoners of war in my hands. What else do you want from me?" "There are no prisoners of war," Louis said. "Think about it carefully. If there were no prisoners of war, I wouldn't tell you and just let your people go. How could there be so much nonsense?" Dybbuk was also confused and said, "But we did not capture any of your people. Your combat units are either machines or Zerg. None of them have been caught by me." Louis said, "It seems that you can't remember it. Well, let Lingyan talk to you." Lingyan said, "Dybbuk, still remember 300 years ago?" "I'm sorry, Queen," Dybbuk said. "Our Holy Light people's lifespan is not that long. I was not born 300 years ago." "It's okay," Lingyan said. "You were not born 300 years ago. But there are records in your history. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Holy Light, you must know this. 300 years ago, there was an Earthling fleet, called the Wanderers, or New Hope, which was moved to the Chopped Star along with the planets by you, and then was forcibly escorted to the Hurt Star by you. Oh, that is your star system of light. I have been under house arrest until now. Is this happening?" Dybbuk started to pretend to be dumbfounded. Lingyan said, "Dybbuk, stop pretending. You have 6 million prisoners of war with us. And I only need a small human fleet, which may not have a few thousand people in total. This deal is too big for you." "What a deal. Okay, there is such a thing." Dybbuk finally relented. "I don't know how my previous commander handled this matter. There is an Earthling fleet in the 8 galaxy of the Ray Star. The Holy Light has been imprisoning the Wanderers in the Light Galaxy. But it has placed the cold and beautiful insect group Kuain Zerg in the Light Trace Galaxy, and has never allowed the two parties to meet. Leng Yan didn't know what the purpose of this holy light was. And now that she wanted to get back to the Wanderers, she wanted the enemy Shen Guang and Leng Li to cause trouble. So he said, "In addition, I found out that in your galaxy of light, there is a Zerg civilization called Guiyin. That's what happened," Debacker said. Leng Yan asked again, "Is it true that the Guiyin Zerg clan has never had contact with the Wanderers for so many years? You seem to know my holy light quite well," Leng Yan said. 720X Soul Wave Tachyon. How many secrets do you think your holy light has? Can I not know? It turns out that it is you, the Queen, who has been spying on my holy light. Originally this was a secret," Leng Yan said. "But now it involves the exchange of prisoners of war. So there is no secret. That's right. The one who often spies on the secrets of your holy light is me. Queer Princess. Do you remember?" Daibakar said. "I was not the commander-in-chief at that time, but I knew about it. Queer Princess, you hid it very deeply." "I can't help it," Leng Yan said. "I also had to lie in order to protect my civilization. But it doesn't matter now. It's all been said, and there is no secret about my blood dance," Daibakar said. "But the Wanderers are not captives. They are a sub-civilization under my holy light banner. This is just like your blood dance and Mr. Lu Yi's magic sword. I believe you all have sub-civilizations under your banner." "Existence?" Leng Yan said. "You are right. We all have sub-civilizations. But don't forget that this Wanderer was a sub-civilization under my blood dance banner at that time. He was kidnapped by you without even saying hello. Or it took me more than 200 years to find that they are actually in your holy light. If I'm not wrong, when you came to Cockroach Day this time, you didn't receive any application to join the Cockroach Star civilization in advance. Instead, you wanted to treat all the Wanderers and directly forcibly merge them into your banner. Bar?" There was a brief silence, probably because Dai Baka was discussing with his cabinet. And then Dai Baka said, "Okay, I promise you, I will return all Lu Longjue to you." That's okay. That's okay. "Have all our people been returned to us?" "Wait a minute," Leng Yan said. "I still have something to say. Why are there any other conditions?" Leng Yan said, "It's just a small condition. It's not a difficult thing for you, Holy Light. You have never let Guiyin come into contact with the homeless people. So please return the homeless people to me this time. Don't disturb Guiyin in the employment." "Why? You don't need to know why," Leng Yan said. "In short, just don't let Guiyin know about it." "Okay. I promise you." "Also," Leng Yan added, "I have always conducted soul wave reconnaissance on the Wanderers. So I know the Wanderers very well. I hope you will not try to do anything on the Wanderers' battleships." Lu Yi said, "It seems that the Wanderers are only on one battleship now." "Right?" Leng Yan replied. "Yes. It is a battleship built by the Holy Light people. No. To be precise, it is a spaceship. Because it has no combat capability." Lu Yi said, "Okay. When the time comes, after we take over the Wanderer, we won't want that spaceship anymore. It will definitely be worthless. The next step is to discuss how to exchange prisoners of war." Chapter 819. All parties involved in this interstellar war suffered huge battle loss rates. The Wanderers have a population of about 3,000, all living on a spaceship, which was also built by the Holy Light. In order to exchange for their 6 million prisoners of war, Holy Light had to give in and agree to all the requirements of the Demonic Sword and Blood Dance Alliance. Both sides chose a time that both sides thought was good to exchange prisoners of war. The location was on the edge of the empty town in the solar system, about $10 from the star. Because it had gone through multi-level consultations and all aspects had been taken into consideration, there were no sudden changes when exchanging prisoners of war. The 6 million prisoners of war of the Holy Light were placed on 3,000 warships, and one by one they came to the edge, where they were docked with the opposing warships who came to receive them, and their personnel were docked and picked up through the airlock. After the personnel have passed, the old battleship will be returned to the department, and it will be considered to be completely owned by the Demon Sword. In the future, Magic Sword will conduct research on these captured battleships to develop more advanced technology. As for Blood Dance, as long as the Demon Sword has new technology, they will send Blood Blade over to learn about it. So as long as the Magic Sword can be done, so can the Blood Dance. In this way, the prisoners of war were sent back one by one, and the 3,000 captured warships were officially in the hands of Demon Sword. The Wanderers also experienced more than 300 years, and finally returned to the Blood Dance. But Leng Yan did not intend to place them directly in the blood dance, but let them go to the demon sword first. There are two interstellar fortresses in the demon sword, namely the Hope and the Dream. The Hope has a population of 500,000 humans, and the Dream has a population of 250,000. Although the population of these two star ships has not reached the full population of 5 million. The Star Castle is also built according to the 5 million population standard. As mentioned before, star forts are all modularly built, which means that a star fort is assembled from multiple modules. Each module can still survive independently without the star fort. The Star Castle was not built according to the laws of the machine. The so-called machine laws are binary systems, and the Star Castle was compiled according to human habits. For example, a star fort is composed of 10 pizza-shaped modules. Each module is also called a large area, and each module is composed of 10 small submodules. Each submodule the module is also called the central area, and there are smaller submodules below, called communities. The population load of a community is 5,000 people, so the central area is 50,000 people. The large area is 500,000 people, and Star Castle naturally has a population of 5 million. But it was said that these two star forts were built with a full load of 5 million. Louis took out a central zone module from the number 2 Dream Star Fortress, which is a module with a load of 50,000, and left the star fort to accept it. 3,000 members of the Wanderers. When these 3,000 Wanderers are connected to the module, they will undergo a month-long biochemical quarantine inside, and the safety of each of them must be ensured. The Holy Light spacecraft, where they originally lived, was also blown to pieces by a cannon. After 300 years in Holy Light and more than a dozen generations, no one can guarantee that they will not be harmed by living biological weapons. These 3,000 people also include more than a dozen hibernators. Naturally, Leng Yan's family is included among the hibernators. She is always considered by Mingfeng, Ming'ai and Tiantian to be her family. After the Wanderers came back, Leng Yan couldn't wait to see them. But Lu Yi was calm and advised her to wait. Lu Yi said, 300 years have passed, and you still care about these few days? We must ensure their absolute safety. If we find that there are genetic, hereditary and other diseases, we must find ways to treat them. Devil Jin now has a complete human medical system, so I believe there will be no problem. Okay. Leng Yan agreed to his suggestion. A month later, after ensuring that there were no problems with the 3,000 people, Louis took out a district-level module in the Dream Star Fortress. The district-level module could accommodate a load of 500,000 people. After transferring all the 3,000 people on the previous Central Zone level module to this large Zone level module, the Central Zone level module was blown to pieces with one shot. Regarding such an operation, Leng Yan contacted Louis and said with a smile, "Brother, you are too cautious." Louis said, "Sister, of course it's nothing to us machines and Zerg, but humans are too fragile. You know? Why are we working so hard to rescue them? Isn't it just to make them healthy, happy and peaceful? Are you happy? So why does it matter if you blow up a module?" Leng Yan sighed and said, "Louis, thank you so much. We are on the same boat now. So please don't say these kind words to me. If it weren't for you," Leng Yan said, "I don't know when I would be able to pick up the Wanderer. You're still a Wanderer. You should change your name now. It's been hundreds of years. I'm used to it. I can't change it." But after all the 3,000 Wanderers were transferred to the district-level modules, Louis asked the Leng Yan faction Zerg to come over and take them over. At this point, the Wanderers returned to the Blood Dance banner again. In this Cockroach Star battle, the Magic Sword's battle damage was as high as 50%. It was very sad for the Legion leader, but it was also quite a battle. For example, the Cockroach Star civilization was completely wiped out, including cockroaches and robot cockroaches. The second gain was to inflict heavy damage on Holy Light, so that they would never dare to underestimate the Demon Sword and Blood Dance again. The third and very important gain is the acquisition of 3,000 enemy ships, which will be of great help in the future comprehensive counterattack against the Holy Light. It's just that they can't fight the Holy Light for the time being. After this battle, Louis and Leng Yan have deeply realized that their current strength still does not allow them to fight against the Holy Light. Half of the 22 billion troops were lost, and there were still 11 billion, which was still very large for the Demon Sword. The Cold Blood Dance. In this battle, the battle damage was as high as 25%. Although it was not as much as the Magic Sword, it was still shocking. The next thing the Demon Sword has to do is to continue to build the Demon Sword crazily. Now, including Giada, there are a total of 32 consciousness bodies. Fortunately, not a single consciousness body was sacrificed in this battle. Liu Yang. If all these 32 consciousness bodies are fully staffed, that will be a total force of 11.07 times 32 is equal to 35.424 billion. In machine language, it is 33G. This whole process takes about 10 years. On the scale of the universe, 10 years is just a fleeting moment. After the battle, Demon Sword and Blood Dance organized an alliance meeting through a telephone conference, with all consciousness bodies and Blood Blades staying connected to summarize the battle. Louis said, I think that after this battle, we cannot give up the garrison of the galaxy. Anyway, we now have space solidification technology, and we are not afraid of the enemy causing trouble. However, the method of Misty Land cannot be cancelled, Lung Yin said. In other words, the galaxy plus Misty Land are used together? That's right, Louis said. Next, we have to vigorously develop Dyson Ball technology. War consumes energy. Chapter 820. The two major alliances exchange envoys. After the Battle of Cockroach Star, Magic Sword began an era of crazy construction and formulated its first 10-year plan. One of the most important tasks of this 10-year plan was to build 32 fully equipped legions, totaling 33G, or 354.24, a basic combat strength of 100 million. At the beginning of the first 10-year plan, the second 10-year plan was formulated, which was to expand the 32 fully equipped core to 64, and then double it each time until 256 fully equipped core were built. But 264G, that is, a total force of 292.248 billion. Of course, this is something for later, so I won't mention it again. It is true that this first 10-year plan was changed to an 8-year plan after 1 year, because machine civilization is based on the number 2, and the 8-year plan is the third power of 2. Therefore, the first little 8-year plan is also called the 18th plan. In addition to building 32 legions, the 18th plan also has other important tasks, such as developing jump wormholes, small universe technology, and building Dyson spheres as soon as possible. Not long after the Battle of Cockroach Star, Dibakar, the Commander-in-Chief of Holy Light, sent an invitation, requesting Demon Sword Blood Dance, Holy Light, and the Light Alliance to send envoys to each other. Regarding the issue of sending envoys to each other, Louis and Lung Yan discussed it carefully, and summoned all consciousness bodies and bloody blades of the two civilizations to discuss whether to exchange envoys with the Holy Light. Regarding this matter, Gil said, we are now on par with Holy Light in terms of strength. Even though we have grown in numbers, we do not have much advantage in technology. What's more, they and we both have space solidification technology. It's very difficult to use wormholes to deploy troops. As soon as she finished speaking, the dancing Silver Bell said, what does this machine sister mean? Should we ignore it? Gil said, this sister of Blood Dance may not understand what I mean. If we really fight with the Holy Light now, both sides will suffer losses, and we may not be able to win. So what I mean is to agree to their suggestion and send envoys to each other. But who should we send? Yinling asked. Should you go? Or should I go? Or other robot brothers or other Zerg sisters? Gil said, no matter which consciousness of the Demon Sword or which blood blade of your Blood Dance, I don't think it is suitable to go, because everyone is the commander of 1 billion combat units. So my suggestion is, should we select people from our sub-civilization? Louis was afraid that the two women would get along. So he said, I think Jill's proposal is quite good. What do you think of Ling Yan? Well, for now, it is true that we are not suitable for war. If we are not going to fight, let's establish a good relationship for the time being. As for sending an envoy, I also think it is more appropriate to choose a sub-civilization. And there are humans in my Blood Dance sub-civilization and your Demonic Sword sub-civilization. So I think this envoy group has been chosen among the human sub-civilizations under our two civilizations. Louis thought for a while and said, this is a good suggestion. There is no human sub-civilization in the Holy Light League of Light. So the human envoys we send may need to send more people there, so that a small community can be established there. Ecological space. After some discussion, the matter was settled. As the leader of the alliance, Lung Yan also replied to Dibakar and promised him to send envoys to each other. But then a question arises. That is, where are the messengers of the Holy Light placed? At present, although Demon Sword and Blood Dance have formed an alliance, they do not have a unified alliance headquarters. Regarding this issue, there is another discussion within the alliance. After some deliberations, the headquarters was finally set up in Shaoxing B, with less moon and 8 stars. It is a double galaxy, consisting of an orange subgiant star, a star, and a red dwarf star B star. It is about 55 light-years away from the solar system. Note, the 2002 data is 45 plus or minus 0.3 light-years. The average distance between binary stars is 35 Australian dollars. Note, there will be some discrepancies with existing astronomical data. Star B is a red dwarf star with 2 planets. The second planet, Shaoxing B2, is set as the Alliance headquarters planet. This planet is similar in size and mass to the Earth, but it is far away from the star. And Star B is a red dwarf star, so the temperature of this planet is extremely low, with an average temperature of more than 100 degrees below zero, which is not suitable for survival at all. So no carbon-based life has been born. However, such harsh conditions do not prevent it from becoming the headquarters of the Alliance. Both Star A and Star B are set up for space solidification, so it is impossible to break in through wormhole delivery. Now that it has been set up successfully, construction begins immediately. The Demon Sword has a ready-made ecological environment of the Holy Light. That is, more than 3,000 Holy Light battleships were captured, and a small one was selected to accommodate the envoys sent by the Holy Light to live on it, and it was temporarily moored at the Shaoxing B2 on the track. After the ground facilities are built, they will be welcome to live there. As for the planet Shaoxing B2, because its name is too long, it is referred to as Shao B2, which is homophonic to Shao Bir. Since then, Shaobir, the planet of Shaoxing B, has become the headquarters planet of the Star Sea Alliance. In the following time, the Alliance will continue to build garrison bases for various races on it, including humans, Holy Light people, and Butterfly people, Crab SH, L people, Clam Star people, High SH, L people, B people, and other at least 200 civilized human races, as well as Zerg stations and machine stations. This process is expected to take at least 5 years to complete. And by that time, the Demon Sword's 18th plan will be basically completed. After the Alliance headquarters was set up, the Holy Light sent a mission of 2,500 people to station on Shaobir. Such a large mission showed that they attached great importance to this matter. Then the next step is for the Star Alliance and the Light Alliance to send envoys. It has been discussed before. The envoy group will be selected among humans. The selection will be conducted in the human star fortress of the Demon Sword and the Wanderers of Blood Dance. Ming AI is strongly requested to participate in this mission. Ming AI, Leng Yan's adopted son, the son of Ming Feng and AI Li, chose to hibernate during the 300 years when the Wanderer was kidnapped by the Holy Light, in order to see Leng Yan again in his lifetime. Also hibernating with him are his father Ming Feng, his wife, son Dian, and his wife's family members. A total of more than a dozen people have chosen to hibernate. When the prisoners of war were exchanged at the end of the Battle of Cockroach Star, I returned to Blood Dance and was awakened from hibernation. Needless to say, I was so excited and emotional when I met Leng Yan. Before Ming AI hibernated, he was the commander of the Rangers. But now that he has woken up, the commanders of the Rangers have changed many times, and it is impossible for him to take office again. So he just took advantage of this opportunity to call the messenger and make a strong request was posted to Holy Light. Chapter 821 Starlight Area A, with a diameter of 300 light-years. But it was explained that AI requested to be stationed to the Light Alliance as an ambassador of the Star Alliance. But Leng Yan disagreed. Her reason was simple. The Wanderer had been detained by the Holy Light for 300 years. And Ming Ai had also hibernated in the Holy Light for 300 years. Now that he's back and awake, he has to live the rest of his life freely in Blood Dance. Right? How can you ask to go back? But Ming AI's reason is also very simple. Although he has been hibernating in the Holy Light for 300 years, he still knew something about the Holy Light before hibernating. So he decided to go. Leng Yan had no choice but to agree to him and let him choose a dozen people from the Wanderers as members of the traveling group. Since the Wanderer president only had 3,000 people, Ming AI could only choose a dozen people. However, there are many people on the Demon Sword side. The two star castles together have a population of more than 600,000. There are so many people who have signed up enthusiastically, and there are more than 2,000 people who can be chosen casually. The Holy Light sent a group of 2,500 envoys. So as a courtesy, the Demonic Sword and Blood Dance Alliance also sent a group of 2,500 envoys. The leader of the envoy group, that is, the ambassador, is Ming Ai. There are 13 wanderers in total, and the others are all from the human star fortress under the demon sword. When the wanderers sojourned under the holy light, they changed their name to Light of the Earth, or Eli for short. After returning, not only Leng Yan, but even Wanderer himself felt that it was easier to use the old name from the beginning, which was Wanderer. Even if it was called New Hope before, it was not as smooth as Wanderer. Even though they no longer wander, people are still used to calling them vagabonds. But he said that he was stationed on the second planet of Ray Star B. The exchange of envoys went very smoothly, and there were no accidents. In fact, there was no deep hatred between the two alliances. Even after the Battle of Cockroach Star, both sides suffered heavy casualties. However, after the exchange of envoys, they both began to live in peace. In fact, there were undercurrents surging inside each other, prepared to eat each other. The territory occupied by the two major alliances, combined, stretches to a huge area of 300 light-years, and is still expanding. Once peace settled, the two sides began various exchanges, such as on Shaobir, the planet of Shaowei Zingba B. As the headquarters of the Alliance, it not only stationed the Alliance's own sub-civilized human race, but also the 2,500-member messenger group of the Holy Light People. Gradually, many civilized human races from the Light Alliance, headed by the Holy Light, also gradually moved in. Of course, all human races were prohibited from carrying weapons. The Covenant also took a shot at a machine army and a Zerg swarm, which together reached 2.1 billion troops stationed on the Shaowei Zingba B and Shaobir stars. As for the garrison, they were also stationed on a rotating basis. Similarly, the Star Alliance also continues to have various human races stationed in the Light Alliance's Rabi 2. This development time is very fast and short. When Demon Sword's 18th plan technology came into being, the two sides had already achieved great integration in many aspects. This makes whether to fight next becomes a question, since the galaxies occupied by the two alliances have adopted space solidification technology. That is, empty towns. It is difficult to achieve mutual injection of wormholes, which has also caused trouble for many exchanges of civilizations. Because since there are contacts, there are transactions, and various interstellar materials are constantly being exchanged among the sub-civilizations of the two alliances. In this context, Stargate came into being. The so-called Stargate is actually the most primitive wormhole technology, which is a symmetrical wormhole. But now it has been readopted and is called the Stargate, referred to as the Stargate, or the Portal Gate. It is more commonly known as the Portal Gate, which is similar to the Stargate mentioned in a movie that was shown in the ancient Earth era. The door is completely different. Portal gates based on symmetrical wormholes can break through the restrictions of empty towns, so they cannot be built directly, as that will bring security risks to their own galaxy. The method is to build a server at perihelion to provide energy and wormhole transmission, and build a set of several wormholes at the edge of the empty town, which is $10 from the star. Sub-civilizations that are not part of this camp want to teleport from other galaxies. The first place they are teleported to is at the edge of the empty town. They are only allowed to continue into the galaxy after they are confirmed to have no weapons, or have weapons, but do not pose a threat to the galaxy. Move forward in a circle, or teleport to the perihelion server wormhole again to reach other corners of the galaxy at a faster speed. But for the sake of convenience, microsymmetrical wormholes will be built on the planet. This micro scale is controlled below 5 meters in order to prevent the enemy from bringing in large weapons. Then the other end is set at the edge wormhole group, or the server-side wormhole at perihelion. Therefore, this kind of micro wormhole is essentially only used to transport people and small equipment. In the process of comprehensive and peaceful coexistence, a new group was born, Space Pirates. There are various human races that make up Space Pirates. They shuttle back and forth between galaxies, plunder merchant ships, and they even create small wormholes of their own. Space Pirates, because their ships and equipment are few and small, are highly concealed and very difficult to capture. Not only is the Covenant a headache, but the Light Alliance is also helpless. It is impossible to send out fleets or swarms to capture a small pirate. In this case, a new profession emerged, Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunters are basically veterans, or members of various human races, who have rich warship driving experience and strong overall quality. They will pass the assessment and obtain hunter licenses, either from the Star Alliance or the Light Alliance. After getting the certificate, You can rent an Angel-class battleship and sail across the stars to capture space pirates. Those who catch or kill the pirates or recover the caravan's property will receive generous rewards. This is also a means for the Covenant and the Light Alliance to jointly fight against space pirates. This area with a diameter of 300 light-years occupied by the Star Alliance, and the light is also called Starlight Area A, or Area A for short. Just like this, some years passed in peace and harmony. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 18th plan of the Demon Sword was successfully completed, and 32 legions were established. The Demon Sword also had a basic unit combat power of 33G, which is 36.5 billion. Reached an unprecedented level of strength. That is, when Demon Sword started working on the 28th plan, a very important thing happened, which almost destroyed the Star Alliance. Light Alliance Headquarters. Ray Star B. Planet B2. The official residence of the Star Alliance mission. Ambassador Ming AI is having a video call with Leng Yan. Ming AI has always been called Leng Yan Chengma. And even though 300 years have passed, she has not changed her title. At this moment, Ming AI is also in her early 50s. In order to avoid embarrassment between mother and son, Leng Yan also deliberately showed her appearance as if she was 60 years old. While he was talking, the signal was suddenly disrupted, and Ming AI said, "I'm sorry, Mother Chong. It's been like this lately. The holy light still won't let us go. Let's talk about it another day." After hanging up the call, a woman quietly came up to her. Ming AI looked at her in surprise and said, "Xiao Ai, it's me." Chapter 822 Regulus. The 18th plan is over. And next is the 28th plan. Louis will build the Demon Sword into 64 legions, totaling 66G, which is a basic unit combat effectiveness of 70.848 billion. The strength will be doubled on the original basis. And during the 28th plan, preparations began to build a Dyson Sphere and continued to try to develop jump wormhole technology and space weapons. The February 8th plan was approaching, and Louis was full of ambitions. But he received a cold connection request to discuss important matters. "I received information about Kuain," Leng Yan said straight to the point. Kuain, the Lingli Zerg civilization, has been living under the banner of the Holy Light and has been restricted from developing. Louis asked. "Oh, what kind of information is it?" Leng Yan said. "Ming AI's biological mother Aili has been recruited by Longli to join the Blood Blade a long time ago. I never thought it would be like this. You went to find Ming AI at her front desk." "Oh, what does she want?" Leng Yan said. Aili wanted to understand the situation of the homeless people back then. So he found Ming AI and understood the situation. She wanted to rebel, but she was imprinted on her mind by Lungli, so she couldn't rebel. But she thought Ming Ai had provided important information about Lungli, and Ming Ai also reported this information to me immediately. "You also know that our Zerg have soul wave skills, although Kuain is controlled by the Holy Light and is not allowed to develop. Lungli is very cunning. When she was captured by the Holy Light, she released some quantum flying insects and were not detected." "Do you know Regulus?" "Of course I know," Louis said. "Although it is within the scope of Starlight Area A, it has always been a place that no one cares about. Not only has the Holy Light and its Light Alliance not gone there, but we, the Star Alliance, have not set foot either. I am also planning to go mining there next. Regulus is a quadruple star with few resources but plenty of energy. But it is not suitable for colonization. So it has always been a virgin land in the universe. There's no need to go," Leng Yan said. "Leng Yan has a hidden stronghold there, which Holy Light doesn't know about. She has developed a basic unit strength of 100 billion there." 100 billion? Louis was also shocked. "How come there are so many? Didn't you say that your Zerg race can only have 1 billion troops per blood blade? 100 billion? That's 100 blood blades," Leng Yan said, slightly frustrated. "I can't figure it out either. I heard from Ming AI that Lungli has super blood blade skills. 1 blood blade can command 10 billion units. So if you calculate that, she only has about 10. The bloody blade. Super blood blade? Do you know how to do it?" Louis asked. Ashamedly, "I don't know how. So I want to use the soul wave to go to Regulus to investigate." Leng Yan, although Aili is Ming AI's biological mother, she is also Lungli and has been imprinted with her. "I'm worried that there might be a trap here," Leng Yan said. "Probably not. Although Aili has prejudice against me, she will not harm her son. And Yin Yin is her grandson. Then you have to be careful. After all, you are Lungli's person." "Yes. I will be careful, Lun Yin said. The closest stronghold of our star alliance to Regulus is about 14 light-years away. So I plan to gain some weight before going. Lun Yin is now at the White Tiger level, the smallest level among the Zerg body types. The upper limit of soul wave use is only 3 days, so the detection time must be halved to 1.5 days. Her soul wave speed is 720s, so in 1.5 days, she can only fly up to 3 light-years, which is still far from 14 light-years. So you need to upgrade to at least the Suzaku level. The upper limit of the soul wave of the Suzaku level is 1 month. If it is half, it is 15 days. According to the speed of 720s, it can fly 30 light-years, which is far beyond the 14 light-years distance. To upgrade to Suzaku receiver, it takes a month to pupate and purify. So if Ling Yan wants to conduct soul wave detection on Regulus 14, she will have to wait another month. So Lui, Lun Yin said, during the month when I pupate and purify, I will temporarily hand over Shui Wu to Yin Ling as the commander-in-chief. Please help me take care of him. Don't worry, Lun Yin, Lui said. You can go hibernate. Oh no. It's purification. Leave the alliance to me. In addition, if you want to launch a war against Lung Li, tell me. I'm a demon, the sword will stand up to support you. Thank you. How do you say thank you? We are all from Earth. You helped me when I fought Cockroach Star. If you fight Lung Li, I will definitely help you too. Lung Li and I have a personal grudge. I'm a little bit embarrassed to involve you in this. Don't have such an idea. We are an alliance. We can gain the benefits together and bear the difficulties together. Not long after the exchange ended, Lun Yin pupated and was purified. Yin Ling temporarily took over the power of blood dance and communicated with Lui. Lui sighed. I didn't expect that you Zerg are also troublesome enough. What's going on? They have to pupate and sleep. And it takes a long time to sleep. But there is also an advantage, which is what my magic sword cannot do. And that is the soul wave. As for the soul wave, Yin Ling said, actually, we don't even know what the principle is. We just know it. But in fact it's still hundreds of times the speed of light. Sure enough, the legend about Tachyon is real. How is Ailey doing now? Yin Ling replied. Ailey returned to Kuain and never came to see Ming Ai again. Lui contacted Ming Ai, the ambassador to the Light Alliance, and asked about Ailey's situation. On the line, Ming Ai said, Your Excellency Archangel, I didn't expect that my biological mother was still alive and became a Bloodblade Queen under Lung Li. Through my narration, she has eliminated the misunderstanding with Mother Chong and is willing to reconcile with Mother Chong. However, she has the brand of Kuain Zerg and cannot revolt. Lui said, I understand. This is the same as the iron law of my magic sword. It is a means to restrain my subordinates and prevent betrayal. Ming Ai said with a hint of pain. If there is a war between Lung Li and Mother Chong, my mother will also have to attack us. She will not be able to resist Lung Li's will. This is indeed a tangled matter. So where is Ailey now? She went back to Kuain. Does Lung Li know that she came to see you? I asked. And Mother said she didn't let Lung Li know. Lui said, Try not to let Lung Li know that this scheming woman will do something else. Yes, Your Excellency Archangel. Then whether you want to come back or not, Demon Sword Blood Dance is up to you. As an ambassador, Ming Ai is now in the Light Alliance. No, Your Excellency Archangel, Ming Ai said. I am the ambassador of the Alliance and cannot come back now. I want to continue to stay here and detect as much information about the Holy Light people as possible. Chapter 823 The True Strength Hidden by the Kuain Zerg. 2 months later, Lun Yin brought back information about Regulus. Regulus is a quadruple star system. Star A is a blue subgiant. Stars B and C are a yellow dwarf and a red dwarf respectively, orbiting each other, and 4,200 Australian dollars away from Star A. Star D is a white dwarf star that forms the companion star of Star A. In this quadruple star system, although there are 4 stars, there are not many planets. Lung Yin used the soul wave detection method to detect that a large number of Zerg were dormant here. And the situation here absolutely surprised Lung Yin. There are 4 stars, each with an empty town and a diameter of 30 Australian dollars, which is unmatched by the demonic sword and blood dance. Kongjin, that is, space solidification technology, magic sword, blood dance, and holy light have only mastered 10 Australian dollars. But in the wild stronghold of Lung Li, it has actually reached 30 Australian dollars. If you want to build an empty town, You need to build Dyson sphere fragments within close range of the star to absorb energy for use by the empty town. The Dyson sphere fragments of the Zerg are the insect nets. Therefore, large-scale insect nets were built near the 4 stars of Regulus. There are not only empty towns and insect nets, but also a large number of primary wormholes. The so-called primary wormhole, that is, a symmetrical wormhole, requires ports at both ends. The advantage is that it requires less energy, but the disadvantage is that it is fixed and cannot be released at will. But this is very convenient in Regulus XID's huge Psyhexing system. A total of at least 100 billion huge Zerg units gathered here. Through investigation, Lung Yen discovered that such a huge number of Zerg swarms were really only 10 blood blades, as Ailey said. In other words, 1 blood blade commands 10 billion units. In addition to such a huge swarm of insects, there is another most important discovery. There is a planet with a diameter of about 5,000 kilometers on planet C. It is wrapped by a huge life, and this huge creature can carry it around the galaxy at will of movement. When talking about this, Louis asked, "A huge life can wrap up a whole planet. What the hell is that?" Lung Yen said, "I don't know either. And it can also carry this planet around in the galaxy at a speed of 0.5x. It also brings a lot of soldiers and insects around. I studied this ghost thing carefully. It is very aggressive. It is also a type of Zerg queen." At the locust level, Louis asked, "If you were allowed to develop it, would you develop something like this?" Lung Yen said, "I don't know. I'm not sure because I haven't tried it either." Louis said, "Are you sure that the 100 billion insect swarm of Regulus belongs to Lung Li?" "I'm sure of this. It's indeed her." Lung Yen said, "This Lung Li's hidden secrets are really deep. She only has 3 groups in Guanghan, and these 3 groups are not fully edited. A total of less than 1 billion basic units. I didn't expect that she would hide such a huge insect swarm in Regulus. Can you predict what she wants to do?" Louis asked. "I don't know. But this is definitely a huge security risk to our Star Alliance. But it is impossible for us to eradicate such a huge insect swarm," Louis said. "I guess we may not be able to defeat it even if we combine the power of the Holy Light. Yes, I have no idea now. So I will discuss it with you as soon as I come back." After thinking briefly, Louis said, "No, we must summon all the Ming AI regiment back quickly." "What's wrong?" Louis said. "They are in danger in the Light League now," Louis said. "We have all sent envoys to each other," Lung Yen said. "Dabaka doesn't dare to mess around," Louis said. "I'm not worried about Xingguang. I'm worried about your sister." "You mean that she will sneak attack on the mission, then blame the Holy Light and provoke a relationship between our 2 alliances? What do you think?" Louis asked. "Oh my god! Lung Li, that Beachy, can do anything. Please call the mission back quickly." Louis started to connect to the mission. After a while, Ming AI found out that the 2 bosses of the Alliance were online at the same time. He was surprised and asked, "Archangel, Mother Chong, why are you all here? Is there anything important? What's the matter?" "Listen, shall I?" Lung Yen said. Immediately, come back with the envoy. Whether it's the blood dance or the magic sword." "Why?" Ming AI asked in surprise. "I am doing well here in the Holy Light. They don't dare to do anything to us. Don't worry, Mother Chong. You are in danger. Come back quickly and don't say anything," Ming AI added. "But if we go back suddenly, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of the Holy Light, and they will definitely not let us go back," Louis said. "This is also a problem. Then what should we do?" Lung Yen was about to cry anxiously. Louis said, "How about this? Ming AI, you take your wife and children, and you come back first. We'll talk about the others later." "How can that be done?" Ming AI said. "Looking at how anxious you are, something must have happened. I'll run back by myself. If something happens, won't I be scolded to death in the future? How will I survive in the future? How can the child grow?" What Ming AI said also makes sense. "Okay, I'll connect to Dai Baka and talk to him," Louis said and was about to connect to Dai Baka. But suddenly, Ming AI was disconnected. Lung Yen shouted, "What's going on? Shall I? Shall I?" Through quantum communication, the message from the front was quickly transmitted back. On the Ray B2 star, a wormhole suddenly appeared in the Covenant Embassy area. A large number of soldiers and insects rushed out from inside, and they went crazy towards the buildings in the embassy area, bombing indiscriminately. They adopted a suicide attack, directly hitting the building, and after the impact, they detonated the plasma reactor they carried. There were only about 100 soldiers and insects in total, and in just a moment, a large area of buildings stretching for 3 or 4 kilometers was immersed in a sea of flames. In just 1 minute, after these soldiers and insects came over, the impulse was shut down, and these soldiers and insects also died in the explosion. Louis and Leng Yan were both stunned. Leng Yan cried, "Ming AI! Ming AI!" After a while, Dai Baka came online. As soon as he was connected, he said, "Louis! Leng Yan! I'm sorry. Needless to say," Louis said, "Dai Baka, do you have a Zerg civilization under your banner called Kuei-in?" "Yes. That's right. That's what happened. We have quantum reconnaissance in the embassy area. So I saw the explosion just now. It was a group of worms teleported through the wormhole. So it's obvious." "You said Kuei-in did this?" Dai Baka asked. "Yes. She did it." "Okay. I will leave Kuei-in to you now." "No. Dai Baka," Louis said. "I want to issue a warning to you now. Please be extremely careful of Kuei-in. They might attack you next." Chapter 824 Prelude to the Super War. The Demon Sword, Blood Dance, and even the Holy Light were dumbfounded. The Star Alliance mission to the Light Alliance was suddenly attacked by an unknown Zerg, and all were destroyed. There were a total of 5,000 staff and family members of the Missionary Corps. No one was spared, and all were killed. The nameless Zerg race all died together. Louis and Leng Yan both suspected that Leng Li did it. But judging from the whole process, there was no evidence to prove that Leng Li did it. These Zerg corpses had no characteristics of the Kuei-in Zerg. After the incident happened, Dai Baka went online and said, "Louis! Leng Yan! This matter was definitely not done by my Holy Light. Even if my Holy Light wants to beat you, I will not do such a dirty thing. Come!" Leng Yan over there has lost control of her emotions and is about to kill Guangyan for revenge. Leng Li's Kuei-in Zerg stronghold is on the Light Hin Star. It is protected by Kong Town and monitored by the Holy Light. On the surface, it doesn't have much strength. It poses a threat, but it has strong strength. In Regulus 14, a total of 100 billion basic unit combat power is unknown to the Holy Light, but it was detected by Leng Yan using the Soul Wave Tachyon, and provided the entire it was his love rival, AI Li, who had the information. Leng Yan was going to the Light Tray Star, and Louis secretly typed to dissuade her, waiting to make a decision after she made the matter clear to Dai Baka. Louis stabilized Leng Yan first, and then said to Dai Baka on the line, "I understand, Mr. Dai Baka. No matter how arrogant you Holy Light people are, you will never do such a stupid thing. But the matter is, it did happen on your territory. So I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation." "Don't worry, Leader Lu," Dai Baka said. "I will definitely investigate this matter and give you a reasonable explanation." Louis is now the second leader of the Alliance, so Dai Baka will call him Leader Lu. Louis said, "Also, I want to remind you, beware of Kuei-in." Dai Baka asked, slightly surprised. "Kuei-in? Do you suspect that Kathy sure did this?" "Say Kathy is Leng Li's English name," Louis said. "I just doubt her. As for whether it is her, I am not sure, and I want to provide you with information now. That is, in Regulus, Kathy's hidden strength is a total of 100 billion. The swarm of insects is dormant there, and will one day pose a serious threat to your Holy Light. Regulus? That is a galaxy like purgatory. They will have hidden troops there." Dai Baka was also very surprised. "And we monitor Kuei-in very strictly. How did they secretly grow outside?" "Are you up? Then I don't know. I'm telling you the whole information now. You can figure it out yourself," Leng Yan suddenly said. "Dai Baka, you should remove your people from the Light Mark now. I will fight it next. I want to lose this beachy sure Kathy." The hatred between Leng Yan and Leng Li is no longer a secret, since both the Star Alliance and the Light Alliance are in a state of truce. And Ming AI's biological mother AI Li has always been Leng Li's vassal queen. Leng Yan has always regarded this as a vassal. The hatred was suppressed, and I did not take revenge. And now Leng Li actually destroyed the Star Alliance mission and killed more than 5,000 people, including 3 generations of her favorite Ming AI family. Can Leng Yan not be angry? It's time to eliminate Kuei-in. The reason why Leng Li wanted to do this was just to stir up a dispute between the two alliances so that she could profit from it. But her plan was discovered on the spot before she could even talk about it. But now she has 100 billion strong combat power of Regulus 14. Even if the plan fails, she will not be intimidated. She is powerful now anyway. Seeing that Lun Yin was going to kill Guanghan now, Daibaka said, "Queen, can you give me some time first? I will send troops to Guanghan now to find out if it is indeed Cathy Shi who did it. I won't bother you. If you act bravely, I will kill her." Louis also typed to comfort Lin Yan. "Let's take a look first. The situation is not clear yet. If we act rashly, we might be able to foil Lung Li's plot." At this moment, Lun Yan was crying in her stronghold. No matter how strong a woman is, she will cry. Lun Yan also considered the overall situation and could only say, "Okay, Daibaka, I will give you time. You go and take a look." On the Holy Light side, Daibaka has sent troops to Light Trace. Louis always felt that it was not a matter of seconds and said, "Lun Yan, I don't think it's good. Let's evacuate quickly." "Evacuate?" Lun Yan also asked curiously. "Yes, evacuate. We know Lun Li so well. Over the years, Lun Li must have mastered a lot of information about us. So we must withdraw our entire army to Pyongyang now. But what are we afraid of when we have time?" Lun Yan still expressed doubts. Rogers of the Demon Sword and Yin Ling of the Blood Dance said at the same time, "I also think there is a problem." Louis said, "Let's evacuate first. And then we can think of a solution after this situation subsides." Good. The entire alliance began to retreat en masse, retreating vaguely from the major galaxies, leaving only corresponding operating equipment in the galaxies. Daibaka, who was still online, asked, "Leader Lu, what are you going to do? Are you coming to fight my holy light?" "No, Daibaka. You misunderstood. I will not hit you. I am shifting my strategy now. I advise you to prepare yourself to avoid unnecessary losses." "Are you talking about Cathy?" Daibaka said. "Are you worried that she will pose a threat to us?" "I hope my worries are unnecessary. I will continue to transfer now. And you can keep in touch with me at any time. The signal is relayed through equipment in the galaxy, so it is impossible for the Holy Light to know where the Covenant's ethereal land is." During the transfer, Daibaka suddenly shouted, "Cathy Sev has controlled the Light Trace." Louis said, "How about Daibaka? Let me get it right. She has already rebelled. Damn it. How did she control Guanghan's air control equipment?" Light Trace is a red dwarf star system. There is a neutralization device at the perihelion of the star, which is controlled by the Holy Light. At the same time, many Holy Light ships and equipment are also deployed in the Light Trace galaxy to monitor the cold and beautiful Kuain Zerg. This is also the reason why Cathy has been unable to rebel for hundreds of years. However, even though Cathy has been under control for many years, she actually rebelled. The situation took a more complicated turn. Lun Yan suddenly received a message from Aili and gave it exclusively to Louis. Online, Lun Yan said, "Louis, Aili committed suicide." "What? Suicide?" Louis was shocked. Lun Yan said, "Yes, seeing her son and grandson killed by Lung Li. She can neither help nor take revenge. She is unwilling to serve Lung Li to deal with me. So the best way is she chose to commit suicide, and before she died, she begged me to avenge her." Louis let out a mechanical sigh. "I didn't expect that your Zerg race could be so complicated." Chapter 825 Alliance Super War 1. There are two known Zerg races, the Cold Blood Dancer and the Cold Kuain. And there is also an unknown Zerg race, which is the Anti-Zerg race far away in Kepler-47. Kepler-47 is 4,900 light-years away from the solar system. For so many years, Lun Yan always thought that Lung Li's Zerg could only have 3 billion basic units at most. Who would have thought that she actually had a hidden stronghold in Regulus 14 with a strength of 100 billion? The combined basic units of Demon Sword and Blood Dance are only over 50 billion. Less than 60 billion. The Holy Light is a human race, and there is no way to measure their combat effectiveness with basic units. The basic units of the Holy Light are basically drones, which are remotely controlled by personnel. One operator can control a fleet of tens of thousands of drones. But if we insist on using drones as the basic unit to measure combat effectiveness, then the Holy Light's combat effectiveness is over 50 billion. Therefore, the combined strength of these three parties is more than 100 billion, which is slightly more than Kuain in terms of number. But if they really fight, all four parties will suffer heavy losses. Moreover, in modern interstellar wars, each side is protected by an air town and cannot use wormholes to launch attacks into the other side's galaxy. Therefore, if a fight really breaks out, it will be a very time-consuming and labor-intensive matter. Even if Lung Lizhen had grown so powerful, she should have known many of the pros and cons. She should not have dared to start a war easily. Nor would she have dared to attack the mission to start a war easily. The only explanation is that Lung Li has skills, technology, that are not available in the three parties, Demon Sword, Blood Dance and Holy Light. So she is engaging in arrogant rebellion. Louis thought quickly and thought of this. So he decided to avoid it when the situation was unclear. The situation has developed to the point where Lung Li openly rebelled. Light Hin Star is a red dwarf star, and it is also the territory under Yonghan's jurisdiction. It is closely monitored by the Holy Light. According to common sense, Lung Li cannot betray it. But now she has rebelled. Dai Baka reported on Kathy Sher's situation. We have observers there on the Light Trace Star, but we can't contact them. Lung Yin asked. Is there any message from your people on the Light Trace Star? Let me take a look, Dibakar said. Wait a minute. Yesterday, someone said they were sick and asked to come back. Lung Yin then asked, Are you back? I was planning to come back today, so I didn't come back. But we lost contact. We can't put it through the wormhole now. Beachy, Lung Yin yelled. Louis asked, Why Lung Yin? What's going on? Lung Yin said coldly. Finally, I let her realize it. Fairy tears. Tears of the fairy? Louis asked quickly. What is it? Virus. A kind of quantum difficulty. Spreads at the speed of light, Lung Yin said. Tabaka, your people in Light Trace don't have to wait any longer. They are all dead. Lord Alliance Leader, your previous retreat strategy was right. Virus? Are you really overbearing? Louis asked. Then can you do it? Lung Yin said. Not for the time being. This needs to be understood. If you figure it out by yourself, it will take at least 100 years. But I will find a way to steal it. Dai Baka asked anxiously. What should we do? Our holy light has a population of tens of billions. Hurry up and move, Lung Yin said. Fairy tears are very overbearing. As long as they are carbon-based organisms, they will be infected and die quickly, and they will spread in the form of light quanta. So Dai Baka, if you can trust me, transfer your population quickly. Don't tell me that you don't even have a misty land. Right? Oh my god, Dai Baka shouted. How can this be transferred? There are tens of billions of people. It's simply too late. Isn't there any defensive measures? Yes, Lung Yin said. I will figure it out in a month. And I also need to release a few meat pigeons to the place where the disease occurs, so that I can figure out the antidote. 1 month. This is too long. My god, Dai Baka shouted, his tone extremely exaggerated. Demon Sword and Blood Dance both have quantum flying insects and reconnaissance quantum insects in Holy Light's territory. So seeing Dai Baka's frightened look, they also got the answer at the same time. The Holy Light captured the fleet and dropped it into the Light Trace galaxy. It could only be dropped at the edge of the empty town, which is 10 Australian dollars from the star. Although the Holy Light fleet arrived at the Light Trace, it did not dare to break into it, fearing that it would be like 10 years ago, just like when fighting the Covenant. Don't run around with the wormhole. So I just wandered around the edge of the empty town. But not long after, it was reported that people in the fleet were constantly dying of serious diseases. The infection rate was very fast, and it was too late to retreat. Soon the entire fleet was completely destroyed because all the crew members died. The army was destroyed. Dai Baka was wailing online. Louis asked, Dabaka, have you transferred it to your people? I'm already turning my chair. But it's too late. We have too many people. Transfer the important troops away first. If the civilians are too late, leave them alone. Lung Yin, how is the transfer of your insect swarm going? The transfer is almost complete, Louis said. I have 2 star castles. Lung Yin, please take care of them for me. Leader, what are you going to do? Louis smiled and said, You just forget that I am the best, and her virus can't interfere with me. Dai Baka, if you trust me, tell me the authorization code of Guangming Starry Sky Town. What are you going to do? Dai Baka asked. I will sneak into the Light Alliance, lure Kathy Say, and then take her around in the light. This? You don't believe me? Louis said. I understand that it makes sense for you not to trust me. My mission is gone. But you still have a mission, and I'm leaving here. Actually, your mission of more than 10,000 people is safe with me. I have moved them all to Misty Land. I will return them to you when the war is over. Lun Yin said. Dai Baka, please don't be suspicious at this time. I estimate that Kathy will attack the Ray Star next. You won't be able to stop her at all. When she completely defeats the Ray Star, she will change the empty town to your own. When the time comes, won't you still have to lose your Light Star? If you give up the Light Star to Louis now, he can still buy time for you to retreat. Dai Baka also realized the seriousness of the situation and said, Okay, Leader Lu, I'll leave it all to you. Easy to say. Let's start with Dai Baka and send the authorization code. Inside the magic sword, Gil said, Boss, you can't go. Why? Louis asked. You are our commander-in-chief. This war is different from the past. And you know it. So you can't go. Rogers also said, Yes, boss. Miss Gil is right. You can't go. I can feel that this cafe is not simple. Louis insisted on going, but the other 31 regiment commanders unanimously opposed it, including Giada. Louis had no choice but to follow everyone's opinions. Thought for a moment and said, Then which one of you will be the head coach? Rogers said, But it's me. Who else could it be? Chapter 826 Alliance Super War 2. Correction, this chapter is Chapter 826. Since it is a VIP chapter, the chapter name cannot be changed. So I hereby declare, the Quantum Virus, Barry's Tears, has a very ecstatic name, but it is very domineering. It spreads at the speed of light. The propagation medium is any medium, or even no medium is needed. Infected objects, all carbon-based organisms. The more advanced organisms, the higher the mortality rate, and the faster the death rate. Zerg are carbon-based plus alloy-based organisms. So without a vaccine, Zerg will also be infected. Therefore, if you want to understand the vaccine or antibodies, you must have meat pigeons. That is, send several Zerg units to the epidemic area to infect the virus. Then use soul wave detection to obtain the infection method of the virus. And then understand the immune vaccine through purification. This work was naturally done by Leng Yan, and her Zerg civilization had all been transferred to the Misty Land. As for the Demon Sword, since the Demon Sword is a machine civilization, it is naturally not afraid of Lung Li's quantum virus. But it has two human sub-civilizations under its banner, humans and bees. So Louis entrusted the two human races to Xiaowu, and took them to the Piaomiao area to escape. Because the Demon Sword is not afraid of the virus, it has assumed the main attacker role in this battle that has already begun. The once mortal enemy Holy Light now had to unite with the Demon Sword to fight against Lung Li. Dai Baka, the commander-in-chief of the Holy Light, also opened the Light Star's Empty Town authorization code to the Demon Sword, allowing the Demon Sword's machine army to launch a wormhole into the Ray Star. Louis wanted to personally lead the junior army, but was opposed by all members of the Demon Sword, including some from the human race. In desperation, Louis could only sit in the rear. As a result, the pushy Rogers took the initiative and asked for help. Louis also considered his abilities. Although Rogers was arrogant, he was indeed talented in combat, so he appointed him as the commander-in-chief of this battle. Lead 16 legions to defend the Ray Star A Galaxy. As for Galaxy B, we can't worry about it for the time being. Galaxy B is basically home to other sub-civilizations under the Holy Light, as well as the envoys of the affiliated civilizations, and does not have many troops. Galaxy A gathered a large number of troops again, but at this moment, the Holy Light, no matter how powerful its troops are, is useless in front of the fairy tears. The radius of the sky town of Ray Star A is 10 Australian dollars, and the Holy Light's home planet, Holy Land Star, is 1 Australian dollar away from the star. If Lung Li releases the virus at the edge of the sky town, it can reach the Holy Land Star in up to an hour and a half if it spreads at the speed of light. Therefore, all the 10 billion people of the Holy Light in the Holy Land planet must be evacuated within an hour and a half. The purpose of the Demon Sword passing by at this moment is to hold Lung Li back, so that she cannot quickly rush into the inner reaches of the galaxy. Louis has a way to hold her back, and that is to use wormhole teleportation. This is what he wants, like Dai Baka. The reason for the Empty Town authorization code. Rogers led 16 legions, and launched them by stimulating wormholes. Soon, all the troops of these 16 legions were thrown into the light system. At this moment, Lung Li's large army also arrived and crossed the edge of the Empty Town, began to rush towards the inner reaches of the galaxy. According to preliminary estimates, Lung Li led a huge insect swarm of at least 60 billion this time. As for how many swarms there were, it was impossible to calculate. The screen in space was filled with all kinds of insect beasts and soldiers. Insects swarmed from the outside in dense numbers. The 16 legions led by Rogers were only 17.6 billion. and they all seemed small in front of such a huge swarm of insects. After the Demon Sword Legion arrived on the battlefield, they left and activated the wormhole, releasing Lung Li's swarm of insects elsewhere. So at this time, we saw that in the Light Galaxy, swarms of insects continued to disappear, or they were teleported away by Rogers opening the wormhole. Because there are too many and they are scattered. There are always many insect swarm units that cannot be teleported. Therefore, when the insect swarms disappear, there are also constant battles with the magic sword units. The two sides constantly irradiated each other with particle beams, and some units with the magic sword were destroyed, as well as those with the insect swarm. In this army's attack on the Ray Star, Zishuan participated. Gil and Ron did not go, and both sat at the rear. 10 minutes after the war started, Lung Yen went offline, and Yin Ling came online and said, Master Alliance Leader, my queen is currently forming a cocoon for purification, and is understanding the virus vaccine. It is estimated that it will take a month to be available, so I will be in charge of the blood dance for the time being. Regarding Yin Ling, Lu Yi was relatively familiar with her. She was the most capable blood blade in Shuewu. Apart from Lu Yi, the most powerful magic sword is Rogers. But Rogers and Yin Ling are different. Yin Ling is more calm, while Rogers has a flamboyant personality. Even if he completely surrenders to Lu Yi, he still can't change his arrogant temper. As he said himself, I have this ability. Why should I restrain myself? However, it was said that Rogers led the army to stop the blood dance in the light system. Diebaker was always online, but did not speak. He could be seen talking to his own people, and he must be commanding his holy light. Lu Yi communicates online with his own people and the people of Shuewu from time to time, and constantly monitors the battlefield dynamics ahead. Gil said, Diebaker is very busy this time. This time he has made a big mistake and is in trouble. Unexpectedly, Diebaker seemed to have heard what Gil was saying and said, This Kathy has been under my holy light for more than 300 years, and I haven't been able to guard against her no matter how hard I tried to guard against her. Lu Yi, thank you for not adding insult to injury this time. Xiao Dai. Lu Yi said, I really want to add insult to injury, and it's not impossible to take this opportunity to eliminate you. But I don't want to. This Kuei Yin is our biggest worry, and I hope that after this incident, your holy light can sincerely cooperate with our Star Alliance, because we have more powerful enemies. A more powerful enemy? What is it? Diebaker asked. Is it eternal? Lu Yi didn't know that this holy light was related to eternal trial, so he didn't dare to continue talking. In the years of dealing with holy light has also learned more or less about eternity. But so far, holy light has not gained complete trust with Demon Sword Shuewu. Lu Yi didn't answer, and Diebaker said, It seems that my guess is right. Leader Lu, if this crisis can be passed smoothly, I will find a way to persuade the parliament to agree to form an alliance with you. Form an alliance? Lu Yi responded with a mechanical smile. Then you have to understand that in our alliance, the leader takes turns, and the current leader is me. And you also know that my demon sword is a machine civilization. Blood Dance is a Zerg civilization. But your holy light is a human civilization. You said that you, a human, have to listen to the orders of machines or Zerg. Are you willing to do so? As long as my holy light can survive safely. Why would I care about this? Diebaker, you are the most insightful person among all the previous commanders of the holy light. Chapter 827 Super Alliance War 3 asked what the situation was like over there. Roger said, I threw Kuei Yin Zerg everywhere, all in misty places. There is a problem with wormhole placement. That is, it cannot be placed inside entities, such as inside planets or stars. If it can be done, then if wormholes are placed directly into stars, wouldn't it be possible to directly eliminate the enemy? And places too close to the star cannot launch wormholes because the temperature is too high. Therefore, dropping enemies everywhere in this way cannot directly destroy them, and energy attacks are still required. Rogers' tactic was to release Lung Li's insect swarms everywhere by stimulating wormholes, and all of them were released into various ethereal places. Of course, the Misty Land dropped must be far away from the Misty Land of the Alliance and Holy Light. Otherwise it would be no joke to be targeted by it. The farthest distance from the light system is nearly 200 light years, and there are not many Misty Lands chosen to be dropped. Rogers only chose 8 Misty Lands, and all the enemies dropped were sent to the Misty Lands, because there are no resources or stars near the Misty Land. And if these enemies who were dropped there want to come back, they need to build their own wormholes. And no matter what form of wormhole they are, They consume a lot of energy. Therefore, Roger's dismissal is consuming the enemy's energy. But Langley has a way. Anyway, she has 100 billion basic units. Once a Zerg unit is about to run out of energy, it will be sent to the Galaxy Stronghold to replenish energy, and then relaunched on the battlefield after it is full. While Rogers was blocking the Kuain Zerg, he also sent a fleet to the inner reaches of the star and arrived at the control equipment of the empty town to take over the equipment. Because before long, fairy tears will spread throughout the galaxy, and the holy light people on the control equipment of the empty town will definitely be unable to resist. At that time, the equipment will be out of control, resulting in the instability of the air town. Once the air town fails, Langley will be able to enter and leave the galaxy at will. Half an hour into the war, Dyvaka spoke again. What can we do? It's only been an hour, and there's no time for so many people to move. Roger said, it's a pity that you are a human race and need an ecological environment to survive. Otherwise, I can help you move, as long as you provide a suitable location. Dyvaka said, I also have the ability to transfer, but there is no suitable planet that can accommodate so many people. Louis said, if I remember correctly, the entire planet was moved away from the bartered system back then. Was it you holy light people who did it? Dyvaka said, we have thought of this problem for a long time. But the structure of the Holy Land Star is complex and not suitable for overall transfer. The structure of the Holy Land Star is indeed very complex. It is composed of 3 parts. The middle planet and the dials on both sides, together, have a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. If the entire planet is transferred, it is impossible to build such a huge wormhole. And even if there is one, it will require huge energy. And the holy light cannot provide such huge energy in a short period of time. Roger said, only the planet in the middle will be teleported, and the dials on both sides can be ignored for the time being. Dyvaka said, but the nobles of my holy light all live on the Boer. Huh? Roger said, you holy light people, the great super civilization of the human race, actually have distinctions between nobles and humble people. This is too funny. Now you have all your nobles to evacuate to the planet quickly. Dyvaka said, almost all the nobles on the dial have been transferred. Damn it. Rogers couldn't help but curse. Are you trying to be funny? All the nobles on the dial have moved away. So now all we have to do is move the planet. Dyvaka said, but if the entire planet is thrown into the wormhole, the dials on both sides will be destroyed due to the imbalance of gravity. Hack you! Rogers yelled again. Which is more important now? Human life or equipment? If people are gone, it will take many years to replenish them. If equipment is gone, it will be replenished very quickly. Do you understand? Louis also said, Dyvaka, what my general said is very reasonable. Think about it. My machine civilization attaches great importance to human life, and you are a human civilization. How can you still do this in this regard? How about I be a machine? Dyvaka did not answer, but was talking to his colleagues beside him, probably seeking their internal opinions. Louis said, I'm really convinced. This holy light is a super civilization. Why is it like this at a critical moment? Gil said, they have nobles, and the lives of nobles are above all else. And the dial is the property of the nobles. If this happens, they will suffer a lot of losses. Can they not hesitate? Roger said, they are talking nonsense. There is nothing more important than life. Are they going to give up the lives of 10 billion people at the bottom to protect their noble property? That is too much nonsense. Finally, Dyvaka said, okay, we have negotiated and are willing to transfer the entire Holy Land Star away through wormhole transmission. Louis asked, do you need my help? Dyvaka said, no, the Holy Light, have this ability. It's just that the process may take a bit long. It should have been like this a long time ago. Do we need to move somewhere? Louis asked, is it the Misty Land? Dyvaka said, the energy required to transfer the planet as a whole is huge. If it is transferred to the Misty Land, it will be very difficult to transfer it back. Furthermore, without the illumination of stars, the planet will cool down very quickly, and there are also tidal issues to consider. So, at that time, the entire planet will bring various disasters. So we can only teleport to a certain galaxy? Louis asked, and said at the same time, this is a very troublesome matter. Starlight Zone A has a diameter of 300 light years. Can you guarantee that there will be galaxies that have not been destroyed? Has it been detected by Een? I don't know. Daibuka said matter-of-factly. Yinling said, I am sure that Lungli has not explored most of the areas in Starlight A. For the Zerg, as long as a quantum flying insect detects it, it is possible to arrive via wormhole teleportation. Louis asked, How can I see it? Yinling said, I have two pieces of evidence. First, Lungli develops her power secretly, and does not dare to detect her in a high-profile manner. Once discovered, can you, Holy Light, spare her? Secondly, since I discovered the existence of your Holy Light, I, Xiaowu, have been secretly observing you, especially your resident civilization Kuein. We have spent 100 years using the Soul Wave method to detect starlight. All galaxies in Area A have been detected. Most of them have no trace of Kuein. Chapter 828 Super Alliance War 4. Finally, before the tears of the fairy arrived at the Holy Land Star, the home of the Holy Light Man, the Holy Light dropped the entire Holy Land Star somewhere else through the wormhole. The destination of the release is an unmanned galaxy. The information provided by Xiaowu Yinling shows that Kuein is not involved in the galaxy number 46. So there is no problem with temporary placement, as the entire planet of the Holy Land Star was transferred away. The two star symbols on both sides of the Holy Land Star suffered a large number of collapse accidents due to gravitational imbalance, which also resulted in extensive damage to the huge star symbols. But all of this was out of the question. Before Leng Yan understood the vaccine, it would be good to escape. This time, no one could have imagined that the unknown Lungli could actually turn around and bring down the three major civilizations. They were all in a terrible mess. After solving the problems in Galaxy A, the next step is the problems in Galaxy B. Previously, when Rogers fought against the Sunflower Insect Swarm in Galaxy A, his only method was to send the enemy insect swarms to other misty places. His tactical idea was to send the enemy insect swarms to misty lands so that they could not attack them immediately. Supplement energy. But the current tactical thinking needs to be changed. That is, in the A galaxy, the Fairy Tears virus has infected all the places where it should be infected. In the entire galaxy, at least 1 million Holy Light people still died of Star Bug Fever. 1 million people were infected with Starworm Fever and became seriously ill and paralyzed. These people are on the major man-made celestial bodies in the galaxy. These Holy Light people who were infected with the virus but did not die cannot be taken away. The reason is that they are afraid that they will cause secondary infections and infect other healthy people. Starworm fever is a disease caused by infection with Fairy Tears. The tactical strategy Rogers wants to adopt now is to keep part of the troops in the A galaxy and continue to tremble the Kuein Zerg. But instead of releasing them into the Misty Land, they will be released into the galaxy. This is just like the magic sword hitting the Holy Light back then, trapping you in the galaxy, slowly grinding against you, and finally grinding you to death. Why didn't we do this before, but put it into the Misty Land? The main reason was that we consider the power of the virus, so we didn't do it. But now that the Holy Light people in Galaxy A, whether they are nobles or civilians, have been transferred away, Rogers can let go and start a big fight. I saw that in Galaxy A. Zerg disappeared from time to time and then reappeared there. No matter where they disappeared or appeared, there were units of the Demon Sword attacking them. Although the Zerg also fought back, they were all driven around by the Demon Sword, so their reaction speed would definitely not be able to keep up. In this case, Kuei-Yin's mobility was far inferior to that of the Demon Sword, and the consumption of speed is obviously much faster. There are still 30 billion Kuei-Yin units in Galaxy A. Online, Roger said. Look how I kill these 30 billion bugs in Galaxy A. But after he said this, he felt something was wrong, because the ally Blood Dance is the Zerg. If the Kuei-Yin Zerg is the descendant of bugs, then isn't the Blood Dance Zerg also a bug? Then he said, Sorry, sisters. Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. Yinling said, It doesn't matter. Lungli and Kuei-Yin are not on the same path as our Xiaowu. While blocking Galaxy A, Rogers has already divided his troops to go to Galaxy B, because there are many other sub-civilizations and resident civilizations in Galaxy B. The so-called sub-civilization station refers to the fact that the sub-civilization itself is composed of strongholds. They have stationed their missions here, while the resident civilizations are all stationed in the B galaxy. Starlight Area A is too large and has many civilizations, so it is impossible for the Demon Sword to take care of them all. It can only protect Galaxy B first. While the war was going on, Louis suddenly noticed a strange signal from you requesting a connection. He was curious. The current communication method among the three parties is through a conference call, which is the commander of the three parties, including the Holy Light human race and the Legion commander of the Demon Sword. Blood Blade Queen and Blood Dance are both on the same network and can see each other. The network for this conference call was initiated by Demon Sword, which meant that Lu Yi was the main server of this network. If anyone wanted to connect, they must first obtain his consent. So others didn't know it. But he saw this strange signal and was curious. But he still passed it. After a moment, the surrender of a beautiful woman appeared on the screen. Lun Yin, Lu Yi said in surprise. Aren't you sleeping? As soon as he finished saying this, he felt that he might have said the wrong thing and quickly shut up. But the Lun Yin on the line actually sneered. And when she was about to speak, Yinling said, You are not the Queen Lun Yin. You are Lung Li. And you, Bichi, actually came to the door by yourself. Little sister, Lun Li said with a smile. Hey, you are so sharp-tongued. Let me see. You have tentacles on your head. If I guess correctly, you should be a clam native from Sirius B. Right. TSK 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 TSK. As expected, the skin is as transparent as a lychee. What a pity. What's the pity? Yinling asked. I know you are very smart. You are my sister's dog-headed strategist for a while. It's a pity that you can't be used by me. Kuei-in. Do you know? In the current civilization of Kuei-in, one blood heat can command 100 locusts. Then it's a unit of 10 billion. Isn't it very powerful? And what about you blood dancers? One blood blade can only lead 10 locusts. You said that if you came to Kuei-in, would you be able to realize your ambitions better? Don't talk to me about ideological imprints. Let me tell you, our civilization, Kuei-in, has now been able to overcome the comfort of ideological imprints. As long as you come, I can wash away your imprint, and you can be completely loyal to me, without having to worry about being bound by a brand. Bah! Yinling scolded. How can I, Yinling, be a vain person? I will always be loyal to you, Queen Lingyan. And you want to instigate rebellion against me? You don't even have a chance. Lung Li said again. Tisk. TSK. TSK. Little sister. Don't talk too much. You also know that I, Kuei-in, am now stronger than Shui Wu, and even stronger than your allies, Demon Sword and Holy Light. Sooner or later, these three civilizations of yours will be wiped out by Kuei-in. So for your future, it is better to join me. Likewise, I will also let you be my military advisor. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. I, Kuei-in, now have a god-level weapon. Fairy Tears. Is it powerful compared to you? My sister is purifying now. How about getting the Enlightenment vaccine first? Then it will take at least a month to realize it? Her purification time is only 3 days. Is that okay? Oh yes. I forgot. She is now a Xuanwu level blood blade and can purify it for a month. Chapter 829 Super Alliance War 5. Lun Li, the great queen of the Kuei-in Zerg civilization, was now online, and she openly wanted to instigate Yinling. As we all know, among the blood blade queens of the Zerg tribe, every vassal queen will be mentally imprinted by the great queen. This imprint will prevent her from betraying herself throughout her life. This is why Ai Li wanted to kill Lun Li. But because of the existence of the ideological imprint, not only could he not kill her, he couldn't even betray her. In the end, he could only choose nature and put his hope of revenge on Lung Yin. But it was said that Lang Li openly instigated rebellion against Yinling. And of course she was rejected. Lu Yi asked, Lung Li, what exactly do you want to do? Lun Li said, You are Lu Yi. Right. A lump of iron wandering in the universe. First of all, I want to tell you that my name is not Lung Li. I have never been called by this name. My name is Kathy. Understand? Okay, Lung Li. I understand. Lu Yi, and we will talk about it later. I want to ask Daibaka. Can he see me? Kathy! Daibaka roared. Shameless. Despicable. Ha ha. Shameless? Despicable? Lun Li laughed wildly. You ugly monster. Are you worthy of saying these 2 words to me? Aren't shameless and despicable what you tentacle monsters like to use? You have hijacked me and my civilization for 300 years and prevented my development. I don't understand. What on earth do you want from me? You ugly monsters with tentacles? Do you think that I, Kathy, can be suppressed so easily? Damn it. Now that I'm counterattacking, I swear, I will destroy all of you tentacle monsters without leaving a single one alive. How is it, Diebaker? How do my fairy tears feel? Louis! You damn computer! Why are you meddling in other people's business? Why are you trying to stop me? If it weren't for this so-called bullshit holy light, would your magic sword have been able to hide around for so many years? Are you still going to open up the Misty Land? I destroyed the holy light. Wouldn't it be a great thing for your demonic sword? And Eemling, your queen, my sister, is purifying now in order to understand the vaccine. If she wakes up now, I will talk to her. Since she is purifying, then only I asked you to give her a message. Tell her that I have always wanted to cooperate with her, and I have always hoped to reconcile with her. After all, she and I are biological sisters. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. Right? Of course. Brother Louis, after my sister and I form an alliance, we will become your allies. We can also cooperate with Princess Peace and share resources. Although you and I are not biological siblings, we are all from Earth. Ah. Think about it. Ard Shui Wu, Demon Sword, and I, Kuei-in, our mother civilization, all Earth civilizations. So we are from the same sect. And the Holy Light people are our common enemies. It was obvious that Lungli was trying to drive a wedge between Demon Sword Shui Wu and Holy Light. Louis said, Lungli, you even cheated your own sister. How can I dare to believe you? Back then, you killed her boyfriend, her adoptive mother, and her current boyfriend's family for 3 generations. A few mouthfuls. Do you think she can forgive you and cooperate with you? I don't think so. For a sinister and cunning person like you, don't say that you are an Earthling. I feel ashamed that there are fellow Earthlings like you. You are simply smearing Earth's civilization. You want to alienate the Holy Light. Maybe your plot will fail. Yes. Before, my demon sword, Blood Dance, and I didn't have a good impression of the Holy Light, and even wanted to destroy it. But now it's different. We have common interests and a common enemy. And this common enemy is you. Lungli, if you want to turn our Star Alliance against the Holy Light, we must first eliminate your Kuei-in. Louis, don't regret it. Lungli said, you are thought to be a machine, and you are not afraid of my fairy tears. But I still have a way to destroy your magic sword. Just wait and see. I'm waiting. Lungli added, Debaka, don't think that I won't be able to find your planet if it is moved away. Let me tell you, I have found it. It is in Galaxy 46. Right? There are more than 200,000 galaxies in Area A. Do you think I don't understand because I haven't set foot in them? I have already investigated all of these 200,000 galaxies, and Galaxy 46 is the most suitable place for your transfer. Several people on the line were also surprised. They couldn't imagine how Lungli could guess that it was galaxy number 46. There was silence on the line, and Lungli laughed wildly again, saying, don't worry. I don't have quantum flying insects in Galaxy 46, and you Holy Light people will live there with peace of mind for a few years. But I still have to tell you a cruel fact. Forget it. It's better not to tell it. Keep it a bit mysterious. But don't worry. It will surprise you. Louis. Very good. You are the first machine civilization I have encountered in so many years of traveling the universe. Don't worry. I will find a way to eliminate you. But before I eliminate you, I will find a way to eliminate your human race first. Sub-civilization. Well, come on. I'll be waiting. The conversation ended, but Lingli did not go offline and remained online. However, she was not informed of the important signals between the alliances. However, Lungli still has 30 billion units stranded in Galaxy A, and Rogers is dragging them out. Not long after, Lungli, who was still connected, suddenly spoke. Louis, let my insect swarm leave Galaxy A. Louis sneered. Of your 100 billion units, only 30 billion are trapped in Galaxy A. For you, it is only 30% of the battle damage. And according to my intelligence investigation, although you have 30 billion in Galaxy A, of the units, none of them are blood blades. So for you, it's just a matter of replenishing them in the future. You are right, Lungli said. But as far as I know, the Holy Light's Alliance of Light has sub-civilizations in at least 3,000 galaxies. And many of these sub-civilizations that have joined are backward civilizations and have no empty towns. Protect the galaxy. Debaka, if you don't persuade your allies to evacuate Galaxia now, then I will attack the backward civilizations in these galaxies now until they are all wiped out. Oh, I forgot to mention. Although there are 3,000 galaxies, I can only reach 1,000 galaxies. But I am fully capable of destroying the low-level civilizations in these 1,000 galaxies. Lungli, Louis said, this is a grudge between our super civilizations. Why are you venting your anger on low-level civilizations? It doesn't matter. Lungli said, as far as you are concerned. Haven't I, Kathy, always been a person who does whatever it takes to achieve my goals? Then that's what I am. I now have more than 20 billion units, and I still have a lot of money. It's stuck in the quagmire. There are so many units. Do you know how much effort I have to put in to build them? Weighing the pros and cons, Louis said, okay, let's cease fire, and I'll ask Rogers to release your swarm of insects. The Battle of Ray Star has a temporary ceasefire, but it does not mean that the war is over. Chapter 830 After Star Wars. Lungli's Kuwain Zerg has 30 billion units trapped in the Ray A galaxy. Considering that Lungli would really use the quantum virus, Barry tears, to attack other low-level civilization galaxies, the two sides reached an armistice agreement. Rogers of the Magic Sword stopped blocking the Kuwain Zerg that was stranded in the Ray A galaxy. The Kuwain Zerg withdrew from the Ray A galaxy and promised not to use quantum viruses to attack all civilized galaxies in the Starlight A within 10 years. Of course, all civilizations in the two major alliances, the Star Alliance and the Light Alliance, are not allowed to attack Kuwain. Lungli was also forced by the situation. She initially thought that her domineering virus would dominate Area A. Who knew that Holy Light would suddenly choose to form an alliance with Demon Sword and Blood Dance? And Demon Sword and Blood Dance's Star Alliance also accepted him. Moreover, the machine civilization of Demon Sword was not afraid of her virus at all. And the main civilization of the Star Alliance and the main civilization of Holy Light both had misty strongholds. So after the war started, they all began to move quickly. Through the virus, Lungli killed more than 1 million people of Holy Light, and no new killing data came out after that. However, after Lungli's Kuwain withdrew her troops from Light A, Xinguang did not dare to go back immediately because there were still a large number of quantum viruses. Barry tears. In the Holy Light A galaxy. According to the information provided by Xiaowu, Barry tears is a quantum virus. Although it is very overbearing, it will also die on its own over time, which is 24 hours. In fact, the natural death time of the virus is far shorter than that. Blood Dance also set the upper limit of this time to 24 hours for the sake of safety and in accordance with the habits of people on Earth. In this case, if the Holy Light wants to return home, it will have to wait another 24 hours. But through this incident, it also caused a very big psychological shadow on the population of Holy Light civilization, which made the people of Holy Light dare not return to Ray A at all, even if the safe zone time has passed, unless the amazing vaccine can be understood. But it was said that Lungli also kept her novice promise and did not attack other low-level civilizations. Instead, she occupied 100 barren galaxies one after another and carried out the development of her Zerg clan. Therefore, Kuwain, who had been suppressed by the Holy Light for 300 years, finally declared independence and became an independent main civilization that was not controlled by any upper-level civilization. This resulted in the birth of the fourth super-civilization in Starlight A, Kuwain. Attribute, Zerg. Starlight Area A, which is 300 light-years in diameter, has 4 super-civilizations at once: Demon Sword Machine, Blood Dance Zerg, Holy Light Human, and Kuwain Zerg. The so-called Starlight Area A is a vast space area with a diameter of 300 light-years dominated by the two major alliances. Because these two alliances are the Star Sea Alliance composed of Demon Sword and Blood Dance, and the other is the Ray Alliance, which is led by Light and has gathered many high-level and low-level civilizations. The Star Sea Alliance and the Light Alliance, when combined together, form the word Starlight. So this area is also called the Starlight Area, or Starlight Area A. It is not yet known whether Area B will be developed in the future. The Demon Sword and the Blood Dance are of the same mind, but the Holy Light cannot be guaranteed. Now that the armistice jump has been signed, it will be difficult for Demon Sword Xiaowu and Holy Light to fight Kuwain. This is why there are constraints between all parties. But it was said that in this battle, Lungli's Kuwain lost 5 billion units, and was the party with the most serious losses. Blood Dance immediately evacuated, and the battle damage was so slight that it was almost negligible. Although Demon Sword made real-time strategic adjustments, it still lost at least 1 billion units in the Battle of Ray A. In modern interstellar wars, battle losses amount to trillions. If there are not enough people, they will be exterminated very easily. As for the Holy Light, the battle damage was also very serious. First of all, the damage to the two man-made celestial bodies on the native planet, the star symbol. If converted into successful units, it would have been at least 10 billion or more earlier. There are not many other combat units. The main loss of the Holy Light was the population. In this battle, 1 million people died of starworm fever due to being infected with fairy tears, and another million people suffered varying degrees of death. Caught star bug fever. This battle made Lu Yi feel the importance of Machine C tactics, and he will continue and accelerate the development of the number of Legion units in the future. Knowing the power of Lungli, Lu Yi moved all the two sub-civilizations of humans and bees to a misty place to hide them, resolutely not showing their heads. As for Shui Wu, under the leadership of Yin Ling, they also made a comprehensive strategic shift in Kiaomia and handed over the galaxy they occupied to Demon Sword for temporary management. In this way, the galaxy is occupied by Holy Light's main civilization. Sub-civilization and Blood Dance civilization were entrusted to the Demon Sword for management to prevent Lungli from intruding. These three civilizations have a total of more than 400 star systems with air town protection. So the Demon Sword needs to divide its troops and station them in multiple places. This makes Lu Yi feel that the military strength is seriously stretched. Are you going to hold a meeting with the commander of the Demon Sword Internal Army to discuss countermeasures? Roger said. Boss, we have 32 legions, but we have to manage 425 empty star systems, which is very difficult. It's difficult, but we can manage it, Gil said. That's true, Roger said. But eldest sister, boss, brothers, have you ever thought about why? Why do we want to be this big housekeeper? We now urgently need to develop the 64th Legion. But this is not only the collection and replenishment of a large amount of energy and resources, but also requires a huge amount of mechanical power and time. Humans call it human power. But when it comes to machine civilization, isn't it just mechanical power? But I heard Rogers continue to say, if we want to host so many empty star systems, we will have to dedicate our troops, which will seriously delay the construction process of our 64th Legion. Is not it? Lu Yi asked. What do you mean? Should we ask them to collect rent? Or directly occupy these galaxies? Roger said. It all depends on the boss's determination. I have two strategies here. One is the upper strategy, and the other is the lower strategy. The best strategy is to take all these galaxies as your own, no matter what the Covenant is. In this universe, interests are above all else. As for benevolence, righteousness and morality, go to H.L. Of course, this is what I think is the best policy. It can be divided into two situations. One is that we continue to maintain an alliance with Shui Wu. In that case, we cannot break up with her and occupy their galaxy. The second one is that it doesn't matter whether you dance with blood or not, as long as it's not my magic sword. Kill them all. Lu Yi said. Shui Wu and I, the Demon Sword, have sincerely formed an alliance. Lung Yin and I are both from Earth. We can be said to be an Iron Alliance. Roger said. Okay then. Let's just look for the Holy Light. Chapter 831 Mutual Restrictions. According to Rogers, he took advantage of the time he was managing the 400 empty star systems to occupy them all. Among these 425 galaxies, there are 128 Demon Swords, 260 Blood Dances, and 37 Holy Lights. So according to Rogers' intention, in addition to the 128 galaxies of the Demon Sword, the 297 galaxies of Blood Dance and Holy Light combined must be occupied. But Lu Yi did not agree to attack Shui Wu. The reason was very simple. Shui Wu and Demon Sword were an Iron Alliance. Both had their own strengths and could complement each other, so Shui Wu could not be used. But in this case, Holy Light only has 37 galaxies, which is too few, Roger said. Lu Yi said. Don't move, young master. Although we are not against the Holy Light, we are currently in an alliance period, so your best strategy will not work. Then the only solution is to use the next strategy, Roger said. Similarly, there are two types of strategies. One is not targeting Blood Dance, and the other is targeting Blood Dance. The next best thing is to develop their resources for our use when we manage their galaxy. We want to build the 64th Legion, so we need a lot of resources. Before Lu Yi spoke, Jill said, Isn't this bad? It feels a bit like taking advantage of others. Otherwise, Roger said, we are helping to manage the galaxy. Why? To prevent Kuei-in from intruding. In this case, we have to disperse our forces. Think about it. There are 400 galaxies. We only have a total of more than 30 billion troops. Each galaxy can't even spread 1 billion units of troops. And we still need to collect resources. Louis said, I think Rogers' strategy is feasible. Since we are collecting resources, we must do it openly. So we need to talk to them. What if they don't want to? Rogers asked. Louis sneered. Do you think they can? Then the Blood Dance and the Holy Light were called online. The Holy Light was still Dai Baka, and the Blood Dance was temporarily led by Yin Ling because Lun Yen was still purifying. Shang Wenyu did not directly state his intention, but said, 3 major civilizations. A total of 425 empty star systems. My magic sword currently has 34 billion units. And now it has entered the era of my 28th plan. Before Lu Yi finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yin Ling. Yin Ling said, Leader, you don't need to say more. I understand the difficulties of your magic sword. I have fought bloody battles in 260 galaxies. Some are lacking in resources. And some are lacking in resources. The resources are abundant. You can mine them at will, Louis said. Thank you very much. Yin Ling can understand. But Ling Yan is still hibernating. Would it be possible without her permission? It doesn't matter, Yin Ling said. Sister Queen has entrusted me with full authority to manage Blood Dance. That's good. After this crisis is over, you Blood Dancers are also welcome to come to my Demon Sword's territory to collect resources, Yin Ling said. No need, Leader. It only takes a month for the Queen's sister to understand the vaccine. As far as I know, your magic sword is going to build 64 legions. In this time period, I preliminary guess that it will take at least 20 years. So how many resources can you collect in a month? Even if I give you a year's mining rights. It doesn't matter. After all, we are the Iron Alliance now. And we have a common enemy. As for the Holy Light, Daibaker, don't be too stingy. Without the magic sword, you will lose as many galaxies as the Holy Light. Dai Baka remained silent. After being urged twice by Yin Ling, he finally said, No problem. Louis, I discussed it with the council and unanimously approved that among our 37 empty town galaxies, except for the Ray A galaxy and the Galaxy B, and the other 35 are rented. Oh no! Lent to you for 3 months. During these 3 months, you can mine resources at will without paying any fees. Rogers shouted. Hey, you Daibaker. Are you too stingy? Our magic sword helped you defend the territory of Ray A at the huge cost of losing 1 billion units. Now you only rent it to us for 3 months. Louisa said. Rogers, it's almost enough. 3 months. I think it's quite a lot. Daibaker. Then 3 months. After 3 months, I will return all these galaxies to you. Of course. The premise is that Lun Yin can understand the vaccine. Easy to say. Easy to say. Thus, a tripartite agreement was reached. Since both Blood Dance and Holy Light have agreed to let you use the magic sword to mine resources, Louis will not be polite and let the units stationed in these galaxies fully exploit resources, including energy and material resources. And mainly mining has been done, and construction has been postponed. After the epidemic is over, all the collected resources will be used. As Yin Ling said, the construction of the 64th Legion will take at least 20 years. The previous 32 legions took 8 years, but they were actually 22 legions, because there were already 10 legions before. Only after Rogers was awakened did the binary algorithm legion construction model come into being. Then after the 64th Army Corps is completed, it will be the 128th Army Corps, which will take at least 50 years to be abbreviated. The subsequent construction of the 256th Legion will take at least 100 years. Therefore, it will take at least 170 years from now until the entire 256th Regiment is fully staffed. 170 years is a long time. But 170 years is also a short time. It has been 520 years since Lu Yi woke up in 2189. So if we have survived for more than 500 years, what does it mean for a mere 170 years? And on the time scale of the universe, 170 years is really a blink of an eye. Time passed quickly. A month later, Lun Yin woke up. When she learned that all 3 parties had reached an understanding with Lung Li, she became furious and contacted Lu Yi. As soon as he got online, Lun Yin shouted, Lu Yi, you are the leader of the Alliance and command tens of billions of troops. Why don't you destroy Lung Li's Bichi? How can you still coexist peacefully with her? Lu Yi waited for her to lose her temper and then said, Leng Yin, eldest sister, we are now equally powerful. If we fight head-on, you will definitely lose both sides and lose countless lives. The gain will not be worth the loss. So we can only suspend the war temporarily and wait for an opportunity to get rid of her later. Leng Yin, I know you are not an impulsive and brainless person. Otherwise, you would have fought many battles with Leng Li in the past 300 years. However, the fact is, not once. Can it be the same? Leng Yin said. At that time, the holy light was too powerful, and Leng Li had the protection of the holy light. I was no match at all. It's different now. I have such an iron-blooded ally, and holy light has been defeated by us once and is willing to form an alliance with us. The three of us are fully capable of destroying Leng Li. Lu Yi knew very well that Leng Yin was angry at the moment and was completely blinded by hatred. So he did not argue with her and let her speak. Why didn't you speak? Leng Yin asked. I'm thinking about a question, Lu Yi said. You became the Blood Blade Queen in 2022. It's almost 800 years now. Nearly 300 years earlier than me. So what? What has sustained you for so many years? Chapter 832, in the process of continuous development of the four super civilizations. During the purification period of Leng Yin, Yinling represented Shui Wu and the demon sword Lu Yi, and Dai Baka, who added the holy light, always agreed to reach a truce agreement with Kuei Yin Leng Li. This made Leng Yin, who had regained consciousness, extremely angry, and almost fell out with Yinling over this. But with Lu Yi's persuasion, she finally calmed down. Even if she doesn't calm down, it won't work. The current situation is like this. Starlight A presents a situation where the four major civilizations are separated. And it also creates a situation of mutual restriction. If anyone wants to kill the other party quickly without any casualties, it is simply impossible. But after a month of purification, Leng Yin finally realized that in addition to the vaccine was also in quantum form, and was injected into the purified pupae of other blood blades in the form of spores. Then other blood blades only need to realize this skill when they are pupating and purifying. This time only takes 3 days, which is the purification time of the White Tiger level blood blade. So how should the vaccine be used? It is also very convenient. You only need to use the blood blade with the vaccine skill to go to the target area and release the immune quantum flying insects. As a quantum flying insect, you will fly within the galaxy at a speed of 0.5 times the speed of light, killing quantum viruses wherever you go, and at the same time making the creatures passing by immune. This kind of medical treatment really made the demon sword and holy light people dumbfounded and amazed. The blood blades under the Blood Dance banner were divided into several batches to receive the knowledge of the vaccine. Blood Dance also dispersed these vaccines to various galaxies within a month. The wandering holy light civilization also began to return to its homeland one by one. And the demon sword, which kept its promise, also withdrew its legion. Starlight Area A has once again calmed down. And due to mutual constraints between the parties and Leng Li's Kuei Yin, there will not be a large-scale war for a while. However, small-scale conflicts occasionally occur, and space pirates become more rampant. So it is not always calm in Area A. But it was said that Demon Sword and Blood Dance continue to develop their respective powers. Magic Sword has started its 64 Legion plan. This process will take 20 years. At the same time, it also needs to develop small universe technology and transition technology. Both of these technologies will be a sign that Magic Sword has entered a god-level civilization. So Lu Yi is very attentive. But he also understands that this will take a long time to achieve. Blood Dance continues to search for and discover new blood blades in various galaxies to expand its strength, and strives to understand how a blood blade can command 10 billion insect swarm units. Leng Yin also needs to understand the Fairy Tears virus. Leng Li had already figured it out before her. And based on this alone, Leng Li was already much ahead of her. If you want to defeat Leng Li, you must first understand this virus. But she also warned that without Leng Li's instruction, it would take at least 100 years to understand it on her own. And during the development process, Leng Yin discovered that the vaccine she understood could only last for 1 year at most. In less than a year, the Fairy Tears virus mutated. After the mutated virus, this vaccine can no longer protect against new mutated viruses. If you want to resist the new mutated virus, you need to develop a new vaccine. So Leng Yin will pupate and purify it again to learn it. At this moment, her optimism has returned from the Suzaka level to the White Tiger level. At the White Tiger level, she only needs 3 days to comprehend the new vaccine. So in the next 20 years, in Area A, there were no battles. But small frictions continued. The two sisters, Lung Yin and Lung Li, have no direct confrontation. But they are constantly fighting in the dark. The Cold War between them is the constant escalation of viruses and vaccines. Lung Li often flirts with Lung Yin. That is, she often wants to connect with her and talk to her. But Lung Yin doesn't want to pay attention to her at all. She had no choice. Because she couldn't be around now. So she could only stare. In this way, in the microsecond relationship between the four directions, another 20 years passed. And the time came to 2830 AD, which was also the 641st year of the magic calendar and the 294th, 920th day of the insect calendar. Demonic Sword has developed a full complement of 64 legions, calculating a legion of 1.107 billion. 64 legions means 70.848 billion. This figure is still far from Lung Li's 100 billion. And these 20 years later, Lu Yi also discovered a problem. That is, after 20 years of development, Lung Li's Kuei Yin is still a unit of 100 billion. But after making up for the losses in the last battle of Ray Star, there will be no further development. As for her vassal Blood Blade, after Ailey committed suicide 20 years ago, she only added a new Blood Blade. And no new Blood Blade has been developed until now. In other words, over the years, including Lung Li, her Kuei Yin has only had 10 Blood Blades. Lung Yin also noticed this situation. When discussing with Lu Yi asked about it. But Lung Yin herself couldn't figure it out. However, Lung Yin has developed many new Blood Blades. And has developed 35 Blood Blades. It is also very difficult to develop new Blood Blades among the human race. Therefore, in the current Blood Dance, the Zerg units have also grown to 35 billion troops. If added together with the Demonic Sword, the total is 105.8 billion. This number is already comparable to Lung Li. But because of the overbearing Fairy Tears closure virus, even with the current ability of the Alliance, it still cannot defeat Lung Li. Lung Li seems to be unable to develop. But she relies on the fact that she has a virus. So she doesn't take anyone seriously. If the Holy Light is calculated based on the number of drones, the existing Holy Light also has a strength of 80 billion. Think about it. It is not easy for a human civilization to develop to a basic unit combat strength of more than 80 billion. But even so, the three forces combined could still not defeat Kuei Yin. The reason for this was simply that she had a virus. And this was enough for Lung Li. So the stalemate in Area A continues. Lu Yi's 8-year plan was also disrupted because of his army expansion plan. The calculation cycle was no longer based on 8 years. But the calculation cycle was based on legion construction. For example, the current Demon Sword, after completing the construction of 64 legions, began an intense construction cycle of 128 legions. This cycle will take about 50 years. In other words, the Demon Sword in 50 years will have 128 legions, with a total of 141.7 billion super combat power. Lu Yi's magic sword is a machine. So he is not afraid of Lung Li's virus. With his total force of nearly 150 billion. If he goes to fight Kuei Yin, it doesn't mean he can't beat her. But this is 50 years later. Lu Yi began his fourth cycle of great construction. During the construction cycle of the 128th Legion, Holy Light, which was originally aligned with Demon Sword Blood Dance, suddenly announced that it would form an alliance with Kuei Yin. Chapter 833 Kuei Yin suddenly disappeared when the development continued. When you heard that Holy Light was going to form an alliance with Kuei Yin, both Demon Sword and Xue Wu expressed strong protest. Especially Lung Yin, who made you furious. Originally, this magic sword, Xue Wu and Holy Light combined, all three parties could not defeat Kuei Yin. Fortunately, now, Holy Light actually wants to form an alliance with Kuei Yin, and it will be even harder for Demon Sword Xue Wu to defeat them. During the connection between Demon Sword and Blood Dance, Roger said, I said back then that I would use the best strategy to destroy the Holy Light in the chaos. But you didn't listen and were all merciful. It would be better if you did it first. This Holy Light actually I got together with Kuei Yin again. Gil said, You are talking nonsense now. Don't you understand what happened at that time? At that time, we had to restrain Lung Li. If you destroyed the Holy Light, our power against Kuei Yin would be weaker. So we couldn't fight at all at that time. It's a shame that the boss trusted you so much. Afraid that they would fight each other, Lu Yi said. Okay, you two, stop fighting. Let's see how to deal with them now, Gil said. This holy light is really shameless. Kuei-in rebelled against him and launched the Ray Star campaign specifically against it, wiping out more than 1 million of their population. It's a good thing now. This holy light doesn't hold grudges. Instead, it wants to form an alliance with Kuei-in. Lun Yin said. It's not surprising. In the Battle of Cockroach Star, our coalition forces beat the holy light on their knees and beg for mercy, killing hundreds of millions of their units. Didn't they still bow their heads and form an alliance with us? Louis said. This holy light is a guy who has breasts and is a mother. Keeping him will be a disaster. I will definitely destroy him when I get the chance in the future. Lun Yin said. There is also Lingli. Yes, Louis said. Xinguang and Lingli's Kuei-in are both big cancers in the universe. If there is a chance, they must be eliminated, Lun Yin said. Even if we fight, we will still be the Iron Alliance. Right, Louis said. Yes, we will always be an Iron Alliance. And this will never change, Lun Yin said. Let me ask Hajiyoshi first, and then we can discuss our next plan. The original commander-in-chief of the Holy Light was Dai Baka, who resigned several years ago. The current commander-in-chief of the Holy Light is Hajiyoshi. Louis agreed to her suggestion. Lun Yin connected with Hajiyoshi and asked, What's going on with your Holy Light? Why do you suddenly want to join Quinn? Back then, Kuei-in beat up your Holy Light and left it running around the universe. Now you have all forgotten what happened back then. How did Kuei-in bring you such hatred? Hajiyoshi said, Dear Her Majesty the Queen, what you said was all done by my predecessor, Daibaka, and has nothing to do with me. Now I only focus on bringing our holy light to a more glorious future. So on balance, we decided to form an alliance with Kuei-in. This is also for our own benefit. Just like you forming an alliance with machine civilization. This is the same reason. What you and Demon Sword are worried about is whether our holy light and Kuei-in have formed an alliance and will join forces to attack you. Regarding this, you can rest assured and please tell Louis and ask him to send a letter as well. And I promise here that I will never take the initiative to attack you and the magic sword. If Quinn attacks you, I won't help them beat you. We will just watch. But upholding the spirit of the Alliance's contract, I will not beat you against Kuei-in. Lun Yin sneered and said, You are a peacemaker who will not offend both sides. But do you know that this is exactly what Lungli wants to see? As long as you don't interfere, it will be more confident to defeat me. Blood Dance and Magic Sword. Once we are defeated, then it will be you. The Holy Light. Lungli has promised not to hit my Holy Light. As long as our Holy Light doesn't embarrass her, Kuei-in, then her Kuei-in will not come to embarrass our Holy Light. Do you believe what Lungli said? Forget it. I'm too lazy to say anything to you. It's all in vain. Lungli reported this consultation to Imogen. Louis said, The capricious civilization of the Holy Light is the same as the previous Daibaka and the current Hajiyoshi. So we can't count on him. We have to think about what to do. The conference call was not only between the two of them, but also all the consciousnesses of the demonic sword, and all the blood blades of the blood dance. After some discussion, Louis said, We still have to continue to develop Piamu land and develop more Piamu land. But the enemy will not be able to find us at all. Lun Yin said, I thought of a good idea. That is, for the galaxy, the two of us can adopt a joint defense mechanism. Well, this is possible. Since we are the Iron Alliance, we should help each other. Before, whether it was the Demon Sword or the Blood Dance, whichever galaxy they were stationed in, they were either Zerg or machines. Now, both sides are stationed together for joint defense. In this way, both parties will be safe at the same time. Magic Sword begins the next cycle, the 128th Legion, a 50-year construction cycle. Through intelligence detection, it was learned that Lungli had given Hajiyoshi a set of universal vaccines, which could effectively resist fairy tears and protect against a variety of mutated viruses. No wonder Holy Light changed his face so badly. In the next 50 years, Lungli did not cause any trouble. Instead, she was very calm and did not even have a small conflict. The Star Alliance and the Ray of Light continued to send divisions to each other. But the cold and beautiful Kuei-in civilization cannot exchange missions. The main reason for this formation is that there is no sub-civilization in Kuei-in. Lungli has no requirement to collect sub-civilizations. Since there is no sub-civilization, it will be difficult for her to send out envoys. Without envoys, she will not be able to accept special envoys from other countries. 50 years later, the Demon Sword's 128 legions were completed and developed into 128 legions. with a total of more than 140 billion super combat power. However, it is still very difficult to unite Lin Yan and eliminate Holy Light and Lung Li. In addition to the development and establishment of the magic sword, there has been no breakthrough in technology, and no small universe or jump has been developed. The magic sword has continued its last expansion cycle, which is the construction of the 256th Legion. This cycle will take about 100 years. And just when the first phase of expansion construction and the Centennial Plan began, Lung Li's Kuei Yin suddenly disappeared, which made both Demon Sword Shui Wu and Sheng Guang very confused. What's confusing is why Lung Li left. Where have you gone? Everyone knows the skills she knows. So her skills are getting less and less. So she chooses to run away because she is afraid of being beaten. But this is just a guess. The last time she disappeared was in the Earth Age. Lung Li killed Xiang's mother and then disappeared. She didn't know where she went. When she met you again, she never imagined that Lung Li would become so powerful. Therefore, Lung Yan is very worried about this disappearance. She is worried that Lung Li will become even more powerful when they meet again next time. By then, it will be even more difficult to kill her. Chapter 834 God-level technology has never been able to break through. The Zerg civilization Kuei Yin, one of the 4 super civilizations in Area A, suddenly disappeared. This made the other 3 major civilizations very surprised, and did not know where Kuei Yin had gone. After searching carefully, there was no result. This makes Lung Yan very upset. Starting from 2022, it has been more than 800 years. She has always wanted to kill her, but she has never been able to kill her. So can Lung Yan not be upset? However, civilizations still need to continue to develop. Lu Yi's demonic sword has also begun the final phase of its army expansion plan. The 256th Legion with a 100-year cycle. Before the development of the magic sword, there were 255 independent consciousness bodies in the virtual world of the Hope, including Giada. There were exactly 256. 256. The 8th power of 2. Exactly complies with the machine rules. The demon sword really took 100 years to build all 256 legions. During the War of God, the lords who were eliminated never dreamed that they would be used again. Therefore, after they woke up and became the commanders of the demon sword, they became particularly loyal to Lu Yi. The time has come to AD 2985. Year 796 of the magic calendar, and day 351,495 of the insect calendar. In addition to the demon sword's 256 legions, a total of 283.4 billion super large basic unit combat power. The blood dance under Lung Yan's leadership has also developed to a total of 260 blood blades. A total of 260 billion total troops. And the demon sword can also be counted. It's evenly matched. So far, Holy Light has not developed much. And it is still a scale of 100 billion. After 100 years of development, Lung Yan finally understood the quantum virus, fairy tears, as well as the corresponding virus mutation methods and vaccine response methods. Tears of the fairy belongs to the quantum virus. With it, it is equivalent to 1 foot of civilization stepping into the threshold of the god level, allowing blood dance to move from a super civilization into the palace of a god level civilization. This made Shui Wu lead the demon sword again, which made Lu Yi very anxious. There are several major signs that machine civilization has entered a god-level civilization: small universe, jump wormhole, ice flame flowing gold. Any technology can be regarded as a god-level civilization. Small universes and jump wormholes have been introduced before, so I won't go into details here. The technology of ice flame flowing gold is truly magical. It can turn the enemy's metals and alloys into a liquid state at room temperature, thereby paralyzing the opponent's equipment. The ice flame flowing gold is just the name given by Lu Yi. The more formal name should be the flowing gold radiation wave. The properties of ice flame flowing gold and the Zerg's fairy tears are similar, except that the former targets metal, while the latter targets living things. The tears of the fairy are emitted in the form of a curved surface, while the ice flame flowing gold is emitted in the form of a linear arc. Both are emitted at the speed of light. Fairy tears is a quantum virus, and ice flame flowing gold is a radiation wave. Fairy tears attacks all creatures, so it is effective against humans and bugs, but not against machines. The attack target of ice flame flowing gold is all metals, so it is effective against humans and machines, but not against Zerg. Fairies and the like have a defense method, which is a vaccine. In the later stages of development, there will be corresponding quantum immune proteins. which can be very effective against quantum viruses such as fairy tears. Similarly, Ice Flame Flowing Gold also has a corresponding countermeasure, which is the Suppressing Gold Wave. The metal alloy that has been irradiated by the gold suppressing wave can effectively defend against flowing gold attacks. And launching the gold suppressing wave can also disrupt the flowing gold radiation, i.e., Ice Flame Flowing Gold. Space barriers are the most effective way to defend against these god-level weapons. They can defend against quantum viruses, liquid metal radiation, and other god-level weapons. And all this, the magic sword has not yet been developed, which makes Lu Yi feel very frustrated. It also made him feel very distressed. At the same time, the Holy Light has obviously lagged behind the Demon Sword and Blood Dance. Within the two civilizations of the Demon Sword and Blood Dance, many people advocate attacking the Holy Light and wiping out the Holy Light individuals as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. The wave of support includes many sub-civilized human races under its jurisdiction. However, the Alliance has not taken any action. This is also the result of the 180 years of peaceful coexistence between the Holy Light and the Alliance. Both sides have sent missions to each other, and there are even various people-to-people exchanges. So it is difficult to start a war. The Alliance's footsteps have extended to the vast space of the universe 400 light-years away from the solar system. In the virtual world and playground, Lu Yi and Le Rong were sitting on a swing, each holding a glass of cold drink. Lu Yi, has it really been 800 years? Le Rong asked, looking at the crowds coming and going in the amusement park. Lu Yi nodded and said, yes. To be precise, it is 796. The real world is now 2985. Oh my god, Le Rong said in surprise. This is too fast. And it is still 2019 here. And it has only been less than 3 days since the War of God ended. Lu Yi slowed down the speed of the virtual world again. So only 2 days had passed in the virtual world after 800 years in the universe. In the virtual world, for Le Rong, Lu Yi had only held her hand at most, and never even kissed her, let alone such shy things. He is a machine now, and does not have the needs of humans. But his love for Le Rong is real. With 256 legions, all the lords have been awakened, and it has become impossible for the demon sword to expand further. What should we do? Le Rong asked anxiously. Hey, it's a pity that I can't help you share your worries. Otherwise, I would go to the real world to help you lead the legion. Lu Yi shook his head and said, actually, there are ways. Oh, Le Rong said quickly. That's great. Hurry up and wake it up. Soul Stone, Lu Yi said. You must have a Soul Stone. Otherwise the conscious body without a soul cannot be awakened. Le Rong is not a conscious body. Like everyone in the virtual world, she is just a code segment. A code segment without a soul. However, Lu Yi does not want to hurt her. So he can only say that she is a conscious body without a soul. In fact, what's the difference? Lu Yi said. The Soul Stone is in the home of Eternal Man. Eternal Man, our mortal enemy, is 70,000 light years away from us. How can we go to its home and destroy it? Le Rong said. If you move forward step by step through entangled particles, and then drop them through the wormhole, it will take 70,000 years to reach the Eternal Nest. Right. Yes, that's true, Lu Yi said. It's too long. We have to wait 70,000 years. There are no exceptions, Le Rong said. For example, for technological breakthroughs, I don't believe that jump wormholes will not be researched in these 70,000 years. Lu Yi said. It can definitely be researched. Otherwise, how can we fight against eternity? Hey, to be honest, I am at a loss about the future. After so many years, I have not seen the true face of eternal people. Nor do I know them. Does it really exist? Chapter 835 Planetary Zerg. Rong Yi host. An independent virtual world. Lu Yi is on vacation in this world, getting along with his sweetheart. Since Lu Yi established the Demon Sword civilization, he moved the 6E world out of the Hope server and built a separate supercomputer for it, named Rong Yi, after Le Rong and Lu Yi's name, and placed the Rong Yi host in the computer room of his flagship Tianji. In the computer room, in addition to Rong Yi's host, there is also a host that constitutes Lu Yi's own. My own host takes up much more space than Rong Yi, but he said that in Rong Yi's host, Lu Yi was meeting his sweetheart Le Rong here, and readjusted the flow of time. After coming out of the amusement park, the two of them walked on the street to relax. While they were chatting happily, a message flowed into Lu Yi's mind. It was from Jill. Boss, are you online? Of course it was online. The reason why Jill asked this was because she was worried that Lu Yi would be resting in the virtual world, such as sleeping, or doing something embarrassing with her sweetheart. So I need to ask. If not, Lu Yi can receive this message. If so, then this message needs to be delayed slightly before he can receive it. What's the matter? What's the matter? Lu Yi asked, doing two things at once. While falling in love with Lorong, he also paid attention to all the developments in the real world. Gil said, Galaxy 4965. A huge monster suddenly broke into. Galaxy number 4965 is not only the territory of the Alliance, but also an important mining area for the Alliance. There are 3 rocky planets, 2 gaseous planets, as well as countless natural satellites, asteroids, and other celestial bodies. The resources are very rich. At the same time, Galaxy 4965 is jointly owned and mined by Magic Sword and Blood Dance. So you can see that there are many machine units and Zerg units in this galaxy. So this is a very strange world where machines and Zerg can actually live together peacefully. What kind of monster is it? Lu Yi asked. Are you coming out, or should I send the information in? Jiesher asked. Let me come out, Lu Yi said. Then he said to Lorong, I'm sorry. I'm in trouble. I have to go out now. Go, Lorong said. Come on. The magic sword will win. The magic sword will win. Lu Yi left the virtual world and returned to the real world. Gil sent the image. Lu Yi quickly figured out the situation of the 4965 galaxy by viewing the image and the intelligence sent back by the front detection quantum. It turns out that a starworm broke into 4965. Starworm is a type of Zerg. It is huge and can swallow a planet. So the monster you see now is a starworm. Intelligence feedback says that it has a diameter of 8,500 kilometers. This is a very huge number. Before the Earth was destroyed, it was 12,000 kilometers away. So the size of this starworm is almost as big as the Earth. Mars is only 6,800 kilometers in diameter. So this star bug is bigger than Mars. When Langley was developing her own strength in Regulus 14, Leng Yan discovered a star bug during her investigation. But it was not that big at the time. Lu Yi and Shui Wu both thought of Langley first. Maybe this star bug belonged to Langley. Lu Yi woke up and quickly connected to the Alliance command network. Online. You said, Leng Yan. This is a blue pond. Langley, where are you? Lu Yi said. It's not necessarily Langley's. Maybe there are other forces. Through intelligence reconnaissance, it can be found that this starworm was discovered on the edge of the empty town in 4965. It has now entered the empty town and began to rush towards the inner periphery of the galaxy. Its first target is a building not far away. Mines on dwarf planets. Although the starworm is huge, it also moves very fast, reaching 1x, which is a speed of 3,000 kilometers/second. This kind of speed is certainly not worth mentioning for the super civilization and the Star Alliance of quasi-god level civilization. But for such a large body, suddenly breaking into the galaxy, this kind of speed is already very large. It also carries many soldiers and insects flying with it. Both Demon Sword and Blood Dance began to send troops to intercept. But then something extremely strange happened. Whether it was Demon Sword or Blood Dance's unit, those who went to intercept it would only be 300,000 kilometers away once they approached the starworm. When it happens, it will lose control and fly towards the starworm quickly, fall to the surface of the starworm, and then be swallowed by it. Lu Yi scolded. What's wrong with him? Leng Yan! It has super attraction. Leng Yan, tell your Zerg units not to get too close to it. Leng Yan said. Yes. I am issuing an order to tell the Blood Blade stationed in 4695 not to get close. Just let the insect swarm units attack it. But the distance of 300,000 kilometers is too long. It is simply outside the effective range. There is nothing we can do about it. After the starworm broke into the galaxy, it advanced all the way and was about to reach the first outer planet. However, some units in the Alliance wanted to get closer and wanted to teleport this supergiant away by activating a wormhole. But far from Taiyuan, the wormhole cannot be activated at all. If the distance is too close, it will fall onto the starworm, making it even more impossible to initiate wormhole teleportation. Both Demon Sword and Blood Dance tried various methods, but were unable to do anything. What should I do? Your Excellency. Alliance leader? Leng Yan asked. Since 200 years ago, Lu Yi, as the leader of the Alliance, led Demon Sword and Blood Dance to win the Battle of Cockroach Star and the Battle of Ray Star. Leng Yan, you simply gave up the opportunity to serve as the leader of the alliance and let Louis serve as lifelong leader. For questions like Lun Yin, Louis didn't have an answer and could only answer truthfully. After thinking for a while, he said, "We can't do it, so why not remove all units in the galaxy, including air defense equipment and Dyson sphere fragments?" Lun Yin said, "I think so too. Then let's start the transfer." The Alliance is making great efforts to transfer units in its mind. Suddenly there was another signal from a strange woman who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. Louis looked at the strange signal and wondered. I thought, what the I could this be? So difficult. While transferring units, Roger suddenly said, "Boss, we can't get close to it and enable wormhole teleportation for it. But we still have ways to deal with it." "Oh, what is it? Tell me," Louis asked as if he saw hope. Roger said, "As we all know, the wormhole is two-way. Since we can't teleport it, can't we teleport things to it over and over again?" Louis suddenly realized and said, "Yes, it can be like this. Why didn't I think of it? Rogers, you are still smart. We can get at something now." Chapter 836 Anata Zerg Ancestor Star Insect Makiro. A strange planet-level Zerg unit, wrapped in a wandering planet, broke into the 4965 galaxy very suddenly, and advanced all the way to the inner periphery of the galaxy. Neither the demon sword nor the blood dance can do anything about it. It has super attraction, and this attraction has an extreme range, which reaches 300,000 kilometers. 300,000 kilometers away. The wormhole cannot be sent there, so it cannot be sent away by activating the wormhole through the hair. Within 30 kilometers, the object will quickly fall to its surface. Rogers thought of a way, which was to build the starting end of the wormhole somewhere else and place the target end near the starworm. The transmission nature of the wormhole is two-way, so when the starting end of the wormhole is established elsewhere and the target end is dropped near the starworm, especially on the way forward of the starworm, the starworm can be teleported away. Teleport from the target end to the starting end, thereby expelling the starworms from the galaxy. Or another method, that is, after the wormhole is built and the target end is dropped near the starworm, a large number of objects, such as weapons, can be thrown into the starting end at the target end and then come out from the target end. It serves as a way to attack star bugs. Both of these methods are good solutions, but when they are actually carried out, problems arise. This has to do with the principle that motivates wormholes. Build the starting point of the wormhole somewhere in the universe, and place the quantum flying insects or entangled particles used for wormhole release positioning at the destination, and then release the target end of your wormhole there. Now the goal is to bring the target end of the wormhole near the sexual impulse, and the prerequisite is to send quantum flying insects or entangled particles there for positioning. The test was conducted with a magic sword, so the particles it emitted were entangled particles. The problem arises. The entangled particles emitting the trench approach the starworm at the speed of light. Once it enters the strong attraction range of 300,000 kilometers, it immediately crashes and loses contact. Without entangled particles, excitation wormholes cannot be established. The plan failed. Rogers cursed angrily. Lun Yin wanted to try again. Louis said, "No need to try. The principle of activating wormholes is the same. My magic sword can't do it, and your blood dance can't do it either. Still, withdraw. Begin the evacuation of all Covenant units in System 4965. When the starworms were advancing and the Alliance was withdrawing, a strange signal came in requesting a connection. Although he was confused, Louis still took it in, but his appearance could not be seen clearly on the virtual screen. Louis asked, "Who are you and why do you want to connect to us?" "Who am I?" An old woman's voice repeated Louis's question, and then answered the question herself. "My name is Maji Luo." "Maji Luo? What the hell?" Louis asked. The other party actually spoke Chinese, but he did not translate the meaning of its name. It was obviously a transliteration. "My name is Maji Luo," the other party repeated. "My name is Maji Luo, the Ancestor Insect King. Dans! Are you there?" Lun Yin sent a private message and said, "It is the first generation queen of the Anata Zerg tribe, and is also the mother body of Dancy and Oh My Demon. Dance's host is me, and Oh My Demon's host is Lungli." Good guy. It turns out to be the old demon worm. Shang Wenyu thought to himself, could it be that star worm? Will Lun Yin be controlled by it, or take its orders, then turn against yourself and beat him back? There are necessary worries. Louis asked Lun Yin. "It wants to absorb you. Do you want to return to its command? Lung Yin said. Impossible. I don't have its labor. It can't control me. Magi Luo is the mother body of Danz and the Oh My Demon. And Danz is the mother body of Minano. Danzi parasitized Lung Yin. And Minano parasitized Luo Xiaoxue. Luo Xiaoxue did not have the ideological imprint of Lung Yin. So Lung Yin could not control Luo Xiaoxue. But Luo Xiaoxue still belonged to her, and became a vassal queen under her. As a woman, Majilua couldn't control her coolness. But at this moment, she actually met the first-generation Zerg queen here. Do you want to talk to it? Lui asked. Okay, I'll do it, Lung Yin said, and started to say to Majilua. Hello Ananda Majilua. My name is Lung Yuan, and I am Danz's host. Are you looking for me? Magi Luo's full name is Ananda Magi Luo, which is also the origin of the name of Ananda Zerg. Choose the Blood Blade route? Majilua said. Very good. Very good. And it has developed to this scale. I have chosen it for many years. And now I have found you. The Oh My Demon has returned. And now I am missing you. You, too, come back. Oh My Demon is back? Lung Yin asked. Are you talking about Lung Li? Oh no. Is it Kathy Say? Lung Li has never admitted that her name is Lung Li. So if she surrenders to Majilua, she will definitely call herself Sure Kathy. Lung Li? Sure Kathy? Majilua said thoughtfully. Yes, it's Sure Kathy, the host of Oh My Demon. She has returned to my command. She is waiting for you now. Let's kill her together. Create a universe that belongs to my great Ananda Zerg. It's not impossible. But Majilua, Lung Yin said, since you want me to surrender to you, why don't you say it first? But come directly to offer you my galaxy? This is the 4965 galaxy. You see in the Galaxy Zerg unit? Those are my soldiers. Danz, Magi Luo said. This is purely a galaxy of your Zerg units. So how can I attack it? But why did you get together with the machine? Let me help you eliminate this machine civilization. No, Makiro. Danz, in terms of seniority, you are my daughter. You should call me mother. Why do you keep calling me by my first name? I'm sorry, Anatoma Jilua. Lin Yin not only called her by her first name, but also called her full name. In my memory, I only have one mother, and that is Mother Xiang. Who in this world? I can't even imagine taking her place in my heart. As for Danz, it is parasitic in my body now, in a semi-dormant state. I also have its memory, but in Danz's memory, there is no memory of you being her mother. So, I'm sorry. I can only call you by your first name. Anata Majiro. Damn it. Danz Lin Yin. You are so powerless. I want to ask, Lung Yin said. You answer my 2 questions first, and then I will decide how to call you. You say, first question, is that wandering planet you? It's me, the Starworm root of the Anata Zerg, and the best evolutionary root of the Anata Zerg. Okay. Second question, Lung Li. Oh, she is the host of the Oh My Demon. Has she surrendered to you? Certainly. Get her online. I want to talk to her. Chapter 837 Super Gravity Limit. Magi Luo is the ancestor of the Anata Zerg tribe. Her full name is Anata Magi Luo, and the name of the Anata Zerg tribe comes from this. When Majilua connected with the Star Alliance, Lui was thinking about a question. Where did this Zerg named Anata Majilua come from? Could it be that, like humans, they evolved step by step from single-celled organisms at the beginning? In the course of human evolutionary history, not only the human species has evolved, but also 350,000 species of plants, 1.5 million species of animals, and 5 million species of microorganisms. As for the Zerg, did it only evolve into one species? While communicating with Majilua, Lui had a quick exchange with his generals. The first person to ask was Giada. Only she came from eternity, so she should know more. However, Giada's answer was very disappointing. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know either, Jill asked. But eldest sister, you come from eternity. How could you not know? Then I just don't know. So what can I do? Giada said. Besides, you can just search in the public database. I am a community with you now, and there is no way I want to hide anything I don't know from you, Lui said. Okay. Regarding this, I believe in Giada, Roger said. Boss, I have studied the history of our magic sword. When the magic sword left the solar system, it encountered light bugs. That's right. The Battle of Halo, Louis said. The first interstellar war of the demonic sword. What are lightworms? Rogers asked. Gil said. Eternal man's pet. This has been my opinion for many years. Do you have a different opinion? No, it's not, Rogers said. I mean, since light bugs can be the pets of Eternals, why can't the Anata Zerg be the pets of some advanced human race? Giada said. Eternal people do not have such a pet. There is only one kind, and that is the light insect, Rogers asked. What about other god-level civilizations? The Milky Way is so big. There can't be only one god-level civilization in eternity. Right. Louis took over the words and said, I think what Roger said makes sense. If so, it means that there are at least 2 god-level civilizations in the Milky Way. Eternity is enough to give us a headache. And now there is an unknown god. Super civilization. Originally we thought the holy light was very powerful. But now that we have come into contact with it, it is nothing more than that. And even now we have surpassed the holy light. So who is this guy hiding in the dark? Louis pondered. It seems that we have to be extra careful in the future. Since Magi Luo can find us, then this mysterious god-level civilization will definitely be able to find us. And it has even been observing us secretly. In that case, we'd have to hide ourselves. Too, Roger said. Giada said. It's not that serious. Once this unknown civilization discovers us, even if we can't defeat it, we still have time to evacuate. Everyone in the Demon Sword is a machine with nanosecond communication speed. So when they were discussing the god-level civilization behind the scenes, Leng Yen was still negotiating with Ma Jiluo. Put her online. I want to talk to her, Leng Yen said. Magi Luo replied. Okay. No problem at all. After a while, Leng Li came online, and Leng Yen yelled, You Bichi, why aren't you dead yet? Leng Li smiled and said, My dear sister, I am your biological sister. Why do you want me to die? I have found my mother now, and our Anata Zerg tribe has become stronger. Sister, please come back too. With the power of the 3 of us, mother and daughter, we can completely dominate the universe. Shameless, Leng Yen scolded. The evil Ma Jiluo is running rampant across the universe and devouring planets. She is not worthy of being our mother. My mother is Mama Xiang, and your adoptive mother is Mrs. Miller. You can pull me down, Leng Li said. The Great Majesty Magi Luo is our real mother. Please wake up. The two were arguing online, and Louis quietly asked Leng Yen, If you don't recognize Ma Jiluo, will Dans be willing? Dans parasitizes Leng Yen, so Leng Yen becomes the host, and Dans parasitizes her body. The two form a symbiosis, but the control and willpower are both controlled by the host. The parasite only has consciousness and no control. Leng Yen replied, I have already consulted Dans on this issue, and she said she completely obeys my opinion. Hearing what Leng Yen said, Louis was relieved. He was mainly worried that Leng Yen would be controlled by Dans and Rebel. In that case, it would be difficult to deal with the magic sword. Sisters Leng Yen and Leng Li were at each other's throats, and Ma Jiluo said, Leng Yen, are you really unwilling to belong? Leng Yen replied, Ma Jiluo, we are not the same person at all. I don't recognize you, and Dans doesn't recognize you either. You'd better give up. I advise you now to leave Xinguang as soon as possible before you can get it back alive. Otherwise, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. You are so abominable. Also, Ma Jiluo, I advise you to hand over Leng Li, and let us resolve the grudge between her and me. I will go around you when I see you in the future, and will never embarrass you. Otherwise, as long as I see you, when I get to you, I must eliminate you. Hey, do you have the ability? Ma Jiluo said. Since you are unwilling to submit, then I will eat away at you step by step, starting with this galaxy, and then all this star area will be I'm crawling. One of Makiro's ultimate skills is the 300,000 kilometer supergravity limit. Its supergravity can reach 10,000 times the Roche limit. Anything that breaks through this limit will be quickly torn into pieces and fall. Even the quantum realm cannot escape. So this is where Ma Jiluo's dominance lies. Blood Dance can't beat it, and the magic sword can't do anything about it. So it can only watch helplessly. Watch her run rampant in Galaxy 4965, doing whatever she wants. The Demonic Sword and Blood Dance Alliance can only evacuate their units in Galaxy 4965 through the activated wormhole as quickly as possible. At this speed, Ma Jiluo will soon break through to the inner periphery of the galaxy and control the control equipment of the empty town. Therefore, Louis set a timing device on the empty town equipment. As long as Modulo reaches a certain distance, the equipment will initiate self-destruction. The device has magic sword technology, so it cannot fall into the hands of the enemy. According to the intelligence sent back by the Forward Reconnaissance Unit, it can be seen that when Modulo passed a gaseous planet in the outermost part of the galaxy, a satellite with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers was sucked towards Modulo and entered quickly, reaching the 300,000 kilometer gravitational limit of Magi Luo. It fell rapidly and quickly shattered into countless fragments, continuing to fall towards Magi Luo. At the same moment, Louis received a strange signal again, requesting connection. Liu Yisheng wondered, who is this? Chapter 838 Nezur Queen Anne. The Roche limit is the distance at which the gravitational pull of one celestial body is equal to the tidal force caused by a second celestial body. When the distance between two celestial bodies is less than the Roche limit, the celestial bodies will tend to fragment and then become a ring of the second celestial body. It is named after Edward Roche, the first person to calculate this limit. As a star bug, Anadymadro has a diameter of more than 8,500 kilometers, but it has a super strong gravitational limit. This limit has an edge, which is 300,000 kilometers away from it. Moreover, the gravitational limit of Magi Luo can reach more than 10,000 times of Roche's limit gravity, as long as the mass is smaller than Magi Luo. As long as it breaks through the gravitational limit of 300,000 kilometers, it will be quickly torn apart and fell. So now Modulo can rush back and forth in the 4965 galaxy unscrupulously. The magic sword, blood dance, and holy light can't do anything to her. They can only watch her eat away at the 4965 galaxy step by step. And after she finished harming Galaxy 4965, she could only watch helplessly as she harmed a galaxy with different stars. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Louis received another strange signal asking Lien Xian to come in. Louis was puzzled, and just as he was about to come in, intelligence from the Forward Reconnaissance Unit from the 4965 galaxy showed that another insect swarm of a different species appeared and rushed directly towards the inner reaches of the galaxy. This insect swarm is very different from Long Yin and Leng Li in appearance, which can be seen at a glance just from the appearance. New swarm? Could it be Modulo's insect swarm? But it's still unclear. At the same time that Leng Yin sent the message, Louis had already connected to the unknown signal. On the screen was a very coquettish and beautiful woman with purple hair. She looked exactly like an Earthling, except that her hair was purple and her eyes were purple. There should not be people on Earth with this kind of hair color. But it was possible. Are they dyed or wearing contact lenses? At this moment, a shocking message was also sent. Leader, have you seen it? The unknown Zerg race is not my blood dance. Things are getting more and more complicated and interesting. Looking at the beautiful woman on the screen, Louis asked, who are you and why are you connected to us? Now the 3 command levels of Demon Sword, Blood Dance and Holy Light have formed a communication network. This network not only has the command levels of these 3 parties, but also connects Modulo and Leng Li. So not only Louis can see this beautiful woman with purple hair, but also Shui Wu, Sheng Guang, Modulo and Leng Li. The purple-haired beauty smiled and said, hey, I can't tell. You really have a machine civilization in front of everyone. This is rare. Tell me, what kind of civilization do you have? We still don't know much about the purple-haired woman. In such a big scene, she actually saw the connection coming in, which means that she must have some skills. As for the alien Zerg that suddenly appeared in the 4965 galaxy, it is very likely that it belongs to this purple-haired woman. First of all, he wanted to make sure. So he asked, excuse me, madam, do you own the insect swarm that appeared in Galaxy 4965? Yes, it's me, Nestor Zerg. The Nestor Zerg? Louis was also very surprised and asked immediately, then you know Annie? I'm Annie. What's wrong? Little Iron Bump. How do you know me? It turns out that this purple-haired woman is Annie. Louis Qian was so surprised. But at the same time, he could feel that a major node in the development of the magic sword might come due to this. Queen Anne, Louis said, don't worry about how I know you. Next, I am going to tell you something that will definitely shock and delight you. Unless you have no emotions. Oh, little Tai Chiao Dao. You tell me and I listen. I want to see if your story can impress me so that I won't destroy you. You want to destroy us? Louis asked. Yes. What do you call the Zergs? Machines. humans, and this huge ugly monster that I saw? Louis smiled and said, her name is Anata Magilluo. Queen Anne, after I finish telling this story, I guarantee that you only want to kill this monster named Magilluo. And for us, especially me, will definitely change your attitude. Okay then, let's stop talking nonsense and get down to business. In 1991, you Ben left the Earth and came to Kepler 47-inch. Wait a minute. How do you know you Ben? Annie asked. You are the descendants of the Earth civilization. Queen Anne, please let me finish what I'm saying. Louis continued. There is a habitable planet in Kepler 47 called Green Star, where you Ben met and the Princess of Lauder. Who is you? Then, they had a cute and smart daughter named Yu Xiaoxin. Yu Xiaoxin was born on July 9, 1999 and died in 2104 at the age of 105. Yu Xiaoxin watched a modern art exhibition in 2054 and met a painter named Ouyang Zheng, who was 20 years younger than herself. They fell in love at first sight and soon fell in love, got married and had a son. Their son was Ouyang Chun-chun, who was born in 2054 and died in 2089. Queen Anne, when I say this, do you really want to know something about Ouyang Chun? In 2089, 35-year-old Ouyang Chun was infected by radioactivity while on a mission on Rhea. Although his body was destroyed, his mind and soul were preserved and he was included in the recovery plan. Ouyang Chun's soul was kept in the computer host. It was not awakened until 100 years later, in 2189. However, after awakening, Ouyang Chun did not have a body. He was already a conscious body, and he had no body yet. Memories of past lives. He only found out all this later in the Ranger's database. And Giada, who was responsible for digitizing his soul, also lost all the information about him during his lifetime. So he could only rename him Louis. Yes, Louis is me. And I also created the current magic sword machine civilization. Okay, I said everything I want to say. And looked extremely surprised and said, you mean you are my grandson? In terms of inheritance, it is like this. But I am no longer a human being. And I don't have any memory of Ouyang Chun. So I don't know that I am Ouyang Chun from time to time. So I am not sure that I am your grandson from time to time. I understand, Annie said. I understand your theory of machine civilization. And I know that your machines have spiritual storage. What you said is completely fine. I just can't believe it. Are you really Xiaoxin's son? Louis said. I'm sorry, Queen Anne. No. Maybe I should call you Grandma. But I'm really not sure. I only found out about this by looking up the information on homeless people. Chapter 839 The God-Level War of the Zerg. Louis told Annie roughly what he knew. He had no memory of his previous life, so he couldn't force Annie to believe him. Annie pondered. Louis waited. And everyone else on the line had various reactions. Not many people knew about Louis's history. Lung Yin knew about it. Jade knew about it. And others didn't know much about it. So they were very excited after listening to his narration. Surprisingly, some people may even think that Louis is making up the story in order to stabilize Annie and prevent her from becoming an enemy of the Demonic Sword and Blood Dance Alliance. Magilluo said, you guys are really good. One is a machine, and the other is a Zerg. The machine actually wants to recognize the Zerg grandma. Isn't it funny? Are you here to participate in the family recognition meeting? After thinking for a while, Annie said, Louis, I don't care whether what you said is true or not. I will deal with this ugly monster now. As for you, I will talk about it later. That ugly monster. Prepare to die, Annie said, leading the swarm of insects to fly towards Magilluo. The speed was not very fast, only 1.5x, and Magilluo's current speed was only 1x. So Magilluo can laugh at and with wild laughter. Where did you come from? The caterpillar? You are so overestimating your abilities. If you dare to come, I will let you taste the power of super attraction. I will smash you to pieces. And said, you don't know how high the sky is. You should be proud of it now. You won't have a chance to cry later. It's pure. Louis was stunned for a moment. But his stunned state lasted only a few nanoseconds. Even after hundreds of years, he still found it difficult to accept that his name during his lifetime was Ouyang Chun. So when Annie called him that, he would have a few nanoseconds. It's time to cool down. He prefers the name Louis, although this name was given to him by Giada. Grandma, Louis said, Although it was difficult for him to accept the fact that Annie was his grandmother, he still wanted to shout out. This is the only family relationship in the vast universe. Although it is unfamiliar, it is even more precious. Unexpectedly, Annie was also stunned for a moment, and then agreed very loudly before saying, "Give me the authorization code for the empty town." "Yes, Grandma," Louis said, and began to remotely set Annie as a user of the empty town. Rogers quietly sent a message. "Boss, can this woman be trusted?" Louis also quietly sent a message saying, "This is my grandma. Do you think she can be trusted?" Online, Annie said, "Louis, my dear grandson, watch out. There is an ugly monster who wants to break into the inner area to control the air town equipment. Today the AI family will let her die in the galaxy and not be able to get out. Ugly monster." Okay, the show is on. Through the forward reconnaissance equipment, it can be seen that Annie has begun to activate the wormhole. Several consciousnesses in the magic sword are not as big as the current Annie, and quietly sent a message to Louis. Jill asked, "Boss, can this queen do it? I believe in her good intentions, but I still don't have much hope in her ability." Several other people also had different opinions, and they didn't quite believe in. And we can still see Annie's entire insect swarm, which is only 1 billion units at most. And it's just one insect swarm, and her branches have not been found elsewhere. Louis asked Annie, "Grandma, are you just a swarm of insects?" Anne replied, "My dear grandson, isn't one swarm enough? It's more than enough to deal with just one star worm." While she was speaking, the wormhole had been established, and a large number of soldiers and insects rushed into the wormhole, instantly reaching the limit of Magi Luo's gravity. Then a miracle happened. The soldier bug that broke into the limit of gravity was not torn to pieces or recovered. Instead, it flew at high speed within the limit of gravity, constantly irradiating Magi Luo with plasma beams. Magi Luo has both gravity limit and energy shield. The limit is on the outside, 300,000 kilometers away from Makiro's main body, and the energy shield is on the inside, only 10 meters away from the main body. Therefore, after breaking into the extreme, even if the extreme gravity does not tear it down and fall, the energy shield must be broken before it can cause effective damage to Magi Luo's body. And around Magi Luo, within the limit of gravity, its soldiers and insects are also densely packed and endless. If you want to harm Magi Luo's body, you have to fight these soldiers and insects fiercely. The supergravity generated by the gravitational limit is not released without purpose. It only works on the enemy, and is transparent to yourself and your allies. In other words, it will not harm your own soldiers and insects, nor will it harm the soldiers of your allies. Insect. In other words, this is a directed biological weapon. The soldier bugs that Annie teleported in through the wormhole are enemies to Magi Luo. But Annie's soldier bugs have 3 major advantages that allow them to survive tenaciously near Magi Luo: high speed, super strong attack power and defensibility, energy shield, and constantly opening wormholes, appearing, disappearing, disappearing and reappearing around Makiro. After flying out of the wormhole, they immediately shoot at the surrounding targets. As soon as they finish shooting, they immediately enter a wormhole that appears and disappear. Therefore, wormholes kept appearing and disappearing around Magi Luo, and the time was short. And these wormholes were also very small. Magi Luo is now within the range of the empty town and cannot open the wormhole by herself. But Annie has the authorization code, so Annie can. "Damn it!" Magi Luo roared. Lung Yin on the line suddenly shouted, "Queen Anne, are you using your jump wormhole?" "So, little girl, do you have any questions?" Annie asked. "Oh my god!" Lung Yin exclaimed. "Jumping into the wormhole is a sign of entering a god-level civilization. The sign doesn't count. It's just a stepping stone at most," Annie said. "If it is confirmed that Louis is indeed my grandson, I will teach him all my skills. If he doesn't know the Zerg skills, then I will tell him the theory of research and development and let him develop the corresponding technology. As for you, Xiao Nizi, I don't know if Louis will teach it to you again. But it is said that the wormhole that unmastered is indeed a jump wormhole, and it is also the highest level among wormhole technologies skills. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a stepping stone to buying a god-level civilization. The wormhole she is using now has another name called, like quantum wormhole phalanx, or wormhole matrix. For short, it is composed of hundreds of millions of mini wormholes with a diameter of less than 2 meters. It appeared immediately. Time in seconds. So this will make Ma Jilua very hard to guard against, and Annie will beat her into a very embarrassing situation. However, she was still pushing hard towards the inner periphery of the galaxy, and sneered and said, "It's really a reckless thing. At this time, I don't want to escape, but I still want to get inside." Chapter 840 The God-Level War of the Zerg continued. Jump Wormhole plus Micro Wormhole Matrix. Annie launched a powerful attack on Majiro. Majiro, who was very arrogant at the beginning, was now helpless, and saw that the units she carried were also being consumed quickly. I couldn't help but become angry and cursed online. In addition to attacking Magi Luo through the wormhole, Annie's main force flew towards the inner periphery of the galaxy without stopping. Her purpose is very clear. There is an insect net in the inner periphery of the galaxy, very close to the star. She can replenish enough energy from the insect net. Using wormholes consumes a lot of energy, especially her miniature wormhole phalanx, which consumes a lot of energy, so she has no need to go to the worm net to replenish energy immediately. In addition to the insect net, there are also Dyson ball fragments of the magic sword near 4965, which can also be used to replenish energy. Magic Sword and Blood Dance both planned to move away the insect nets and Dyson ball fragments. Now that they were done, Anne's arrival put their plans on hold. Magi Luo couldn't stand such a guerrilla attack and began to turn around and run away. Annie sneered. "You want to run away? But with me here, do you think you can run away?" Ma Jilua shouted. "Don't bully others too much." Annie smiled and said, "I don't mean to bully others too much. I want to destroy you." At this moment, Ma Jilua is already at half the distance of the empty town. You can either move closer to the inner circle and destroy the control facilities of the empty town, thus achieving the effect of closing the empty town and creating a wormhole, ran away, or escape towards the periphery. As long as you escape the control range of the empty town, you can also escape by creating a wormhole. She has now seen how powerful Annie is. If she goes in, she may not be able to destroy the facility. She will not be able to escape when the time comes. Instead, she will sink deeper and deeper into the quagmire. If she wants to run out again, it will be even more difficult. And if you run out now, it will be very difficult. But if you run out, you will run out. There is no need to turn around. You just need to keep running out. But her wishful thinking may be in vain. Suddenly, a huge wormhole with a diameter of 15,000 kilometers appeared on the road in front of her, very close to Makiro, who was escaping quickly. Magi Luo was flying at high speed when a huge wormhole suddenly appeared in front of her. She didn't even have time to brake or slow down or change course, so she plunged into it. Then he appeared in the space at the other end of the galaxy, still within the empty range of the galaxy, but on both sides of the star relative to his original position. Similarly, while being passed through by Magi Luo, Annie still did not forget to keep teleporting soldiers and insects to attack it. Ma Jilua shouted, "You Handan! You are so abominable! You are so treacherous! You actually use such insidious tricks! If you have the ability, let's fight it out in an upright manner!" "Ha ha! You ugly guy!" Annie said. "Are you the only one who deserves to be challenged in a fair and just one-on-one fight? Who the hell are you worthy of? Don't think that's the end of it. The fun is yet to come." Then, Annie started the next step of the plan, which was to use Phalanx to send all the soldiers and insects carried by Makiro outside the galaxy. Some were sent to the Misty Land, and some were sent to other places. Of galaxies. Magi Luo shouted, "No, don't do this. Okay, all my soldiers have been taken away by you." Everyone on the line laughed happily, enjoying how Annie played with Makiro between her palms. After a while, all of Ma Jilua's soldiers and insects were teleported away. Now Ma Jilua is a bear commander. There is not a single soldier insect. She is so naked in the universe, and is still being attacked by Annie from time to time, photographed by a soldier insect attack. She also ran around the galaxy to avoid the dense attacks. "How are you, ugly guy?" Annie asked. "Isn't it very comfortable? You even broke into someone else's house." Ma Jilua began to beg for mercy. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I will never break in again. Grandma, please spare me and let me go." "Begging for mercy now?" said Anne. "Don't you think it's too late?" Ma Jilua said. "My master is coming, and he will not let you go." "Oh, really?" Anne sneered. "Your master? Do you mean Shadow? No need to wait. It can't come. Someone is already taking care of it, and it won't be long before it disappears forever in this universe." How is this possible? Majilo almost roared. Shadow is a god-level civilization. What ability do you have to be an enemy of him? God-level civilization? You are too funny. Can Shadow be considered a god-level civilization? It can't even reach the level of a god-level civilization. How can it still be considered a god-level civilization? Louison said, finally. I began to see more super civilizations, including Annie's Nestor Zerg, Majiro's star insect civilization, and the Shadow, from the quasi-god level civilization mentioned by Majiro and Annie. In addition to an addition, I don't know if there is a more advanced civilization. Majilo began to give in and said, Grandma, I give up. Please go around me. I can do whatever you want. Are you really admitting defeat and begging for mercy? Annie asked. Yes, I surrender. I want to respect you as king. It's not impossible to spare you. And said, but there must be a condition. What conditions? Any conditions are acceptable. Hand over Lungley. Oh no. It's say Kathy. The condition that, and said surprised even Demon Sword and Blood Dance. Especially Shui Wu's Ling Yen. She never thought that, and would propose such a condition. What's even more unexpected is that Magi Luo immediately agreed to her request and said, No problem. No problem at all. Kathy Shibu's home base is in Galaxy 2786. That's it. Reconciliation, Annie said. I will inform my allies to destroy her now. Once Lungley is killed, you will be the #1 contributor. Thank you, Grandma, for your support. But she didn't know who and said her allies were. At this moment, Lungley was still online, cursing. Majilua, you Beachy. I trusted you so much and formed an alliance with you. But you actually betrayed me. You and I are at odds with each other. After that, he disconnected. Everyone didn't know why. After about 5 minutes, Annie said, Damn this Beachy. She actually let her run away. Lung Yen felt cold. She thought that this time she could catch Lungley with the help of Annie. But Lungley was too cunning and let her run away without a trace. Next time, I still don't know when I will encounter her again. And I feel annoyed just thinking about it. Chapter 841. Anne's joining makes the Demon Sword civilization grow again. But it was said that Ma Jilul revealed Lung Li's location in order to protect herself, and notified her mysterious allies to go to the encirclement and suppression. But unexpectedly Lung Li ran away again. Annie said, If that's the case, Makiro, then I'm sorry. Just suffer death. Magi Luo shouted. Annie, you don't keep your word. You have no faith at all. Aren't you too damn funny? Annie said. What kind of loyalty do I have to share with you? Devil Sword. Blood Dance. Have you all seen it? This woman has no faith at all. Is she worthy of your trust? Louis said. Maji Lua, you don't have to worry about this issue. Whether you are trustworthy or not is a matter between us and has nothing to do with you. Annie said. Maji Lua, you may not know. I tell you the truth so that you can die in peace. My husband is an Earthling. The Demon Sword and Blood Dance were both Earthlings before they were reborn. Earthlings and human beings, what can we not trust among people on Earth? The Starlight Alliance combines the Star Sea Alliance and the Light Alliance. It has 3 main civilizations: the Demon Sword, the Blood Dance, and the Holy Light. If the Demon Sword and the Blood Dance originated from the Earth civilization, it would be easy to understand. But the Holy Light is not. So at this time, when Anne said something like this, it was equivalent to putting the Holy Light on the stove. However, Annie didn't seem to realize that there was something wrong with her words, and continued to pursue Maji Luo in a frantic manner. Maji Luo could withstand such a pursuit. After a while, its gravitational limit was destroyed, and there was no way. Super attractive. After Louis discovered this situation, he said, Grandma, this Magi Luo seems to have no super gravity. That's right, Annie said. You 2 brats can come in and beat her up now. This Annie looks dignified and elegant on the outside, but her style of doing things is aggressive and unruly. She goes her own way and speaks informally, using all kinds of swear words. There is no way she would be an elegant Liuzhou star princess. Louis smiled and said, In that case, I'm here to pick up the leaks. Lung Yen, do you want to come? Lung Yen was in a very depressed mood and said, I won't go. Louis ignored her for the time being, but sent a large number of troops to re-enter the 9645 galaxy, found the traces of Maji Lua, and laid siege to her. A large number of battleships, mixed with countless carrier-based aircraft, wildly irradiated various high-energy particle beams at Makiro. Magi Luo howled and cursed. And soon she lost her voice completely. Her planet-like body was also cut into several pieces. And magma emerged, flowing freely on the surface of the wandering planet. Annie released the quantum flying insects, detected the star bugs, and determined that Magi Luo was indeed dead. Annie said, "Let her body become a new planet in the 9645 galaxy. Louis, you can calculate the orbit, and I will help her send it there." Louis quickly calculated an optimal orbit plan, and Annie opened a planet-level wormhole, sending the planetary corpse of Majilo after her death, parking it into orbit, and becoming a new planet. Annie said, "Well, it's not bad. I gave you such a large piece of mine for free, which is enough for you to collect for a while. Grandma, thank you," Louis said. Annie sighed. "I didn't expect that I could see you again. But it's a pity that you are a machine now. Isn't this better?" Louis said. "If I were a human, I would have died 700 years ago." "That's right," Anne said. "My dear grandson, where is your flagship? Is there a command module? I want to go in and see you," Louis said. "Grandma, my flagship is the Tianji, which has a simulated ecological cabin." "Very well. Report your coordinates and I'll be right over." Within the demon sword, several Legion commanders sent secret messages, saying that, and should not be trusted so easily. Louisa disagreed and sent a group message in reply. "It's okay. This is my grandma. She can be trusted." At the same time, he said to Anne, "But Grandma, do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I will do something malicious to you?" "What is there to be afraid of?" Anne said. "You are my good grandson. Why don't I believe you? As the queen of the Nestor Zerg who is about to enter a god-level civilization. Since I have come to find you, can I realize why don't we investigate you properly? Not only you, but I have also found out everything about that little girl Xiaowu." Louis then told her the coordinates and asked her to come over. Lunyan said, "Senior, thank you for trusting us." "I don't trust you," and said, "I trust my good grandson. Of course, I have already figured out your character." Not long after, Annie's insect swarm was seen arriving in front of the Second Legion. A beautiful woman with purple hair and purple eyes flew toward the Tianji on a high-level soldier insect. Louis opened the simulated ecological cabin and let Annie in. With wavy purple hair, purple eyes, a handsome face, and a voluptuous figure. She looks like she is 30 years old at most. But she is Louis's grandmother. Louis also simulated a simulation robot, which looked like a handsome 18-year-old boy. Louis designed this simulation according to the appearance of Louis in the virtual world. Looking at the simulation in front of her, Annie couldn't help crying. "Are you really Xiaoxin's son?" "Grandma," Louis said, "I don't have Ouyang's pure memories. They are all recorded in files. So I'm not sure." "No need to explain. You are it," Annie said as she walked over, hugged Louis's avatar and said, "My good grandson is really you." Louis stretched out her hand, patted Annie's back gently and said, "But Grandma, you have to know that this person you are seeing is a simulation, and my consciousness is sealed in the memory of the computer host." I know it all," Annie cried. The two sighed and sat down on a chair in front of the porthole. In this cabin, various ecological air, gravity and temperature can be provided as needed. And now it is a simulated Earth atmosphere. Although neither of them needed it, Louis still simulated it to feel what it was like to be an Earthling. "Thank you, Louis, for trusting me so much," Annie said. "When you said you were from Kepler-47, I guessed who you were, and I believed you at that moment." "Very good, Louis. I have decided that from now on, the Nestor Zerg, will officially join your Demon Sword civilization and become a sub-civilization under the Demon Sword banner." "But Grandma." "No but. Why not I obey my grandson's orders? And I will show you various skills such as jump wormhole, phalanx, anti-gravity biological engine, etc. You can research the corresponding technology based on these skills." "Yes, Grandma. There are no outsiders here." "Yes, Grandma." Chapter 842. The junior high school student named Xiong Hui is now the leader of a cosmic civilization. The sudden appearance of Anne, Queen of the Nestor Zerg, brought quasi-god level technology, skills, to assist the Alliance in wiping out the invading star bug Anana Magilio and scaring away the cold and beautiful Kuain Zerg. The magic sword of machine civilization, the simulated ecological cabin of the Second Legion's flagship Tianji, and the simulated robot controlled by Louis received Annie, and it was confirmed that Annie was indeed Ouyang Chun's grandmother. And Lu Yi's true identity during his lifetime was Ouyang Chun. So there is a very clear network of relationships. The founders of New Gaia, Yu Bin and Annie, are husband and wife. And their daughter is Yu Xiaoxin. Yu Xiaoxin married Ouyang Zheng and gave birth to his son Ouyang Chun. Ouyang Chun died for some reason. His thoughts were uploaded, and he became the current Lu Yi. Therefore, Lu Yi's true identity is, he is Yu Xiaoxin's son and An's grandson. Just like what An said, there is nothing wrong with me surrendering to my grandson and obeying his orders. She also said that she would show all the quasi-god level skills she has mastered to Lu Yi without any reservation, and let her find and develop equivalent technologies. So, Grandma, Lu Yi said, do you and my grandpa have any other children? Annie sighed and said, your grandpa and I were your Xiaoxin before I became a Zerg, as a machine civilization, and you have formed an alliance with the Zerg's blood dance. You should know the characteristics of the Zerg, right? Lu Yi nodded and said, yes. The Zerg are not capable of reproduction. In fact, what Lu Yi said is not rigorous. It can only be said that the Blood Blade Queen does not have human fertility, and the Zerg itself has the ability of parthenogenesis. This has been introduced before, so I won't go into details here. Annie said, so your grandpa and I only have one daughter, Xiao Xian. We are still separated by 4,900 light years. We never know how Xiao Xian's life is, but now we know that she is living in harmony, and has lived to be 105 years old. I am very happy, and I think Brother Bin will be very happy too. Hey, it's a pity that your human lifespan is too short. Even though Brother Bing lived for more than 100 years, he still left me in the end. I thought I had no relatives in this universe, but I never thought I still had you. But I'm not human anymore. Lu Yi said, isn't this better? Annie said, human life is too short and very fragile. And now you are a machine. As long as your host can be maintained continuously, theoretically, you can live forever. Our Zerg race has a long lifespan of 10,000 years. The two chatted happily, and after a while Leng Yan came in and said that she wanted to come too. I won't disturb your grandparents' enjoyment of family happiness. Right? Annie said, you little girl. Just come over. Lu Yi and I will have time to talk later. Then I'll come over. After a while, Leng Yan also flew over from her stronghold. At this moment, she was at the White Tiger level, so she was the height of a normal person, and entered the ecological cabin. Seeing Annie, Leng Yan said, Senior is really beautiful. Annie said, as you know, we are Zerg. If we want to change our appearance, isn't that easy? Then I guess Senior must have been a beautiful woman before she was parasitized. Yeah, I think so too. Lu Yi began to introduce the magic sword and blood dance, as well as their alliance. And Annie listened quietly. As I said just now, and said, I have already conducted secret reconnaissance on you before. Lu Yi asked, so, you already know that I am your grandson? Of course, said Anne. It's just a little hard to believe. To say it yourself makes me believe it. Leng Yan asked, Senior, do you also trust me? You silly girl. And said, didn't I just say that? I have already investigated you secretly. But there is one thing I don't understand. How can you get along with this fake person who calls himself Holy Light? The Holy Light is entangled. Fake Holy Light? Lu Yi asked curiously. Yes, fake Holy Light, Annie said. Haven't you ever heard of the 3 major god-level civilizations in the Milky Way? Holy Light is one of them. What I received is the real Holy Light. 3 major god-level civilizations? Yes, the 3 major god-level civilizations. Eternity, Holy Light, and Divine Metaphor. Ah, what if it's not the same name? Lu Yi asked. That's right, and said, the Milky Way is so big, with 400 billion stars. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be any with the same name. So what kind of god-level civilization is the Holy Light? Lu Yi asked. Most of New Gaia's technology comes from the Holy Light. New Gaia? And said, yes, the human civilization from Kepler-47 was originally from the Earth civilization. A small half of its technology comes from eternity, and more than half comes from the Holy Light. Then New Gaia must be very powerful? Of course, and said, the first president of New Gaia is your grandfather Yu Bin. Currently, New Gaia is also the only ally of my Nestor Zerg tribe. Grandma, you just said that you have an ally who is going to hunt down Lung Li. Is this New Gaia you're talking about? Yes. New Gaia means New Earth. This shows that this civilization has not forgotten that it comes from the Earth. Yes, the Earth goddess Gaia represents the Earth. New Gaia is the New Earth. So, you look like you are very interested in the New Gaia. Well, I have human civilization under my banner, and Blood Dance also has wanderers under my banner. If possible, these three human civilizations can be merged together. No, let them join New Gaia. Annie smiled and said, Then do you want to form an alliance with New Gaia? That's the best thing. Well, I will introduce Xiong Hui to meet you now. Xiong Hui? Louis asked in surprise. He remembered the name of the junior high school student he met on the fatal bus in the Infinite Loop before the War of Gods in the virtual world. His name was Xiong Hui. At this moment, and actually mentioned this name again, however, and did not notice his surprise. Instead, she snapped her fingers and started to connect with her allies. After a while, she saw the image of an old man appearing in the void. From the looks of it, this man was at least 70 years old, with a big gray beard. As soon as he came online, he opened his mouth and smiled. Hello, my friends. Your name is Xiong Hui? Louis asked. Yes, Xiong Hui said with a smile. My name is Xiong Hui, the 122nd president of the New Gaia civilization and the commander-in-chief of the New Gaia Navy. If I guess correctly, you are from the Demon Sword civilization. Your Majesty the Archangel. Right. This lady should be Her Majesty Lin Yan, the Queen of Blood Dance? Chapter 843 that year. Those people. And that car. Xiong Hui, 85 years old, is the 122nd president of the New Gaia civilization. He appeared in front of Louis at this time, and he was actually connected. This not only surprised Louis, but Lin Yan was also very surprised, because she was also on that fatal bus. Although she didn't know who was in the two buses at the time, including Xiong Hui, but later after forming an alliance with Louis, she also heard Louis talk about this matter. So she knew that Xiong Hui was there, and that the woman the teacher's name is Bao Ran. That year was 2016. And now it is 2985. Almost 1,000 years have passed. If the Xiong Hui in front of him is Xiong Hui at that time, then how did he survive until now? Louis felt that this Xiong Hui was definitely not simple. In order to find out the situation, it was necessary to test it out. So he asked, Sir, is there another person named Bao Ran in New Gaia? Xiong Hui was obviously taken aback and asked, She is Shui Jing. How did you know? Really? Louis smiled and said, In 2016, there was a car accident, and a bus chased it down. It's been more than 900 years. And you still know? Louis smiled and connected to Giada, asking Giada to place your virtual image in the void of the ecological cabin, and then said, Jade, come and talk to President Xiong. Yes, Giada said. This classic car accident that year was collected from many sources and turned into an event in the virtual world. So the Archangel knows about it, Lin Yan said. I also heard Louis tell me about it. Xiong Hui sighed and said, That's it. Xiong Hui also projected a 3D virtual image of himself, so that it would be as if a real person was present. I saw Xiong Hui walking back and forth, holding a purple clay teapot in his hand. Because it was a holographic projection, I could occasionally see someone walking behind him. It's almost 1,000. But for me, Xiong Hui said, it can only be regarded as 70 years ago, because it took me 900 years to hibernate. So it turns out that Xiong Hui has been hibernating for 900 years. No wonder he, born in the 21st century, can survive until now. Even though I'm only 85 years old, Xiong Hui said. But I was born in 2000, a veritable millennium baby. If you count, except for Queen Anne, I am older than both of you. Lin Yan was born in 2002, and Louis, whose previous life was Ouyang Chun, was born even later, in 2054. Annie is an alien. She met Yubin in 1991. According to her time, she was 18 years old at the time. So her birth year should be 1973. She is the same age as Yubin. And she is 20 to be honest. After the 1970s, Louis said, President Xiong, you can be considered a senior. Xiong Hui in the virtual image waved his hands repeatedly and said, No, Princess, and is the real senior. What kind of senior am I? Lin Yan said, According to the time of birth, the president is 2 years older than me. I should call you brother. Ha ha. Yes, that's right. Xiong Hui laughed. He was a very cheerful person. Lung Yin added. Brother wants to form an alliance with us. Right. Yes. Are you welcome? Welcome. Of course you are welcome, Lung Yin said. They are all descendants of Earthlings, humans, machines, and Zerg. These three are just perfect, and it is natural to form an alliance. And we will join forces to deal with more powerful people in the future. Enemy, isn't it? Xionghui smiled. Yes, our four-party alliance. No, it's 3 parties, Annie said. I have officially joined the Demon Sword. So I am now a sub-civilization under the Demon Sword. If we form an alliance, the 3 of you will be the main civilization. Queen, have you really decided this way? Xionghui asked. Of course, and said. Louis is my grandson. So why shouldn't I obey my grandson's orders? Well, Xionghui said. I respect your choice, Lung Yin said. No matter what, we are all family members. Right. Of course. Of course, Xionghui chuckled. Lung Yin added. Since it is an alliance, then who will be the leader? Xionghui laughed and said, Sister, you are really outspoken. I don't care who can be the leader of the alliance. I am free, Louis said. New Gaia is an orthodox human civilization, so I think it is better to let humans be the leader, Xionghui said. It's not impossible for a human to be the leader of the alliance, but I think we are the only ones who can join forces. At this time, we need to take a long-term approach. I will tell you that you are also responsible for your respective subordinates. We will discuss it later. How about it? Lung Yin quickly said. Yes. Yes. That's right. Remember it for a long time. By the way, Xiongda, tell me how you got to where you are today step by step. Xionghui was stunned by what she said, and then laughed and said, Uh-huh. Xiongda. Sister, do you also like this cartoon? Well, Xiongda's title is not bad. It's not very annoying. Only Lung Yin and Xionghui have watched Xiongda's cartoons here. Then I'll call you Xiongda from now on? No problem. It's absolutely possible. We're getting together today. We'll have plenty of time after the alliance develops. I'm happy today, so I might as well tell you. I have a story. Do you have any wine? Of course. Lung Yin took out the wine from the wine cabinet behind her and poured wine for herself and Annie, while Louis smoked a big cigar. Xionghui finished it, drank tea, and said, Okay, I already know you, but you don't know me yet. So let me tell you. That was more than 900 years ago. On June 5th, 2016, 16-year-old Xionghui, a junior high school student, went to school as usual. As soon as he got downstairs, Bao Ran from the same community was waiting for him. Bao Ran looked at him with a smile. Xionghui lowered his head, looking hopeless. Come on! Look at how you're grinding. You're going to be late. Ah, Xionghui sighed. Living in the same community as the teacher and still being the homeroom teacher. Who can understand this kind of suffering? Bao Ran came over, grabbed his ears, and said angrily, Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. Xionghui shouted, Ah! Spare my life. Queen, spare your life. Several people from the community passed by and looked at the two of them with smiles. Bao Ran let go of him and pretended to kick him, and said, Naughty kid. I think you need to be dealt with. Upstairs, we met several children from the 3rd grade of junior high school. The group walked to the bus stop. When they saw Bao Ran, the children kept shouting, Good morning, teacher. Most of the people on bus number 16 are students going to morning school. Lung Yin also took this bus back then, but no one knew her at the time. And of course she didn't know anyone else. At this time, Louis was not even born yet. The children were talking and laughing in the car. As a teacher, Bao Ran kept telling the children to pay attention to safety. At this time, the bus drove onto Jianqiao, and the middle-aged man sitting in front suddenly roared, It's the end of the world! Destroy everyone! After saying that, he rushed towards the driver. Chapter 844 Interstellar War 2016. The bus lost control and rushed towards the railing. Screaming, the vehicle broke through the railing and fell, hitting the people inside. Xionghui, like everyone else, was extremely frightened. However, things developed too fast, and the vehicle fell into the river after a while. He and others were thrown towards the front of the vehicle, watching the river rushing towards him. Isn't it? I'm only 16 years old. Is that what I'm going to tell you? He didn't know whether he drowned or fell to death. In short, He soon lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took. Slight electric sound. Sizzling. Slight instrument sound. Beep. Beep. A woman's voice. Blood pressure 51/95. Heart rate 54. Body temperature 35.4 degrees Celsius. Another woman's voice. It's too low. Do you want to wake her up? Director? The woman called the director said. The vital signs have just reached the lower limit of awakening, and it is possible to awaken. Start the awakening procedure and prepare to awaken the patient. But what? The director's voice said. You must wake up immediately. I will be responsible for anything that happens. Yes, director, the female doctor's voice said. Start the wake-up procedure. Patient Xiong Hui. Male. Date of birth, 2000 AD. Biological age is 16 years old. Biological age is 16 years old. Physical age. The female doctor didn't finish her sentence and screamed. Violent jolts. Siren. Mechanical female voice. The state of war has been activated. The Mecha has a 3-minute countdown. All non-combatants please quickly enter the nearest life support cabin. I repeat, this is not an exercise. All non-combatants please enter the nearest life sustainment cabin immediately. The air circulation system is about to shut down. The artificial gravity system is about to shut down. The screams of female nurses. The female doctor's panicked voice said, Why is there suddenly a war? What should I do? Director? The female director scolded. Why are you panicking? We had time to retreat, but I was able to stabilize everything. We must be responsible for every patient. Continue the wake-up procedure. The female doctor's voice. Yes, director. Everyone, stay calm. If we panic, the patient's life will be in danger. Xiao Li, Xiao Ong, go and open all the 10 life-sustaining chambers outside. And then don't come back. Okay. The rest of us will leave as soon as the operation is over. The female nurse's voice. Yes. Continuous bumps, crashes, and screams from the female nurse. Piercing siren. A man's voice in the distance yelled. What's going on with those girls? Are you still not retreating? Are you dying? The female director's calm voice said. Tell him to get out of here. The female doctor's voice rose from low to high. Yes, director. Director son. Our boss tells you to get out of here. The bumps became more and more severe, and the crashing sounds became more frequent. The female doctor urged. Director? The female director said. You all leave. The female doctor's voice. No, director. I will stay with you. And everyone else will go to the life-sustaining warehouse. The sound of panicked personnel retreating was mixed with crashes, sirens, and various chaotic sounds. Mechanical female voice. Level 1 combat state. The gravity system is shut down early. Countdown is 15 seconds. 12. 11. The voice of the female director. Xiong Hui. Xiong Hui. Wake up. You hacking wake up. My sense of touch returned and I felt the sharp sting of the needle piercing my skin. But I still couldn't open my eyes. And unable to speak or move. The female director's voice. Quick. Catch him. Let's evacuate together. Female doctor's voice. Yes. Director. Feeling like you are moving. Feeling like you are starting to float. Weightless. And have no sense of direction. The female doctor exclaimed. Ah. Why did you lose weight early? The female director's calm voice said. Quick. Hold on to the door frame. There is a life-sustaining warehouse over there. Go over there. Bang. There was a violent impact. And the seat belt was loosened and then tightened. Bang. The head was raised. Then dropped. Hitting the operating table. Causing severe pain. When his eyes were open, he could see nothing in the blurry white light. Ah! The female director and the female doctor exclaimed at the same time. And the female director shouted, Xiong Hui, hold on. The scene was still blurry. But it began to become clearer. Although it was not clear, he could feel that the scene in front of him was moving quickly. And the outlines of the two people were quickly drifting away. Continuous hits. Pain all over the body. I started to have the ability to think. But my consciousness was still very vague. Who am I? This is where? What happened? Finally, he had some consciousness and could move. And found that he was fixed on the operating table. And the operating table floated with him. Flying, in the continuous cabins. Where the I am I? Help! Xiong Hui wanted to shout. But found that he still couldn't speak. My vision became clearer and clearer. And I could see countless unnamed objects moving rapidly in front of me. I could see countless glass cabinets, and there was a person in each cabinet. They were fixed inside and could not move. At this moment, he was flying quickly in a long and narrow passage. I could move my head a little and looked around. This was the cabin. It was in a state of weightlessness. The only explanation for being in a weightless cabin was, this is a spaceship. I'm in a spaceship. Xiong Hui started to think. But wasn't this spaceship too big? I have been flying for so long and I haven't stopped yet. It is impossible for the aerospace technology in 2016 to build such a large manned spacecraft. So where am I? Who can come out and explain it to me? Mechanical female voice. If you find a survivor, please enter the nearest life-sustaining cabin immediately. Otherwise your life will be in danger. Are the so-called survival warehouses the glass cabinets that hold people? There are indeed some empty cabinets. But how can I get in while I'm tied to the operating table? And I can't move now. Can someone help me? The mechanical female voice continued. Danger! Danger! The air is decreasing. Please enter the nearest life-sustaining cabin immediately. Otherwise your life will be in danger. Flying in the passage and passing through a porthole, Xiong Hui was surprised to see the scene outside. Countless spaceships were flying back and forth outside and were in a state of firefight. And he was also in a huge spaceship that looked like a mothership. Xiong Hui shouted in his heart, damn it. I am indeed on a spaceship. And it's a space mothership engaged in an interstellar war. This is ridiculous. I want to go home. Who will save me? Interstellar war in 2016. This is an alien spaceship. It must be. The operating table took him flying out of the passage and into a circular cabin. Xiong Hui saw a large piece of equipment floating and impacting. Don't want. Get out of here. Bang. Ah. After being hit, the operating table changed its flight trajectory and entered another channel. In a panic, Xiong Hui was taken to a semicircular cabin by the operating table. This cabin had a huge hemispherical porthole. Through the porthole, he could see that the entire space outside was densely packed with fighting spacecraft. From time to time, there were the beams shown over and exploded not far from the porthole. Chapter 845. Why did it become 2916? In a panic, Xiong Hui was taken to a semicircular cabin by the operating table. This cabin had a huge hemispherical porthole. Through the porthole, he could see that the entire space outside was densely packed with fighting spacecraft. From time to time, there were the beams shown over and exploded not far from the porthole. The operating table hit the porthole under the action of inertia. Ah! No! Bang! With a rebound, the operating table flipped in the air, allowing Xiong Hui to see a row of life-sustaining warehouses opposite the porthole. There was a person in each one, all wearing military uniforms, which he did not recognize. In the middlemost life-sustaining chamber is a very beautiful elder sister. Her life-sustaining chamber is a bit different. It is actually filled with a light red transparent liquid. The officer sister is completely immersed in the liquid. Xiong Hui's operating table was bumping into her in an upright position. And with a bang, his whole body was pressed against the glass of the beautiful sister's life-saving chamber. It hurts. The life-sustaining chamber was filled with red transparent liquid, and the beautiful officer sister was soaking in it, her eyes wide open with double eyelids. And she occasionally blinked twice. It's indeed an alien. People on Earth cannot breathe and survive in liquids. Damn it. I'm being abducted by aliens now. And they are aliens who are engaged in an interstellar war. But this alien sister is so beautiful. Xiong Hui endured the pain all over his body, and the violent bumps of the spacecraft to admire the beautiful sister in front of him at such a close distance. His sister was also looking at him. She looked like she was under 30 years old. Much prettier than Bao Ran. At this time, he actually thought of Bao Ran, his class teacher. He seemed to be 24 years old. Right? No. Damn it. Didn't the bus I took just fall into the water? I should be dead. Am I not dead? But what happened to all this? The boss questioned in Xiong Hui's heart. And now, the alien officer sister has also been looking at him. And the entire spacecraft has been bumping continuously. And the illumination of various light weapons in space is reflected in this very large cabin from time to time. With the bumps, the operating table where Xiong Hui was sitting also bumped with him. And the life-sustaining chamber that he was clinging to also bumped with the beautiful sister inside. Xiong Hui didn't know how the alien interstellar war was going on. So he just kept bumping and bumping. From time to time, his whole face rubbed against the glass of the life-sustaining cabin, making a sizzling sound, which caused pain. and the damn operating table was banging back and forth with him in the cabin. Not only that, but there was also a warning from a female robotic voice. Unidentified people were found in the command module and have not entered the life-sustaining cabin. Please find the nearest life-sustaining cabin immediately. Otherwise your life will be in danger. In this way, the operating table took him, bumping and bumping in the cabin. I don't know how long it took. And finally heard the mechanical female voice saying, "The enemy has retreated. The battle is over. The mecha mode is over. All emergencies measures have returned to normal. And the artificial gravity system is slowly recovering." Xionghui finally passed out. "Hey, wake up." Someone patted his face. Xionghui finally opened his eyes and found himself lying on the hospital bed. A middle-aged female doctor came with several female nurses to check the ward. She was holding a card in her hand. She was looking at the card at the moment. Asked, "Xionghui, are you feeling better? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Xionghui tried it and was able to speak. So he asked, "Where am I?" The female doctor said, "This is Homeworld Star Carrier number 14. Homeland?" Xionghui asked, "Still very weak. Star Carrier? Are you aliens?" Several female nurses giggled, and the female doctor said, "You are overthinking. We are all from the Earth." After saying this, the female doctor explained a few words to several female nurses around her and then went out. There were 2 beds in the ward, but he was the only patient. There was only one female nurse left, adjusting the medical equipment around her. There is an electronic clock on the opposite wall, showing the time, April 1st, 2016. 8 hours 25 minutes and 42 seconds. 2016? April 1st? It's April Fool's Day. Someone must be kidding me. Xionghui said, and the bus I took fell into the river in 2016. But it was June 5th. What the H.L. is April 1st? Could it be possible that time can go back? Someone must be playing a prank. However, the date display of this electronic clock must be broken. The 0 in the lower left corner of the number 2016 actually ran horizontally in the middle of the O, which turned the 0 into a 9. So now it seems that the year 2016 it became 2916. The nurse sister was about to go out when Xionghui called out, "Hey, sister, the clock on the wall is broken and the time displayed is wrong." Xionghui admitted that he has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Although the display of errors does not affect your ability to control time, he felt uncomfortable watching it. The nurse looked at the time on the wall and said, "That's right. 8:30 in the morning." Xionghui smiled and said, "I'm talking about the date. 2916. How can it be right?" The nurse looked at the time again and said, "Yes, it's 2916. What's wrong?" After that, he went out. The nurse's words confused him. There was a total difference of 900 years between 2916 and 2016. She actually said it so plainly. "Can't you do something so cruel on April Fool's Day? Sister nurse, although you are beautiful. Do I know you? Are you just kidding me?" He was half lying on the hospital bed, looking around the ward. It was bright and clean. There was an instrument on the bedside table on the right, which displayed his physiological indicators, including heart rate and blood pressure. The infusion tube is tied in his right hand. On the wall behind him is a row of equipment, including oxygen delivery, and a button to call a nurse. Xionghui recalled it carefully, apart from knowing that his name was Xionghui. And the moment he fell into the river, he could hardly remember anything. By the way, he still remembered a girl named Bao Ran, who was his homeroom Chinese teacher. She was 24 years old, 8 years older than him. Apart from that, he didn't know anything else. He didn't even have the slightest impression of who his parents were. While he was racking his brains to think of something, there were sounds of walking and talking outside, and a woman's voice was mixed in with the talking. After a while, 5 people walked into the ward. These 5 people were all dressed in military uniforms. Among them was a woman, in her early 30s, with a heroic appearance and a large medal hanging on her chest. From the size of the medal list, we can roughly guess the military rank of the opponent. With such a big piece, he must be a general. But this person is only in his 30s, and she is a woman. So she is actually a general? The female general wears a blue uniform with 3 golden stripes on the cuffs, and a gold star wrapped in gold tassels. If I guess correctly, this is at least the rank of admiral. And it is also a Navy uniform. Chapter 846 Personal AI Butler. Xionghui continued to be confused. First, He fell into the river, thinking that he was dead. But in the end, he was not. When he woke up, he was greeted by a vast interstellar war. Moreover, both parties involved in this interstellar war could clearly see that technology would definitely surpass the Earth by 100. A street. He thought they were aliens. But they refused to admit it and insisted that he was from Earth. Not to mention, the nurse lady actually said it was 2,916. 900 years have passed in such a blink of an eye. This is too nonsense. Isn't it? Back to the present. He said that after he woke up again, a female general and several adjutants came to the ward to visit him. The female general wears a blue uniform with 3 golden stripes on the cuffs, and a gold star wrapped in gold tassels. If I guess correctly, this is at least the rank of admiral. And it is also a navy uniform. The female general also noticed that Xiong Hui was looking at the military rank on her sleeves, and said with a smile, "Are you feeling better, little brother? Let me introduce you. I am Marshal Alice Dale, the Supreme Commander of the New Gaia Federation. And my Chinese name is Dai Lizi, the Captain of the Home. We are so destined to meet each other in that way during the wormhole defense battle." Xiong Hui remembered that this Dai Lizi was the beautiful, alien, sister soaked in red liquid that he met in the big cabin. At that time, he remembered that the so-called interstellar war was going on. That's right. It's an interstellar war. He recalled this. If it was really 2016, how could there be an interstellar war? Is it really the year 2916? God, how is this possible? I am a post-2000 generation. I was born in 2000. I am 16 years old this year. I am a serious millennial baby. He remembered a little more. Yes, he was 16 years old. A junior high school student. The class teacher's name is Bao Ran. She was a beautiful female teacher who had just graduated from a normal school. And she was also his neighbor. Wait, why do I only remember her? Many questions flashed in his mind, making his thoughts more and more confusing. Dai Lizi waved her hand in front of him and said, "Hi, little brother. Wake up." Only then did Xiong Hui come to his senses and said, "Hi. Aw? 52 years old? Older than my mother. But she looks so young." Xiong Hui blurted out. But after he said these words, he felt as if his memory had opened a valve. He thought of his parents and also thought of I have learned all about my life experience. And I am glad that I have not lost my memory. Dai Lizi smiled happily. "I don't know that your child is quite good at talking," Xiong Hui asked. 900 years have really passed? Then, what about my parents? Did they? Dai Lizi had a sad expression. Xiong Hui was also disheartened and said, "I know that after 900 years, my parents will not live this long." Dai Lizi patted him on the shoulder and said, "The awakening experiment was very successful, and you are recovering well, little brother. Just take good care of yourself." "Auntie," Xiong Hui said, "has it really been 900 years?" Dai Lizi nodded and said, "Well, it is really 2,916 in the 30th century. The 30th century. My God," Xiong Hui murmured to himself. "It's already the 30th century now. Isn't this ridiculous? I just took a bus to go to school, and it was the 9th century in the 30th century. It's been 100 years, and I still have to prepare for the high school entrance examination." Dai Lizi sighed. Xiong Hui asked again, "I want to know the cause and effect. What happened to all this?" "No problem," Dai Lizi said, turning back and asking, "Where is his bracelet? Didn't you give it to him?" An accompanying officer took out a small, delicate box and said, "It's also just made." Dai Lizi took the box and handed it to Xiong Hui, and said, "This is your bracelet, which records your genetic profile and all your information. It is also a computer. If you have any questions, you can use this. Check the bracelet." Dai Lizi said some more kind words and asked the doctors and nurses some questions before leaving. Sitting on the hospital bed, Xiong Hui opened the box, and there was indeed a bracelet inside. Xiong Hui put the bracelet on his hand in confusion. A light about the size of a grain of rice flashed on the bracelet, and then a very slight electrical sound can be heard. After a while, the sound of the current disappeared, and then a woman's voice rang in my ears. "Hello, Mr. Xiong Hui." "Ah." Xiong Hui was startled. He looked around and saw that there was no one in the room. He asked, "Who is it? Who is talking?" A mechanical but slightly gentle female voice said, "I am your artificial intelligence official. Please choose my gender and give me a name." Xiong Hui interrupted her. "Wait a minute. What did you say? What kind of housekeeper?" What kind of intelligence? What kind of man is neither male nor female? Where are you? The female voice continued. I am your artificial intelligence butler, also known as AI, and my host is in the bracelet you are wearing. You said you are a robot? Xiong Hui asked doubtfully. Well, you can understand it that way, but I think it's more appropriate to call it a personal computer. What do you think? So you are thoughtful? I'm a thinking computer. Yes, that's right. But where are you talking? Why do I feel like you are in my ears? Because I just released a nanodrone and parked it in your ear. So I am talking to you through this nanodrone. F***CK. 16-year-old Xiong Hui cursed. What did you put in my ears? Will it make me deaf? Mr. Xiong Hui, the female voice said. I am your personal artificial intelligence butler. I only serve you. Any discomfort you have will have a serious impact on me. So please rest assured that I will only serve you. Okay. I won't pose any harm to you. And do you think the nanodrone has any effect on your ears? I don't seem to feel its presence. Isn't that enough? Xiong Hui looked at the bracelet in his hand and asked, Are you really the one I am wearing? Yes, Mr. Xiong Hui. To be precise, the bracelet is my host carrier, and my host chip is in this bracelet. Are you a woman? The AI replied, Machines are not differentiated between men and women. But by default, the AI official for male customers uses a female voice. Ran Ran, Xiong Hui blurted out. Let's call you Ran Ran. Chapter 847. Only 2 people survived 900 years of hibernation. Although he blurted it out, Xiong Hui had actually thought about it. He fell into a vegetative state and hibernated for 900 years. All his relatives were gone, including Bao Ran, whom he had a crush on. In terms of biological age, Xiong Hui is 16 years old, while Bao Ran is 24 years old, which is a full 8 years older than him. Although Xiong Hui is young, he is like many boys and girls. At this age, it happens to be the age when love begins, and he and Bao Ran can meet and interact frequently. So he gradually develops a secret love for her, and he doesn't know why he likes her. Living in a community. Since entering junior high school, we have to go to and from school together every day. Bao Ran has been his class teacher from the 1st grade of junior high school to the 3rd grade of junior high school. He will take the high school entrance examination in half a month. Of course, the half month mentioned was the half month before the accident, which was 900 years ago. But now, there is no need to take the high school entrance examination anymore. Not only is there no need to take the high school entrance examination, but Bao Ran will no longer be seen. How can we integrate into the world 900 years from now? No parents, no relatives, not a single friend, and no Bao Ran. It makes me sad just thinking about it. Then let me call you Ran Ran. We will have to live in the future. Although I don't know how to live now. Yes, my name is Ran Ran, AI said. Thank you for giving me a name. So what should I call you? Yes, how should you call me? Xiong Hui pondered. He thought of Bao Ran again. He knew that it was impossible for him and her, but he just couldn't help but like her in his heart. Bao Ran usually called him by his name. Occasionally, he would call him a naughty kid because of his naughty nature. He only called him a stinky brother once, but he was very comfortable with it. So from now on, he would often make her angry. For example, if he didn't do his homework, he would deliberately get 59 points on the test even though he could get 100 points. Just like making her angry and calling him a bad boy. Xiong Hui is a very smart child and studies very well, but he deliberately fails every time he takes an exam. So now, AI Ran Ran asked again. Then Mr. Xiong Hui, how should I call you? Just call me. Call me. What did I call you? Smelly brother. The voice was so low that I couldn't hear it, and the AI couldn't hear it clearly either. So it asked again. What? Just call me stinky brother. Smelly brother? Isn't this bad? It's so disrespectful to you. Slowly. I'm here, sir. Don't be so polite to me. Okay. I don't want it to be yours. Sirs. Sirs. Okay. Yes. But. Okay. Then call me brother. You are my sister Ran Ran. That's the decision. Don't question it. Yes. Brother. Okay. Brother. Ha. It's quite interesting, Xiong Hui said. So, Sister Ran Ran, since you are a computer, and it's a computer from the 30th century, you can't just talk and have no images. Right. Of course there is. As long as you. No. As long as you need it. I can release the image. And it is also a three-dimensional holographic image. Okay. Show the image. I want to see if your avatar satisfies me. Okay, brother. Dots of starlight rose from the bracelet, floating in the room, emitting a faint light. And then a virtual three-dimensional image appeared in front of you. It is the image of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Xionghui shook his head repeatedly and said, "No. You look like you are not older than me. How can you be my sister?" AI Ranran said, "You can change your image. Can I change it into the image of a royal sister?" "Well, yes. There are system images in the gallery. You can choose one." After that, many virtual images of women were displayed. Xionghui was not satisfied and asked, "I want to use real people. Is that okay?" "Of course. Do you have any materials?" "Materials? I have been hibernating for 900 years. And now I have nothing. Where can I find materials?" "Well, let me take a look and find that there is someone in your network who is more suitable." "One person? Just one person? Who? Who? Let me see," Xionghui asked quickly. After a while, a real person appeared on the virtual screen. Xionghui couldn't help being surprised and happy. But this was Bao Ran. "Bao! Teacher Bao!" Xionghui looked at Bao Ran's virtual image blankly, not knowing whether he was happy or sad. "Then can you use Bao Ran as my image?" "Yes. Yes." "Hey." Subsequently, AI Ranran's image was changed to Bao Ran. "What's wrong with you? Brother? Are you unhappy? It's a pity that you are no longer alive." "Me? Oh, my brother is talking about Bao Ran." "Right. She is still alive." "What? She is still alive?" Xionghui was really surprised and happy this time. "She? Where is she? Tell me where she is." "She's in the cryotherapy department." "Cryogenics department? What do you mean?" "Yes, brother. Bao Ran is in the cryotherapy department. He is still hibernating and has not woken up yet." "What? I'm not the only one hibernating?" Xionghui asked. He began to recall the car accident again, as if it happened yesterday. In fact, it was 900 years ago. If you look at the situation at that time, everyone in the car should be dead. He was lucky enough to survive. Since he couldn't be revived, he chose to hibernate. He knew that 900 years later he could be revived. So he put him into hibernation. He was awakened from hibernation. "Of course not," AI said slowly. "A total of 14 people in your batch participated in hibernation." 14 people? Does that mean there are 14 people on the bus who are not dead? "No," Ran said again. "Only 2 of these 14 people are in a vegetative state. One is you and one is Bao Ran. The other 12 people are all normal people." "They are all normal people? But why?" "Because they are your and Bao Ran's family. They choose to hibernate with you so that you won't be alone when you wake up." "My parents are hibernating too?" "That's great. Where are they? I want to go see them." "I'm sorry, brother. Your parents, your grandparents, and Bao Ran's parents, grandparents, and grandparents were all killed in the Interstellar War in 2017. "What? How could they?" Xionghui was completely shocked. He thought that the Ning family had seen his parents, but who knew that they had died 900 years ago. This made him not only disappointed, but also extremely disappointed. Grief. "No, this is not true," Xionghui said in pain. "This is all true. Please bear with me." "Brother, what's going on?" "There are war records from that year on the Green Star Data Network. You can download them and read them. Do you want to read them?" "Show me. I want to know the cause and effect of all this." "What happened?" Slowly began to connect to the Green Star Data Network and download the record data of the war that year. Chapter 848 Mini Dyson Sphere and Celestial Bomb. Through the digital network of New Gaia, Xionghui also understood the ins and outs of the entire truth. In 2016, when Xionghui was in his 3rd year of junior high school and preparing for the high school entrance examination in the next semester, he got into a car accident, and his class teacher Bao Ran was also involved in the accident. Fortunately, neither of them died, but they both became vegetative and were sent to New Gaia by Yu Xiaoxin after a lot of effort. The 2 of them were sent to New Gaia to hibernate using Annie's Zergupation method. In order to prevent the 2 of them from being alone after waking up from hibernation, a total of 12 people from their families, including their parents, grandparents and maternal grandparents, came with them, including the 2 of them. There are a total of 14 people who need to hibernate. New Gaia. 4,900 light-years away from Earth, is a planet of Kepler-47a, formerly known as Green Star. Later, at Yubin's initiative, Kepler-47 was renamed the Yanhuang Double Galaxy. Star A was renamed Yin Star, and Star B was renamed Yellow Star. The Green Star was also renamed the New Gaia Star, and the Earth people and 6 continent stars living in the Yin and Yellow twin galaxies were collectively called the New Gaia Civilization. But it was said that Xiong Hui and Bao Ran and their families had arrived in New Gaia. Xiong Hui and Bao Ran were both unconscious, so they were allowed to hibernate first. The method of hibernation is to let the Zerg pupate, put the 2 of them in, and put the Zerg pupae into hibernation to pupate. Since the Nestor Zerg are space creatures, their pupae can have ultra-low temperatures of more than 200 degrees below zero. Of course, they can also be adjusted to other temperatures suitable for hibernation. Just after Xiong Hui and Bao Ran hibernated, he didn't know that a major incident had occurred. At that time, the 2 families planned to rest in New Gaia for a few days before starting hibernation at the same time. But something happened the next day. As we all know, the Yin-Yellow Double Galaxy will also be the previous Kepler-47. It is a double galaxy. Star A, which is the current Yin Star, which is a yellow dwarf star, and New Gaia, which is the previous Green Star, just in Galaxy A. Star B, Yellow Star, is a red dwarf star and also has a habitable zone planet, Liuzhou Star, and is the princess of Liuzhou Star. I have introduced many habitable zone planets of red dwarf stars before, such as Cockroach Star, B Star, Purple Ling Star, etc. They all have a common characteristic, which is tidally locked. For planets that are tidally locked and have habitable zones, their stars are basically red dwarfs. Moreover, such a planet is only suitable for habitation in the morning and evening line. So like all other tidally locked planets, there are not many Liuzhou stars on Liuzhou planet. Only more than 10 million. Parade and jointly overthrew the dictatorship of Rebelin and defeated Amphrey. For details, you can review the 6th volume. I will not go into details here. Only what happened after that. Yubin became the 2nd Commander-in-Chief of New Gaia and the 1st Commander-in-Chief of the New Gaia Federation. This federation united the people of the Earth and the 6 continents. In Galaxy A, there were only more than 10,000 Earthlings at that time. But there were hundreds of thousands of people from the 6 continents. Yubin planned to bring all the more than 10 million people from the 6 continents in Galaxy B to live in Galaxy A, thus bringing the 6 continents together. The star was abandoned and used only as a mine. And if you want to take over all the people from the 6 continents, the best way is to build a symmetrical wormhole and communicate through the wormhole. This is much more convenient than fleet flying. However, the project to build a wormhole will take at least 20 years to complete, because it is not just as simple as building a portal required for a symmetrical wormhole, but also building a city, a large number of buildings, and corresponding facilities and equipment. So it is a conservative estimate. It will take at least 20 years to complete all this construction. After 20 years of construction, New Gaia will have supporting construction facilities to accommodate all 18 million people from the 6 continents. Xiong Hui and Bao Ran were taken to New Gaia in 2016. At this time, there was still a 4-year countdown to the Great Migration. New Gaia is also undergoing a lot of construction, and a new technology has been successfully developed in human civilization. This new technology is the space solidification technology referred to as Empty Town. But just when the Air Town technology was successfully developed and was about to be put into use, the twin galaxies encountered an attack. First, Liuzhou Star in Galaxy B was hit by a small-yield celestial bomb, directly killing more than 10 million Liuzhou Star humans. The so-called celestial bombs are actually similar to neutron star bombs. The principles are the same, but the power of celestial bombs is much smaller. The types of celestial bombs include neutron star bombs, but the power of neutron star bombs is particularly overbearing. So people describe celestial bombs separately. The specific manufacturing process of celestial bombs is very complicated, but it is very simple to describe. Its underlying technology is artificial parallel space, referred to as small universe, and the lower level technology is Dyson sphere. The process is to first build a mini Dyson sphere on an asteroid, or another level of dwarf planet, or even on the periphery of a planet. A spherical energy device that can wrap around a star is called a Dyson sphere. In the interstellar era, when civilization is about to enter the god-level stage, the miniaturization of the Dyson sphere becomes very necessary. Those that can only include very small celestial bodies are called mini Dyson spheres. Continuing the previous process, select an asteroid, build a mini Dyson sphere, and then build an artificial parallel space, which is the so-called small universe. This small universe is built through a Dyson sphere. So the Dyson sphere is not just an energy device. It is also a space device. In this case, this mini Dyson sphere and all the materials in this mini Dyson sphere, including the celestial bodies it wraps such as asteroids and dwarf planets, will be included. Then this small universe is launched towards the target area. After reaching the target, the small universe is released and the celestial body it wraps is released, thus launching a violent attack on the target planet. If the speed is fast enough, an asteroid with a diameter of only 10 kilometers can completely destroy a living planet. This is a celestial bomb. And to create a mini Dyson sphere that can wrap such a large asteroid, you can imagine how easy it is for an interstellar civilization. The difficulty is to create a small universe that is equally large. But it was said that the Liuzhou star was hit by such a large celestial bomb, killing all the Liuzhou stars on the planet. Liuzhou star and Green star have quantum communication. So when Liuzhou star was attacked, Green star quickly got the information. Yubin and Annie both knew that they had encountered a strong enemy. So they immediately took diversion measures. Under the premise of unknown enemy strength, transfer is the best option. Chapter 849 Half-Life. After the Liuzhou star and Galaxy B suffered a devastating blow from the celestial bomb, the new Gaia and Annie swarms in Galaxy A also immediately received the information. Without knowing the strength of the enemy, the only option was to move. At that time, both Xionghui and Bao Ran were hibernating in the insect forest of Green Star. The so-called insect forest is actually a large territory of the Annie Zerg on the Green Star. This territory is a dense forest, and there are many Zerg inhabiting the forest, including their pupae. There are more than 100 hibernating pupae among these pupae. These hibernating pupae are all human patients with terminal diseases that cannot be cured temporarily, including Xionghui and Bao Ran. Since Liuzhou Star has been attacked, Green Star will also be attacked. So Yubin immediately issued a retreat warning to New Green City, the only city on Green Star, and was also worried about the people hibernating in the insect forest. So she ignored the danger and took a large group of soldier insects and high-level soldier insects to fly away despite Yubin's dissuasion. Go to Green Star to rescue these hibernating people. Not long after, the enemy fleet suddenly appeared in the A Galaxy and launched a surprise attack on the new Gaia fleet and the insect swarm. The new Gaia fleet included Earthling battleships and Liuzhou Star battleships. Under the sudden attack, they were almost blinded. The enemy launched several celestial bombs in succession, which exploded in the fleet. The Dream Chaser, Fei-Niu and Flying Bull where the bear was severely damaged, and countless other battleships were destroyed. The battle damage reached more than 50%. New Gaia was caught off guard and did not even know who the enemy was. The battle also went very quickly. Not long after the enemy launched its attack, the empty town was established and spread from the inner periphery of the galaxy to the outer periphery at the speed of light. The enemy did not attack the Green Star mainland, but was trapped within the empty town by the new Gaia Human Zerg coalition. After the enemy released several celestial bombs, they no longer had similar weapons, and could only exchange conventional energy rays with new Gaia. The enemy's troops were not coming for a long time, and they wanted to escape by activating the wormhole. But they were unable to do so, and could only escape by flying outside the system. New Gaia also chased after them. And only when they were approaching the edge of the empty town did they completely eliminate the enemy. At that time, New Gaia had not mastered the intermediate wormhole, that is, the activation wormhole technology, and only knew the basic symmetrical wormhole. Therefore, after activating the empty town, it could only chase and fight, but could not drop the enemy at will through the wormhole. However, after the war, battlefield statistics were conducted. In addition to the corresponding losses, it was discovered that the families of Bao Ran and Xionghui happened to be visiting the Dream Chaser at the time, and they were all martyred because the Dream Chaser was hit and destroyed. When Xionghui in the hospital saw this, he couldn't help crying. He never imagined that he survived the accident. But because of him, his parents, grandparents and grandparents all died. In that inexplicable battle 900 years ago, Yubin, who was supposed to be in charge of the flagship Dream Chaser, happened to be inspecting New Green City and escaped disaster. In this battle, there were countless casualties. The first is the Liuzhou Star. Its native Liuzhou Star suffered numerous casualties after being hit by star bombs. Star Bomb was also the abbreviation for Celestial Bomb later on. The second is their race in Galaxy A, due to the devastating blow to the fleet. The final surviving population was less than 2,000 people, including Anne's brother Prince Anhui, who also died in this battle. As for the Earthlings, even if the flagship was destroyed and the entire command system was paralyzed, the Earthlings were relatively scattered, especially most of their family members living in the planetary city of New Green. Therefore, in this battle, the Earthlings were the number of casualties reached more than 5,000, and 15,000 people still survived. These 50,000 Earthlings became the population base for the development of New Gaia, and the 2,000 Liuzhou star survivors were also integrated into the Earthlings in the long development process, with a total population of 17,000. After 900 years of development, coupled with the continued vigorous implementation of the mechanized human creation plan, by the beginning of the 30th century, the population had grown to a huge population of 67 billion. But after the battle that year, New Gaia learned by cleaning the battlefield that their enemy was a machine civilization called Half-Life. This civilization has mastered wormhole activation technology, empty town technology, primary Dyson sphere technology, and primary small universe technology. The so-called primary Dyson sphere technology can only produce miniature Dyson spheres. Such miniature Dyson spheres are so small that their diameter is less than 20 kilometers. You must know that a Dyson sphere must wrap around a star. So strictly speaking, such a small Dyson sphere is not a Dyson sphere. But after the Dyson sphere is redefined, there is no such thing as size. The previous definition of a Dyson sphere refers to a huge sphere with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers that surrounds a star and is used to absorb the energy of the star. But the current definition is that a sphere that can create a finite parallel space, a small universe, is called a Dyson sphere. So in principle, the Dyson sphere can be infinitely small. At that time, the Half-Life machine civilization could only create Dyson spheres with a diameter of less than 20 kilometers. And it was no problem to wrap an asteroid with a length of 10 kilometers. After wrapping it, activate the small universe, and the mini Dyson sphere will disappear into the universe together with the asteroid it is wrapped in. How can it exist in the small universe? So how to control and use the small universe? The Dyson sphere placed in the small universe, and the asteroids wrapped in the Dyson sphere? That is a celestial bomb, commonly known as a star bomb. In fact, the so-called star bomb is just a micro-aircraft no more than 10 centimeters long. The star bomb itself does not have power, but its power lies in its ability to activate the corresponding small universe. When the star bomb contacts the target, or is close enough to the target, it can open the small universe and release the Dyson spheres and asteroids in the small universe, thereby causing damage to the enemy target through super high-speed impact. This is the technology that the Half-Life machine civilization has mastered, but New Gaia does not. And the wormhole technology that New Gaia has mastered is still in its infancy. Of course, this happened 900 years ago, and Xionghui still doesn't know what it looks like now. Xionghui was filled with sadness as he watched the AI slowly provide him with information. A beautiful nurse walked in and said, "Xionghui, it's time to eat. Do you want me to bring you food?" Xionghui shook his head. What else to eat? He really couldn't accept the current facts. He felt that all of this was false. Someone might have captured him, conducted some kind of experiment, and then made up these lies to deceive him. "Hey, the doctor said that you are recovering well and can eat. Do you want me to bring you food? Or do you want me to take you to the cafeteria to eat?" Xionghui glanced at the nurse and said, "I want to see Bao Ran." Chapter 850 Sleeping Beauty of the Universe. The time it takes for half of the nuclei of radioactive elements to decay is called half-life. But it is used in the name of a machine civilization. This was an interstellar war that took place 900 years ago in Kepler 47, which is 4,900 light-years away from the solar system. The year was 2016. And now it is 2916. A full 900 years have passed, and we have arrived in the tens of the 30th century. However, after Xionghui learned the truth of the matter, all he wanted to do was go see Bao Ran. The nurse said, "You have been hibernating for 900 years, and your body is very weak. So I suggest you eat first to replenish your strength." "No, I want to see Bao Ran," Xionghui said stubbornly. At this time, Bao Ran was the only person he knew. But at the insistence of the doctors and nurses, he still had to eat before going. Dinner was delivered to the ward. He couldn't wait to eat, and was about to go. The nurse pushed a wheelchair over and sat on it before going. After all, it has been hibernating for 900 years. And its body has not been used for 900 years. So it needs to recover slowly. Xiong Hui sat in a wheelchair, pushed by a nurse, and followed by another nurse. He left the ward and walked towards the so-called cryonics department. We were still on a battleship, so we could see the interior of the battleship along the way. Not long after we left the ward, we saw a female doctor stopping us and asking, "Where are we going?" Xiong Hui sounded so familiar that he looked at her strangely. The female doctor walked up to him and said, "I am your attending doctor. My surname is Lan. You can just call me Dr. Lan." Xiong Hui suddenly remembered. "The female director who woke me up? It's me. I want to see Bao Ran." Director Lan thought for a while and said, "No problem. I happen to be free. I will take you there." After that, he pushed his wheelchair and sent the two female nurses away. On the way to find Bao Ran, Director Lan said, "Bao Ran's injury is more serious than yours, and he has been unable to be awakened. But I woke up. She's in a different situation than you are. Then, when will she wake up?" Xiong Hui asked. She was very worried about Bao Ran. She hoped that she would wake up, but at the same time, she was afraid. She was afraid that she would not be able to face this cruel reality. But in fact, why couldn't she be the same? Director Lan said, "I don't know. A miracle may happen in a few days, or it may take hundreds of years." "How could this happen?" Xiong Hui asked. "Isn't it the 30th century now? How can technology that is 900 years ahead of my time wake me up but not her? This aspect of medicine will always be unimaginable by other technologies." Director Lan said, "If you say there is no way, then there is no way. If you don't believe it, there is nothing I can do." Xiong Hui couldn't help but feel discouraged. "Then why are you here to accompany me? You are my patient. And so is Bao Ran. I woke you up. And I also really want to wake her up. You two are from the same era. And maybe I can find a breakthrough in you. So I want to have more contact with you. Then what if I want to hibernate again? Is it possible?" Xiong Hui asked suddenly. He didn't want Mr. Bao Ran to wake up. Otherwise, he would be dead of old age by then, and she hadn't woken up yet. So he had the idea of hibernating again and waking up with Bao Ran. "It's absolutely possible. But not now," Director Lan said. "You have just finished hibernating, and your physical condition does not allow it. If you want to hibernate again, you must wait at least 3 months for your body functions to fully recover." Xiong Hui said oh and stopped asking. In fact, he thought of a problem. That is, he liked Bao Ran, but Bao Ran was older than him. And much older. A full 8 years older. And he could also clearly feel that Bao Ran was not interested in him at all. Let's face it. How could a 24-year-old girl like a 16-year-old brat? For this reason, he was very distressed. But now the opportunity has come. And he has a way to break the age barrier. That is, if Bao Ran never wakes up, he will choose to hibernate again in 8 years. When he is 24 years old. And sleep with Bao Ran. When Bao Ran can be awakened, he will wake up with her. In that case, wouldn't they both be 24 years old at that time? Making them the same age? Then he can pursue Bao Ran openly. Well, this is not a bad idea. You can try it. Of course, it would be best if Bao Ran could be awakened as soon as possible. After all, hibernating all the time is not very good. Director Lan pushed Xiong Hui and walked around until he came to the cryonics department. Very early on, Xiong Hui and Bao Ran hibernated in insect chrysalis. Later, after humans developed hibernation technology, they were moved to human hibernation cabins. The cryogenics department has a large hibernation laboratory with more than 1,000 hibernation cabinets, all of which have hibernators. After communicating with the staff, someone took them to Bao Ran. He was about to see Bao Ran soon, and Xiong Hui felt very uneasy. He was even a little scared. The staff held the cards and searched for them piece by piece. Director Lan pushed Xiong Hui behind and finally found them. Bao Ran was lying quietly in the hibernation cabinet, looking very quiet and peaceful. She was beautiful, just like Sleeping Beauty. Xiong Hui looked at her, stunned. If he kissed her, would he wake her up? He looked very much like the Prince Charming who could kiss her awake. But the glass of the hibernation cabinet blocked the two of them. "Do you still remember her?" Director Lan asked. "The last time I saw her was yesterday. How could I not remember? But it was 900 years ago yesterday." Xiong Hui looked at the dream lover in the hibernation cabinet with great affection, and felt very sorry in his heart, and asked, "Is there really no way to wake her up? There's really no way. Auntie, please, you must save her." Although the ditch is 900 years old, Xiong Hui's biological age is still 16 years old. It is not an exaggeration for her to call Director Lon auntie. Of course, baby, Director Lon said. We will do our best to revive her. If I can't save her, I will hibernate with her. There is no problem in sleeping for another 900 years. I read your files, Director Lon said. You have nothing to do with Bao Ran. She is my homeroom teacher. I actually love your teacher so much. It seems that your teacher must be a very competent teacher. Xiong Hui didn't want to explain more. His love for Bao Ran had always been buried deep in his heart, and no one knew about it. Director Lon added, but you have to be mentally prepared. Hibernation costs money. What? Xiong Hui turned around and looked at the female director in confusion. Director Lon said, of course you and Bao Ran's previous hibernation was free. But once you are awakened, you will automatically become a citizen of New Gaia. As a citizen of New Gaia, you must contribute in order to enjoy the services you need. So if you want to hibernate again, you need to pay. Chapter 851 Mecha High School 1. After 900 years, Xiong Hui woke up, but Bao Ran couldn't. If you want to wake up with her and grow old with her, you can only hibernate again. However, in New Gaia, if there is no serious disease that cannot be cured, you need to pay for hibernation. But Xiong Hui has no money. He was a person from 900 years ago in the 21st century. Where can he get the money in this world? Xiong Hui told the truth. What should I do if I have no money? Then make money, Director Lon said directly. But I'm only 16 years old, and I don't know anything. You don't still use child labor in this world. Do you? Of course, there is no need for child labor. You can work and earn money when you grow up. But what can I do? Xiong Hui muttered to himself. Director Lon said, you can study first. Your situation is quite special. Until you reach adulthood, your study and living expenses will be borne by the civilization. After you graduate, you can find a job corresponding to your major and earn hibernation money. Then, how much does it cost to hibernate once? At least 1 million. 1? How much is 1 million? Xiong Hui asked tremblingly, realizing that this must be a huge expense. That's 1 million star coins, Director Lon said. With an ordinary job, you can earn 10,000 star coins a month. 10,000 a month. Xiong Hui pondered. 1 million is 100 months. That is 8.5 years. Well, at what age can you start working? Child, Director Lon said, you have such a beautiful idea. When you become an adult, won't you have food or drink? No housing. No life? All of this will no longer be free when you become an adult. So the comprehensive cost calculation if you come down. It will take you 20 years to save up to 1 million star coins. Ah! Xiong Hui was stunned. In 20 years, if he started working at the age of 20, he would have to wait until he was 40 to save up to 1 million. Then, he would be 16 years older than Bao Ran. How can this be done? Hey, what are you thinking about? Xiong Hui was in a daze for a moment and then said, is there any profession that can make money quickly? Yes. Be a businessman. Businessmen can't just do what they want. Right? Is there anything more direct? Have. What is it? Mercenaries. Mercenaries? Yes. A mercenary, said Director Lon. I don't know the details. You can check it online later. It seems that you can earn a salary of 200,000 yuan a year. Xiong Hui began to calculate in his mind. 200,000 per year. 5 years would be enough. And if it was a mercenary, it would definitely include food and accommodation. And there would be no need to spend money on anything. In terms of net income, you can save every penny. Hey, you little fool. Are you thinking about it again? Don't forget that mercenaries have to fight. If they fight, there is a possibility of sacrifice. War. With whom? Half-Life. Half-Life? Well, Half-Life is the name of our enemy. And it is also our only enemy. A very powerful machine civilization. They call themselves demigods. But we all call them Half-Life. And the people are also commonly known as Shuizi. But they are not weak at all. On the contrary, it is us who are weak. Okay, don't ask me these questions anymore. They can be found online. I'm only interested in your health. Just report your health status to you. Yes, Aunt Lon. Xiong Hui reluctantly left the hibernation laboratory. Director Lon pushed him back to the ward, talked to him about recovery and other things, and then left. After Director Lon left, Xiong Hui started to open his personal AI and let the AI slowly introduce him to the situation he wanted to know. After checking the information, I learned that if you want to join the army, You must be over 18 years old and graduate from high school. This is the same as the previous Earth. And he is now a junior high school student. So he has to attend high school for 3 years before joining the army. And he will be 19 years old. After joining the army, there will be 2 years of basic soldiers. The basic soldiers only have basic living allowances. They only have 1,000 star coins a month. After 2 years, it will only be 24,000. Which is definitely not enough. After completing the basic military service, you will be 21 years old. After serving as a basic soldier, you will have a service certificate. You can use this certificate to sign up as a mercenary at any time in the future. The salary of a mercenary is very high. 20,000 star coins a month. There were already 24,000 basic soldiers before. Even if it was 20,000, that would still be 980,000 short, which would require 4 years of mercenary service. So after calculation, he was exactly 25 years old. And his mercenary salary was enough to pay for hibernation. And 25 years old is still 1 year older than Bao Ran, which is quite suitable. But then, he discovered several very real problems. For example, when he completes his service at the age of 25 and has so much money, all of it will be spent on hibernation expenses. When he wakes up with Bao Ran again, he will be penniless. How will he support Bao Ran then? So after earning enough for hibernation, I still have to sign as a mercenary for another 4 years and earn 1 million. I am now 29 years old. Although it is a bit painful, it is still worth it since I am only 4 years older than Bao Ran. New Gaia's mercenary system is to sign a 4-year contract at a time, receive a one-time payment of 40,000 yuan in star coins, and then 20,000 yuan per month, which adds up to exactly 1 million. The extra 1 million should be enough for him and Bao Ran's living expenses after they wake up. And they can continue to work and make money in the future. But there is still a problem. That is, in New Gaia, the most ordinary house costs 1 million. So he worked as a mercenary for 8 years to pay for the high cost of hibernating and buying a house. And then ran out of money again. Then there can't be nothing when Bao Ran wakes up. Right? So I have to sign a mercenary contract for another 4 years. Which makes me 33 years old. F***CK! Xiong Hui didn't have to curse. I'm 33 years old, and I have to suffer for 17 years because of his coldness. This is not cost-effective. Is there any other good way? Continuing to check, I found that the salary of an officer is higher than that of a mercenary. The minimum salary of an officer is 25,000 per month. The higher the donation, the higher the income. So how can you become an officer quickly? He found a way. And that was military school. Ordinary military schools have to pass the high school entrance examination, which is 3 years later. But the military school he saw now can be studied now, which means that you can also study at the junior high school level. This is Mecha High School. Mecha High School adopts semi-military teaching management, with a 3-year semester and monthly allowances, including winter and summer vacations. And the allowance is very high, fixed at 10,000 star coins per month. After 3 years, there will be 360,000. Well, this is not bad. After graduating from high school, mechas can directly join the army and become officers or non-commissioned officers. In other words, after graduating from high school, mechas can directly become officers or directly sign as mercenaries without serving as basic soldiers. Chapter 852 Mecha High School 2. Mecha High School is a special school in New Gaia, with semi-military management. In addition to learning the cultural knowledge that should be learned in high school, it also has one more course. That is, Mecha Driving and Combat. Therefore, Mecha High School is the dream school for many New Gaia boys. The entire New Gaia has a population of 67 billion, and there are 700,000 Mecha High Schools. This is a very large number because the New Gaia Navy needs so many mecha pilots. Every year, 3.5 million mecha talents are sent to the New Gaia Navy. After graduating from Mecha High School in 3 years, there are 2 options. One is to join the army and become a mecha warrior, and the other is to enter university to continue further studies. After entering university, there will be a variety of related majors to choose from, which is similar to the model of ancient Earth. And university majors also include mecha and ship command majors. Therefore, the military talents of New Gaia Navy basically started from Mecha High School. Xiong Hui looked at these introductions and began to plan his future life. Let's start with Jigao Mecha High School. After 3 years of Jigao, all food, accommodation and clothing are provided by civilization. And there are subsidies. After 3 years, you can earn 360,000 likes. After graduation, he went to the Warship University. He has researched the relevant Warship University, which is funded by the New Gaia Navy. The same food, clothing and accommodation are free plus stipends. It is the same as the Mecca High School, which is also 10,000 a month. After 4 years at Warship University, I was able to earn another 480,000 likes. Adding in the 360,000 from Mecca High School, the total is 840,000. I graduated from college at the age of 23, 1 year younger than Bao Ran, so I can continue to work hard. After graduating from college, he became an officer directly and received free food, clothing and housing. The minimum salary of a New Gaia officer is 2.5 million per month. The higher the official position, the higher the salary, calculated at 40,000 per month. That is 960,000 in 1 year, and 1.92 million in 2 years. Plus the 840,000 saved before. Then that's 2.76 million. For 2.76 million, after hibernating and buying a house, there will be hundreds of thousands left, which is completely enough. He was only 25 years old at that time. Only 1 year older than Bao Ran. Just right. So this is Xiong Hui's most ideal plan. He doesn't know that there are many uncertainties in the actual development, such as whether he can enter Mecca High School, whether he can be as high as Battleship University, and whether he can become the leader of the New Gaia Navy, already an officer. Another point, and the most important point, is that after becoming an officer or non-commissioned officer of New Gaia, you have to fight. If it's a war, then there will be sacrifices. Once sacrifices are made, don't even think about being with Bao Ran. No matter what. He doesn't care about this. He wants to be a passionate man. So how can he be afraid of sacrifice? However, he thought of a variable. That is, after graduating from high school, the Mecha can be admitted to Battleship University. If it can only be admitted to an ordinary university, it will not enjoy free study, free living and subsidies. Of course, it cannot be ignored. Need to serve in the military. However, as a citizen of New Gaia, you must serve 2 years of basic military service. So after graduating from high school, he had to apply for Battleship University. He would not go to other ordinary colleges and universities, even if he was admitted. So after graduating from computer high school, he had only 2 options. Either go to Battleship University or become a mercenary. He needs to sign a mercenary contract for a total of 8 years in 2 terms. The total salary after 8 years is 1.92 million star coins, plus the 360,000 he saved in 3 years of high school. The total is 2.28 million, which is just enough to make do. Therefore, of the 2 ways out for him, only being an officer is the most efficient. With a salary of 2.76 million in 9 years. The road of mercenaries, 2.28 million in 2011. Then of course, he wanted to follow the former path of becoming an officer. But no matter which path you take, the first thing you need to do is go to Mecca High School. It's April 1st now. 5 months before school starts on September 1st. So he has plenty of time, and is not in a hurry. He now wants to know about New Gaia. What exactly is New Gaia? And what kind of place is New Gaia? It was also through my personal AI that I gradually learned about the twin galaxies and New Gaia. And also learned about a very strange phenomenon in New Gaia. New Gaia refers to the major celestial bodies contained in the entire A galaxy, including the original green star, and now the New Gaia star, as well as the huge human society stationed in the A galaxy, and includes everything this human being has. A general term including resources and technology. This is New Gaia, or New Gaia civilization, with a total population of 67 billion. The attributes of the New Gaia civilization are defined as human civilization. Through research, Xiong Hui learned that there are not only humans in this universe, but also machine civilization and Zerg civilization. And the Nestor Zerg is in the A galaxy. Although the Nestor Zerg can coexist peacefully with humans, they are not included in the New Gaia civilization. The New Gaia civilization is both a human civilization and a human civilization. The so-called human civilization includes humans and other advanced intelligent human races in the universe. Galaxy A has 5 planets. Green Star is the 3rd one. The 2 inside are rocky planets like it. And there are 2 gaseous planets outside. In the entire A galaxy, with the star A as the center and a radius of 2.5 billion kilometers. There is something called a space solidification defense shield within a huge spherical range. The function of this thing is to prevent other civilizations from launching wormholes. Which means that if other civilizations want to launch wormholes in this range, it is impossible to do so. But the New Gaia civilization can do it on its own. And so can the Nestor Zerg. This spherical wormhole defense shield is commonly known as the Empty Town. Seeing this, Xionghui couldn't help but laugh and said, "Isn't this just a barrier? Wouldn't it be more intuitive to describe it as a barrier?" But it is said that the New Gaia civilization lives in this huge barrier, but cannot get out. Why we can't get out points to another half-life of civilization. Half-life, a machine civilization. Its home base is mainly the Windwheel Star, about 150 light-years away from New Gaia. In addition to the Windwheel Star, it has several other strongholds. The total strength of Half-Life is about 30 trillion. And 1 trillion equals 1 trillion. You can imagine how huge it is. It is worth noting that New Gaia uses the ancient counting meaning of the unit of trillion. That is, 1 trillion equals 1 trillion, rather than the international standard of 1 trillion equals 1 million in the Earth era. Think about it. The total strength of the Demon Sword 70 years later is less than 30 billion. Half-Life is a machine civilization. And so is the Demon Sword. Half-Life's total military strength is 1,000 times that of the Demon Sword. And Half-Life was New Gaia's only enemy in 900 years. And the two sides fought for 900 years. More than 70% of Half-Life's troops are gathered at the edge of New Gaia's boundary. As soon as New Gaia ship units are found flying out of the boundary, troops will be immediately organized to intercept and kill them. So New Gaia has never been able to fly out because it was looked down upon by Half-Life. However, New Gaia has also tried other methods, including launching entangled particles and Zerg's quantum flying insects, which can be launched in time by Half-Life and then destroyed. Chapter 853 Little Ancestor. Although Half-Life has a large number of troops, it is impossible to densely distribute the edge of this enchantment. Instead, it uses sentries at other locations to detect the enemy's situation. That is, to quickly drop nearby troops through the wormhole. Wormholes cannot be placed inside the barrier, but they can be placed outside the barrier. There are many troops in Half-Life, so New Gaia can't get out. But Half-Life can't come in and run wild. It doesn't have the authorization code for the barrier, so it can't place a wormhole in the barrier. It can't move freely around, and it will be led by New Gaia or the Nestor Zerg. Walk around. But even so, Half-Life often sent some machine units to harass, and New Gaia would send troops to stop it. This is what happened when Xionghui just woke up and encountered an interstellar war. At that time, New Gaia happened to be blocking Half-Life's invasion, but he happened to catch up with it. The current commander-in-chief of New Gaia is Alice Dale, whose Chinese name is Dai Lizi. But she is a woman. Leaning on the hospital bed, Xionghui muttered to himself, "How can a woman lead a population of 67 billion? Is this possible? I read the introduction about the Zerg again. The name of the Zerg is Knights, and the queen of the Zerg is a human." Wait a minute. She's not a human. Why does she look exactly like a human? Xionghui asked curiously. AI Ranran replied, "Because Annie was a human before she became the queen of the Zerg. Later, she was parasitized by Oni, the original queen of the Nestor Zerg, and became the Blood Blade Queen of the Zerg." Queen of Blood Blades? Yes, the Blood Blade Queen, Ranran said, is a combination of humans and Zerg. Ah, I know. Just like the Queen of Blades. Queen of Blades? This time it was the AI's turn to not understand. "A computer game of our time," Xionghui said. "The heroic unit of the Zerg in StarCraft." After reviewing the information, Xionghui finally had a clearer understanding of New Gaia. We knew almost everything, and had planned our future plans. At this moment, I suddenly thought of my parents, and couldn't help but feel sad. He lost his parents at the age of 16. In his time, 16 years old was not yet an adult, so he was now an orphan. I lay on the hospital bed staring at the ceiling in a daze, and didn't fall asleep until very late. He is the only person in the entire New Gaia population of 67 billion who was born 900 years ago. Although his biological age is only 16 years old, he has to admit that his physical age is already 916 years old. If his biological age can live to be 100 years old, then he will really be a 1,000-year-old monster. So he is the only patient in this ward. In fact, he didn't get married. He just woke up from the 900-year-old phase and needed to recover slowly. He temporarily stayed in the hospital, and the chief physician in charge of him, Xiaolan, would often come over to talk to him and learn about his condition. In fact, Xiaolan is in her 50s this year. If Xionghui wants to call her Aunt Lan, she will not even die. Nor can he call her Sister Lan, let alone Lao Lan. Xiaolan's understanding is this. I was born in 2865, and you were born in 2000. You are 865 years older than me. You are a serious ancestor. From now on, just call me Xiaolan. But I'm only 16. That's your physical age. But you have existed in this universe for 916 years. Is this true? Xionghui nodded in agreement. And Xiaolan said, if it's based on seniority, do I have to call you ancestor? Xionghui was embarrassed by her. You can't be that old. Right. Then little ancestor. Since then, Xionghui has been nicknamed Little Ancestor. No matter who calls him Ancestor, he will not suffer any loss. Because in the entire New Gaia, everyone is 800 or 900 years younger than him. But there is an exception, and that is Anne, and was born in 1973, making her 27 years older than him. On the third day that Xionghui stayed in the hospital, Annie came. Xionghui was startled when she saw Annie's arrival. She had read the introduction about Annie on Green Star Network before, so she could recognize her arrival at a glance. The reason why he was shocked was because he knew that she was a Zerg and had a very powerful side. She could grow tentacles from her back, which made him feel scared just thinking about it. Annie sat down in front of him and said with a smile, I'm sorry, little brother. I should have come to visit you when you woke up. But I was purifying at the time, so I didn't take the time. Purify? Oh, I know. How's it going? How do you feel after waking up? Can you adapt? What can you feel? Xionghui said. It's a completely different world. My parents are dead. My relatives are all dead. And the only person I know hasn't woken up yet. It's like traveling through time. Yes, traveling from the solar system to here, 4,900 light years, is indeed a bit difficult to accept, and failed to understand what he meant by time travel. After all, they were people from two worlds, so their perceptions would be different. The time travel that Xionghui talks about is in time, such as the time travel in time travel novels and time travel dramas. The time travel that Anne can understand is in space, such as traveling through a wormhole, from one end of the universe to the other. But neither of them realized this, and said, It's all my fault. What does this have to do with you? Xionghui asked. If your parents could hibernate in time, they wouldn't either. No, Queen. I know. And you know too. No one could have predicted this in advance, and no one can blame it. I don't blame you. I also want to thank you. Otherwise I wouldn't be alive today. By consulting the information, Xionghui learned that humans in New Gaia had not yet mastered the hibernation technology, so they could only place it, and Bao ran here with the Zerg to hibernate first. Later, after humans developed hibernation technology, they were transferred to a human hospital. Annie sighed and said, Xionghui, in the entire New Gaia, I am the only two old monsters from hundreds of years ago. Although the Zerg do not belong to the New Gaia civilization, they are included in it. And said, My husband Yubin, who is the same age as me, was also born in 1973. He lived to be 101 years old and died in 2074. He was considered to have lived a long life, but 842 years have passed. I have a daughter. I know. Yu Xiaoxin. And looked at him and said, I spent very little time with her, and I'm sorry for her. Yu Xiaoxin is 1 year older than me. Xionghui said, She is a very cheerful and lively girl. She can be at least 100 years old, and I'm sure she will be very happy throughout her life. Annie shook her head. But I don't know what happened to her later. I have read the information, and it says that it was Yu Xiaoxin who sent our Hui Baoran over from Earth? And nodded. Chapter 854 Battleship Dream. There are two main reasons why Annie came to see Xionghui. The first is because Xionghui and Baoran's hibernation plan was planned by Yu Xiaoxin. The result of this plan was that after 900 years, only Xionghui woke up. But Baoran could not be awakened, and the date of awakening is also far away. And during the hibernation process, 12 relatives of Xionghui and Baoran were killed in the first Half-Life defense battle before they were ready to accompany them in hibernation. So Annie came to Xionghui with a guilty conscience. This is one of them. The second reason is that Xionghui is currently the only person in the world who knows about Yu Xiaoxin's life, and she wants to know something about Yu Xiaoxin's life. So she has no choice but to come to Yubin to inquire. Although Yu Xiaoxin has been dead for more than 800 years, Yu Xiaoxin is Anne's biological daughter after all, and she loves her very much. Sometimes missing is also a kind of love. Xionghui only knew what happened before Yu Xiaoxin was 17 years old. And of course, he didn't know anything after that. Then Annie could only ask about what happened before Yu Xiaoxin was 17 years old. When she saw Xionghui, Annie thought he would hate her. But it turned out he didn't. On the contrary, Xionghui respected her very much and was very polite to her. He told her everything he knew, which made Anne feel very happy. So Anne would visit him often and chat with him through the internet. In terms of physical age, Anne is 27 years older than him. But on a cosmic scale, the difference is really so small that it can be ignored. So there is almost no generation gap between them. Xionghui told her about Yu Xiaoxin, and Annie was willing to listen to what he had to say about herself. During a pleasant chat, Xionghui suddenly said, Anton, I want to go to Mecca High School. Oh, okay. There is a registration form online. You just need to fill it out. But I don't have a citizen ID, so I can't sign up. How is this going? Xionghui said, I only have the genetic sequence and civilian ID, but no citizen ID. I don't know much about New Gaia's policies. And said, what are civilians, and what are citizens? Xionghui said, everyone can become a New Gaia civilian. But it is difficult to become a citizen. You must be born into a citizen family to automatically enjoy citizenship rights. Or you must live in New Gaia for 6 years, and have a tax payment record of more than 3 years. Another way to automatically obtain citizenship is to join the Navy, and serve for more than 3 years to automatically obtain citizenship. In other words, you have to wait another 6 years to get a citizen ID? Xionghui nodded and said, that's right. It was impossible to be born into a citizen family. His parents died 900 years ago. They were not even New Gaia civilians, let alone citizens. The second method is to live for 6 years and pay taxes for 3 years. So you still need to wait for 6 years. As for the third way, that is to serve. But New Gaia needs to graduate from high school at least before he can serve. So he has to go to high school for 3 years, and then serve for another 3 years before he can get citizenship. General high schools, general colleges and universities, and general social work are all open to civilians. However, Mecca High School, Battleship University, as well as naval officers and some important professions and positions in civilization are only open to citizens. So no matter what, Xionghui must find a way to get the citizen ID. Otherwise his sleep with you plan will come to nothing. He calls hibernating with Bao Ran sleeping with you. Although he is a unique, awakened ancient man in New Gaia, New Gaia doesn't pay much attention to him. And there is no way to find someone to do things. So he has no choice but to ask Anne, why do you have to go to Mecca High School? Annie said, you can become an ordinary New Gaia. There are many ordinary high schools. And you don't have to go to war. Because I want to hibernate again and buy a house. Xionghui said, these require a lot of money. Going to the computer academy, entering Battleship University, and then joining the New Gaia Navy is the easiest and fastest way to make money. But you are only 16 years old, and you still have a long road ahead in life. There is absolutely no need for you to work so hard. Without telling the truth, it seems that Annie will not help him. So Xionghui said, because I like Bao Ran, and I don't want her to still be sleeping when I am old. So I want to hibernate with her and wake up together. But healthy people in New Gaia need to pay for hibernation at their own expense. I have no money. If I want to be with Bao Ran in the future, I need to buy a house. So I need a lot of money. But now that I don't have citizenship, I can't go to college. So that's it. Annie mused. The Zerg, can also hibernate. And it's free. How about you? Xionghui looked at her in surprise, but then said in disappointment, but I still need a lot of money. Annie nodded and said, I didn't expect you to be so persistent in love at such a young age. I will go to Dialysi tomorrow and talk to her about this, and see if I can give you a special case. Thank you, Anton. Annie is Yu Xiaoxin's mother. Yu Xiaoxin is 1 year older than Xionghui, and she is also a very familiar neighbor. So it is right for Xionghui to call her Anton. Afterwards, and actually went to see Dialysi, the commander-in-chief of New Gaia. But Dialysi did not agree to give Xionghui special care, and had to follow the procedures. Otherwise the system will be destroyed. He also said that in New Gaia, no one is allowed to have special privileges. When Annie told Xionghui the news, Xionghui was also extremely disappointed and pessimistic. The good things that started out were completely ruined. 2 months later, Xionghui has made a complete recovery, and will be discharged from the hospital and sent to live in a social welfare institution on the surface of the planet. All his expenses for the next 3 years of high school will be paid by civilization. Before being discharged from the hospital, Xiong Hui secretly went to the hibernation laboratory of the cryotherapy department, found Bao Ran's freezer, and looked at Bao Ran sleeping inside. 16-year-old Xiong Hui couldn't help crying. "I'm sorry, Teacher Bao. This world is not my world at all. I really can't change my destiny. I tried hard, but I couldn't succeed. Tell me, what should I do? You are my only relative and friend in this world. I am almost desperate." He had nothing to do but look at the sleeping Bao Ran with no choice. Go to high school for 3 years. Xiong Hui continued to tell Bao Ran. At the age of 19. Then serve as a basic soldier for 2 years at the age of 21. And then sign a mercenary contract for 8 years at the age of 29. Teacher Bao, this is the only thing we can do now. I will fight for this for 13 years. You wait for me. Xiong Hui left the hospital, the battleship, and the fleet with infinite nostalgia, took a spaceship, arrived at the Green Star's surface, and moved into an orphanage. He will spend his 3 years of high school career in both the orphanage and Pugao. Chapter 855 The Road to the Future. The Yin-Yellow Double Galaxy, Kepler 47. Yin Star, a star, and New Gaia Star were originally called green stars, but old and New Gaia people are still more accustomed to calling them green stars. At dusk, on a small hill, there is a young man sitting on the grass, playing the flute. The song is Drunken by the Sunset, which is beautiful and melodious, echoing in the open wilderness. Although New Gaia has a population of 67 billion, and there are 30 billion people living on Green Star, there are still many relatively empty places, such as where Xiong Hui is now, the back hill of the orphanage. In front of him, a girl in her 20s was dancing to the music. After playing a piece of music, the girl stopped dancing, faced Xiong Hui, and said with a smile, "Brother, stop being so pessimistic. Everything will be fine. But sister, I really like you. You know, I want to hibernate with you. I want to wake up with you first. I want to grow old and die with you." The girl put away her smile and said, "But brother, you must also cherish yourself. Otherwise my sister will be unhappy too. Come on, give me a smile." Like smiled bitterly. "No, it's too forced." Laugh again. "Okay, sister, for you, I will live happily." "That's right. Look, it's getting late. You'd better go back. Otherwise the people in the orphanage will be anxious." "Okay." Xiong stood up, walked to the goddess, and reached out to touch her face. However, his outstretched hand passed through the outline of the goddess, and it turned out to be just a 3-dimensional virtual image. It is a virtual image created by AI Ran, and it is also created in the image of Bao Ran. Like walking down the hill, the virtual image disappears. He has been living in the orphanage for 2 months and is not happy. There are more than 1,000 children in the orphanage, and there are 12 in the same area with him. They are divided into 3 dormitories, with 4 children in each dormitory. New Gaia is a highly developed interstellar civilization, and not all orphans adopted by the orphanage are orphans. Every child has an origin. Due to the genetic archiving system, every child can find his or her biological parents if they are willing. However, there is a reason why the parents cannot be found. Where New Gaia was established, a crazy plan to create robots was launched. That is, using artificial purple palaces to carry out machine pregnancy to quickly breed offspring. Otherwise, how could a population of 15,000 grow to 67 billion in 900 years? This speed is really crazy. Regarding the human creation plan, as mentioned before, the children produced from the assembly line are opaque to their parents, and no one knows who their biological parents are. Because as a citizen of New Gaia, every adult must donate seeds every month, and they must donate more than 500 times in a lifetime, which is equivalent to more than 500 children. So opacity is also a must. Married people can choose to have children through natural procreation. If they find it troublesome, they can get children through machine frightening and breeding. Of course, the children born in this way are biologically their own. In this way, the large number of people obtained will be uniformly raised and educated by machine nannies and machine teachers from an early age. So after more than 800 years of development, the population has reached more than 60 billion. Originally, New Gaia planned to continue to develop its population in this way. The ultimate goal was 1 trillion, which is 1 trillion people. But Galaxy A is blocked by Half-Life and cannot get out. This also hinders development and population planning. This also resulted in a civilization that had to put an end to the crazy plan to create robots. People were no longer forced to donate seeds and could fall in love, marry, and have children freely. Many population factories had to be forced to shut down, leaving only one or two very small ones. Due to the habit of machine breeding for many years, people are no longer willing to give birth naturally and leave their children to machines. In addition, some families have too many children to take care of, so they abandon them to orphanages. This situation is also due to the legacy of the robot-created human project, which is difficult to manage. Therefore, civilization has no choice but to adopt welfare for children with more than 3 births. This is the origin of these orphans in the orphanage. Just like the previous era of robots, these children also do not know who their parents are unless they can enter the gene bank to query. The gene bank is highly confidential in civilization, and no one can access it privately. Therefore, everyone also has a genetic bracelet, and there is no need to worry about ethical disasters. However, it was said that Xiong Hui's life in the orphanage was not happy, in addition to being out of tune with the world and missing his relatives. The other thing was that the orphans here did not accept him at all, and even rejected him, and said he was a savage, a black man, a monkey, just because he has no citizenship, and because he comes from 900 years ago. He has so many unpleasant nicknames. No one calls him Little Ancestor, but most people call him Savage. As for these orphans, although they are orphans, everyone has citizenship rights, and can apply for the Computer High School and John University, Battleship University. Seeing that he had no meaning in living, Xiong Hui was extremely discouraged. However, among this orphan, there was one person who always wanted to get together with him. This is a girl. Her name is Hukue, who always helps him resolve embarrassment at critical moments, which gives him some comfort. But at most he only treats her as a friend and will never think of her as a girlfriend. Just like that, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye in the orphanage, and it was almost time to start school. On this day, Xiong Hui and Hukue were walking on the hills under the sunset, and Xiong Hui played Drunken by the Sunset. Again, Hukue said, I always hear you say how good Sister Bao is. Let me see. No. Why? So stingy. She must be so ugly. You're afraid of my laughing at her. I don't allow you to say that about Bao Ran, Xiong Hui said angrily. Bao Ran is the most beautiful woman in this world. No, the most beautiful woman in this universe. She is my goddess. She is the most beautiful and pure. After saying that, he walked forward angrily. Hey, wait for me. I'm sorry. I won't talk about your goddess. Okay? Don't be angry. Hukue chased after Xiong Hui and took hold of Xiong Hui's hand, begging with a pitiful expression. Then don't say that about her again. Okay. Okay. I won't say it anymore. Okay? Oh, by the way, school starts next week. Let's go to high school together. Xiong Hui let out a long sigh and said, I can't go to the Mecha High School of my dreams. It's such a pity. Hukue said, Isn't an ordinary high school pretty good? Just as he was talking, the AI slowly prompted that a signal was coming in. After checking the signal, he saw that it was Annie. So he connected it. Annie's voice rang in his ears. I want to tell you good news about your flight. I have a solution. Chapter 856 Mecha High School 3. Xiong Hui was born in 2000. He became a vegetative state due to an accident in 2016 and began hibernation. He did not wake up until 2916. After waking up, he was already in New Gaia, which is 4,900 light-years away from the Earth, and automatically became a citizen of New Gaia. The New Gaia of the 30th century did not know that the Earth had been destroyed more than 700 years ago. Xiong Hui wants to go to Mecha High School to achieve his dream. His dream is not like that of most boys, such as Mecha Dreams or Starry Sky Dreams. His dream is very simple. That is, hibernating with his goddess. But he couldn't go to Mecha High School because he didn't have citizenship rights. As school was about to start, he had no choice but to prepare to go to an ordinary high school. There are also many children in the welfare home who go to Pugao, and a small number of them choose to go to JJJ. Hukue chooses to go to Pugao and wants to go with him. Annie sent a message. I have good news for you. I have a solution for you to go to the computer high school. Xiong Hui didn't know what kind of good news Annie would bring him, and he was waiting for her to bring it with an uneasy heart. On the hill, The two of them sat on the grass slope, watching the sunset that was about to fall into the distant mountains. At that time, Kepler 47a star, and said, New Gaia's system is very strict, and no one can destroy the system. But I have thought of a more similar method. But I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it. Tell me, Anan, as long as you can get a citizen ID and go to Mecha High School, anything will work. Be my son. Huh? Xionghui looked at her doubtfully. Annie began to describe her plan. We were both born 900 years ago. Although I am not an Earthling, I have lived on Earth. My husband and daughter are both Earthlings, and Xiaoxin and you are still friends. So just say you are my adopted son, and you can get citizenship. It's just that I'm worried that you don't want to. No. I do. Xionghui looked at Annie and said, Anan, I am willing to be your son. That? Xionghui hesitated for a while and finally shouted, Mom, it's just that the sound is very small. Annie didn't care. She just smiled and said, I had a big fight with Dialysi, Bichi, about this matter. She refused to agree to anything, saying that we were taking advantage of the system by doing this. He's cold. New Gaia, a human civilization with a population of 67 billion. How can such a stubborn old maid be appointed as the commander-in-chief? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used the foul language. No. Mommin. Thank you. But Dialysi agreed in the end. He was so cool that she didn't pay attention to him in the first place. Thank you so much. Don't be polite to me, Annie said. Why are we, mother and son, so polite? I came to you this time just to go to the dean to pick you up. Go. Where are you going? Xionghui asked doubtfully. Since we are mother and son now, you definitely can't live in an orphanage. It's good for you to live with me even though you can only live for a week. A week? Ah. Does that mean I can go to Mecha High School? Don't mention it. Because of this matter, I had another quarrel with Dialysi, Bichi. She said that you were not pure in thoughts and could not get on the plane. Xionghui lowered his head and said, That may be the case. I just want to make money to accompany Bao Ran. Is this wrong? Annie asked. This is your truest thought, which shows that you are an honest person and not pretentious. Why can't such a person go to JJ High School? Moreover, JJ High School is under military management. Have you not caught all the troublemakers? Then later. Sorry. I won. Anan, you are awesome. Mom. Okay. It's awkward for you to call me. You can yell how you like when no one is around. But in public, you must call me Mom. Do you understand? Yes. Mom. Go pack your things now and come with me. But how can I live with you, Swarm? Don't worry. I have a battleship and an ecological cabin suitable for human survival. Good. The two of them walked down the hill towards the orphanage. On the way, someone secretly followed them. Xionghui didn't know it, but he couldn't hide it from Annie. He stopped and said, Stop hiding. Come out. Fukui walked out with a smile and came to the two of them as if she had made a mistake. Shiokui, Xionghui said, I want to go away with An and my mother. Thank you for taking care of me in the past 3 months. Your mother? What do you mean? Fukui pointed at Annie in surprise and asked. Yes. Queen An is my mother now, Xionghui said. So I'm going to live with her for a month and then go to school. Oh. Okay then. I'll wait for you when school starts. No need to wait. I'm going to Mecha High School. What? You're not. Thank you. Shiokui. Xionghui said no more and led Annie to his dormitory to get something. Fukui was also in a state of extreme surprise, watching the two of them walk away. While packing her luggage, Annie smiled and said, I can see that Fukui likes you. We are all children. Still young. Not yet old enough to fall in love. But why do you like Bao Ran? That's different. Okay. You kids. I don't understand. Annie said. But you will be separated from that little girl Fukui. She gave up Mecha High School for you. Xionghui smiled bitterly and said, Then I can only feel sorry for her. The two went through the formalities of making friends with the dean. And if they liked it, they followed Annie out of the orphanage, took the Phoenix to leave the Green Star, and went to the insect swarm parked in space. Phoenix is actually a high-level soldier insect. The Anata Zerg including Lunya and Lingli are called Suzaku class or high-level soldier insect. Annie didn't know their classification method, so she called it Phoenix. Not only do high-level soldiers have different names, but other units also have different names. For example, Soldier bugs are called cute bugs by Annie. High-level soldier bugs are called phoenixes. Blue dragon-level bug beasts are called fat bugs. And Xuanwu-level bug beasts are called fat bugs. Annie's phoenix also has a bug bag. The bug bag can also generate air pressure and temperature suitable for human survival. So it is very safe to be in the bug bag. New Gaia has set up 8 defense areas in Galaxy A, divided according to the 3-dimensional coordinate system. Each quadrant is a defense area. And Nestor Zerg is assigned to the 5th quadrant, which is the 5th defense area. The area north of the ecliptic facing the Pinwheel Galaxy is called the 1st quadrant, and counterclockwise are the 2nd, 3rd and subtle quadrants. To the south of the ecliptic, the area below the 1st quadrant is the 5th quadrant, and's defense zone. Then, also in a counterclockwise direction, are the 6th, 7th and 8th quadrants. Chapter 857 Mecha High School 4. The 5th quadrant of Galaxy A. The Nestor Zerg defense zone. Annie has a Dwarf Star battleship assembled from captured battleships from Half-Life enemies. It has a length of 2.5 kilometers. Human combat units are larger than those of machines and Zerg, mainly because humans have too many auxiliary facilities, related staff, and family members. So human ships must be large. The largest human unit is the Superstar-class battleship, which can reach a length of 650 kilometers. The largest unit of the Zerg is the Xuanwu-class insect beast, which is only 150 kilometers in length. The units of machine civilization are even smaller. The largest unit is the Archangel-class battleship, which is only a little over 8 kilometers away. It is simply incomparable to human beings. Annie also used many fast fragments to assemble it together, often asking humans to help. However, she only has one battleship, which has energy, but no power and no firepower system. There is also no shield system. And these 3 are also the most energy consuming. The energy equipment carried by the battleship can provide energy to build a complete ecosystem. More than 10,000 humans live on this battleship, and tourist spots have been opened up for humans to visit. Therefore, this warship without power, firepower and shields is also called Insect Castle, although there is no power, firepower or shield. The outer SHL of the battleship is densely covered with a layer of insected creatures. This insected creature is like moss, covering the insect fort tightly. So this is another reason why the name of the insect fort is derived. A reason. These Zerg creatures will generate shields to protect the bug castle. Of course, these Zerg creatures will only generate shields when there is a war and the bug castle is in danger. Moreover, these insected creatures will accept a large number of soldiers and insects, and the thrust generated by the many soldiers and insects will push the movement of the insect fort, which is also the source of the power of the insect fort. As for firepower, it would be easier. The light worms can attach to the surface of the insect fort and these insect plants, and the soldier worms can launch particle beams to attack the invading enemies. Of course, when an interstellar war actually breaks out and the Warburg is in danger, Annie will directly teleport the Warburg away through the wormhole. Let's say that Annie came to the bug castle with her love and arranged a very large living cabin for him. And the living environment was also very comfortable. Although Annie is a Zerg, she also arranged a living cabin for herself in the bug castle, where she often experiences the feeling of being a human and reminds herself not to forget that she was once a human. Annie's living cabin is right next to her favorite. They live in a large suite. The entire suite is adjacent to the command module. From the command module, you can see the outer space scenery. However, this command cabin is in name only and cannot play a control role. It is only used for viewing. Residents or tourists often come to play in the command cabin. After he said that he liked living here, Annie cooked 3 meals a day for him and asked him to wash the clothes he changed, which made him feel very embarrassed, and smiled and said, "Now that you are my son, what's wrong with you as a mother cooking and washing clothes for your son? I, as a mother, can't let you scream in vain." Annie's behavior gradually moved Xionghui, and Xionghui gradually got used to calling her. Annie also said, "If you and Baoran can really achieve success one day, then Baoran will be my daughter-in-law. So you have to work hard." Yes. But he said that he liked living in Bug Castle for a week, and also enjoyed the maternal love that and brought to him for a week. On September 1st, Annie personally sent him to the Mecha High School on the Tianxian battleship. The Tianxian battleship is a Superstar-class battleship with a length of 72.5 kilometers. It and the other 6 Superstar-class battleships belong to the most prestigious 74th Fleet of New Gaia, because these 7 Superstar-class battleships, named Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyong and Yogwang are the main battleships of the 74th Fleet. The 74th Fleet is also called Tiangang Beta Fleet. Tianqian is the second star of the 7-star Beidou. So the Tianqian battleship is also called the number 2 ship. 74th Fleet, referred to as Ship 74. The entire New Gaia has a population of 67 billion, a naval personnel of 670 million, and a military-civilian ratio of 1 to 100. This ratio is quite reasonable. The entire New Gaia Navy has a total of 100 fleets. Each fleet has a capacity of 5 million people. So 100 fleets is exactly 500 million people. There are also 170 million people engaged in other tasks related to fleet accidents, such as ground, logistics, academies, transmission, etc. He is now enrolled in Mecha High School and cannot be assigned to the fleet yet. So he is one of the 170 million people outside the fleet. Let's talk about the fleet organization, which has warships of all levels, including Dwarf Star, Subgiant Star, Giant Star, Bright Star, and Super Star. Although New Gaia's fleet formation method is very different from that of Demon Sword's Legion, there is one thing that is very similar. That is the second-level battleship. The second-level battleship is somewhat similar to the Star Fortress of the Demon Sword, and is home to a large number of human beings. The reason why it is called a second-level battleship is because such a battleship not only has the residential properties of an interstellar fortress, but also has combat capabilities. But it will not rush to the front like a first-level battleship. Although the first-class battleship is the main battleship, some people will live on it, mainly the family members of military personnel. In short, if the first-level battleship force is large, but the people are small, the second-level battleship force is small, but the people are small. During the war, the first-level battleships rush to the front, and the second-level battleships conserve their strength behind. In addition to first-level battleships and second-level battleships, there are also logistics warships, including mining, factories, energy reserves, and other logistics functions. But it was said that the Mecha High School that Xiong Hui went to was on the 74th ship, the second ship of the Superstar-class battleship Tianqian. There are 4 Mecha High Schools on the Tianqian, and the one I like is the first one. So it is also called the 74th ship number 5 High School. There are also 4 high schools on the number 1 ship Tianshu. So I photographed them in order. The school I sat in naturally became number 5 middle school. When he arrived at the school, he was arranged to stay in the dormitory. He would spend the next 3 years in the battleship and in the school. You can go back during winter and summer vacations. And the only place he can go back to now is Annie's Bug Castle. But he said that after he was settled in Mecha number 5 middle school, classes would not start until the day after tomorrow. So he could easily walk around in the first 2 days. Several classmates called him to go out and walk around. Who knew that besides the dormitory door, I saw a familiar face. It was Hukue. As soon as Hukue saw him, she said excitedly, "Are you surprised or surprised?" Xiong Hui looked at her in surprise and asked, "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" Hukue said with a smile, "I am your classmate now." "No way. Aren't you from Pugao?" "Why? You don't go to Pugao anymore. Why should I go?" Chapter 858 Mecha High School 5. In this way, Xiong Hui recognized Annie as his godson, and with Annie's efforts, he obtained the citizen ID of New Gaia, and also received the admission notice to the 5th Mecha High School of the 74th Fleet of the New Gaia Navy, Superstar Battleship Tianqian, Mecha number 5. This is where Xiong Hui will live in the next 3 years. Xiong Hui himself never thought that he and Hukue might be separated for 3 years because of this. Who would have thought that Hukue would also follow him to the 5th middle school and become a computer high school student? Hukue, who is also 16 years old, is 2 months younger than Xiong Hui in terms of biological age. So she is always called elder brother and younger brother. 16 years old is also the age of flowering. But at this time Hukue cannot tell how beautiful she is. But judging from her appearance, she will not be ugly in the future. But to Xiong Hui, he doesn't care. He only likes Bao Ran. He will do his best to be with Bao Ran. To be honest, Bao Ran is not very beautiful. But as the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So Xiong Hui thinks she is the most beautiful woman in the world. No, a girl to be precise. So when he learned that Hukue had followed him to Mecha number 5 middle school, he told himself that he must not get too close to Hukue, and he must not let her think that they might become a couple. There are only 3 classes in Mecha number 5 middle school. The first year of high school, the second year of high school, and the third year of high school. Each class has about 50 students. So the whole school only has about 150 or 60 students. So it was natural that Hukue and Xiong Huibei were assigned to the same class. In New Gaia, although the population is large, there is still a shortage of military personnel, and the 1% military-civilian ratio cannot be improved. So there will be a lot of female soldiers, including mechas. In this case, there are 20 girls among the 55 students in Xiong Hui's grade 1 class. Hukue is one of them. When the seats were assigned, they all wanted to sit in the back. Only Xiong Hui wanted to sit in the front row. No one wanted to sit in the front row, but Hukue insisted on sitting with him. So they were arranged to sit together. As for others who didn't want to sit in the front, they would be forced to sit in the front. Hukue likes to study and chat with him, but Xiong Hui is lukewarm towards her. The entire freshman year of high school was filled with cultural and theoretical classes, and I never touched a mecha once. Because of the military-style management, everyone lives on campus, and they only have the opportunity to go home for vacation once a month. Since Xiong Hui was Anne's adopted son, he naturally returned to the home arranged for him by, and when he returned home, he also didn't expect that Annie would be particularly kind to him, since he recognized her as his godmother, and did treat her like her own son. In 2016, it has been 900 years since she separated from her daughter Yu Xiaoxin, and her husband Yubin has also passed away for more than 800 years. Over the years, in addition to being the queen of the Zerg, she has also been single on her human side. In addition, she felt that she was indebted to Xiong Hui, so she would be extra nice to him. But he said that the first year of high school passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the second year of high school. In the second year of high school, he started to learn about mechas. There were cultural theory classes in the morning, mecha classes in the afternoon, and sometimes there were courses about mechas in the evening. Through study, Xiong Hui began to formally come into contact with the world of mechas. Mecha is a humanoid combat robot, or mecha for short. All mechas have another form, fighter plane and battle armor. The so-called fighter plane is a fighter plane that can fly and fight in the air and space, when it is necessary to conduct in-ship or landing operations. The fighter plane can transform into a battle armor, which is a robot shape, like the grading system of battleships. Mechas also have levels: soldier level, warrior level, battle cavalry level, war general level, and war commander level. These are two forms of mecha. In addition to these two forms, it also consists of two parts, lone and heavy armor. To put it bluntly, it is a small robot wrapped inside a big robot. This small robot is the main part of the mecha pilot, and it just loads the pilot. This little robot is Gudon. Originally it was not called Gudon, but Nejia. After experiencing hundreds of years of war with machine civilization, people prefer to call it Gudon. At first it was shouted by a mecha pilot, and gradually people started shouting. Later, the official felt that the name was more meaningful, so they also adopted the name, Gudon. Although Gudon is a single soldier mecha, it can also have two transformed forms, fighter plane and battle armor. There is also a large robot on the outside of Gudon, just like a person wearing a very thick armor. So it is called heavy armor, formerly known as outer armor. The same heavy armor can also have two transformed forms, battle armor and fighter plane. There is a reason why a heavy armor is put on outside the individual combat armor. This reason is to carry an attack drone. The greatest characteristic of human civilization is people. People are the greatest advantage and greatest liability of human civilization. Facing the half-life of a powerful machine civilization, a large number of carrier-based aircraft are needed. But the population is limited. Even a population of 67 billion cannot meet the needs of carrier-based aircraft pilots. This was how mechas came into being. But the number of mechas was simply too small in the face of machine civilization. So attack drones came into being. Attack drones are carried by mechas. How many can be carried depends on the level of the mecha. 10 times is an order of magnitude. Soldier-level mechas can only carry 10 drones. In fact, in principle, drones can be carried without an upper limit, but they must be controlled well. So there are restrictions. The combat-level mechas are also the entry-level mechas. When Xiong Hui entered the second year of high school, the first mecha he came into contact with was the combat-level mechas. 10 times is an order of magnitude. So the next level up is the warrior-level mecha, which can carry 100 attack drones. By analogy, 1,000 war cavalry-level mechas, 10,000 war general-level mechas, and 100,000 war commander-level mechas. The so-called war general is just a level of mecha. It does not mean that he is a general or marshal. New Gaia currently has 12 million mecha pilots in service, including basic soldiers, mercenaries and officers, of which 8.5 million are at the warrior level. Just imagine. 8.5 million warrior level armors are equivalent to 85 billion attack drones. So this is also a very impressive number. And it is also the perfect embodiment of human-machine C tactics. As for the station commander level, due to technical limitations, there is no one yet. Depending on the number of drones carried, the heavy armor of each mecha is also different in size. When the warrior level heavy armor is in battle armor state, it is more than 500 meters high. The most basic warrior level heavy armor is only over 2 meters high. But no matter how tall or large the heavy armor is, its inner armor is always the same size. Chapter 859 Mecha High School 6. Due to the Mecha Combat Mode. As the new Gaia of human civilization, its ship machine mode is very different from the Magic Sword of machine civilization. Magic Sword is a battleship plus fighter plane combat mode. A battleship carries a large number of fighters. During the battle, the fighters are released. Because machine civilization has super fast computing power, it can control a large number of fighter units. So this mode is very effective. It's just that the Magic Sword has its own name in many aspects. For example, the fleet is called a legion, although the battleship is still called a battleship. It is actually shaped like a flying saucer, so it is also called a saucer ship. Fighters, carrier-based aircraft, are called drones, and they are also in the shape of flying saucers. They are also called war saucers. But the drones of the Demon Sword and the drones of New Gaia are completely different. Use. The new Gaia of human civilization does not follow this model. Battleships are still the main large combat units. But carrier-based aircraft have undergone fundamental changes. All carrier-based aircraft have been changed to drone mode and carried by mechas. Mechas are usually placed inside battleships or externally mounted on the surface of the ship, while drones are either placed in maintenance warehouses or inside mechas. When fighting, the mecha carries the drones and flies away from the armor. When it arrives at the battlefield, these drones are released and the pilot controls the battle. When the battle ends, or the drone voluntarily evacuates the battlefield, the pilot controls the recovery. Because during combat, both mechas and drones fly very fast. Sometimes they are recovered by battleships before they can be recovered in time. Or when cleaning the battlefield after the war, there are drones left behind. Was taken back. The recovered equipment must be retested to prevent the enemy from planting bombs, radioactive materials, viruses that harm the human body, and planting Trojan horses. In addition to testing, all recycled equipment must be resystemed as long as it is not returned to the furnace. Tianxian is a superstar-class battleship of the 74th Fleet. It and 6 other superstar-class battleships form the Tiangang Beidou of the 74th Fleet. On one side of it, there are 100 warrior-level mechas mounted externally. After entering the second year of high school, the first mecha class was to visit these mechas that had experienced the baptism of war, compared with the general-level mecha hanging on the outside of the ship. Across the hull is a spacious corridor. At this moment, 55 students from the second grade of Mecha number 5 middle school came here under the leadership of the teacher. Walking inside the corridor, you can see that the backs of the mechas have been opened, and some of them have ground crews doing maintenance. The teacher invited engineers to explain to everyone. Xionghui held a notebook and pen while listening to the lecture and taking notes. The other students were laughing at him, wondering what era he was in. The child used pen and paper to record, while the others used bracelets to record. In addition to recording gene IDs and conducting gene comparisons, the bracelet also has the function of a personal AI butler, which of course also includes the function of recording. Xionghui doesn't care. He just records. From the first year of high school to now, he has been listening to classes very carefully and taking notes. He is a child who loves to learn. Before hibernation, 900 years ago, when I was in junior high school on Earth, I deliberately failed in the exam just to attract Bao Ran's attention. Only when he failed in the exam, Bao Ran would often talk to him, criticize him, and lecture him. Every time Bao Ran trained him, he was extremely happy. But he kept this happiness in his heart and didn't show it. He also deliberately pretended to be stupid and scared. The current study is still for Bao Ran. In order to become an excellent pilot, he needs to study seriously and hard. But he is unwilling to show it. He does not want to be the best or let people pay attention to him. He wants to make himself the most inconspicuous person among the crowd. After making money, he will hibernate with Bao Ran. Wake up together. and then stay and fly with Bao Ran. He has no ambitions. No great ambitions. No teenage mecha dream. Only a selfish desire to stay with the goddess in his heart for the rest of his life. So in the first year of high school, all his homework was basically just passing. Less than 70 points. But he was fully capable of getting full marks. If he did this, no one would notice him. And he studies very seriously. So when he only gets such a few points in the exam, his classmates will always laugh at him, saying that he is stupid because he just passed the exam after working so hard. But Xionghui didn't take it seriously. As long as he knew he had that ability. As long as he can control a warrior-level mecha in the future. As long as he can get a driver's license for a warrior-level mecha. That's all. Don't be too good, as that will affect his lifelong stay together plan. Just like driving a car, mechas also need to be certified. ABCD corresponds to the War Commander level, War General level, War Cavalry level, Warrior level and Warrior level. Seeing these mechas, the children were very excited. But Xionghui was unusually calm. Mr. Hukui joined him and asked, "I don't think you are very interested in mechas?" "It's okay," Xionghui said flatly. "What do you mean it's okay?" Hukui said. "You see, they all like it very much. They can still go in. Let's go in too. Hurry up." "Why are you in a hurry?" Xionghui said calmly. "It's too hot to squeeze in with so many people. Let's wait until there are fewer people to go in and take a look." "Oh well. Go ahead." "I'm not going. I'm going with you." "Xiao Kuei." Seeing Xionghui's serious expression, Hukui asked, "What's wrong, Brother Hui? I'm a very boring person, and it's really boring for you to be with me." "No, Brother Hui," Hukui said. "I know that you have experienced 900 years of hibernation and are not adapted to this era. So you will be very unhappy. It doesn't matter. I will accompany you. I will make you like this international." Xionghui looked at her, hesitated to speak, and finally gave up his plan to persuade him not to pester him all the time. He has to keep a low profile and be himself. But at the same time, he cannot be too unsocial. Otherwise, he will be regarded as a monster. Just as he was talking, an engineer clapped his hands and motioned for everyone to come closer, pointing at a warrior-level mecha behind him, and began to explain. Since the warrior-class mecha is more than 500 meters tall, only the middle part of it can be seen inside the ship, which is where the back hatch enters. The warlord-class mecha has a hatch on its back that can be connected to the battleship's airlock. But I heard the engineer in charge of this mecha say, "This is a green onion. Children, you may have already said that the warrior-level mecha also has a very cute nickname. Called Green Onion." Xionghui smiled secretly. "What's so cute?" "That's called cute. These people can't even say cute. Besides, the nickname of this green onion is quite interesting. Green onion is dipped in sauce. So the warrior-level mecha is called Green Onion. Then other levels of mecha. I wonder what nickname you are going to give it." Chapter 860 Mecha High School 7. The courses in the first year of high school are the most boring. They only have theoretical knowledge, and can't even touch the edge of a mecha. It's different in the second year of high school. Mecha classes begin, starting from the shallower to the more advanced. Of course, starting from the most basic combat soldier level. At this time, high school sophomores were more likely to pilot mechas. Xionghui and other children studied hard, trained hard, and worked hard to master the various combat skills, maintenance and use of mechas. Although the warrior level mecha is the lowest level and the smallest, its internal space is also very large. After completing the simulator study, the actual training officially began. That afternoon, more than 50 children in the class were taken to the training ground to start actual military exercises. The so-called training ground was actually a huge warehouse of mechas, ranging from warrior level to combat cavalry level. There is no warrior level. The instructor led everyone to a bunch of warrior level mechas and said, "Combat level mechas, entry level mechas, must start from here. No matter how good you are, you must go up step by step. What is proficient? Take the exam. If you pass the test, you can get an E-Class driver's license corresponding to a combat-grade mecha, commonly known as an E-license. Mecha piloting also requires talent, so you have 2 years to become proficient. Reflect your talents, and improve your qualifications. Come on, kids!" With the first mecha in their lives, the children screamed with excitement and started to choose mechas, while Xionghui stood there with his hands on his shoulders, looking at these mechas and those who were going crazy running towards them. Classmates, be in a daze. Fukui came over and said, Brother Hui, why don't you choose one? If it's too late, the good ones will be gone. Xiong Hui just smiled lightly and said, It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. When fighting, can you ensure that your mecha is always good? That's fine. Then I'll wait with you. Waiting for the worst in the end. The instructor came over and asked, What's going on with you two? Are you not interested in mechas? Xiong Hui said, It's not about whether I'm interested or not. It's just for fighting. Hey, you are quite calm. The instructor said, But you have to know. If you are a mecha warrior without passion, how can you control the mecha to kill the enemy? Passion? Sometimes it will kill you. Let's go. Xiong Hui said and walked towards the mecha. At this time, all the mechas had been selected. There were only 2 remaining ones. Only Xiong Hui and Fukui did not choose. I can only choose the last 2. Fukui also followed him and ran towards the other mecha. The instructor was behind them, looking at their backs, sighing and saying, You guys are still too young. First, enter the cab. The cab has 2 doors, one at the front and one at the front. The back is for the driver to enter and exit. Equip the lonely inside, then combine it with the armor. Close the rear hatch, and connect to the system. The front door is the special exit from the inner armor. During combat, if the outer armor is damaged and cannot be used, the pilot must wear inner armor and come out of the outer armor. But when Xiong Hui entered the cockpit, he heard a buzzing sound of electricity, and a mechanical male voice said, Hello, pilot. The unit ID was scanned and passed, and you are allowed to fly the mecha. Pilot, your name is Xiong Hui, a sophomore at the 5th Mecha Senior High School of the 74th Fleet of the New Gaian Navy. Pilot qualification, in turn. Pilot Xiong Hui, please stand in the middle of the command podium. Spread your legs, and stand on the footprints with both feet. The so-called command podium is actually the circular deck under the feet. Xiong Hui looked down and saw a dim light below through the grid. Then, there are 2 footprints on the circular grid deck, which are 30 meters apart. So the driver needs to stand with his legs spread apart. Xiong Hui stood up according to the instructions, and the mechanical male voice said again, Open your hands and raise them sideways. Xiong Hui raised his hands again and said, Sister Ran Ran. And Ran Ran's clear female voice sounded, Brother, is there something wrong with calling me? The inner armor was composed of pieces, and it began to be pushed by the robot hand and wrapped around Xiong Hui's body, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Inner armor assembly in progress. Wow, this is Iron Man. Xiong Hui couldn't help shouting in a low voice. In the closed space of the cockpit, it was rare for him to vent. Younger brother. Ah, Sister Ran Ran, help me take over the mecha system. I don't like the sound of it. Okay, brother. The takeover application is in process, but the system takeover has been rejected. Brother, you can't do that. Apply for temporary custody. The application for temporary hosting is in progress. The application has been accepted. Brother, I have now temporarily taken over the mecha system. Not bad. Sister, you are great. From now on, whenever I drive the mecha, you will automatically take over. Okay, brother. Thank you for the compliment. Please raise your hands and don't put them down. Yes, sister. All the nail pieces on the inner nail were not attached. And then some small things, like electric drills, flew out with a buzzing sound to fix the nail pieces. The last step is nanorobots to reinforce the details. The inner armor of the mecha is now considered to be worn. Sister, show me the mirror image. Okay, brother, the AI said, and a mirror appeared on the bulkhead in front. Xiong Hui couldn't help shouting, Wow, it really is Iron Man. Cool. Don't touch my brother. There are still connecting elements that need to be connected. Raise your hands sideways. It's okay. Come on. Xiong Hui raised his hands, and some pipelines began to stretch down and connect to the inner nail plate. There were more than 100 pipelines in total, including electricity, oxygen, neurons, etc. While connecting, the AI said, Brother, do you need to open the communication channel? Open. Okay, brother. It has been opened. There are 4 channels in total. Team channel, communication channel, nearby channel, private channel, and world channel. Xiong Hui asked, Hey, this is almost like playing a game. Can I eat chicken? Eating chicken? Hey, I was a little confused. You can't eat chicken while wearing a mecha. If there is chicken in the cafeteria, you will be late for dinner. Xionghui sighed. Sister, you are really my sister. But you don't know what eating chicken is. AI also expressed its innocence. Does it mean that eating chicken means eating real chicken? Xionghui did not answer her question, but continued to sigh and said, like you. Teacher Bao doesn't know what eating chicken is. He and Bao Ran both came from 2016. At that time, the game of chicken had just begun to appear. Not only Bao Ran didn't know about it, but many people didn't know about it. Xionghui added, it's a PvP war shooting game. Ah, so it's this. I understand now. Xionghui added, because every time we win, the system will prompt, good luck. Eat chicken tonight. So we call this game chicken. Chapter 861 Mecha High School 8. After all the inner armor plates of the mecha are put on, various pipelines such as energy lines, balance lines, oxygen tubes, and neuron lines are connected. As the boundaries were being drawn, various cheers from the students came from the team channel. In the indifferent state, all channels are automatically opened. Hukue sent a private message. Brother Hui, are you okay? Not yet. It's very complicated. Anyway, it only takes an afternoon, so there's no rush. I'm so panicked. There's nothing to panic about. We're not going to fight. Yes, but what to do about that? That one? Which one? It's just... Oops. Just peeing. Xiaokui, Xionghui said. What were you doing during class? Of course you were urinating in your mecha. Do you have to take off your mecha every time you go to the toilet? Huh? That's so troublesome. There's nothing we can do about it. We're mecha warriors. Just be careful when we defecate, and we'll get it on our armor. It'll be very disgusting. Vomit. Xionghui laughed loudly. And Hukui said, Brother Hui, you can still laugh. Who said I could laugh? I was just laughing and having fun. Xionghui put away his smile. TCH, what's so great about it? All the pipelines were connected. And Ran said, Brother, everything is fine. We are closing the hatch. Ceiling. Pressure adjustment. Temperature adjustment. Heart rate detection synchronization. Blood pressure detection synchronization. Respiration detection synchronization. Blood sugar detection synchronization. Radiation defense detect synchronization. Inspection of inner armor fighter aircraft components is in progress. The inspection is completed and combat readiness is in progress. Energy detection. 100%. Firepower system check. Normal. The communication system test is in progress and normal. Everything is normal. Brother, let's connect the neurons. The first connection will be a little painful. Are you ready? Xionghui had heard that 2 electrodes would pierce the cortex of the head. So the AI would say it hurt a little. So he was still a little nervous. Took a deep breath and said, Okay, let's get started. Get ready to start neuron connection. Please relax. Breathe steadily. Keep your eyes open. And don't blink. Before he finished speaking, Xionghui screamed loudly, shivering in pain, and shouted, Smelly sister! You are going to blind my eyes. 2 low-power lasers illuminated the pupils for only 0.01 seconds. Although the time was short, Xionghui still felt a severe burning sensation, blinking hard to offset the burning sensation caused by the laser just now. AI apologized continuously. I'm sorry. Brother, did it hurt you? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be angry with you. Everything was ready. The hatch was closed. The transmission belt fixed him. And he was lifted up in this small cabin. Through the movement of the body. And then through the connection of neurons. He could achieve coordinated movements with the mecha. So this is a very complicated process. And the control depends entirely on the driver's skillful operation. Finally, my eyes no longer felt uncomfortable. When I opened my eyes, I could see everything outside the mecha. Some students were already operating the mecha and moving around. There are even a few jumping around. There are also several students standing still. Maybe because they haven't connected to the system yet. Or maybe because they are too afraid to move. Xionghui also stood still. He was familiar with the system. He was not panicked at all. Anyway, he would have plenty of time in the future. When I graduate from high school, all I need to do is get a C-level photo of a warrior-level mecha. There are still several years left to study for the combat level. So what is there to recruit? The instructor's voice came from the transmission channel. Xionghui, I see why you are standing there motionless. My side shows that you have successfully connected. Xionghui replied. I am familiar with the system. A classmate's ridicule immediately came from the team channel. The primitive people from 900 years ago had never seen such advanced things. They must have been scared to death. Ha ha. A round of jeers ensued. Xionghui smiled secretly and ignored them. Strength must be gained through hard work. So what's the use of talking? The instructor added. Let's move around freely first and get familiar with the performance of the mecha. We will go to the shooting range for practice in an hour. Hukuei's mecha came over, reached out and patted Xionghui. It was actually the mecha that patted Xionghui, and asked, Brother Hui, are you okay? Xionghui opened a private chat and said, It's just childish. I just don't show off. After saying that, he started to walk back and started muttering to himself. Sister Ran Ran. The self-talk can only be heard by the mecha AI, not any other channels. AI asked, Brother, what's the matter? Just listening to this one-person, one-machine conversation, you wouldn't think Ran Ran was an AI at all. This was also deliberately set up like this by Xionghui. Can you turn on the fighter function? Of course you can. But the space here is limited and it can't be opened. This is the inside of the battleship. Although the Superstar class battleship is very grand, it is really difficult for fighter planes to fly around inside. Forget it. I don't want to trouble you. Let's wait until we go out. Okay. Brother. Hukuei walked back and forth in the warehouse with him. And an hour later, Ming Hao indeed took them to the shooting range. The shooting range is still inside the battleship, so you still can't fly at will. What can't be done in the shooting range is to test the maneuverability and weapon system of the mecha. And this kind of contact lasted for a week before it ended. It was not until a week later that the next subject, Fighter World, was started. Since putting on the mecha is very cumbersome. Once you put it on, you have to stick to it until the end. When eating, the pilot will step out of the cabin wearing inner armor and open it to peek at the food and drink. As for excretion, as Xionghui said, it can only be solved by wearing inner armor. The corresponding armor will temporarily slide open for the convenience of the driver. Of course, when convenient, it is also necessary to wear inner armor and walk out of the external cabin. A week later, I was finally able to step out of the ship. Since it was their first time, the instructor did not let them fly out. But everyone walked out. The Superstar class battleship Tianxian has a large open-air platform on its top, which is used by the mecha for temporary shutdown. Under the leadership of the instructor, the students came to the platform, took the elevator to the platform, and walked out of the airlock. They were completely in space. Standing on the platform, looking around, there are battleships in the vast space. Many people began to run around on this huge platform excitedly. Sister Ran Ran? Brother, what's the matter? Can I turn on airplane mode? Absolutely okay. Enable fighter mode. Okay. Brother. Xionghui was about to fly when he noticed something was wrong and asked, What is that? The AI also discovered the situation and immediately called the police. Enemy found. Take off. Chapter 862 Mecha High School 9. Xionghui was about to turn on flight mode and take off in his first mecha. But at this moment, he saw a strange vision. Not far from the battleship, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in space. According to AI measurements, it was about 12,000 kilometers away. The distance of 12,000 kilometers in space is really a very close distance. So if there is something, it will be there in an instant. Orientation, right forward of the long axis of the battleship. 2 images. Angles 45 degrees, 65 degrees, 22.5 degrees. Distance 12,900 kilometers. The entire 74th Fleet immediately sounded the alarm. Only 1.5 seconds after the vortex appeared, a large number of flying objects flew out of it. Xionghui's first reaction was that New Gaia was attacked by Half-Life. As for how Half-Life broke through the barrier defense line and entered the inner circle of the galaxy, he had no time to think about it. All he could do now was to quickly enter the battle state. So before the first shot was fired in the half-life of the invasion, he had already activated the flight mode and suddenly left the deck and started flying. And the moment he took off, this large wave of invading machine units had already begun to attack, and dazzling beams of light came out. At this moment, the battleship was in a truce, so it did not open the arc. The enemy rushed directly into the close area of the battleship, and was hit and exploded in many places, causing fireballs to rise. Many of the students had not yet reacted and were just standing there in a daze. The one closest to Xionghui was Hukuei, who, like other Tongsu, had not yet reacted. Xionghui had already taken off. The moment he passed Hukuei's figure, the neurons commanded to control the mecha's arms, grabbed Hukuei's mecha, and flew up. because his own mecha suddenly had to carry twice as much weight. The moment the two overlapped, they suddenly fell towards the deck. The battleship is driven by artificial gravity, and this artificial gravity can still be seen on the platform on top of the battleship. Therefore, the two of them landed on the deck. But Xiong Hui's reaction speed was very fast. Before he could issue instructions to the AI, he had already picked up Hukue and flew up. However, he did not fly forward, but flew sideways to the starboard side of the battleship, quickly flying to the edge of the starboard side. The Tianxian battleship is a superstar class. The section where they are located is 18 kilometers wide. However, Xiong Hui and the others are only in the middle of this width, so they are still 9 kilometers away from the edge. In other words, Xiong Hui still has to fly 9 kilometers to reach the edge of the battleship. Hopefully, the battleship can activate its shield quickly. Hukue, turn on flight mode. Hurry up! Xiong Hui shouted, using the team channel. The team channel had become a mess, and screams could be heard constantly. Xiong Hui turned around and saw that at least 10 mechas had been destroyed by the enemy's cannon fodder. In other words, more than a dozen of his classmates have died. They didn't even have soldiers. Xiong Hui didn't have time to feel annoyed and sped up to escape. At the same time, he issued an order. Sister Ran, release the drone to fly around the body. Okay, brother. At this time, everyone gradually came to their senses. The instructor was on the communication channel, telling everyone to take shelter. Many students began to fire back at the space. Most of them were not used to switching flight modes immediately, and some fired on the spot. Some were running and shooting. Hukue had already turned on flight mode, and Xiong Hui let go of him. Xiong Hui was observing the shooting and said while flying, Xiao Kue will be my wingman. Fly with me. Conserve your strength, and wait for opportunities to fight back. Yes, brother Hui. The two of them were in fighter mode and flew towards the right side of the armor's case. 9 kilometers seemed far away, but they were there in the blink of an eye. When they reached the edge, the battleship's shield was turned on, blocking all the enemies. Outside the shield, the two of them also flew to the side edge. Brother Hui, where are we going? Hukue asked. Fly down. After that, he took Hukue, turned the nose of the plane, and flew towards the bottom of the battleship. There is no distinction between up and down in the universe, but there is one inside the battleship, and the direction of artificial gravity is downward. Artificial gravity is generated by a special gravity reactor, and the equipment is loaded on the bottom of the battleship. So the entire battleship has downward gravity. Only when you get to the outside of the battleship can you feel the gravity from above. The two quickly left the battlefield, flying inside the battleship's shield and flying forward close to the bottom of the battleship. Brother Hui, shouldn't we fight? Fight, Xiong Hui said. We are students. We don't need to fight. Saving our lives is the most important thing. Slow down by January 2nd. Fly up from the side when you reach the bow of the ship, and then fly back. Yes, but brother Hui, are we afraid of death when we escape from the battlefield like this? We will be laughed at. It's a joke to Maoyao. We are the assets of civilization, and civilization doesn't want its assets to suffer losses. Do you understand? Hukue said, oh, seeming to understand but not understanding. Then he asked, Brother Hui, you always talk about wool. What is it? Xiong Hui sighed and said, in any case, you'd better not know about the unique language characteristics of our era. The so-called woolen yarn is actually a civilized expression of swearing. There is a big cultural difference between the new Gaia civilization and Xiong Hui from the 21st century. So Hukue said he didn't understand his sometimes idioms. But he said that the wormhole that suddenly appeared this time was quickly closed, and there were not many enemy units teleported over. There were only more than 1,000 in total, and they were quickly wiped out. The instructor said on the communication channel, I have sent the automatic navigation data to your terminal. You can now fly back according to the navigation password. Xiong Hui remained silent and continued to fly forward, while Hukue said, Brother Hui, do you want to go back? The war is over and the enemy has been eliminated. Xiong Hui said, both of us are not injured and we are not in a hurry to go back. Hukue said, oh again. Or you can go back by yourself. No, I want to come with you. That's up to you. Sister Ran, my brother who is here. Navigation. Go to the training platform, the place where we took off just now. Okay, brother. Xiong Hui piloted the mecha and flew towards the place where he had just flown. Hukue followed closely and asked, Brother Hui, why do you call your personal AI sister? It's just personal preference. After a while, the two of them flew above the battleship and flew towards the platform. I saw battle scars everywhere on the top platform of the battleship. Just now, a large number of mechas flew over to the assembly point to transport away the injured warrior-level mechas there. Arriving at the location, Xionghui landed and changed to battle armor mode. His combat power was on the platform. Looking at the messy scene, Fukue also landed next to him. Fukue said sadly, "How could this happen? No one was killed in battle." Right? Chapter 863 Mecha High School 10. The Space Solidification Matrix, referred to as the Empty Town, has been given a new name by the new Gaïans. That is, enchantment. Galaxies that have been placed with barriers will not be put into wormholes by foreigners. So this is why New Gaia has remained standing for 900 years before the powerful power of Half-Life. But this time, Half-Life, for some reason, a wormhole was put into the barrier. Moreover, the wormhole placement point was only 850 million kilometers away from the core of the barrier, and still far away from the edge of the barrier, which was 2.5 billion kilometers away. Long distance. But then, the problem was discovered. That is, due to the aging of the equipment that made the barrier, cracks appeared in only some areas of the barrier, which led to the phenomenon that wormholes could be launched. This also allowed Half-Life to take advantage of a loophole, open a wormhole, and drop combat units over. In fact, Half-Life himself doesn't know what's going on. You must know that the scope of this rift is very large, and it will be no problem to send a fleet over. If Half-Life knew that this would happen, and if they really wanted to send a fleet over and launch a surprise attack, it would really be enough for New Gaia to drink. After discovering this loophole, Simple Civilization immediately repaired it and performed timely maintenance on the barrier equipment. It also strengthened the management of the equipment and plans to improve the barrier in the next 5 years. The management equipment is completely updated. This is the situation at the civilized level. But Xionghui and his friends, it was their first time out of the ship and into space. And before they even started practicing, 12 of their classmates died in this unexpected incident. This is the first time in the 900 years since civilization was founded that student soldiers died in enemy fire. The fact that Xionghui and Fukue quickly escaped from the battlefield was known to the entire civilization and caused an uproar within the civilization. With all kinds of voices heard, there are mainly two aspects. One side believes that Xionghui is smart and decisive, calm in the face of danger, able to quickly escape from traps, protect himself, and take away his classmates together in times of crisis. However, there are also voices of opposition, believing that Xionghui runs away from the battlefield and is greedy for life and afraid of death, and is simply not suitable to become an excellent New Gaia naval soldier. Opinions on him among his classmates were also very strong, and they basically expressed disapproval, contempt, which further distanced him from his classmates. Not that Xionghui doesn't care about this. He can already feel in his heart that he has talent in mechas. He definitely has it. As for what kind of person you are, you don't need to care about other people's opinions. Just let time prove everything. However, the school leaders of Mecha No. 5 Middle School still talked to him and asked him how he felt at that time. Regarding the school's doubts, Xionghui replied, "I didn't feel anything. I just wanted to survive." "Why don't you fight the enemy?" asked the vice principal. "I have no mecha driving experience, let alone mecha combat experience. All I have to do is save myself. That's all. But judging from the comprehensive video, your flying skills are very skilled, and your retreat strategy is also in place. This fully proves that you are an excellent mecha pilot. So you should not escape. It is a very shameful thing to be a deserter in New Gaia." Xionghui bit his lip. The vice principal asked again, "Why don't you answer? You can defend your behavior." "I don't want to defend myself," Xionghui replied. A female instructor said angrily, "What's your attitude, kid? Do you really want to make a disgraceful mark in your life?" Xionghui said, "Things have already happened. I don't want to explain too much. You can just figure it out." After leaving the inquiry group, Fukue found him. After learning about the situation, he said angrily, "Why are they like this? You are only 17 years old. You are not a soldier. You are just a child. We are all children. No matter what we do, there's nothing wrong with it. Not to mention you taking me with you. We are the property of civilization. We are not running away. We are protecting the property of civilization. Brother Hui, why didn't you say it? What is there to say?" Xionghui said. I already said that I have no driving experience, no combat experience, and only escape registration. But they still don't believe it. After that, there is no need to explain anymore, because no matter what I say, it will be useless. Then, they won't persuade you to quit. Right. I don't think so. After all, as you said, we are just students. There is nothing wrong with whatever we do. You don't consider the impact if you try to persuade me to quit. You don't even think about the impact of the new Gaia population of 67 billion. Impact? Just as Xionghui said, there was no follow-up to this matter, and it was settled. The school did not make any triggering decision for her, let alone persuade him to quit. However, during his subsequent schooling, he was always ridiculed by some classmates. But he did not take it seriously and continued his studies. Fortunately, it was under military management, and no one dared to attack him personally. In every mecha class, he trained very hard, but he never showed it in a low-key manner, and his results were always very mediocre. He thought he would be a very talented mecha warrior, but no one could tell that he had mediocre grades in all cultural classes and mecha-related courses. However, he did not expect that he attracted the attention of Zhan Long, the fleet commander of the 74th ship, in the command cabin of the battleship Tianshu. The flagship of the 74th ship, Fleet Commander Zhan Long, a 4-star admiral, sat in the captain's command chair, looking at the information displayed on the virtual screen in front of him, which was Xionghui's information. He said to himself, "This guy is a bit interesting," the adjutant said. "This man named Xionghui has caused a great debate in civilization. Let me see. What do you think?" Zhan Long asked. The adjutant said, "Seeing that he doesn't talk much, I always feel that he is not an economical person." "Oh, why do you see it?" "Chief," the adjutant said, "I am also a veteran mecha warrior. If you look at his flight information, it looks like a safe weapon on the surface, but it cannot escape my eyes. He is clearly hiding his strength. Such a person doesn't know what kind of conspiracy he will have. And look at the chief. He spent his first 16 years in the Earth Age, and is not from the same world as us at all. Who knows whether he will pose a threat to civilization in the future? So I feel that such a person cannot be entrusted with important responsibilities." Zhan Long nodded and said, "Yes, everything is civilized." While speaking, Navy Commander Dai Lizhi came in and said, "Tomorrow, there will be a flying bear test. Your 74th ship will select the best pilot. Your Excellency." Zhan Long said, "The flying bear has been sleeping for 900 years. No one can control it. If so, can it wait until today?" Chapter 864 Mecha prepares to attend Starfleet University after graduating from high school. The 3 years of high school passed very quickly. The first year of high school mainly consisted of basic classes plus mecha theory classes. It was only in the second year of high school that I started taking practical classes on mechas, including flight and combat, as well as daily maintenance. The mechas practiced during the second year of high school are combat level. At the end of the second year of high school, there will be a combat level driving certificate assessment. Whether you can get the certificate, you can go directly to the third year of high school. Xionghui and most of his classmates were able to successfully obtain a soldier-level driver's license, also known as an E-license. In the third year of high school, in addition to the general courses, the mecha classwork was also upgraded to the warrior level with the passing of E-photograph. The warrior class mecha can carry 10 attack drones, while the warrior class mecha has been upgraded by an order of magnitude, from the carrying capacity of 10 drones to 100. After the incident in the second year of high school, Half-Life also frequently invaded New Gaia, but similar incidents never happened again. Therefore, for Xionghui and his classmates, the second and third years of high school have been calm and peaceful. After graduating from high school, Xionghui also successfully obtained a warrior-level mecha driving license, commonly known as AT license. After graduating from high school, you will face two choices. One is to directly apply for Battleship University, and the other is to serve in the New Gaia Navy. As a graduate of a mecha high school, you must choose one of these two paths. Just because you went to a mecha high school and enjoyed a 3-year Navy allowance, you are not allowed to take the entrance examination to a regular university. If you don't go to Battleship University, must also serve, and must be signed as a mercenary for at least one period. One period is 4 years. After graduating from mecha high school, Xionghui was 19 years old. After the college entrance examination, He immediately went to the Galaxy 25 battleship of the First Fleet, where Balran's hibernation cabinet was. When he came to the hibernation laboratory of the cryogenics department, Xiong Hui stood in front of Balran's hibernation cabinet, looked at the sleeping beauty in the cabinet, and sighed. Teacher Bao, when will you wake up? I am 19 years old now. I used to be 8 years younger than you. But now I am 5 years younger than you. I am getting older. But you are still 24 years old. If you don't wake up, then I will have no choice but to implement my sleeping plan. But I still hope you can wake up now. If you are older than me, you are older than me. I like you. I liked you 5 years ago, when I was 14 years old. 5 years later, I still like you. In fact, it's not just 5 years, it's 900 years. Hu Kui, also 19 years old, also came and accompanied him to see Balran. But Xiong Hui did not let her speak and only allowed her to stand quietly. 19-year-old Hu Kui has grown into a slim beauty. 3 years ago, she was still full of acne and still childish. But she is completely different from her now. Leaving the cryogenics department and walking on the deck of Galaxy 25, there are huge floor-to-ceiling windows beside you. You can see the vast starry sky outside and the magnificent new Gaia Navy fleet. Walking towards Sky Harbor, they prepared to leave Galaxy 25. Sister Bao is indeed beautiful, Hu Kui said. I vowed to wait until she woke up. Do you really love her that much? Of course. Irreplaceable love. Shikui, I'm sorry. Why do you have to say sorry to me? I know you treat me. Hu Kui interrupted him. Brother Hui, you don't think I like you, do you? Ha. Xiong Hui looked at her and could clearly feel that her smile was fake. So he didn't know how to reply to her. Hu Kui said, Brother Hui, we are brothers. I have always regarded you as my eldest brother. You must not misunderstand me. That's really the case. That's good. Come on. Let's hug him if he's a brother. Hu Kui said with a smile and reached out to hug his waist. Xiong Hui was embarrassed for a moment, afraid of spoiling her mood. So he could only reach out and hug her shoulders. And the two of them walked like this. Hu Kui said, We are brothers. During the war, if I am in trouble, you will not save me. Likewise, if you are in trouble, I will sacrifice my life to save you. Right. That's right. These are brothers. By the way, what are you going to do? What else can we do? Fight for 4 years and then serve. John De is the abbreviation of Battleship University. There are more than 5,000 battleship universities in the entire New Gaia civilization. Xiong Hui volunteered to apply for Jean de No. 1, which is the First Fleet. The First Fleet, also known as the Galaxy Fleet because the flagship is Galaxy 1, is also the commanding fleet of civilization, the flagship of Dai Lizi. The civilized president and commander-in-chief of the Navy is the Galaxy. The main reason why Xiong Hui wanted to fill in the battle report of a ship was because Balran was also on the same ship. When we came to Tiangang, there were many people here, including soldiers and civilians. There were many flights to Tiangang, including military flights and civil flights. The civil flights to the insect swarm were only average, and it took about 3 hours to wait. But the ones going to the ground, there are many civil aviation services, with one departing almost every half an hour. Xiong Hui bought a ticket and waited for the flight. Hu Kui sat next to him and waited together. Xiong Hui said, Aren't you going to the orphanage? There will be a flight to the ground soon. Hu Kui smiled and said, There are many flights anyway, so I don't care about this moment. Why can't I ask my brother to accompany you for a moment? Xiong Hui also smiled in return. Xiao Kui, thank you. Why are you thanking me? For 3 years, you were the only one who could accompany me like this. Primitive man? I don't think so. There is still a long road ahead in life. We will go to college together. After graduating from college in 4 years, we will also serve the new Gaia Navy and serve civilization. Actually, you can find a boyfriend. Brother, I just graduated from high school. Why am I so anxious to find a boyfriend? No rush. As expected, Hu Kui was matched with him for 3 hours, and they separated only when the flight arrived. Xiong Hui returned to the insect swarm, the home that Annie arranged for him on the biological battleship. He would live here for 2 months and then go to college. Or you can use your summer vacation to work in the fleet. Or you can go to work somewhere. He came up with the idea of going to work because he wanted a lot of money temporarily. In this future civilized world, being without money is absolutely impossible. During his 3 years in several high schools, He didn't spend a penny of his total allowance of 360,000 yuan, and saved it all. As for taking civil aviation between school and Zhongshuan's home, he has a transportation ticket. Mecca High School is a military school, and each student will be issued a corresponding transportation ticket every semester. So Xionghui doesn't have to worry about going home without any expense, and was very happy for Xionghui's return. She also came back from the beast and lived with her godson, cooking for him every day and washing his clothes every day. Give back and come to play with him occasionally. Xionghui only stayed in this home for 3 days, then found a short-term job through Green Star Network, and then went to work at Li's house. The salary of a short-term worker is not high, only 10,000 star coins a month, but it is not too little for him. After all, he is over 18 years old and can work. This is also the first time he has gone out to work as an adult. After 2 months of hard work, I earned 20,000 star coins, and I was waiting to go to Battleship University. Chapter 865 Starship Mercenary 1. Xionghui had completed his 2-month summer vacation and was happily preparing to go to a ship to fight as a college student. However, he received a notice of dismissal from the school. The reason for dismissal is that the political review failed, which can be summed up in 2 points. First, he did not spend his first 16 years in New Gaia, so he is not a permanent resident of New Gaia and should be considered an immigrant from outside the territory. The New Gaia civilization has express regulations that foreign civilizations are prohibited from entering the naval officer system of New Gaia. Since Zhan University graduated as an officer, he could not go to Zhan University. Second, when he was a sophomore in high school, he had an experience of escaping from battle. This experience made New Gaia's recruitment system think that he was not qualified to be a New Gaia naval officer, and it was very likely that he would lead his subordinates to defect. Based on the above 2 points, Zhan University rejected his application for admission. Even if he was admitted to Zhan University, Xionghui received this notice after returning home from his summer job. Standing in front of the porthole, looking at the swarms of insects outside, Xionghui felt extremely disappointed. When An learned that he was back, she rushed back to see him. When she saw her godson was unhappy, she asked why. When she learned the reason, she said angrily, "You wait for me here. I'll go find Dai Lizi to reason." After saying that, he was about to leave, but Xionghui stopped him. "Mom, don't go. If you can't get there, you won't get there. I'd better sign up as a mercenary." "No, this matter must be made clear. Dai Lizi, this old Bichi, I think she is impatient. If it weren't for me, New Gaia would be where it is today. I think these people have forgotten their roots. Last time it was like that with citizenship, and it's like that again this time." Having said that, he didn't know whether Xionghui was willing or not, so he left angrily. After Annie left, she saw many new wormholes appearing in the space outside the porthole, and then a large number of worms entered the wormholes and left. He said to himself, "I'll go. This woman wants to make trouble. What should I do?" I tried to connect to Annie, but couldn't. On the other side, Annie quickly led the swarm to the territory of the first ship and faced the first ship. At this moment, Dai Lizi, the commander-in-chief and commander of the first ship, was on duty. Standing in the command cabin, she jumped when she saw the swarm of insects coming towards her, and ordered her subordinates to quickly connect to Annie. When Annie went online, she looked angry. Dai Lizi asked, "The queen suddenly had breakfast, brought so many soldiers, and looked so angry. I don't know what's going on." While speaking, he quietly ordered his subordinates to turn on the shield, only to find that a large number of Zerg units had already entered the range of the shield. After the shield was turned on, they continued to enter, and soon a large number of Zerg units were attached onto the hull of the battleship. Because the Zerg are recognized as friendly forces, the warships are undefended against them, and said angrily, "What do you mean? Let me ask you, as the commander-in-chief of civilization, history should be very good, right? I can't say it's very good, but it's still passable. Very good. Then let me ask you, who helped the most when New Gaia was created? Of course, it's your Ninth Zerg clan. This has been common sense for 900 years. New Gaia, have never denied it. I don't know why the queen wants to come to investigate." And said, "You know this. Why do you still want to embarrass my people?" "What? I don't quite understand. Xionghui is my son. Why don't you let him go to Zhanda? Why do you want to embarrass him?" "Queen, this is a school matter. I don't know much about it. Why do you ask me? If he's so cold. If I don't ask you, who will? Okay. I already know. This is a rule of civilization. Even though I am the commander-in-chief, I cannot change it at will. You can't change it. So okay. You abdicate now. My Zerg will come in soon. Everyone in the battleship, please don't resist in action. Otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Having said that, the soldiers attached to the battleship's outer SHL began to cut into the hull. Are you crazy? Queen Anne? Delhi shouted. The battleship Galaxy has a population of 500,000. Are you going to kill 500,000 of us? I don't care. If my son isn't happy, then I won't be happy. If I'm not happy, then no one will be happy. Can you please stop and listen to me? The soldiers temporarily stopped cutting. Dialysi left the captain's chair and came to a small cabin behind the command module and said, Queen Anne, do you know how the good steel city came to be? What is good steel and bad steel? The Zerg, do not make steel. So don't talk to me about this. Because a good piece of steel needs constant beating to become even better. And Xiong Hui is such a good piece of steel. Okay. I understand what you mean. Even if you want to beat him, let him get on top, and then beat him slowly. Talent needs to be tempered by adversity. Queen Anne, you have to understand my painstaking efforts. Are you really trying to toughen him up instead of deliberately making things difficult for him? Of course. I have been the president for so many years. Have you ever seen me do anything stupid? Just as he was talking, Xiong Hui suddenly came online. This was because Dialysi deliberately arranged for someone to find him and bring him online. This farce must end as soon as possible. Otherwise it will have a negative impact on the entire civilization. As soon as Xiong Hui came online, he said, Mom, withdraw your troops quickly, and don't break the rules of civilization for me. I won't go to college if I don't want to. The army can also train me. And I will become a very good person. The king of Mecha soldiers. After some hard persuasion, Annie finally withdrew her troops and led the swarm back to her defense zone. After returning home, Annie came to comfort Xiong Hui again. And Xiong Hui smiled and said, Forget it. Let this matter go as it is. But if you sign as a mercenary, you will always be a mercenary and cannot be promoted to an officer. It's okay. If you can't become an officer, you can't be an officer. You can't kill the enemy. Hey, I feel so wrong to you. Why don't you sign a contract as a mercenary? After the contract is over, you will come back and I will build a fleet for you. Let you be the captain and lead the swarm. Is this really possible? That's great. Xiong Hui pretended to be excited. In order to comfort Annie, he was not like coming to the swarm. He also wanted to make money. So he had to sign a mercenary contract for at least 2 periods. That is 8 years. And he will be 27 years old by then. 3 years older than Bao Ran. Which is not bad. In this way, he did not go to war, but came to the army and became a veritable starship mercenary. The contract period was 4 years. After 4 years, he could choose to renew the contract or retire. After arriving in the army, what he didn't expect was that Hu Kuei, who had originally been admitted to the war college, did not go to college, but came to his side and became a starship mercenary with him. Chapter 866 Starship Mercenary 2. Xiong Hui attended the 74th Fleet's Mecha High School for 3 years. After graduation, he signed a mercenary contract for 4 years. However, his service place was not on the 74th Fleet, but on the 95th Fleet, which was the 95th Fleet. The defense area was in the 3rd quadrant. Like the level of mechas, the organization of mecha teams is also based on 10 times the order of magnitude. The most basic one is the combat group. A group consists of 10 people, followed by a squad of 100 people, a squadron of 1,000 people, a group of 10,000 people, and a column of 100,000 people. Each fleet has 40 or 50 mecha columns, although the commander of the column can command 100,000 people. His military rank is at most Major General, and there are also some brigadiers. For a mecha combat team with a capacity of 10 people, the leader is the Sergeant Major. The squad leader and squadron leader are all lieutenants, and the group captains are mostly school officers, as well as some brigadiers and major generals of the column commanders. Since those who graduate from mecha high schools basically have D licenses, which are warrior-level mecha driving licenses, only a very small number of people will get C licenses in mecha high schools, which are combat-level mecha driving licenses. Xiong Hui is relatively well-behaved. He neither lags behind nor stands out. So when there are very few people who get C photos, Xionghui calmly takes D photos. And that's how he graduates. But now that we have come to the frontline troops, we must obtain the C license within 1 year. The C photo is a combat class weapon that can carry 1,000 attack drones. Obviously, this level cannot keep up with the requirements in modern interstellar warfare where aircraft C tactics are a popular trend. Only B photos can meet the minimum requirements of interstellar warfare for aircraft and naval tactics. The B photo mecha is a warrior level mecha, which can carry at least 10,000 attack drones at a time, and is currently the mainstream configuration of the Navy. After joining the team, since he was recruited from Mecha High School, he did not need to perform basic military service and directly signed a 4-year mercenary contract. It's directly the rank of corporal. After arriving in the team, there would occasionally be battles on the 95th ship he was on. They were Half-Life machine legions that broke into the barrier from the public boundary. The 95th ship and the aircraft would rush to ambush. At this time, the mechas would be dispatched. Use. However, Xionghui's mecha is still warrior level, and the new Gaia Navy has requirements for combat levels. The most basic one is, the minimum level of mechas participating in combat must be combat cavalry level. Xionghui is not level enough and cannot participate in the battle. Many recruits and veterans cannot participate in the war because their mechas are not high enough. But they are full of enthusiasm and actively take the C license, hoping to join the world of Star Wars as soon as possible. Xionghui is not that passionate. He just wants to sign the 2-term mercenary contract smoothly, then retire, spend money to hibernate, and be awakened with Bao Ran. On November 15th, Fleet 95 fell to the edge of the 3rd quadrant. Xionghui had been a soldier for more than 2 months, and finally received his first mission. In the team conference room, all the team members arrived and sat down in the conference room. The captain said from the front, "There is a dwarf planet on the edge of the barrier. Number 369. There is a dust belt near it, orbiting star together with it. In the dwarf planet 369 and the nearby dust belt, according to the intelligence obtained from the reconnaissance, there is a Half-Life mining team of approximately 5,000 units. Since we just experienced a war not long ago, many warrior-level mechas are under maintenance. So this small-scale reconnaissance and clearing mission does not mean that it will cause too much noise. So, just send a small team. We are honored that our team has taken on this mission. Our squad, including the squad leader, deputy captain and priest, has a total of 103 people, including 57 warrior-level people and 48 combat cavalry-level people. So our combat units are 53,700. So the strength comparison between us and the enemy is 10 to 1. This ratio should be very advantageous. But considering that many of our team are newcomers and have never been in actual combat, among them 57 warrior-level ones, then he must have never fought in a war. There are also some combat cavalry-level people who took the exam when they were in computer high school or when they were new recruits, and they have never experienced actual combat. So in general, our operation, to put it bluntly, is to train new people. But that doesn't mean it's foolproof. Although we have more than 50,000 units, these are just combat units based on drones. But in fact, if calculated in terms of personnel, we only have 103 units. So, we still have certain risks. If there are risks, there are casualties. So in this operation, some people may not be able to come back. You must be mentally prepared. After the team leader finished speaking, several people shouted slogans. Eradicate Half-Life and fight for freedom. Among those shouting slogans was the leader of Xionghui's group, nicknamed Black Panther. Xionghui sat in the crowd and listened silently, his expression unmoved. Fukui sat next to him and asked in a low voice, "Hey, there's going to be a war." Xionghui answered calmly, "I know. Looking at your expressionless expression. Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid? Are you scared too?" "Nonsense. Everyone is afraid." On the podium, the team leader explained the tactical ideas through the electronic sand table. After explaining the general mission process, he asked everyone to go back to their respective barracks to rest and set off in an hour. Disbanded after explanation, after leaving the small conference room, the team leader Black Panther called everyone over and said, "There is still 1 hour left. Let me tell you, the 10 of us are going on a field mission for the first time. Everyone should take care of each other. We are dispatching a small team this time, and the combat units are 10 times as many as the enemy. So during the battle, everyone should not rush in rashly, and focus on preserving your strength. I don't want any of you to be unable to come back. Aren't there 10 of us? To facilitate communication, let's give each of us a nickname. Like me, Black Panther. Okay, Leopard Head. Someone echoed. Since this Black Panther is the leader of the group and everyone's leader, everyone calls him Leopard Head. The team members began to give each other nicknames. Some were called Kwansha, some were called Wild Wolf, and some were called Cheese, to name a few. In the end, only Xiong Hui and Hukui were left. Leopard 2 looked at the two of them and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you two get up? If you can't get up, I'll get up for you." Hukui said, "No, Brother Hui. What are you doing?" Just as Xiong Hui was about to say something, the team member named Kwansha shouted, "Since his surname is Xiong, I think he should be called Go Xiong." Xiong Hui suppressed his anger after hearing this and really wanted to go up and beat him. Hukui scolded, "Why did you fart when you were so cold? I think you were best called Silly X." Kwansha was furious and cursed. "Little girl pansy, you are looking for death." Hukui said, "You were the one who started the trouble." Chapter 867 Starship Mercenary 3. Before the battle started, internal strife broke out. Kwansha and Hukui had a dispute and were about to start a fight. But Leopard 2, as the team leader, remained indifferent. Xiong Hui knew that Hukui had quarreled with Kwansha for his own sake, so he couldn't hold it in any longer. He raised his fists and rushed over without saying a word. Far apart, Hukui pointed at Kwansha and said angrily, "You are the one who scolded Xiong Hui first. You were the one who started the trouble." Kwansha reached out to take Hukui's finger, but Xiong Hui was already in front of him. He raised his fist and punched it down, knocking Kwansha to the ground. Kwansha was stunned at that time and was about to fight back. Xiong Hui was also about to continue the attack, but Hukui quickly stopped him and said, "Okay, Brother Hui." Leopard Head shouted, "What are you doing? You haven't even set out yet, and your own people are already starting to fight? Come on. You like fighting, right? You two will fight until we die." Xiong Hui said, "It doesn't matter if he scolds me, but he can't hit a woman." Kwansha got up and yelled, "You little bear. Who saw me beating her?" Just as Xiong Hui was about to explain, Leopard 2 said, "Okay, I finally understand. I'll give you a thread." Kwansha called Xiong Hui a bear, right? Kwansha lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made fun of his last name." Leopard Head said again. Xiong Hui was very angry, but he held it back. But Hukui couldn't hold it back. "Hey, I was confused. I asked Hukui, why do you want to fight for Xiong Hui?" Hukui was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. "Okay, you explained," Leopard Head said. Kwansha scolded Xiong Hui. "And you also scolded Kwansha for Xiong Hui. Then you pointed your finger at Kwansha's nose to comment, and Kwansha went to pry your fingers off. But Xiong Hui couldn't see it from behind you, so he thought Kwansha was hitting you. So he punched Kwansha." "You three. Do you think I'm right?" Xiong Hui fought and fought, which was a relief. He didn't want to cause trouble, and there was going to be a battle. Everyone was a comrade in arms, and they were comrades in life and death. Someone might be sacrificed in front of his eyes. So after thinking about it, he said, "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive." Hukui also raised her hand and said, "I was also wrong." "Okay," Leopard Head said. "I don't want you to affect our team's actions after the battle. Seeing that you have a good attitude of admitting your mistakes, I won't report it. But after the battle, I will still punish you one by one. Account. One more thing. I want to explain that we are about to become brothers who will live through life and death. I don't want anything unpleasant to happen between the brothers. If you three still have emotions, please tell me quickly, and I can report it to terminate your actions. It would be very shameful to retreat before a battle, so no one is willing to quit." "In that case," Leopard Head said, "then what nicknames will you two give yourselves?" Xiong Hui thought for a moment and said, "Since Brother Kwansha wants to make a fuss about my last name, then I'll just go with it and use my last name as a nickname. Let's call the Bearface Xiong." As soon as he finished speaking, the team members all laughed, and Kwansha said, "This won't work." "Why not?" Xiong Hui asked. "Our only War Master class mecha in New Gaia is called the Flying Bear. In the past 900 years, no one has been able to control it. Do you want to compare yourself to a War Master?" Leopard 2 said. "I also don't think it's appropriate to call it Flying Bear. Why don't you think of another one? Can't you give me this name? It's not impossible. It's okay if you insist on giving it this name. I just don't think it's appropriate. Xionghui thought for a while and said, Then let's call him Xiong Xian. Ambition? No. It's Xiong Xian. Okay. Well, you can have this. You will be called Xiong Xian from now on. I hope you can be ambitious. Hu Kuei said happily. My surname is Hu, which is homophonic with tiger. Since your name is Xiong Xian, then I will call you Hu Dan. Tiger Dan. Leopardhead said. Sister, you are a girl. Are you sure your name is Tiger Dan? Yeah. Can't you? The team members all shook their heads and said that this name was too masculine. But Hu Kuei insisted on it. Xionghui said, How about calling it White Tiger? It can also show your bravery. But it is also feminine. Hu Kuei thought for a moment and said, Okay, let's call him White Tiger. Can I spray paint my name on my mecha? Leopardhead said. That's totally fine. As expected, Hu Kuei took the spray paint and spray painted the word White Tiger on her mecha, and asked the computer to spray her photo on the outer SHL of the mecha. After spraying, he said, How is it? Does it look good? Why don't you guys come too? One team member said, I never thought our White Tiger girl is still very good looking. Hu Kuei said proudly, I'm not ugly to begin with. Seeing Hu Kuei's smile as bright as a flower, Xionghui thought thoughtfully, Hu Kuei, if it weren't for Bao Ran, I could really like you. But since I have Bao Ran, I can only feel sorry for you. Everyone spray-painted words and patterns on their respective mechas. Xionghui spray-painted. Guangsha walked up to him and said, I'm sorry, Xionghui. It was my fault just now. Don't hold grudges. Don't worry. If you are in trouble, I won't leave you alone. Xionghui looked at him and said, You'd better protect yourself. An hour passed quickly. Everyone had eaten, drank and rested, and each entered his or her own mecha. There are 10 members of the Leopardhead team. Only Leopardhead and another sergeant are warrior-level mechas, while the others are warrior-level. The War Cavalry class can carry 1,000 attack drones, while the Warrior class can only carry 100. So in terms of appearance, the War Cavalry class is much larger than the Warrior class. Enter the mecha cockpit. Put on the inner armor. Connect various pipelines. And the body is in a suspended state inside the cockpit. Connect the mecha host. Hi, brother, the host AI said after starting up. Sister, take me to kill the enemy. Okay, brother, let's kill the enemy together. And my sister will protect you. The mechas were hung up in the spaceport. In rows, and squads. There were more than 100 of them in uniform, ready to go. In the vast space, the battleship seemed stationary, but it was heading towards the edge of the barrier. The enemy-occupied area is an asteroid at the edge of the barrier. Wormholes can be used there, so you must be extremely careful in your actions. With an order, the 103 mechas left the comfort, left the battleship, and flew towards the target area formation. The mecha was in flight mode, and Xionghui in the cockpit put his body in a sitting position to make his body more comfortable. The team leader said, We may encounter electromagnetic interference from the enemy, so we need to turn on the light language to transmit information. In this case, our whereabouts will be easily exposed. So after a while, we will make contact with this small group of enemies as soon as possible. Eliminate it. Chapter 868 Starship Mercenary 4. 102 mechas flew to their destination in fighter plane formation. Radio silence. The distance is 1 million kilometers. The speed is 0.5x. And it takes about 12 minutes. Since using wormholes requires a huge amount of energy, and mechas are more focused on fighting, the energy carried by each mecha is only enough to open a wormhole once. Therefore, the mecha will only activate the wormhole when it returns home after the battle, or when the mecha loses its combat capability and needs to return home. It will activate the wormhole. At present, New Gaia's wormhole technology only has intermediate-level excitation wormholes, which require entangled particles for positioning before the wormhole can be launched. But it was said that Xionghui was driving his Ambition Warrior-class mecha, mixed in with the mecha flying formation. Flying to the destination, Xionghui was exceptionally calm. He had long been indifferent to life and death. He was a person who died once. He should have died more than 900 years ago. He was saved, hibernated again, and resurrected again after more than 900 years. So he has nothing to fear at all. Xionghui looked around and saw that his teammates' mechas were flying all around, flying to their destination according to the flight data predetermined from the beginning. Hu Kuei was behind him on the right, shooting a laser towards his mecha. After interpretation, it turned out that it was equivalent to the Zerg needing to use quantum flying insects for positioning and delivery. Therefore, when the mecha needs to return, it launches a wormhole into a location that has been positioned and teleports there through the wormhole. And it needs to apply. And the fleet can only release it after obtaining the correct data. This is also to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the loopholes. The process may seem complicated, but it is actually very fast. Although quantum communication can ignore distance, it is equally easy to detect. So at this moment, when the radio is silent, the mecha formation will use light language to communicate. This is the most primitive form of communication, but it is combined with modern high technology. The beam uses low-energy invisible laser and has a special receiving device. If a low-energy laser is irradiated too far, the energy will attenuate to nothing. In addition, the space battlefield is also very far away, so under normal circumstances, it will not be discovered by the enemy. But it was said that Xionghui was driving his Ambition Warrior-class mecha, mixed in with the mecha flying formation, flying to the destination. The White Tiger mecha controlled by Hu Kuei was right behind him. It turned on the laser communication. After receiving it, the Ambition mecha would compile it and convert it into sound, which would be played through the speakers in the cabin. The voice was, "Brother Hui, are you afraid?" Xionghui replied, "There is nothing to be afraid of." Similarly, his voice was collected by the system, converted into laser light, and sent to the White Tiger mecha on the right rear. Then, it was converted into sound and played back in the cockpit of the White Tiger mecha. Hu Kuei said, "But this time it is actual combat." "So what?" Xionghui said. "War is nothing more than 3 situations: good, bad, and incomplete." "What's so good?" Hu Kuei asked puzzledly. "Are you stupid? You don't even understand this." Xionghui said, "It's good to return safely. If you're killed, you're gone. If you're injured and crippled, it's incomplete." "Ah?" Hu Kuei said. "Then I would rather have nothing than do something incomplete." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xionghui said. "We all want to come back intact. You follow me, and I will protect you." "Brother Hui, do you care about me particularly?" Hu Kuei asked with a smile. "Don't be too sentimental," Xionghui said. "I don't want anything to happen to my teammates. I hope everyone can go home intact." "Yes," Hu Kuei said firmly. "Everyone must go home intact." Xionghui immediately poured cold water on him. "Obviously this is impossible." "Why is it impossible? We will all be fine." "Humph," Xionghui snorted. "This is just your subjective wish. There is no definite answer for a real war, especially an interstellar war. And I speculate that this battle will be cruel. We will have at least 60% of people can't come back." "Ah? You? How did you know?" "It's obvious this is a trap, and we're going to be ambushed." "How did you know?" "Guess." "Oh my gosh. I hope your guess is wrong." "But why didn't you report it?" "How can we report it without complete evidence?" Xionghui said. "And speaking such ominous words, when going into battle, will only be regarded as cowardice, and to deceive the morale of the military. Then we can't just watch and die. I have to react." "You must not," Xionghui said. "That will only be counterproductive, and it will not prevent the issuance of the order at all. So you have to rush forward even though you know you're going to die? Of course. Otherwise, how can we fight if we are afraid of death?" At the beginning of the flight formations deployment, Fleet 95 had already launched a large number of electromagnetic pulses to the target location to disrupt the enemy and prevent premature discovery of their whereabouts. Hu Kuei followed Xionghui's suggestion and did not report their ideas. Moreover, what Xionghui said made sense. His ideas could only be regarded as personal. So how could they conflict with the overall strategic and tactical plan? But he said that these 12 minutes passed very quickly, and he was about to reach his destination. The destination is a dwarf planet, and this dwarf planet has a large meteorite area. This meteorite area was left over from the last war and is mainly composed of rocks, shipwrecks, and many ice crystals. According to intelligence, the enemy is collecting water resources in this area. Water resources are collected from these large amounts of ice crystals. Although Half-Life is a machine civilization and does not have biological sub-civilizations including humans and Zerg, as well as the creatures it supports, machine civilization also requires a lot of water resources. The leader of the formation team sent out a light message to tell the team members to shut down the engines, use the inertial prospect, and not to fire on their own. They must receive orders before they can fire. Xiong Hui looked at the approaching group of meteorites in front and said to himself, "Come on! Let's see how our ancestors deal with you." Xiong Hui was born in 2000, and it is now 2919. He has been here for more than 900 years. So isn't he the ancestor? Although he was talking to himself, the system did not receive instructions. So what he said was still transmitted to the white tiger through light language. Hu Kuei said, "Ancestor, let me come with you to deal with these turtles." "No problem. Let us deal with them together." It was reflected in many directions, and everyone in the team could hear it. Someone actually said on the channel, "Ancestors bless us to kill the enemy." The team leader said, "Start clearing the screen. Please do not occupy public channels at will. Prepare to turn on radio and quantum communications, and prepare to fight." Chapter 869 Starship Mercenary 5. The mecha formation reached the target area and entered the meteorite area, but no enemy was found. This meteorite area is composed of fragments of rocks, shipwrecks and ice crystals. It is an area with high concentration. The mecha is flying in it at high speed and needs to be avoided excitedly. Although this mecha has a shield that can actively defend against the impact of debris, it still needs to be excited to avoid, because the shield consumes energy every time it withstands an impact. Hu Kuei once again sent a question. "Brother Hui, I feel something is wrong. Why haven't I found the enemy yet?" "There are no traces," Xiong Hui said. "Don't worry. It will come out when it should come out. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Follow me closely and pay attention to the surroundings." The meteorite area is an area that is approximately flat, and the formation flies in this plane. The team members also began to murmur, and there were no clear instructions from above. Xiong Hui observed for a while and felt something was wrong. He suddenly drove the mecha and turned over, facing down. In space, there is actually no upper line. In New Gaia, the direction pointed by the north pole of New Gaia's parent star, the star Kepler-47a, is always called the upper line. In Kepler-47, north of the ecliptic plane is conventionally considered to be the upper plane, and vice versa. But Xiong Hui flipped the fuselage, head down, and began to fly vertically downwards. In this case, for him, the south side of the ecliptic becomes his top, and he flies towards his current top. Hu Kuei asked, "Brother Hui, where are you going?" "Don't go down," Xiong Hui said. "If you believe me, follow me." The opponent sent a message. "That soldier in the third group. You have left the team. Come back quickly." Hu Kuei also drove the mecha, flipped it over, and followed Xiong Hui to fly over. The squad leader cursed. "Why did another soldier go down? Come back quickly." Team leader Baotou shouted. "Xiong Hui, Hu Kuei, you two bastards, come back quickly." Xiong Hui's mecha has crossed the ecliptic plane, and he can see a large number of luminous objects in front of him, facing the core area of the meteorite area. Xiong Hui couldn't help but make a special comment and said, "Leopard Head, a large number of enemy planes were found under the meteorite surface." Leopard Head cursed. "Damn it! This enemy is too cunning." "Then report to the captain immediately." Hu Kuei had already followed Xiong Hui. He also discovered a large number of enemy small flying saucers, entrenched in an ice crystal area not far away. There were a large number of ice crystals there. It seemed that these guys were collecting water resources. Xiong Hui flew towards the direction where the enemies gathered along the ecliptic plane. Hu Kuei followed closely and said, "Brother Hui, we are the team that broke away. Either follow me, or you go back." As soon as he finished speaking, he discovered that the large group of luminous objects suddenly flew away, and a large part of them passed through the ecliptic plane and flew towards the north, which was the direction where the official team was located. At the same time, the captain issued a battle order in the team channel. "Reply to the communication and start a full-scale war. Free fire." Xiong Hui's mecha had already flown behind a meteorite with a diameter of more than 500 meters. He immediately changed the armor mode, quickly approached the meteorite, and said, "Xiao Kuei, come here quickly. Come closer in armor mode." Mechas have two flight modes, fighter plane and battle armor. The so-called fighter mode, as the name suggests, looks like a fighter plane. Of course, the shape of the fighter plane is determined according to the mecha level. For example, the length of the warrior level mecha is only about 10 meters. The warrior level is 50 meters. The warrider level is 250 meters. The War General level is 1,250 meters. And the War Master level is more than 6,250 meters. When the length is greater than 250 meters, it is not a fighter plane, but a battleship. However, when the mecha appears in this form, it is still called fighter mode. The armor mode looks like a robot. Similarly, when each level of mecha appears in battle armor robot mode, it also corresponds to the length corresponding to its level. For example, the mecha currently driven by Xiong Hui and Hukue, regardless of whether it is in fighter mode or battleship mode, is more than 50 meters long. If it were standing on the ground in battle armor mode, its height would be as high as a 17-story building. Therefore, on a battleship, if the armor is too tall, it cannot be stored inside, and can only be hung on the outside of the battleship. In this case, taking off and docking are also very convenient, and it is not very troublesome to repair and maintain. However, Hukue quickly flew over and changed the flight mode from fighter mode to armor mode in the process. In the battle armor mode, the various actions of the robot, war armor, are controlled through the driver's limb movements and verbal commands. The mecha the two of them were driving was warrior level, so it was only over 50 meters long, while the large meteorite they were attached to was over 500 meters long. So this big meteorite completely covered the two of them. The two of them clung to the meteorite, and Xiong Hui activated the nozzles on the back of the armor to slowly push the meteorite forward. "Do you want to release the drone?" Hukue asked. "Not yet," Xiong Hui said. "We slowly passed by and turned off all radio and quantum communications. He uses a low-energy laser light language, which is difficult for enemies to detect." Hukue asked. "Then we will lose contact with you." Xiong Hui raised his head and looked around. Below them was actually the north of the ecliptic plane, which is commonly known as the top. On that side was the direction of the large force of this operation, which was blocked by a thick layer of meteorites. It is difficult to see teammates with the naked eye. Xiong Hui adjusted the energy of the laser and fired it towards the meteorite layer, hoping to attract the attention of his teammates. As you can imagine, it is impossible to establish a practice connection by doing this. Xiong Hui also turned on the passive receiving device, which is like the listening function of a walkie-talkie, but turned off the sending function, so he could only hear, but not speak. The shouts of teammates came from the team channel. They were already at war with the enemy, but it only lasted 5 minutes, and there was no sound on the channel anymore. Xiong Hui cursed Shete again and said, "Our communication equipment has been blocked, and we have lost contact with the team and fleet. What should we do? Brother Hui? I have no choice but to rely on myself. Sister Ran, please help me estimate the enemy's units." "Preliminary estimate," the AI replied. "The enemy has about 500,000 units." The two of them yelled at the same time. In this mission, the team dispatched 102 mechas. In terms of drones and combat units, they only had a total of more than 10,000 units, while the enemy numbered 500,000, which was more than 40 times their number. But when the action was launched, the intelligence given by superiors was that the enemy had only 5,000 units. Chapter 870 Starship Mercenaries 6. There was a serious error in the intelligence. The information obtained before the war was that the enemy only had about 5,000 combat units. But the actual situation was not the case. Preliminary estimates showed that the enemy had at least 500,000 plus combat units. This is 100 times higher than the information detected at the beginning. No wonder Xiong Hui and Hukue both yelled at each other when they got this result. However, the team's combat units, which numbered only more than 10,000, were incomparable to the 500,000 enemies. Xiong Hui and Hukue hid behind a meteorite more than 500 meters long, and lost contact with their team. The signal transmission in the meteorite area was already weak, and the enemy turned on signal interference, making it harder to contact their teammates and headquarters. Hukue asked again, "What should we do now?" Xiong Hui said, "Don't worry. Anyway, we are hiding here without being discovered. Once we go out, we will be discovered. After that," he said to the computer AI, "Sister Ran, help me test whether the wormhole can be activated immediately." "Yes, brother," Hukue said in shock. "Brother Hui, are we going to withdraw now?" Xiong Hui said, "This is an assault battle, not a defensive battle. There is no chance of winning, so why waste your life here?" As soon as he said that, the AI replied, "The wormhole cannot be opened." Xiong Hui scolded, "Oh, Shete. Damn. I knew it would be like this." While talking, They could see the flashes of meteorites appearing continuously. They knew that their teammates were already at war with the enemy. Fukue asked, Brother Hui, why do you always talk about Shete? This is English. You don't understand. It means gone. Xiong Hui explained. New Gaia's technology mainly comes from Turbid Star, Holy Light and Liuzhou Star. So very few people learn English. And English is not of much use here. So it is normal for Fukue not to understand your English. The two hid behind the meteorite, quietly waiting for the opportunity. Xiong Hui looked around from time to time and saw spatial disturbances around him from time to time. The so-called spatial disturbance is a phenomenon that occurs when a wormhole is about to be opened. It is difficult to see with the naked eye, but the detection equipment on the mecha can detect it and then feed it back to the mecha pilot. So Xiong Hui knows where a wormhole is about to appear. If there is spatial disturbance, a wormhole will appear later. After the wormhole appears, combat units will come out. This combat unit may be from New Gaia, or it may be from Half-Life. However, the system detected that these disturbances were almost all Half-Life ones, not those of New Gaia. The wormhole technology currently mastered by New Gaia is an intermediate technology, which is the so-called exciting wormhole technology. The target end requires entangled particles for positioning. Half-Life's technology can detect entangled particles. Once discovered, it will be destroyed as quickly as possible, making it impossible for New Gaia or other enemies of Half-Life to use it for wormhole teleportation. So at this time, in this place, it is almost impossible for New Gaia's wormhole teleportation to appear. To open the wormhole, only the team members can do it themselves. However, the enemy turned on electromagnetic interference, which prevented teammates from initiating wormhole teleportation. They had to fly to evacuate the battlefield, or fight to the death with all their strength. Xiong Hui had been looking around, and Fukue asked, Brother Hui, what are you looking at? Xiong Hui said, I have a bold idea now, and I don't know if you dare to do it with me. What is it? Fukue asked. Tell me about it. Xiong Hui said, Look, we can't escape now. Our strength is too weak. If we go out, we will be beaten. It is impossible for the headquarters to send reinforcements. But, Fukue's voice was trembling. Is New Gaia going to give up on us just like this? It's not about giving up, Xiong Hui said, but it's because New Gaia has nothing to do. You see, as he spoke, he pointed at the space disturbances and said, The enemy has known for a long time that we are coming. So they have set up traps here. Have you seen those space disturbances? They are preparing to open wormholes at any time and send a large number of the troops are deployed. But they are not activated immediately. They are waiting for us, New Gaia, to increase our troops, and they will then increase their troops. Half-Life wants to expand the results of the war. So this area is a cosmic quagmire. If a large force is sent to reinforce us in order to save 100 people, it will require a large amount of personnel and equipment, and the gain outweighs the loss. But, don't worry, Xiong Hui said. Looking at the overall situation, the headquarters will not send troops. If I were the commander, I would not increase the number of troops. I can't lose a big for a small amount. So what do we do? Are you scared? As long as I'm here, don't be afraid. But you must be mentally prepared to sacrifice at any time. Well, Brother Hui, it's worth it for me to die with you. Xiong Hui glanced at Fukue next to him, who was actually Fukue's mecha. He hesitated to speak, and then revealed his plan. We're going to target an enemy wormhole later, and then you follow me and dive in. Ah, Brother Hui, Fukue said in surprise. Didn't that mean we entered Half-Life's lair? Yes, Xiong Hui said. That's what I mean. We can't escape anyway. So let's just keep doing it. If we know Huang Long, we will do his best. But, what's wrong? Fukue asked. It's just that the possibility of our survival is very slim, which means we are very likely to die. So I will ask you if you are afraid. Brother Hui, I'm not afraid of death. Being able to become the hero of New Gaia makes death worth it. Okay, then let's wait for the opportunity. Look out for it. As soon as we see a wormhole opening, we will plunge in immediately. Okay, Brother Hui. Sister Ran. Xiong Hui began to ask AI again. My brother here, do you have anything to say? We might die. And you might die with us. Brother, the AI said. My existence is for human beings. I can die for human beings. Human beings are not afraid of death. What do I have to fear as a machine? But brother, I really can't let you go. This AI was almost developed by Xiong Hui. Xiong Hui added, "But Sister Ran, there is such a possibility. This will be our greatest hope in life." "You said, brother?" "Well, Shikui, you also ask your AI to record it, and I will tell you my general plan." "Okay, brother Hui," Xiong Hui said. "Our mechas have a plasma reactor, which contains all the energy of the mecha, which is equivalent to a powerful bomb." Chapter 871 Starship Mercenary 7. Xiong Hui and Hukue hid behind the meteorite and activated radio silence and quantum communication silence. They only used low-energy laser lights to communicate and shut down the engine. After doing so, they actually escaped the enemy's detection and were not discovered. Occasionally, I can see an enemy's small flying saucer flying right in front of my eyes. But I didn't notice the two of them. Although radio silence was adopted, it was set up to only receive but not transmit, so the voices of teammates could still be heard, most of which were the roars of desperately fighting the enemy. After waiting for half an hour, the shouts of his teammates let them know that they were dying one after another. But he were unable to help them. Hukue cried and wanted to rush out several times. Xiong Hui said, "It's all death. Don't you want to die in a more meaningful way?" Hukue cried and said, "I can't bear it anymore. We are watching helplessly as our comrades sacrifice one by one in front of our eyes, while we are hiding here and dare not go out. If you want to be a hero," Xiong Hui said, "then go ahead and I won't stop you." "Brother Hui, you silly bitch," Xiong Hui actually cursed. "It's embarrassing for me. You can't accomplish big things, and you're holding me back. If you want to go out, just go out on your own. But don't expose me or ruin my big things." "Brother Hui, I really went. Go. Why don't you go out? If you want to follow my plan, just listen to me and don't be impulsive. Okay? Alright. Shh. Pay attention. A flying saucer is flying over." There were about 100 small flying saucers flying over, and not far in front of them, there was a spatial disturbance. At this moment, according to the AI assessment, the entire team in this operation may have been wiped out, which means that 102 people came out, and except for the two of them, everyone else was dead. The team channel also became quiet. Xiong Hui said, "Get ready. When these pair of flying saucers fly over, we will fly behind them in a while. Would that be discovered?" "Have no idea." "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" "It depends on luck. If we succeed, we are martyrs. If we fail, we are deserters." "Oh my god. Hukue is a new Gaian and doesn't know English. So naturally, she doesn't speak English like Xiong Hui does. Such as what's special, buying cakes, etc." "Shh. Here you go." Xiong Hui said not to fly out and followed the formation of small flying saucers. "Hey." Hukue wanted to say something, but it was too late, so she could only follow him quickly. The speed was very fast. As soon as the two joined the enemy's flying saucer team, the space disturbance in front turned into an open wormhole. Before Xiong Hui had time to elaborate, he had already followed the UFO team into the wormhole, and Hukue followed him in helplessly. There was not even a second of time before and after this, and there was no time to think about it. After it passed, Hukue received the lantern message from Xiong Hui. "Be careful." And when the two of them passed by, everyone was shocked. They saw the entire field of vision is full of flying saucers, including saucer ships and saucer aircraft. Flying saucers, this kind of rotating flying aircraft, are basically things that only machine civilization has, such as the magic sword of machine civilization, in the demon sword civilization. Except for the Star Fortress, all other aircraft are of the disc system. In the past, the B-men were still involved in battles, but later they retreated to the second line and no longer participated in major interstellar wars. Therefore, the original ships of the B-men were gradually eliminated. The Bees also lived in the interstellar fortress together with the humans. The organization of disc units is the same as that of ship units. They are divided into battleships and fighter planes. Battleships are disc ships and fighter planes are disc machines. The current machine civilization does not yet know that there is a machine civilization in the universe called the Demon Sword, which comes from the Earth. Now they only know Half-Life, and they have been fighting Half-Life for another 900 years. The mecha's AI quickly analyzes the current situation and displays the analysis results, allowing individuals to know in the shortest time. Their current location is in the Fire Dragon Nebula, 500 light-years away from New Gaia. There are a large number of stars gathered here, including a pair of binary stars named collider stars. The A and B stars of Pool Star are actually neutron stars, which is very rare in the universe. The diameter of these two neutron stars is only a dozen kilometers. Star A is 10 kilometers, and Star B is slightly larger, only 15 kilometers. Due to their high density and small size, neutron stars self-propagate very quickly. The rotation speed of thousands of revolutions per second makes these two small balls spin like crazy in the universe. So they look like two billiard balls. So they are called billiard stars. The location they are currently in is the Billiard Ball B galaxy. No planets or satellites can be detected. There are only various flying saucers of different sizes scattered throughout the galaxy, as well as star debris everywhere. According to analysis, these fragments are all formed after planets or other celestial bodies were bombarded. Countless small and micro ones are collecting resources from these fragments. According to preliminary estimates, the number of Half-Life combat units in the entire galaxy can be described as trillions. 1 trillion equals 1 trillion. Note, the trillion here is not 1 million in international mathematics, but 1 trillion in the Eastern counting system. If we extrapolate upward, 10,000 trillion equals 1 Beijing. The number estimated by the Mecha AI is actually 15. 15 Beijing, compared to New Gaia, is an extremely vast number. If all were calculated in billions, then 15 Beijing would be 1.5 billion. The total number of combat units in New Gaia is only 67 trillion. At this moment, the intelligence detected by the Mecha AI and the estimated figures are only the tip of the iceberg of the Half-Life they have seen. It only took 2 seconds from the time the two mechas came through the wormhole mixed in the Half-Life flying formation to the time the two of them got such astonishing numbers. A large number of flying saucers had already gathered around them, and it was obvious that they had been discovered. Xionghui said, "Qiukui, calm down. They may want to capture us alive. In this case, we will have a chance to escape. Sister Ran, activate quantum communication immediately and connect to the headquarters." The two of them must take action as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they are too late, the enemy will block the space and disturb them, and they will not be able to open the wormhole teleportation. The place they are currently in is Half-Life's lair. There is an empty town, that is, a barrier, and the wormhole cannot be activated. But Half-Life itself can activate wormholes within this range. Xionghui came here with the help of the enemy's wormhole, so he could use inertia to open his own wormhole and leave in a short period of time. Chapter 872 Starship Mercenary 8. Now that the two of them are in the enemy's lair, what they need to do is to make some big noise. So, Xionghui began to make deployment. Sister Ran, separate the reactors into one group and don't release them yet. Each mecha has 2 sets of plasma reactors. One set is separated as a backup, and the remaining set can still be used to activate the wormhole if the energy is sufficient. AI replied, "Okay, brother. Continue to connect to headquarters." "Okay, brother." "Xiaokui, let your mecha also accept the command of Sister Ran." "Okay, brother Hui. The permissions have been released." Then below, Xionghui said, "Release the separated reactor and launch the attack target direction, 364. In the direction of 364. There happened to be a large disk warship. Set to detonate after 7 seconds. Xionghui continued to give the order. Release all drones, protect the mechas, and attack freely. Open the wormhole and target area 95 to 14 of our third quadrant. Brother Hui, the wormhole target has not received the authorization code yet. If you want to launch a wormhole in the New Gaia defense zone, you can only successfully launch it with the permission of the empty town, which is Hukuei's so-called authorization code. In other words, without New Gaia's approval, even New Gaia's own people, it is impossible to launch a wormhole into the airspace outside the empty town. This was also what Hukuei was worried about. But Xionghui immediately said, "Don't worry about it. Just do what I say." After the order was issued, all drones were released, because both of them are warrior-level pilots. The total number of mechas they fly is only 200 drones, so their combat units are only 200. Therefore, 200 units of mechas fell into the Jingzhou-level enemy nest. Just like water droplets falling into the sea, they would soon be submerged. So I saw that these 200 drones were destroyed not long after they were released. The 2 plasma reactors that were released at the same time also used their inertia to fly towards the nearest giant disk warship. At the same time, both mechas opened the wormholes and flew into the wormhole ahead at high speed. Xionghui roared, "Ah!" Hukuei also screamed. Xiong Hui's move was to break the boat. If the headquarters authorized it, the two of them would be teleported back instantly. But if the headquarters did not authorize it, the target end of the wormhole would not be created. If the wormhole cannot be successfully created without authorization, then there is only one ending for them. They will die here. And they will most likely be treated as deserters. Even death has a bad reputation. Time passed very quickly. On the order of seconds. As soon as the wormhole was successfully created, 2 mechas passed through it. But they were not teleported away and were still in the enemy's nest. Hukue cried desperately. Brother Hui, we have been abandoned. Xiong Hui ignored her and continued. Continue to apply for authorization and continue to activate the wormhole. The AI replied. Brother, there is not enough energy. Forcibly activating the wormhole will cause the system to crash. Xiong Hui counted. Continue to activate the wormhole. Okay. Brother, charging will be completed in 5 seconds. The 2 mechas were flying at high speed. After the 200 drones were released, they were long gone. Their current combat units were only 2 in the single digits. The 2 reactors launched earlier were about to hit the enemy ship because they were not far away from the enemy ship. However, the enemy ship was protected by a shield. Under the continuous bombardment, the reactor finally exploded and turned into 2 small fireballs. Although the energy carried by the reactor will explode very violently. In space, even the closest distance will feel very far away. But if placed in the atmosphere, each reactor would be equivalent to a 1 million ton nuclear bomb. But this is in space. The distance is far away. And there is a vacuum. It is difficult for energy to cause huge damage. So only 2 small fireballs can be seen. But if they can enter the interior of the enemy ship, they can cause a devastating blow. But obviously the enemy will not let them succeed. Hukue cried. We are finished. The shield was also torn apart quickly by the enemy's powerful firepower. The system showed that it could only last for 10 seconds at most. If the 2 of them still couldn't leave the enemy's nest after 10 seconds, death would be the only thing waiting for them. 5 seconds passed, and the wormhole was successfully created again. Xiong Hui shouted. This is the last chance. Let's go! The 2 mechas plunged in one after another. Shield strength 1%. The body damage is 75%. There is a gas leak in the cabin, and it is being repaired. It is expected to be completed in 10 minutes. The AI was reporting the situation of the mechas truthfully. Xiong Hui could see the sky full of aircraft around him. But it was New Gaia. There were battleships, mechas, and drones, all densely packed and full of vision. And in the sea of machines in New Gaia, you can see thousands of enemy flying saucers mixed in, being destroyed quickly, and they don't even have a chance to escape. Hukue cried and said, We are back. We may finally be back. In other words, there were only 2 wormhole transmissions in total, and only the second one was successful. They successfully returned to New Gaia. Back in the defense zone of New Gaia, there was an empty town barrier, and a large number of enemy flying saucers followed their wormholes. However, after arriving here, it became difficult to get out through the wormholes. It's possible. The energy of the 2 mechas was exhausted, and their shield index also became 0. They had completely lost their combat effectiveness. Xiong Hui breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes in relief. 3 days later, 95 ships, Xiong Hui and Hukue, who had recovered, were prosecuted by the Supervisory Committee for desertion. If convicted of desertion, they may face at least 20 years in prison. If they betray secrets and collude with the enemy during the desertion process, they may also be executed. The first is the hearing of the Supervisory Committee. If the hearing passes, the Supervisory Committee will be exempted from prosecution. If it fails, it will be brought to the New Gaia Military Court for trial. The 2 sat side by side, facing a dozen officers at the hearing. Originally, he was going to be interrogated alone, but Hukue insisted on being interrogated together with Xiong Hui. Otherwise, he would rather die than say a word. After they came back, they learned that the operation was a complete failure. Except for the 2 of them, who survived in the 102-person action team. All the other 100 brothers were killed, and no one was spared. Chapter 873 Starship Mercenary 9. Accepting an inquiry from the Supervisory Committee is actually an interrogation. A dozen officers faced the 2 of them. One of the officers said, Meteorite area. Corporal Xiong Hui, why did you disobey the command and leave the team without authorization to go to the south of the meteorite disk? The reason is very simple, Xiong Hui said. The radio is silent. The quantum communication is silent. And I cannot communicate with the captain in time. I cannot feed back my thoughts to the captain in time. Do you have any idea? Because I discovered the enemy's gathering point and didn't have time to report it. So I had to go to investigate. What about you? Corporal Hukue? The officer asked again. Just as Hukue was about to speak, Xionghui took over and said, I forced her to go with her because she was the closest to me, and the two of us were more suitable for the reconnaissance mission. I believe all the leaders should know what happened next. Yes, there are monitoring records on every mecha. The officers nodded and asked again. But only the two of you came back and were not injured. And everyone else died. How do you want to explain? Xionghui said. I believe you have all read the summary of battlefield records. And you should know the reason why I can come back. A female officer patted the table and said, Xionghui, why didn't you sacrifice yourself? There is such a big problem here, and you have a responsibility to do so. Stop making excuses. Female officer. Xionghui stood up with a roar. Immediately 2 military policemen shouted, Corporal, please sit down. Xionghui sat down again, calmed down and said, I understand. According to the female officer's wishes, should I commit suicide? Is it a sin for me not to die? Come on. You idiot, give me a shot. Unexpectedly, Xionghui suddenly went berserk, and Hukue beside him was so frightened that he trembled and whispered, Brother Hui, calm down. The female officer was trembling with anger, pointed at him and said, You, Corporal, are too presumptuous. Xionghui slowly stood up again. The military policeman pointed at him and said, Sit down. Xionghui turned his head and faced the military policeman and said, Shut up. You are so cool. You have no right to speak here. Then he turned around and faced the officers and said, Female officers, everyone, when I was fighting on the chicken battlefield, where were you and the others? At that time, you were not even a cell. Having fought with Half-Life for 900 years, I want to ask, are all your command levels so stupid? You are still being dissatisfied. Let's not talk about the big ones. Let's talk about this battle. I want to know, what kind of idiot with a big intestine and brains gave this battle order? In the meteorite area, the enemy only has 5,000 units. This is so obviously a trap. But he still wants to get into it. Do you think that when the total force reaches 100 plus the half-life of combat units, a fleet of 5,000 units will only be sent to collect water resources, and it will be not far from the edge of the barrier? They actually sent out a mecha squad of 102 people, and lost 100 lives in vain. You don't interrogate this pig-brain commander, but you come to interrogate us two mercenaries who have no fault at all. No, we were at fault for leaving our post without permission. But this is what you think. As I said just now, I had no choice but to go. Let me talk about the two of us going to the enemy's lair. You have also seen the surveillance records. After we passed there, we were unable to cause even a little damage to the enemy. The separated plasma reactor did not blow up the enemy's warship, and it did not even kill an enemy's disc player. In short, we returned with no success. We just came back with 2 miserable lives. I'm done talking. Whether you want to lock me up or kill me, I have nothing to say. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with Hukue. It was all my idea. No, Hukue said. I took the initiative to go to the enemy's nest with him. Xionghui stopped arguing with Hukue, but several officers on the rostrum were whispering to each other and didn't know what they were talking about. The female officer who was scolded just now was also whispering something, as if she didn't have the experience just now. The two of them waited anxiously for the results. 5 minutes later, the officer in the middle said with a smile, We have called for opinions and plan to hand you over to the relevant higher-level departments for disposal. You two need to feel aggrieved first. Xionghui didn't ask, but Hukue asked, Why are you aggrieved? Are you going to lock us up? The officers did not answer. They all stood up and prepared to leave. At the same time, they notified the military police to take them away. The two were locked in 2 adjacent cabins, guarded by guards. They were not like cells. They could use the internet and make phone calls. But their freedom was restricted, and they could not go anywhere. And the two can communicate with each other. At the door of the cabin, Hukue asked, Brother Hui, what are they going to do? You just scolded them so harshly. They won't retaliate against you. Right. Then come, Xionghui said. Anyway, I should have died 900 years ago. What should I be afraid of? When it was time for dinner, he was escorted to the cafeteria by 2 military policemen. On the way, Xionghui said, You see, We are fine. Then why are you watching us like we're guarding against thieves? Hukue asked puzzledly. Because I don't know either. The two were eating in the cafeteria. When they were about to finish eating, two officers came with card computers in their hands. They looked at the screen on the card and said, Xionghui. Hukue. Very good. Eat slowly. After eating, I will take you out of here. Xionghui only focused on eating. But Hukue asked in surprise. Where are you taking us? The officer said. Assigned a new job. Corporal Hukue. You will be assigned to work with the number 1 ship headquarters. Headquarters? Hukue said in surprise. I'm just a non-commissioned officer. How can I work in the headquarters? There are all officers there. The officer replied. Start as a trainee officer. Hukue asked again. Well, what about Brother Hui? Xionghui has another place to go. Huh? Are we not together? Then I want to be with him. Can't. Why? Top secret. No comment. Xionghui said. Aren't we all serving the fleet wherever we work? Why should we care where we are? After eating and serving, the two followed the officer and left. Called a commuter car, heading to Tiangang. Called a passenger spaceship and left the battleship. First sending Hukue to the number 1 ship. Ship number 1 is the flagship of the 95th Fleet of the New Gaia Navy. When he arrived at the skyport of the number 1 ship, he threw Hukue down. There was someone in the skyport to pick him up and take him to the headquarters. Hukue didn't want to go, but he was taken away anyway. The spaceship left ship number 1, left Fleet Defense Area 95, and flew towards Green Star. In the spaceship, Xionghui closed his eyes and rested, asking no questions. The officer arrived and asked very curiously, You don't care where you go at all? Wherever you go. That's New Gaia. Chapter 874 Starship Mercenary 10. Left the 95th ship, left the 3rd Quadrant Defense Area, and headed for Green Star. In modern New Gaia, there are very few people living on the planet, and most of them live on starships. Therefore, New Gaia can be regarded as a quasi-starship civilization. In a densely forested mountain, there is a gray and old building complex. There is a large apron in front of the building complex, and the spacecraft lands on the apron. Xionghui got off the spaceship and was led by the officer to the depths of the building complex. This building complex was also filled with low-rise houses, all built in the jungle. There were tall trees and trees everywhere. Shrubs. As if you were on ancient Earth. Xionghui didn't ask where this place was or what he was doing here. He just followed behind in silence. As they walked forward, the officer said, You are quite calm. I am a soldier of New Gaia. I just obey orders. What's the use of not being calm? Obey orders? The officer said with a silly smile. If you don't obey orders, will you lead the team during the operation? Officer, Xionghui said. Were you present at the time? Do you know the situation at that time? Regarding my situation, I believe the supervision team has already made an assessment. It is meaningless to question it again. One more thing. I want to say that I am 919 years old this year. Have you ever seen such an old boy? The officer's smile also solidified and he said, Okay. I'm sorry, ancestor. Xionghui himself also laughed. The so-called 919 years old can only be said that his body has existed in this world for 919 years. And his biological age is only 19 years old now. At the age of 19, he was extremely embarrassed when someone called him ancestor. But those who call him ancestor will not suffer, because he was indeed born in front of more than 900 people. After walking through the tree-lined path and coming to a 3-story building, Xionghui looked and saw that it was a residential building. At this time, he began to feel doubtful in his heart. Coming to the planet was already strange, but now that he was brought to an old residential building, he was even more confused. Follow the officer upstairs to the 3rd floor. Knock on the door, and go in. I saw children sitting all over the floor in the living room inside. Most of them were around 10 years old. The youngest was only 6 or 7 years old, and the oldest was 17 or 18 years old. Therefore, Xionghui should be considered the oldest when he came here. I saw these children playing with some strange toys, but he recognized the toy held by another child at a glance, because the one he held in his hand was different from others. It was not a toy, but a toy. It is a stainless steel alloy spoon. I saw the child, who was only 8 or 9 years old, holding a spoon in his hand and staring at the spoon intently. Xionghui folded his arms and looked at the child's strange movements and thought to himself, Is it just like in the previous movies? Does he want to use his mind to bend the spoon? I really want to watch it. It depends on what you want to do. But he said that the officer who brought him with him was talking to a woman. The woman looked to be in her mid-20s, sitting at the door of a bedroom. And the bedroom door was closed. Xionghui just looked at the child like this. And the spoon in the child's hand was never bent by his thoughts. After the officer finished talking to the woman opened the bedroom and went in. After a while, a middle-aged fat woman came out. And the three of them came together. The officer was about to call Xionghui, but was stopped by the middle-aged woman. After watching it for a while, Xionghui felt bored and felt that this kind of thought thing was not reliable. So he said, "It's a pity that the spoon has no thought. Otherwise it will bend according to your will." After saying that, he turned around and saw three people. The middle-aged fat woman in the middle was looking at him with a smile. Xionghui also looked at her. A middle-aged fat woman with purple hair, purple eyes and fair skin. Xionghui didn't recognize her. So when he saw her looking at him, he nodded politely to her. The officer said, "This is Lucy, the famous spiritual master." Lucy, a middle-aged plump woman with purple hair, purple eyes and fair skin, a spiritual master, looked at him with a smile and wanted to shake his hand. Xionghui reached out to shake hands with her in extreme confusion, but said in his heart, "Master of soul science? Isn't he just a magic stick? This is the new Gaia of the cosmic civilization in the Starship era. How could there be such a low-level superstitious profession?" Shake hands. Xionghui wanted to withdraw his hand, but Lucy held his hand and wouldn't let go. Xionghui was too embarrassed to force it back, so he could only let her hold it. Lucy, who was still smiling, slowly solidified her smile, and several people looked at her curiously. Lucy finally let go and said, "That's weird," Xionghui said. "Did you calculate my birthday?" If she could calculate his birthday, that would really prove that she was a master. No, a great god. Lucy shook her head and said, "No matter how powerful the spiritual master is, she can't calculate a person's birthday. I was not a fortune teller at that time, but I can calculate your age, and the error will not be more than your birthday. 1 year. This is the greatest ability. After all, I am not a fortune teller." "Okay then. You can calculate it for me," Xionghui said. "How old am I approximately?" "I'll give you an error of 10 years. Lucy smiled and said, "Don't worry. You are a famous ancestor. Who doesn't know that you are over 900 years old and were born in 2000? What surprised me just now is that your soul wave can't be detected." "Soul wave? What the H.L.?" Xionghui asked, feeling more and more that the fat woman in front of him was talking nonsense. He didn't know that the Zerg civilization had such a thing as soul waves. For example, Lun Yin, the queen of the Zerg civilization's blood dance, had a soul wave that could reach 720s, which is 720 times the speed of light. If he knew that there were Zerg with soul waves in the universe, and then listened to the words of the so-called master of soul science in front of him, he would be even more disbelieving that humans also have soul waves. The fat woman Lucy was not angry, and said solemnly, "Soul wave. It is not a ghost. Its existence form is somewhat similar to quantum. And this kind of quantum still exists in the form of superluminal tachyons, high-level command creatures. Everyone has soul waves, but they are very insignificant, so subtle that even instruments are difficult to detect, and they cannot be mastered. But some of us Liuzhou stars can detect it and use it. More than 900 years ago, the first person to master the soul wave was..." The fat woman Lucy stopped here and looked at the people present. Xionghui asked, "Are you talking about the insect mother?" Annie adopted Xionghui as her adopted son, so Xionghui called her Mother Chong. Just like the great Queen Lun Yin in the Zerg civilization Blood Dance adopted Ming AI's adopted son, and was called Mother Chong by Ming AI. Chapter 875 Starship Mercenary 11. Lucy, a middle-aged fat woman from Liuzhou planet with purple hair, purple eyes, and fair skin, explained to him in detail what soul waves were. Not only the Nestor Zerg had soul waves, but humans also had soul waves. The current new Gaia only knows about the Nestor Zerg, but does not know that there are Dandal Zerg elsewhere in the universe. As for the Dandal Zerg, the most typical representatives are the cold and beautiful Blood Dance Zerg and her sister, the cold and beautiful Queen Zerg. Only the Queen of the Zerg has the soul wave, and no other units have it. Moreover, the Zerg Queen can fly at super light speed when using the soul wave. The soul waves possessed by humans are so tiny that they are too weak to be detected. But Lucy also said that only very few soul wave masters can detect them. Such as her. At this moment, Lucy, who was extremely puzzled, said, "Everyone has a soul wave. No matter how weak it is. I can detect it. But young man? Oh no. To be precise, it should be the ancestor. Your soul wave. But I can't detect it. It can't be detected at all." Xionghui had heard about the soul wave of the Zerg, but he had never seen it. Even if Anne, the queen of the Zerg, was his godmother, he could not see it. At this time, he heard that people also have soul waves. And everyone has it. Yes, but he doesn't. So Xionghui said, "My mother and I have been living together for a while. But why didn't they find out that I don't have soul waves?" After Xionghui regained consciousness, he attended Mecha High School for 3 years. This Mecha High School was a fully boarding and semi-military school. But even so, Xionghui would return to the Insect Swarm's biological battleship during the winter and summer vacations. In life, Annie will also return from her head beast to live with Xionghui on the biological battleship, cooking and washing clothes for him, and taking care of his life, just like she treats her own biological son. So he would say that he and Annie had the experience of living together. Lucy said, "She is a Zerg and cannot feel the soul wave unless she herself also transforms into a soul wave and is still in a deep sleep state. The queen of the Zerg can only stimulate soul waves when she is purified, and the time of purification is when she pupates." So Lucy would call the pupation and purification of the Zerg as sleeping. Lucy said, "Our soul waves are in a state of awakening, and such soul waves are difficult to detect." Xionghui nodded in understanding. The officer next to him said, "What should we do? I originally brought him here because I wanted you to develop soul waves for him. But now it seems that it will be gone." "No," Lucy said. "Just because he can't be detected doesn't mean he doesn't have it. Maybe his soul wave is much stronger than mine. And it's hidden, and even I can't detect it. I want him to stay here. Come on. Let me give it a try. Maybe I can stimulate his soul wave potential." "That's okay." The officer looked at Xionghui, and then said, "Then Xionghui, you can live here now. As for how to arrange it in the future, well, we'll talk about it later." "Then am I still a mercenary?" Xionghui asked. Xionghui doesn't care where he serves or where he lives and studies. He only cares about whether he has money. In this world, no money is absolutely impossible. The officer smiled and said, "My ancestors are probably concerned about the salary of mercenaries." "Well, that's the case. Since your profession has not been changed, it means that you are still a mercenary, and the salary will be paid to your account on time. Yes, don't worry about this." Hearing that he was still a mercenary, Xionghui breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, then I will stay here and follow the arrangements of this aunt." Lucy said, "Don't call me aunt. It really offends me. You should call me by my name." "That's okay, Ms. Lucy." In the entire new Gaia civilization, Xionghui is the oldest person, the youngest person, but the highest seniority person. The 19-year-old ancestor is unique. The officer was about to say goodbye and leave. Lucy took Xionghui to another bedroom and said, "This is your room. You will rest here from now on." While he was talking, he didn't know that the child behind him was holding a spoon. But the spoon was slowly bending in front of him. But he said that the separate room prepared for him was not very big, simple, and very clean. Xionghui dropped his luggage and asked, "When will the class start?" "Class?" Lucy asked doubtfully. "Aren't you going to develop my soul wave? Isn't it going to be a class?" "Well, okay. Then it's time for class. Tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. You have a good rest first." "A single room for me?" Xionghui asked again. Yes. Yes. You live alone. The 3 floors of this building belong to my family. The children outside live in other houses." Lucy replied. Xionghui didn't ask anyone else. She also told him. Xionghui put down his luggage and stayed at the master's place. All the food, clothing, and accommodation expenses were paid by the fleet. As for who arranged for him to be here, and why he was arranged to be here, he didn't know, and he didn't bother to ask. He just settled down with the mentality of settling down as he came. In the evening, I connected with Annie and told him about his current situation, and said, "My child, you are still too worried. You should open your mind. Just like the situation of this battle. You can explain it clearly, but you don't say it." "Mom," Xionghui said, "you have to believe me. I'm not a bad person. But I'm not from this era and this world. It takes me time to integrate. I think 3 years is still a bit short. The way people think in this world is completely different from that of our time. It's hard for me to accept and communicate with them. I'm sorry, Mom, for making you worry about me. And sighed and said, okay, you have to learn to communicate in the future. This is a world with a population of 67 billion, and you have to learn to integrate into it. Yes, Mom, I will. Don't you have any doubts? If you don't want to say it, you can tell me and just treat me as your biological mother. Okay? Yes, Mom, Xionghui said. Why did you arrange for me to come here to develop soul waves? I think I can just come to you. Annie said, if it doesn't go as I expected, the only possibility for you to develop your soul wave potential is for the Flying Bear project. Flying Bear plan? Yes. And sighed and said, the Flying Bear battleship has a history of more than 900 years. Only Amphrey can pilot it at the beginning, and no one can pilot it in the next 900 years. Get started. Including you, Ben, the founder of New Gaia. And me. The Flying Bear says it is a battleship, but in fact it is a War Master class mecha. War Master level mecha? Annie nodded and said, it can carry and control 15 billion drones. Chapter 876 Battle Spirit Mecha Master 1. Mechas that can carry more than 100,000 drones, and can be fully carried and controlled in combat, as well as safely recovered, are called War Master class mechas. The loading capacity of the Flying Bear actually reached 15 billion. The drones mentioned here are not ordinary reconnaissance drones, but attack drones that can release shields, drop wormholes, fly and fight at high speeds. This kind of attack drone also has a very domineering name in New Gaia, Thunder Fighter. It looks a bit like a dragonfly when flying, so it is also called a battlefly for short. Each attack carrier-based drone, or Warfly, is about 2 meters long. Therefore, a giant mecha like the Flying Bear can be up to 40 kilometers long. However, a mecha with a length of 40 kilometers can only be regarded as a large subgiant class among human ship units. Not even a superstar class. The minimum standard for a superstar is 50 kilometers in length. When Annie talked about the Flying Bear plan, she was undoubtedly referring to the plan to be implemented based on the Flying Bear. But for more than 900 years, no one except Amphrey can control it. Annie said, the Flying Bear is too big, and no one has been able to control it for so many years. I guess this Dialese wants to use you to see if she can fly the Flying Bear. I'm just an ordinary person, Xionghui said. I may not be able to do it, but you are an ancient person. And said, your way of thinking is completely different from that of modern people. Besides, this Flying Bear was also produced more than 900 years ago. It is possible that you can drive it. Definitely, Xionghui sighed and said. I hope I can have that ability. Don't have confidence in yourself. Maybe you can really do it, Annie said. Develop your thinking. After finishing the call with Annie, Xionghui also roughly understood the situation and asked him to come to Lucy in order to develop his soul wave, and hope that he could use him to operate the Flying Bear in the future. If successful, it will add strong combat effectiveness to New Gaia. Then we'll see. Xionghui woke up early the next morning. 3 years of Mecha High School had already trained him on the habit of getting up early and going to bed early. As soon as he woke up, there was a knock on the door. It was one of Lucy's students, saying that Lucy was looking for him. Xionghui got up and got dressed. But before he could wash up, he was urged several times. After leaving the bedroom, the student said that Lucy was waiting for him in the woods in front. What the hell is going on with this fat woman? Xionghui murmured in his heart. Why can't we just talk about it directly? Why should we make an appointment in the woods? God nagging? Xionghui even thought about whether Lucy coveted his beauty and wanted to seduce him. But then he thought it was impossible. He couldn't help but feel funny and shook his head. After leaving the residential building, I wandered in the jungle, followed the small stone path, and followed the path the student told me. After walking for about 5 minutes, he saw Lucy in front of a small waterfall. Lucy was looking at him with a smile, waiting for his arrival. Xionghui came to her and waited for her to speak. Lucy asked, don't you want to know why I called you? Whatever you want to say, you will naturally tell me. So why should I ask? Don't be in a hurry when you arrive. Okay, come with me. There was another path next to the small waterfall, leading to the mountain. Lucy walked on this path up the mountain, and Xionghui followed her. As a pilot who wants to achieve something, Lucy said, he needs to be passionate. Don't you have your own opinion? Anyway, I don't have that enthusiasm, Xionghui said. I only think about two things: protecting myself and my comrades, and destroying the enemy. Where can I get the enthusiasm? Are you scared? Lucy asked. You mean fighting? Scared. I read your report on this battle, and I don't see where you are afraid. But I'm really scared. Xionghui, Lucy said. You should tell me what you really think in your heart, so that I can help you. When we came to a small hillside, we saw a swamp in front of us. But the swamp was covered with green vegetation. It was like a fairyland outside the world. Very beautiful. Xionghui looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him, while Lucy looked sideways at him. Don't you think it's beautiful? Xionghui nodded. But I don't think it's beautiful. Xionghui looked back at her and said, Because you have seen too much. You don't think it is beautiful. It's the same problem as before. Don't suppress yourself all the time. Otherwise no one can help you. Okay, Xionghui sighed. I used to be a very lively child. I fell into the water while riding a bus and died. But I was revived again. But when I came back to life, I discovered that this world is not the same world as mine. Everything is different. The most important thing is that in this world, I have no relatives. And the relatives who originally belonged to me are all dead. I think 10 people would find it difficult to accept such a blow. What if? Lucy asked. When Xionghui said this, he stopped. What if? If it weren't for Bao Ran, he wouldn't have the courage to survive at all. Yes, that's the case. But it's hard to say it out loud. When Xionghui didn't answer, Lucy said, Tell me what you really think and see if I can help you. In fact, there is no harm in talking about it. Xionghui thought to himself, in this life, I will not marry Bao Ran. If it weren't for Bao Ran, Xionghui said, Yes, she would be my courage to live. But as far as I know, the current conditions really cannot wake her up. It's okay. I can wait. But you are getting older day by day, and it is very likely that Bao Ran will not wake up when you are about to die. So I will hibernate someday and wake up with her. Hibernation is a huge expense. The longer it lasts, the higher the cost. There are also maintenance costs. When the money you pay runs out, you may be forced to wake up. Lucy stated this indisputable fact and continued. And you are hibernating actively and all expenses are paid by yourself. But Bao Ran is different. She is hibernating passively. As long as she does not wake up for one day, her hibernation expenses will be borne by the civilization. Come pay the bill. And you're not happy. Xionghui was stunned. As far as I know, Lucy said, you want to rely on mercenary wages to pay for hibernation. Your plan is to sign a mercenary contract for 2 terms. That is, 8 years. The income from these 8 years is simply not enough for your long-term hibernation expenses. Yes, the initial cost of hibernation is enough. But there are maintenance costs later. You need to sign for 3 more periods of mercenary fees. Added together, it may be enough for you to pay maintenance costs for 1,000 years. But a total of 5 mercenaries have ended. How old are you? How old? The 5th period is 20 years. After 20 years, he will be 39 years old. 15 years older than Bao Ran. How is that possible? Chapter 877 Battle Spirit Mecha Master 2. If you work as a mecha mercenary for 4 years, you can save enough to pay for hibernation. If you work as a mercenary for another 4 years, you can have a very good life. This was Xionghui's original ideal. But Lucy poured cold water on him. The mercenary's salary can only cover the cost of starting hibernation. And the subsequent maintenance costs are more expensive, requiring 3 periods of mercenary salary purchases. This is only the maintenance cost for 1,000 years. Bao Ran has been hibernating for 900 years, and has not yet woken up. If he hibernates for another 1,000 years, it is very likely that he will not wake up. If you have to hibernate for 2,000 years, 3,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years later, the cost will be huge. In that case, he would not be able to hibernate with Bao Ran. So, then what good idea do you have? Xionghui asked. Being an officer means you have a high income, and there is room for promotion. It's not that I haven't tried. Battleship University rejected me. Then have you ever thought about piloting a War Master level mecha? The salary of a War Master level mecha is more than 3 times that of a War Master level mecha. You can consider it. War Master? Xionghui smiled bitterly. I don't dare to think that I can bring 100,000 drones. And I need an A-level license. Currently, there is no War Master in the entire New Gaia. 100,000? Lucy smiled. You are too short-sighted. Your target should be the flying bear. Flying bear? No one has been able to control it for 900 years. How can I? A nobody. Do it? You are not an ordinary person. Lucy encouraged him. You are a 900-year-old ancestor. Can you compare with us common people? More than 900 years old? They're all sleeping. I can feel that you have powerful soul wave energy. No matter what, you should give it a try and control a larger mecha. The more enemies you kill, the higher the reward. It's not like you don't know that. Anyway, you don't have a better way now. Isn't that what I said? Well, what you said makes sense. Xionghui thought for a while and said, I'll get my combat level driver's license tomorrow. It's good that you are starting to be motivated. But don't be so anxious. You need to develop your soul wave potential with me. In this case, it will be of great help to you in obtaining a more advanced certificate. Does it really work? You also know, Lucy said, how to achieve perfect human-machine integration. The main thing is spiritual transmission. The human nerve transmission speed is only tens of meters per second. And the speed of soul waves is faster than the speed of light. Even if there is no super light speed, 1% of the speed of light is many times faster than the speed of nerve transmission. Think about it. In an interstellar war, you pilot a mecha and control thousands of drones to attack and defend the enemy. Can the nerve transmission speed keep up? Xionghui shook his head and said, That's true. But do you know that airplane pilots in the Earth Age still control by hand? And the speed was even slower? Can it be compared? In the Earth era, are there so many enemy planes participating in the war? Lucy said, In today's interstellar wars, the number of enemies is calculated in trillions. When you see the enemy plane shining beams it means you have been hit. Right? Xionghui nodded. But what if soul waves were used in actual combat? Lucy said, That would allow you to be discovered when the enemy launches an attack. In that case, what do you think the results will be? Xionghui replied, I will take corresponding measures before my shield is attacked. Yes, Lucy said. In that case, please tell me whether we can reduce casualties in the huge city of Chengdu and cause greater trauma to the enemy. Well, that's it, Xionghui said. So how do I develop my soul wave potential? I have a plan. I have a question, Xionghui said. So far, is there a soul wave warrior or soul wave mecha pilot? Lucy shook her head and said, Not yet. Can you guarantee success? Lucy still shook her head and said, No, but I have a hunch that I will get a breakthrough with you. Xionghui thought, Damn it. I finally figured it out. This fat woman is going to use me as an experiment. Seeing his doubts, Lucy added, Let's do this. The Commander-in-Chief gave me 1 month. Within 1 month, no matter whether you have any results or not, I will let you go. Good guy. You have alerted the Commander-in-Chief. So let me go. Where will I go? That I don't know, Lucy said. Whether we will arrange another mecha unit for you, transfer you to the chain of command, or let you go to study war. That is all possible. And that is also the above decision. I don't have the ability to predict the future, Xionghui thought. Anyway, there are mercenary salaries here. It's not just about going anywhere. Just let them do whatever they want. So he nodded and said, Okay, Teacher Lucy. I will cooperate with you and strive to master the soul wave technique as soon as possible. After watching for a while, Xionghui followed Lucy and left here. Returning to his residence in the residential building, Lucy showed him some books about soul waves, and he asked Annie about how the Zerg use soul waves. What Annie said was exactly the same as what Lucy said. That is, the soul waves of Zerg and humans are fundamentally different and cannot be compared. Otherwise, humans would have mastered soul waves long ago, and today's new Gaia would also have mastered them long ago. There is a War Master level pilot. The reason why there are warrior level pilots, but never War Master level pilots is that the starting number of drones that should be War Master level mechas is 100,000. But one pilot can control 100,000 drones at the same time, which is quite difficult. Even though the current new Gaia mecha has more than 85% warrior level pilots, each warrior level pilot still cannot control the drone group with 100% accuracy during combat. Xionghui felt that there was a difference in the soul waves between the human race and the Zerg race. So he was thinking that if he couldn't break through with Lucy, he would try to find a breakthrough point from the Zerg race. Anyway, and is his adoptive mother, so why not take advantage of such a good condition? The next 2 days passed without doing anything else. On the 3rd day, Lucy called him over to a different room and said she wanted to hypnotize him. Lucy's hypnosis is indeed very useful, but it is only useful in relaxing people and relieving depression in the heart. But it cannot solve his breakthrough problem about soul waves. Without the ability to use soul waves, mecha pilots cannot make a qualitative leap in the utilization of mechas. It didn't work, so Xionghui made his next plan, which was to Chapter 878 Battle Spirit Mecha Master 3. Xionghui stayed with Lucy, the so-called Soul Wave Master, for 7 days and underwent many hypnosis techniques. But it was impossible to stimulate his so-called Soul Wave potential. So he made a bold decision to participate in the pupa purification of the Zerg. And he told his insect mother Annie about this idea. It's true that humans have been purified before, and said, but no one has ever been able to successfully obtain soul waves. Among humans, soul wave masters represented by Lucy have always believed that humans also have soul waves. However, the Queen of the Zerg, Anne, has never believed that humans have soul waves. She believes that only slaves can have soul waves, and they must be blood blades. Only the Queen has it. Even the original Queen does not have the ability of soul waves. The previous purifications that humans participated in were those who had terminal illnesses that could not be treated temporarily and needed to hibernate. At that time, humans did not have hibernation technology, so they could only hibernate with the help of the Zerg's pupation and purification. Xionghui and Bao Ran were the first to accept Zerg hibernation. However, as time went by, both Zerg and humans discovered that this hibernation method was not suitable for humans. It was very unstable and might endanger the lives of the hibernators. Safety. Therefore, with the development of human science and technology, hibernation technology was also mastered, and the effect was much better than that of the Zerg pupa hibernation. This led to the development of human hibernation technology in the future, and the further it develops, the more mature the hibernation technology will be, and the higher its safety will be. Therefore, people hibernating in the Zerg chrysalis began to slowly move to human hibernation warehouses. This is why Xionghui was in a human battleship when he woke up. And so many people have undergone purification. But no one can use soul waves in the way and said. And now Xionghui wants Annie to help him perform pupil purification. So Annie said this. Xionghui was very persistent and said, I just want to give it a try. If it doesn't work, I will give up. For 900 years, if someone can recognize her as your godmother, then you really like him very much and are more obedient to his words. So you just agreed to him. Xionghui and Lucy took leave and went to find Annie, which was equivalent to reporting their whereabouts to the organization. After leaving the jungle community, Xionghui came to an open area in the jungle. Not long after, a big bird descended from the sky and came to him. It was the Suzaku level unit of the Zerg. The Suzaku level unit is called Suzaku, or high-level soldier insect among the Blood Dance Zerg. But Annie didn't know the hierarchical system of the Ananda Zerg clan. So in her Zerg clan, the soldier bugs were called bug bugs by her, and the high-level soldier bugs were called birds. The Azure Dragon level insect beast is called Fatty, and the Xuanwu level insect beast is called Big Fatty. It has been called this for more than 900 years. And Annie has always named her Zerg units in this very cute way. However, the high-level soldier bug came to him, opened the bag of bugs, and Xionghui got in. He was then taken away from the ground by this high-level soldier bug. When he came to the sky above the orbit, there were many more soldier bugs and high-level soldier bugs accompanying him, and flew with him towards the Annie Zerg defense area. After arriving at the Zerg defense zone, the soldier worm formation took him to the biological battleship and returned to his former residence. As soon as he got home, he saw Annie waiting for him, and she came up to him and gave him a big hug. If you're not happy, Annie said, don't stay in New Gaia and come to the Nestor Zerg. No, Xionghui said. I think I can live among humans. Mom, I will visit you often. I am your son. Annie sighed and said, well, as long as you are happy. Whatever you want is fine. Then I want to start purifying it now, Xionghui said. I want to get the method to use the soul wave as soon as possible, so that I can achieve the purpose of controlling the mecha in a funny way as soon as possible. Are you so anxious? How about tomorrow? Annie said. Look, you and I, mother and son, rarely get together. When we meet, you have to purify yourself. Can you chat with me tonight? Seeing Annie's expectant eyes, Xionghui agreed. Annie was as happy as a child and said, then you rest first and I'll cook for you. After that, he went to the kitchen and cooked the food himself. Looking at Annie's back, Xionghui shook his head helplessly. And the Queen of the Zerg, a woman who has lived for more than 900 years, will have another 9,100 years to live in the future. A very powerful existence in the universe actually wants to overflow her long-lost maternal love in him. Xionghui sighed softly and thought to himself, okay, Anne's mother, let me play the role of this son. I went to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, sat down, turned on my computer, called up the mecha simulation program, and started studying tactical moves. Annie was cooking in the kitchen. He stood in the living room, surrounded by a three-dimensional battlefield virtualized by a computer. Countless drone projections were flying around him, and he commanded through gestures and words. From time to time, a beam of light shines over, which is a high-energy particle beam emitted by a virtual person. While he was simulating fighting for about 10 minutes, Annie stuck her head out from the kitchen and said, "Another friend will be here in a minute." Xionghui stopped in confusion and was stunned. He had no friends at all. So who could they be? Due to the stop of operation, the drones around him continued to explode. And a mechanical female voice prompted, "The entire army has been wiped out. The battle is over. Dear brother, you were killed in action. I'm sorry." Xionghui returned to the simulated battlefield and said, "Sister, give me another round." "Okay, brother," I said softly. "You have to be careful this time, and don't make your sister sad again." "It's okay, sister." The AI restarted the simulated battle for him, and Xionghui started to simulate the battle again. The mecha he simulated was a combat cavalry level, because he was going to take the combat cavalry level pilot test next. The simulated battle went on for about 10 minutes. A visitor came to visit. Unexpectedly. He didn't know it. The AI prompted, "Brother, friendly forces have joined the battle." Xionghui asked curiously, "Friendly troops? Who wants to connect with me?" "It's me," a female voice whispered softly in his ear. Xionghui looked back and was startled. But it was Hukuei. He didn't know when she came to him. "Hey, when did you come? Hey, don't be distracted. There are a large number of enemies coming over there," Hukuei said, pointing to the battle situation on the battlefield. Xionghui continued to direct the simulated battle, and said at the same time, "Sister Ran, let Hukuei join in." Hukuei also started the simulated battle next to him, and connected to the internet with him. The two started the cooperation mode. The two mechas, both warrior level, worked together to fight against the virtual enemies in the simulated battle. Chapter 879 Battle Spirit Mecha Master 4. Xionghui and Hukuei played 3 games together, and Annie also prepared a meal and urged them to stop playing. The two of them turned off the simulator, and Annie came in with the dishes to put on the table and said, "Stop playing. Let's eat," Hukuei said with a smile. "Your Majesty the Queen, we are not playing. We are training," Xionghui asked. "Mother, didn't you say a friend was coming? Could it be her?" he asked, pointing at Hukuei. Annie smiled and said, "Yes, it's Hukuei. Isn't she a friend? She's my brother." Hukuei hugged Xionghui's neck and said with a smile, "And they are brothers of life and death." Xionghui felt embarrassed and tried to break away from Hukuei's hand, but failed. However, Hukuei was quite conscious and took the initiative to let him go. The 3 of them sat down, and Annie said, "Xiaokui, try the food I cooked. How do you like it? By the way, get a bottle of wine." After saying that, he got up and went to the wine cabinet next to him, took a bottle of red wine, opened it and said, "I brewed it myself in 1982. The current time is 2919, so the 82 years and mentioned must be 2882. After calculation, this bottle of wine should be 37 years old, and also lived on Earth for a period of time and knew that people on Earth had a secret about the 82-year-old LF wine. So she brewed a batch of red wine every century in 1982. For example, 2082, 2182, 2282, 2782, and 2882. When the next 1982 comes, she will find a way to drink all the red wine from the previous 1982, give it away, or sell it." Seeing the bottle of 2882 red wine held by Anne, Hukuei said excitedly, "Queen, isn't it? You treat us with such a good wine?" Annie smiled and said, "I'm not entertaining you. I'm only entertaining you. Xiaowei is my son. I won't entertain him. You are his girlfriend, so I will entertain you. He and I both want to benefit from you." Woolen cloth, Xionghui corrected. Mom, she and I are brothers, not boyfriend and girlfriend, Annie said with a smile. Sooner or later, Fukue lowered her head shyly and gave each of them a glass, which was actually a third of a glass. The red wine could not be filled to the top. There was a lot of emphasis on this, so I won't go into details. So a glass of red wine is actually a third of a glass. And also got herself a drink. Annie's cooking is also very good. While tasting the delicacies cooked by Anne and the wine she brewed, Fukue said, Queen, do you know how valuable your red wine is in the market? Annie smiled and shook her head and said, I'm not interested in money, so I don't know. Just tell me, if an unopened bottle of Queen's wine has a shelf life of more than 30 years, it can sell for 1 million bottles. Isn't it? Annie asked. Isn't it just ordinary red wine? Can it be sold at such an expensive price? How can it be so expensive? Fukue said. At this price, you can't even buy it. Queen's red wine has a very high collection value and can maintain its value. Moreover, people on the market only recognize the wine brewed by Queen, and other brands are simply not. This effect cannot be achieved. Xionghui smiled and said, This is understandable. There are 2 reasons for this. One is that the Queen's mother is famous, and the other is that the red wine made by the Queen is indeed very good. Every batch of red wine is from 1982, which is 37 years ago. Come on. Wouldn't the bottle of wine we drink cost more than 1 million? Fukue nodded and said, Yes. Every time the Qi Queen makes wine, only 10,000 bottles are circulated on the market. So it can be said that one bottle is hard to find. And that's why it's so expensive. And nodded and said, Yes. I only brew 10,100 bottles each time. I keep 100 bottles for myself and drink 1 bottle a year. The other 10,000 bottles are either given away or sold. Xionghui said in surprise. Queen Mother, aren't you rich even now? Annie smiled calmly and said, Most of them are given away. Even the money from the sale is donated. So basically I don't keep a penny for myself. Your human money doesn't matter to me. It's useless. So what do I need the money for? All the money earned by the biological battleship as a tourist attraction has also been donated. Xionghui nodded and said, Mother is indeed great. Fukue said with a smile. So if you think about it this way, Brother Hui, then you are the 2nd generation of rich people. Xionghui glared at her and said nothing. He had no choice but to accept Annie as his adopted mother, because at that time, he was going to Mecca High School. But he couldn't go to Mecca High School because he didn't have citizenship. So he met Annie and went to Mecca High School. Later, through contact, he gradually learned that although Anne had a lifespan of 10,000 years, she was actually a miserable person who had watched her husband and daughter die one after another. In fact, she cannot see her daughter because her daughter Yu Xiaoxin has been on Earth and has not come over. But she knows that even if her daughter Yu Xiaoxin lives 100 years, she will die very early in her long life. She and her husband Yubin had no children. So in the past 900 years, since Yubin's death, she had been living together for more than 800 years. So he felt that Anne was actually a very pitiful woman. So he sincerely treated her as his own mother and gave her as much family happiness as he could. He had never thought about asking for anything from Anne. So he felt very uncomfortable when Fukue suddenly used the words, rich 2nd generation. Fukue realized that she had said the wrong thing and whispered, I'm sorry. Yes, Annie said. Xiaokui, you are right. Since Xiaohui has become my son, then all my things should belong to him. Xiaohui, I'm sorry. In the past 3 years, I have not considered at this point. I was negligent. From now on, no matter what I have here, you can take whatever you want. Xionghui didn't want her things, but he didn't want to disappoint her. So he said yes. While eating, Fukue introduced his current situation. I work at the headquarters of the number 1 ship of the 95th Fleet. Oh, that's good, Xionghui said. I've been promoted to officer. Fukue pointed to his corporal armband and said, Look at Brother Hui, corporal, or soldier. Sooner or later when we get to the headquarters, it will be up to the officers. Xionghui said, When the time comes, I will salute you when I see you. Fukue looked unhappy. But I don't want to be an officer. I can't be with you. I don't think I'm happy in anything. Xionghui was silent and didn't know how to answer. He knew Fukue liked him, but he always regarded her as a brother. He only liked Baoran in his heart. After a brief silence, Annie broke the silence and said, Actually, wherever you work, Aren't you working for new Gaia? If you are not happy, come to the Zerg with shall we? And I will give you a group command. Chapter 880 Battle Spirit Mecha Master 5. At Xiong Hui's insistence, he planned to conduct a White Tiger level pupation purification first. The so-called White Tiger level purification lasts only 3 days. Before pupation and purification, Huku had left the Zerg and returned to the number 1 ship of the 95th Fleet. Since the White Tiger class pupa is not big, only 2 meters in length, the pupa does not need to be placed in space, but only needs to be placed in Xiong Hui's home on the biological battleship. After everything was ready, Annie made a pupa for him and wrapped him in it, just waiting to see what would happen after 3 days. While pupating, Annie also injected soul wave comprehension spores into the pupa. This kind of spore is only useful for blood blades, and doesn't know yet whether it will work for humans. She will wait to see the results in 3 days. For the Zerg, it is called purification. But for humans, it is actually dormancy, or hibernation. Sure enough, Xiong Hui really understood a lot of things in this kind of dormancy, such as soul waves. Although he can't fly around the universe at super light speed like the Zerg Queen, he can clearly sense the things around him. And the speed is very fast. He himself doesn't know whether it is super light speed, and how many times it is speed of light. And he discovered that his soul wave could fly around the entire biological battleship. And the biological battleship was only a dwarf star, only more than 5 kilometers in length. If you want to expand further to the periphery, you can't do it. After 3 days of dormancy, Annie opened the chrysalis, let Xiong Hui come out, and asked how it went. Xiong Hui expressed his feelings. Sure enough, there is a soul wave. I don't know how fast it is, but it is definitely very fast. This shows that the soul wave of the Zerg can also be applied to humans. It would be great if this kind of soul wave could also be used when humans are awake. Then driving mechas and controlling drones will be a qualitative leap, and the mobility will be increased many times compared to before. And said, how about you start researching now? Xiong Hui said, I have an idea. Can you let me try to command your insect swarm? Annie said, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. The Zerg command the swarm through brainworm waves. You are not a Zerg, and you don't have brainworm waves. How do you command the swarm? Xiong Hui walked back and forth on the deck. He felt that he was only 1 step away from success. But he still didn't know why he couldn't take this step. But he always felt that this step was so easy, and yet so important. It's difficult. So how do you take a step forward? Xiong Hui expressed his thoughts. Now that Annie is a Zerg, she can't experience Xiong Hui's feelings, so she can't make useful suggestions to him. After pondering for a while, Xiong Hui said, Purify again. I am determined to find the answer. I feel that I am about to succeed. And felt sorry for him, and doted on him. She couldn't resist his begging, so she agreed to let him pupate again at the White Tiger level for experiments. However, there is a limit to the pupation and purification of the Zerg. That is, the number of days of rest must be as many as the number of days of purification. Therefore, Xiong Hui had just completed 3 days of pupation and purification. If he wanted to pupate again, he would have to wait another 3 days. Perhaps humans and Zerg don't understand each other and can break this restriction. Under Xiong Hui's persuasion, Annie tried it but failed. Therefore, even humans must wait the same amount of time. Then Xiong Hui will have to wait on the biological battleship for another 3 days. In Annie's insect swarm, Annie also specifically told Dialyse, and Dialyse agreed. During these 3 days of rest, Xiong Hui was not idle. Instead, he had been thinking about the soul wave he understood during purification, and how to apply it to mecha combat. On the 2nd day of rest, he slowly began to have some ideas. So he found Annie and said, Can you let me try to command a small swarm of insects? But you have to know, Annie said. The Zerg transmit instructions through brainworm waves, but you don't have one. How can you command a Zerg swarm? You give me 2 birds and 1,000 insects, Xiong Hui said. The birds are Suzaku level units, or high level soldiers, and the insects are White Tiger level units, which are junior soldiers. That's okay, said In. But how are you going to plan it? She wanted to hear Xiong Hui's thoughts. Xiong Hui said, I just want to experiment. There are no mechas here. I will use the insect swarm to do the experiment first. The birds are my mechas and the insects are my drones. You just need to make these bugs listen to me and accept my orders. Annie asked, This is totally fine. But how do you give the order? Xiong Hui said, Can a bird convey instructions to a bug? You mean? Let the bird be your messenger. No. You are my officer. Xionghui said. I issue instructions to the bird, and then let the bird pass on my instructions. And he thought for a while and said, well, that's okay. Then you can give it a try. Then you really gave him 2 high-level soldier bugs and 1,000 junior soldier bugs. Xionghui controlled one of the high-level soldier bugs. The other flew with him, and the other 1,000 junior soldier bugs flew around. High-level soldier bugs are not very big, so one high-level soldier bug cannot be attached to too many junior soldier bugs. However, Xionghui only used them during training. When not resting, he let these soldiers and insects return to their respective insect beasts. As for his method of controlling high-level soldier insects, he also sat in the insect bag of high-level soldier insects. Stand in the advanced soldier insects insect bag and let the inner tentacles fix the body in a suspended state to simulate the situation inside the mecha. Let's take off. Xionghui gave the order, and the senior soldier insect took him up and flew up, followed by a large wave of soldier insects, flying away from the biological battleship. In space, Xionghui directed the small insect swarm to fly in various formations. It seems that the formation is very neat and can be transformed into various formations, but it cannot achieve the effect Xionghui requires. The formation change speed is not very fast, which is related to the transmission method of instructions. Xionghui gave instructions to the high-level soldier insects through language, and then the high-level soldier insects conveyed the instructions to every unit in the insect swarm through brain insect waves. So there is a delay. You must note that if this is an interstellar war, such a delay is very terrible. The consequence is that before an order is issued, the insect swarm will suffer a devastating blow. As the queen of the Zerg, when directs the entire Zerg swarm to fight, they all use the brainworm wave, so the speed is much faster. So we still have to use mechas for experiments.